I was hungry, so I swung my sword. An orphan with nothing but his own body doesn't get to choose another way to live. Fortunately, I had talent. Thanks to that talent, despite never properly learning any martial art, I climbed all the way to the peak. That alone said enough. I swung my sword like a madman. I cut people down, quenched my hunger with blood-soaked money, then swung my sword again. Day after day, it repeated. Until one day, in the middle of that endless cycle, I realized something. I wasn't hungry anymore. And people had begun calling me the Sword Demon. I hadn't committed enough atrocities to be called a demonic lord. I had simply seen too much blood. That was the problem. At the tip of my sword, there was no mercy. I allowed no compassion. So it was only natural that the longer I survived, the more grudges tangled around me, layer upon layer, like a spider's web. Standing in the middle of a road soaked in blood, I finally understood something. The affairs of the world couldn't be settled with a single sword. Just as the name Sword Demon was spreading across the martial world, the demonic sect rose. They had always invaded the Central Plains. That was nothing new. But until then, they had never been a real threat. That was because the demonic sect was, at its core, a gathering of people driven by resentment. Martial artists who had been wronged, crushed, discarded. Strictly speaking, they were losers. They lacked proper martial arts, money, and backing. All they possessed was malice and a single-minded obsession to kill their enemies, no matter the cost. Because of that, orthodox factions pitted them, while unorthodox factions mocked them. That was, until someone calling himself the Heavenly Demon appeared. He was a calamity. A natural disaster that scorched the entire Central Plains. The 9 great sects, each boasting centuries of history, either fled their ancestral grounds or were annihilated where they stood. The 5 great families, once powerful enough to pluck birds from the sky, didn't even leave a single cornerstone behind. The Black Alliance of unorthodox warriors fared no better. Their infamous leader was assassinated in an instant, and the survivors either bent the knee to the demonic sect or fled beyond the horizon. Supreme masters fell one after another, their deaths meaningless. Even when they joined forces, they couldn't stop him. The Heavenly Demon became the undisputed strongest of past and present. Even when orthodox and unorthodox factions set aside centuries of hatred to unite, it still wasn't enough. And so, at the twilight of an era, when even the infamy I had earned through a lifetime of bloodshed faded into irrelevance, when everyone cared only about survival, I met her. In Hebei province at the end of a desperate flight. Tang Sowol, the poison dance empress. The sole survivor of the Sichuan Tang Clan. Despite our different origins, me from the unorthodox world, her from an orthodox clan, we got along well. Perhaps no special reason was needed for a man born with nothing and a woman who had lost everything to grow close. Those quiet days didn't last. The Heavenly Demon crushed even the Imperial Army and finally stepped into Hebei. If we fled any farther, only Liaoning or lands beyond the borders remained. I considered abandoning the Central Plains entirely. But Tang Sowol chose to fight. Are you really going? To save me, many of my clan members died. They were remarkable people. More so because they made a choice I never would have. Double grace, tenfold vengeance. I've never forgotten the Tang Clan's law. Not even once. What a waste. All those lives will have died for nothing. But you can survive, Sword Demon. You're planning to flee, aren't you? Don't worry. I'll buy you time. So you knew. I sighed and looked up at the sky. Thick clouds swallowed even the moonlight. Tang Sowol stood beside me, staring at the ground as if burdened by sin. After a long silence, our eyes met. Her once black hair had turned completely white after the fall of her clan. Long bangs hid half her face. Her green eyes, dulled like her hair, were heavy with exhaustion and guilt. May I see your face? If it's you, as long as you want. She turned toward me. I brushed her bangs aside, revealing the scarred half of her face. A grotesque scar ruined beauty once said to be unparalleled. She told me it was the price of exceeding her limits as a child, using forbidden poison to survive. She despised that scar. I never did. I stared at her face, not to remember it, but to engrave it into my soul. When her cheeks flushed slightly, I made my decision. I'll go with you. You mustn't. Why? Because I'm weaker than you? Even at the peak, I can still help. You always said survival mattered most. That you wanted to live, to enjoy wealth and glory. That's true. I still think it's better to live crawling in the mud than die gloriously. But words weren't all we had shared. I had lived my first life gripping nothing but a sword. At its end, I met someone I could share my heart with. I couldn't live the same way anymore. Tang Sowol cautiously reached out her hand. She flinched when I took it, but she didn't pull away. The cold night wind cooled my burning skin. The night's dark, I said. I was hoping for a full moon. It's disappointing if this is the last sky we'll ever see. When the weather clears, we'll come back. Together. Pardon. She smiled faintly when she understood. The Tang Clan's estate is gone. The buildings burned. The pond dried up. But that makes it the perfect time to build something new. What? A pavilion. Somewhere to watch the moon. You and me. Yes. You and I. My mind went blank. She laughed softly and tugged my hand. Come with me. That night, we spoke until dawn. If this were a storyteller's tale, we would have won. But miracles never came. Tang Sowol burned her life away before the heavenly demon. The last flower of the Tang Clan fell, pierced through the heart. Her final smile was for me. Live, please. Her poison swallowed the world in violet. And with one step, the heavenly demon erased everything. Her will. Her poison. Her body. Tears I thought long dried fell again. I charged him, burning everything I had. It wasn't enough. Darkness fell. And then, I woke up. Back in the past. A cave. A trembling body. An empty dantian. I had returned. And the first thing I did was kidnap Tang Sowol, the youngest daughter of the Sichuan Tang Clan. To save her. Even if it meant becoming a villain far worse than the sword demon. Did I really go through with it? I had kidnapped the youngest daughter of the Sichuan Tang Clan. I'd done it cleanly. No witnesses, no loose ends. A pursuit team wouldn't be on my heels immediately. But only immediately. Among the Orthodox sects, there was a strange tradition, Muram Choldo, a coming-of-age journey where young elites wandered the martial world alone. Alone was just a word, though. Large sects checked in on their promising disciples from time to time, and if something went wrong, reinforcements were sent without delay. They wanted experience, not a corpse. Even knowing that, I still had no choice. Yesterday was the only window I'd ever get, the only chance that felt real. So I took it. Guilt prickled at my skin. I forced an awkward smile at Tang Sowol. Did you sleep well? MMPF. MMPH. She thrashed like she wanted to tell me to shut up and die. Harsh. I rolled her onto her side and shoved her deeper into the corner, then sat a good distance away and began circulating my inner energy. Guangrang Talmyungang. Wolf-stealing life technique. A cultivation method I'd revised after reaching the peak in my first life. Back then, my internal energy was always thin, always dirty, always just a step away from betraying me. Not this time. A short cycle was enough. The drained dantian, the trembling limbs, the fatigue from yesterday's overexertion, all of it began to recover at an unnatural speed. Phew. When I opened my eyes, Tang Sowol was inching toward me, wriggling like a snake across stone. I clicked my tongue. Were you waiting for me to cultivate so you could push me into inner energy deviation? MMPF. Don't waste your strength. You can't undo the pressure points I sealed, and the ropes won't slip off that stake. I didn't bother mentioning the rest. Even if she somehow landed a hit, Guangrang Talmyungang's energy flow didn't spiral out of control easily. She seemed to realize it anyway. The fury in her eyes remained, but her body loosened by a fraction, like a bowstring losing tension. I crouched in front of her. You can scream and curse all you want. Just don't bite your tongue. Promise that, and I'll remove the gag. Ugh. She hesitated, then nodded, still chewing the wooden gag like she wanted to snap it in half. I pulled it free. A string of saliva stretched, then broke. I wiped her mouth with my sleeve without gentleness. Her voice, when it came, was calm enough to make my chest tighten. What's your goal? You're a senior martial artist who's somehow regained his youth. You know what it means to make the Tang Clan your enemy. A senior martial artist. So that's what she thought. It made sense. In my previous life, I'd been a grown man. Tang Sowol was 5 years older than me then. Now she was barely 20, and I was a mid-teen in this body. The gap probably felt wider because I still hadn't finished growing. And from her perspective, It would be impossible for a child to subdue her. Surprise attack or not, being captured without a single wound would only sharpen her sense of the difference between us. She couldn't imagine regression. So she chose the only explanation her world allowed, an old monster wearing a young face. I hated it. To me, she was the woman I'd promised a future to beneath a moonless sky. Now she was looking at me like I was some ancient thing pretending to be human. I'm 15. Is that so? She said it, but her wariness only deepened. Like I'd just lied with a straight face. Fine. This misunderstanding wasn't going to die today. Relax, I said. I'm not going to harm you. If that were true, you wouldn't have kidnapped me. I know how it looks. But I did this for your sake. Well, that's reassuring. Her sarcasm was clean and sharp. But I wasn't lying. That night, in my first life, when we shared stories and made promises under a sky that wouldn't even give us moonlight, I learned the truth behind the scar she hid. Double grace, tenfold vengeance. The Tang Clan's law. Famous enough that few dared to provoke them, and many tried to curry favor. But enemies still existed. Some people remembered only the pain they'd suffered, never the harm they'd done. Some worshipped villains like saints. And no matter how thoroughly you cut weeds, a few roots always remained. Tenfold vengeance planted tenfold hatred. Most wouldn't oppose the Tang Clan. But those who did were the worst kind of enemy. The kind you called a mortal foe. Tang Sowol had been ambushed by them shortly after her debut. Survivors of a black market sect the Tang Clan had wiped out. Bandits whose mountain stronghold had been burned. A disciple of a demonic lord. Assassins whose group had been destroyed after being framed. Grudges with different faces, gathered into one blade aimed at her throat. And she was the perfect target. The youngest daughter. Beloved. Gifted with the poison spirit body. If they killed her, it would scar the Tang Clan forever. They failed. But she didn't escape unscathed. Back then, she was only barely first-rate. She survived by burning her own body with poison so fierce it began dissolving her from the inside. She crawled away alive. And afterward, she spent the rest of her life hiding half her face behind her bangs, ashamed of what she'd paid to live. I couldn't let that happen again. Still, she said, eyes cold, how did it come to this? Well, I replied, maybe it's because you were sleeping when I struck. She wasn't wrong. But I didn't know when the ambush would come or where. Following her around like a shadow meant waiting for unknown enemies with unknown techniques. Keeping her somewhere safe was simpler. And, honestly, subduing Tang Sowol was easier than fighting a swarm of grudges I couldn't predict. I told you, I said. There are people targeting you. And I told you, she snapped, thanks for the warning. I can handle it. You can't. How am I supposed to trust someone I met today? Especially when the person threatening me right now is you, senior. I'm 15. A 15-year-old swordsman doesn't talk like you. What's wrong with my tone? You sound like one of my clan elders. You don't feel younger than me. She was right. At this age, in my first life, I spoke like an orphan who'd learned to survive by bowing his head. I didn't know dignity. I didn't know pride. I knew hunger. So I tried to dig up that voice from memory. WL. I don't think you should judge people by how they talk. It's a little late for that, senior. The words hit harder than they should have. For a heartbeat, I saw the Tang Sowol I'd lost. The one who'd smiled at me with tired eyes and asked me to live. And then I remembered, the woman in front of me hadn't lived that life yet. She didn't owe me trust. She only owed me anger. She kept talking, sharp and composed. Tell me the truth. Why did you kidnap me? HM? Oh, my dantian's intact. My limbs are intact. You haven't tortured me. So you have a reason to keep me unharmed. Her nose wrinkled, like my forced childish stutter offended her more than the ropes did. This was impossible. I exhaled and let my voice return to what it was. My goal. Simple. Keep her alive. Keep her unscarred. Keep her from carrying that shame for the rest of her life. I've told you. Soon, enemies of the Tang Clan will come for you. I'm serious, she said. Let me go now. I can pretend this never happened. It was tempting. A life without Tang Clan daggers chasing my spine. But I couldn't. I can't, I said quietly. Sorry. Then the grudge between us will deepen. Her voice was a blade. I watched her for a moment, then spoke. Fine. Let's make it a deal. Your clan will notice you're missing and send a pursuit team. They will. I'm loved more than I look. That's obvious. Here's my condition. I'll release you either when your clan's pursuit team arrives, or after 1 year. If they came, I'd hand her over and vanish. If they didn't, a year would be enough. Enough time for the ambush that ruined her life to pass like a storm that never reached her. She thought, then nodded. Fine. How much ransom? I don't want ransom. I shook my head. All I want is for you to listen while you're here. Her eyes narrowed. Huh? Then, all at once, she recoiled, curling in on herself as if I'd suddenly become something foul. What now? If it's not a grudge, and it's not money, then there's only one thing left. Her ears flushed red as she forced the words out. You want my body. You regained youth and now you crave a young woman. How tragic. To lose my purity to some ancient monster in a cold cave. Enough. I flicked her forehead. Puck. Ugh. It was stronger than I meant. Her eyes watered instantly, tears swelling with sheer indignation. I stared at her, then let out a slow breath. New condition, I said. Stop calling me an ancient monster and stop making insane assumptions. If you agree, nothing you're imagining will happen. Fine. She nodded, blinking hard as tears clung to her lashes.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
I'm hungry. Tang Sowol, still tightly bound, spoke with a bold attitude. I have awakens pills. Senior. No, young swordsman, you might not realize this because you've probably ruined your taste buds while cultivating, but awakens isn't real food. If it fills your stomach without harming your body, it's food. No. Awakens tastes awful and only provides just enough nutrition to keep you from dying. It's no different from eating tree bark, and nobody calls tree bark food. Did she really dislike awakens that much? Well, I could understand her point. After all, it's just ground grains mixed with a bit of pine pollen and hardened into pills. Even at its best, it wouldn't taste good. It's something used only in special cases like closed-door cultivation. I only bought it because I figured I'd be stuck here for a while doing just that. Still, you'll get used to it if you keep eating it. What a poor, unfortunate soul. Your taste buds, how pitiful. Tang Sowol gave me a pitying look, then continued in a mockingly gentle tone. Come on, repeat after me, young swordsman. Awakens is. Not food. Not food. Wait, hold on. I was about to mindlessly repeat her words before catching myself. Ever since we made our agreement, her hostility had diminished significantly, but somehow her shamelessness seemed to have increased even more. For someone who's been kidnapped, you sure are demanding. Just eat what I give you. If I'm unlucky, I'll have to live on awakens for a whole year. I'd rather bite my tongue and… Oh wait. I promised I wouldn't do that. Fine, then I'll refuse to eat anything and starve to death instead. Do you really think such bluffs will work on me? I can just force-feed you. And do you really think I wouldn't be able to throw it up afterward? I assure you I can. Knowing Tang Sowol, she probably would do it. I'd experienced her stubbornness enough times to be certain of that. Still, there was a fatal problem with fulfilling her request. I don't have any money. What? I spent all my money buying antidote wine. Oh, no matter how well I knew Tang Sowol's abilities, I wasn't foolish enough to confront her unprepared. With my insufficient internal energy and incomplete physical training, I had to make thorough preparations, so thorough that I spent every last coin I'd scraped together in my second life. After a long moment of hesitation, Tang Sowol sighed in resignation and spoke. Inside the right side of my waist sash, there's a pouch. Use that. All right. Feigning a cough, I reached toward her waist. As my fingers brushed against the high-quality silk of her green robe, it made a soft, rustling sound. As expected of the Cheon Tang Clan, they sure wear fine clothes. Though the sash was tightly tied, it wasn't snug against her waist. In fact, from a distance, it might have appeared a bit loose. It made sense. Tang Clan warriors, who often used poison and concealed weapons, tended to wear loose-fitting clothing to hide the contours of their bodies. Just last night, Tang Sowol had resisted fiercely, pulling out hidden weapons from various parts of her clothing to throw at me. Carefully, I slipped my fingers inside the sash, mindful not to get cut by any hidden weapons. Tang Sowol flinched slightly. Even though she'd given me permission, I suppose it's only natural to react that way when someone touches your personal belongings or your weapon, for that matter. I should finish quickly. With that thought in mind, I carefully searched the inside of her sash. Since there was no outward bulge indicating the pouch's location, I had no choice but to feel around. However, whether it was discomfort or something else, Tang Sowol began squirming and trying to move away from me. Wait. Stay still. You're getting in the way. Gripping her shoulder to keep her still, I continued my search. I felt the cool metal of darts, the sharp edges of needles, and the hard surface of steel shards. Finally, my fingers brushed against a small pouch. Is this it? Yes. That's it, so please hurry and take your hand out. No need to rush. I was going to do that anyway. Just how hungry are you? Tang Sowol shot me a glare, her expression one of disbelief. Still, the pouch was more important. It was surprisingly heavy. When I opened it halfway to peek inside, it was filled not with coins, but with silver ingots. This is more than I managed to save after my regression. Does she seriously carry this much around as allowance during her debut in the martial world? The 5 great families must be wealthier than I imagined. That's only natural. Oh, by the way, have you decided to demand a ransom after all? If you release me now, I'll have this pouch filled with gold ingots for you. Don't act like you're flaunting your wealth. It's your family's money, not yours. Then how about my weight in gold and silver? I believe your value is far greater than a mere heap of gold, Tang Sowol. Well, I am an extraordinary woman. Tang Sowol nodded seriously, as if she agreed wholeheartedly with my words. Her nonchalant attitude made me chuckle as I pressed a few pressure points on her body. The pressure point seals would hold until tomorrow. The bindings were secure too. Satisfied, I stood up and stretched my stiff body. I'm going to head down to the village. Is there anything specific you want to eat or need? Ugh. As long as there's meat, anything will do. As for other necessities, freedom. If you want to escape, feel free to try. Really? But if you run away after making a promise and get caught again, well, you can look forward to what happens then. I won't be as lenient as I am now. Of course, no matter how much I tried to sound harsh, I doubted I'd be able to truly treat Tang Sowol cruelly. Even when I resolved to be strict, my body wouldn't follow through. Tang Sowol, unaware of my inner turmoil, swallowed nervously and shook her head. As a daughter of the Tang Clan, I wouldn't dream of breaking a promise I've made. Still, a cave is hardly a suitable place for a person to live. If we're going to be here for a while, there are a few things we'll need. What exactly do you need? First, something to lay on. The floor is too hard and uneven to sleep comfortably. And I can't keep wearing the same clothes forever, so could you get me some spare clothing? Normally, I would have obtained additional Tang Clan uniforms through the family's merchant groups, but I won't expect that here. Just something clean and decent will do. Got it. Do we have enough water for drinking and washing? If not, we'll need jars to store it. I'll prepare that too. As I listened to Tang Sowol's requests, I realized something. I'd spent all my time thinking about how to kidnap her. I hadn't given a single thought to what would come after. I began mentally listing the supplies we'd need. But before I could finish, Tang Sowol's confident tone faltered, and she started to stammer. Also, well. Ugh. She hesitated, chewing on her lips, as if debating whether or not to speak. Finally, with a determined expression, she said, "Undergarments. And a chamber pot, please. I've been holding it in for a while, but I don't think I can last much longer." Got it. Oh, just to be clear, when I mentioned undergarments, I meant as spares, not because I had an accident, so don't get the wrong idea. You don't need to explain in such detail. A headache started to form. Just as I raised a hand to rub my temple and sigh, I met Tang Sowol's gaze, her face bright red, but her posture rigid as she stared at me defiantly. Of course, she was embarrassed. But knowing Tang Sowol, she was probably trying to hide it behind a show of pride. I'd seen her act like this before. When cornered, she'd resort to bluffing. Stay put for a moment. Huh. Ignoring her confusion, I released some of the pressure points I had sealed, allowing her to circulate a small amount of internal energy. What is this? Hold out until I return. Of course, I plan to, but are you sure it's okay to let me use my internal energy? Even if it's a small amount, if I use it well, I might be able to escape. If you use it well, huh? I'm sure you could. But I trust you, you promised, didn't you? Tang Sowol stared at me, her mouth slightly agape, as if she'd been struck speechless. All right, I'll be off now. Stay put while I'm gone. Why yeah. Have a safe trip. Waving lightly at Tang Sowol, who was still stammering in confusion, I left the cave. Tang Sowol was bewildered. Why? Why had he released her pressure points and left? Could he have genuinely meant it when he said he trusted her? Of course, Tang Sowol intended to keep her promise. It wasn't just because of the promise. After considering the strange man's skills, she figured that staying put was actually safer. She slowed her breathing and tried to suppress her bodily needs, recalling the events of the previous stay. That lunatic had told her to return home because it was dangerous, and when she refused, he had drawn his sword without hesitation. Clearly, he wasn't in his right mind, but his martial skills were undeniable. He had perfectly countered every hidden weapon she threw, as if he had predicted their trajectory. He seemed well-versed in poison, discerning between those that could be neutralized with antidote wine and those that couldn't, skillfully alternating between breaking through and evading her attacks. But what chilled her most was his eyes. Cold, sharp, and unwavering, like a blade driven deep into its target, devoid of emotion and utterly ruthless. Even when she revealed the hidden needles concealed behind her darts or released her final attack, the black smoke needle barrel, scattering countless poison needles in an instant, he remained unfazed. Without showing even a hint of disturbance, he had dismantled her every move with precision, all without emitting a single trace of sword energy. No matter how prideful Tang Sowol was, she couldn't help but feel crushed. She had lost consciousness in despair, only to wake up bound and gagged, with her internal energy sealed, yet otherwise unharmed. Maybe unharmed isn't quite right. Could her current state really be considered unharmed? Upon reflection, she realized that wasn't quite true. Sighing deeply, Tang Sowol began wiggling her fingers, testing the strength of her restraints. With some effort, it seemed possible to escape. She could, for example, dislocate one of her wrists and slip it free. Could she make a successful escape from that lunatic's grasp if she fled now? She seriously considered it for a moment, but soon decided against it. She relaxed her body and slumped into a more comfortable position. What ultimately held her back was the weight of her promise and an undeniable sense of unease. She had invoked her family's name when making that promise, so breaking it would be dishonorable. That much was obvious. But why hadn't the lunatic severed her tendons or taken away her hidden weapons, even after finding them while searching her pouch? Why had he left her body intact? More than anything, despite how arrogantly she had acted, why had he complied with all her requests without much complaint? Tang Sowol had already realized that this wasn't an ordinary kidnapping. But she still couldn't figure out the exact reason behind it. Could it be? Perhaps. Though it seemed absurd, perhaps the lunatic genuinely believed she was in danger and had kidnapped her purely to take her somewhere safe. The reason didn't matter much. His methods were eccentric and unreasonable, but, well, all old martial masters are like that. Everyone knew that martial masters who reversed their aging rarely had a sound mind. Tang Sowol gave up on trying to figure it out. At the moment, holding back her bodily urges was a more pressing concern than deciphering her kidnapper's motives. I returned to the cave, carrying a large jar on my back. The jar, which I had bought to store water, was now filled with various supplies I had picked up in the village. As I entered, my eyes met Tang Sowol's. She was lying comfortably on the floor as if it were her own home. You're back. If anyone saw you, they'd think you're the owner of this place. This is the most comfortable position I could manage. By the way, hurry up and give me that. Oh, you mean this? I pulled out a well-wrapped bundle of dumplings from the jar. Still warm, they were generously stuffed with meat. I figured they would satisfy her. But instead of looking pleased, Tang Sowol frowned deeply at the sight of the steaming dumplings. I don't want dumplings. I want that. If you don't say what that is, how am I supposed to know? Be specific. Ugh. Tang Sowol's face turned bright red as she glared at me, her expression as fierce as if she were facing a lifelong enemy. I was about to ask why she was overreacting when I finally understood as she muttered her next words. The chamber pot, please. Oh, I had forgotten. I quickly took it out, but there was still a problem. Tang Sowol was bound hand and foot, making her as helpless as a caterpillar. Even with a chamber pot, she wouldn't be able to take care of her business in this state. Perhaps realizing the same thing, Tang Sowol's eyes trembled as she stared at the chamber pot. The trembling soon spread throughout her entire body, and she began to shiver like a newborn lamb. She carefully glanced up at me. Young swordsman, you're not going to say that you'll help me undress, like when you took my pouch earlier, right? Of course not. The important thing is that you don't leave the cave, not that you're tied up all the time. I'll untie you for now. Thank you. Tang Sowol's face lit up instantly. Her reaction was so simple that it made me chuckle as I drew my sword. After cutting the ropes binding her, she awkwardly rubbed her freed wrists. She then picked up the chamber pot but paused suddenly. Are you going to stay here while I... Of course. I see. With a determined look, Tang Sowol bit her lip and reached for her waistband. Her sash fell to the floor with a soft thud. But she didn't stop there. Her hands moved next to the waistband of her inner clothing. Right. She had to lower her pants to use the chamber pot. Realizing this obvious fact belatedly, I quickly turned around and walked out of the cave. I'll wait outside. Call me when you're done. Huh? Oh. Yes, I will. Leaving Tang Sowol's voice behind, I leaned against the wall near the cave entrance. Kidnapping her was one thing, but living together was turning out to be far more complicated than I had expected. I briefly considered creating some basic rules for our cohabitation when I heard Tang Sowol's voice calling from inside the cave. Young swordsman, may I ask you something? Go ahead. What should I do with the chamber pot after I've used it? I'll take care of it. When I went back inside, Tang Sowol was sitting with her head lowered, her face bright red. After tying her hands and feet with the remaining rope, I picked up the chamber pot. It was still warm. I emptied the chamber pot by the river, cleaned it thoroughly, and returned to the cave. As soon as I entered, I saw Tang Sowol crawling toward the dumplings. We exchanged glances in silence. Without a change in expression, Tang Sowol spoke in a calm voice. Perfect timing. It's hard to eat with my hands tied. Could you untie me again? No. This situation is different from before. I don't see how it's that different. I can feed you myself, so there's no need to untie you. What? Tang Sowol tilted her head, confused, but soon nodded as if she had come to terms with it. I didn't think of that. Fine, I'll leave it to you. Instead of crawling any further, she lay back on the floor and opened her mouth wide. You've gotten cheekier in just a short while, haven't you? Well, after everything we've been through, wouldn't it be strange to feel embarrassed about something like this? You're not wrong. But eating while lying down isn't ideal. You'll get indigestion. I helped her sit up and lean against the wall. You're quite attentive, aren't you? And you're surprisingly tough. I thought you'd be looking more miserable. I'm holding it in. I can't stand the thought of you enjoying my despair. I don't have that kind of taste. Now, open your mouth. Tang Sowol obediently opened her mouth, resembling a baby bird begging for food. I smiled slightly at the sight and tore a dumpling into a manageable piece before feeding it to her. While she chewed, I took a bite of my own dumpling. We continued this back and forth until the dumplings were gone. After swallowing the last bite, Tang Sowol licked the crumbs off her lips and spoke. Now that we've finished eating, how about a little conversation? Conversation? About what? Tang Sowol leaned in slightly, looking directly into my eyes. You seem to know quite a lot about me, don't you? To some extent, yes. The Tang Sowol of my past life and the Tang Sowol before me had experienced different events. They weren't entirely the same person. For example, her hair was different. After the fall of the Tang Clan in my past life, her hair had turned completely white. She had also grown her bangs long to cover the scar on her face. But now, her hair was black, her bangs neatly trimmed, and, most notably, she didn't carry the same heavy, melancholic aura. Her tone, gestures, and appearance all had subtle differences. That longing gaze of yours is making me uncomfortable. Don't mind it. It's nothing. Don't mind it, you say. That's ridiculous. Though she grumbled in disbelief, she sighed deeply when I didn't respond further. Fine. Anyway, it's clear you know me well. But I know nothing about you. That's understandable. Yes, so let's take this opportunity to get to know each other. For a moment, my breath caught. In my past life, countless martial artists, both orthodox and unorthodox, had gathered in Hebei to escape the heavenly demon. Naturally, there had been many conflicts, and my relationship with Tang Sowol had been no exception. At first, we ignored each other, pretending the other didn't exist. But when I found myself in danger while fighting the demonic Sect's elite, Tang Sowol was the first to come to my aid. That was the day I realized that some people help others without expecting anything in return. Of course, back then, I couldn't accept it and kept asking her why she had helped me. When I questioned her, asking if she knew what kind of person I was, Tang Sowol had simply smiled faintly and said, "Because we're comrades fighting together. Isn't that enough? And if that answer doesn't satisfy you, well, we can just get to know each other from now on." That moment had marked the beginning of our friendship. And now, this younger Tang Sowol, who hadn't yet experienced those events, was saying the same thing. Even though she was different, she was still Tang Sowol. It made me feel strangely ticklish inside. As if sensing her advantage, Tang Sowol smirked. You smiled just now, didn't you? Can I take that as your agreement?" I touched my lips and realized she was right. I had been smiling without even noticing. At this point, refusing would feel awkward, so I nodded. "Do as you like." That's what I intended to do anyway. First, Tang Sowol nodded toward the remaining dumplings. "Let's have one more." Good timing. I was thinking one wasn't enough either. "And tell me your name." "My name?" "Yes. I don't even know your name yet." Come to think of it, I hadn't told her. I fed her a piece of dumpling and answered. "Cheon Hwi-da." "Cheon Hwi-da, huh? That's a name I've never heard before. Do you have a title or nickname?" "I don't have one. In my past life, I was first called Blood Wolf, and after reaching the peak, I was known as Sword Demon. But now, I had no nickname. That was only natural. I hadn't been back long, and most of my time had been spent training to regain my former skills." Tang Sowol looked slightly disappointed as she shook her head. "Cheon Hwi-da, our first meeting was rather strange and unfair, and I went through a lot because of you. But I've decided you don't have any ill intentions." "Thanks for that. I know I acted crazy, but I had my reasons." "Well, since we've agreed to be honest with each other, don't you think it's time to be a little more open?" Tang Sowol gave me a playful look, showing off her bound wrists. "Let me ask again. Do you really believe my life will be in danger soon?" "Yes." "And you still can't tell me exactly why, can you?" "Sorry, but no. If I insist on leaving the cave and resuming my journey, I'll bring you back by any means necessary." "You're quite persistent. But you do understand that I can't just go back without any reason, right?" "Of course." If she left only to return shortly after, it would look like she had fled in fear. That would be a serious blow to the Tang Clan's reputation. Tang Sowol closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, she opened them, her gaze sharp but calm. "Fine. I'll trust you." "Really?" "Yes. Though I don't believe your claim about imminent danger. I'll trust that you acted with good intentions." "That's good enough." Relieved, I stood up. "Wait here for a moment. I have something for you." "Huh? Where are you going?" "Cheon Hwi-da? I can't eat without you." Ignoring Tang Sowol's protests, I headed toward the deeper part of the cave. I hadn't chosen this cave randomly. There was a reason I had brought her here. After searching for a small crack that was hard to spot unless you knew it was there, I plucked a single violet flower growing inside. Carefully cradling the delicate flower in both hands, I returned to Tang Sowol and handed it to her. "Take this." "What is it?" "It's a gift." Tang Sowol blinked in confusion, glancing between me and the flower. Of course, she would recognize it. This was a rare herb she had discovered in my past life. However, her response wasn't quite what I had expected. Bowing slightly, she said, "Sorry, but receiving a flower as a gift feels a bit awkward. It's not what you think. Especially when I'm tied up like this. I think you should save such gestures for your fiancé." "It's not like that." "Yes, of course. This is just an ordinary gift with no special meaning, right?" Though she said this, Tang Sowol squirmed away from me as if genuinely alarmed. I couldn't help but feel a bit wronged. "This is purple flower poison enhancing grass." "What? Did you just say this is purple flower poison enhancing grass?" Startled, Tang Sowol quickly crawled back toward me, closing the distance she had just put between us. She carefully examined the flower again, nodding repeatedly in awe. "Ah, I see. It wasn't that she failed to recognize purple flower poison enhancing grass. She had simply refused it earlier because she thought it was just a random flower gift. That realization was slightly irritating, but regardless, the important thing was that I had managed to give her the purple flower poison enhancing grass earlier than in my past life. In my previous life, Tang Sowol had fought desperately against the attackers, but was ultimately outnumbered and forced to flee. Frankly, the fact that she had managed to hold out for so long was impressive. If she hadn't been a genius or born with the unique constitution known as the poison spirit physique, Do Kriang Jish, she wouldn't have survived at all. While fleeing, exhausted and drained of her inner energy, she had stumbled upon this very cave by sheer chance. Planning to quietly rest and recover, she had wedged herself into a corner, and there, she had found it, the purple flower poison enhancing grass. This herb was remarkable in many ways. The part that resembled a flower wasn't actually a flower but a purple-tinted stalk. Despite its name, it had almost no inherent toxicity. Its most notable property was its ability to enhance the potency of any poison it came into contact with, regardless of the poison's type. Thus, it was known as poison-enhancing grass, rather than simply a poisonous herb. Martial artists who specialized in poison techniques would go to great lengths to obtain such a rare herb. For someone like Tang Sowol, who could store poisons in her body and synthesize them into stronger toxins, this herb was a priceless treasure, worth more than gold. However, in my past life, Tang Sowol had not had enough time to properly absorb the purple flower poison enhancing grass. In the end, she could only use it as a one-time enhancer, temporarily amplifying the poison she emitted externally. With that amplified poison, she had managed to fend off most of the attackers who had pursued her to the cave's vicinity. But the problem was that the enhanced poison had been too strong. As a first-class martial artist, she couldn't control its potency, and even her poison spirit physique had struggled to withstand the surging waves of poison. Though she eventually escaped with her life, half of her face had already been melted by the poison. But this time, things could be different. The poison spirit physique allowed its wielder to remember and store all poisons they encountered. It was a constitution more akin to a poison creature than a human. Have you ever heard of a poisonous creature dying from its own poison? It's rare, but it does happen. However, most poisonous creatures develop immunity to their own toxins. Tang Sowol was the same. If she could properly absorb the purple flower poison enhancing grass, not only would her poison techniques become far more powerful, but she would also develop the resistance necessary to withstand the enhanced toxins. There would be no need to recklessly sacrifice both the herb and her body, as she had in my past life. I spoke to Tang Sowol, who was still staring at the purple flower poison enhancing grass with a dazed expression. I'll untie you again, so go ahead and take it. Huh? How long will it take you to absorb it and imprint it on your body? You knew that I have the poison spirit physique, didn't you? It's not exactly a secret, is it? That's true, but there aren't many people who understand what the poison spirit physique can actually do. So, are you going to take it or not? Of course I'll take it. Thank you very much. But since you're being so generous with untying me and even giving me rare herbs, couldn't you leave me untied more often? I'll think about it while we're both in the cave. That's more than enough. Tang Sowol nodded triumphantly, her face brimming with confidence. As soon as I untied her, she quickly snatched the purple flower poison enhancing grass, worried I might change my mind. Then, as if tasting it, she stuck out her tongue and licked the flower-like part of the herb. What are you doing? Tang Sowol gestured with her hand for me to be quiet and continued savoring the herb. My eyes couldn't help but follow her tongue, which flicked across the vivid purple surface. Come to think of it, this was Tang Sowol's first time venturing into the martial world. Having grown up pampered at home, she probably didn't realize how her actions might be perceived by other men. I didn't mind, but behaving like that around others might cause trouble. Huh. A sigh escaped my lips. At the same time, Tang Sowol finally pulled her tongue back from the herb and nodded. I understand now. I estimate it will take at least 3 months to fully absorb it. 3 months? I thought the purple flower poison enhancing grass itself didn't have much toxicity. You're right, but there's no helping it. Absorbing the herb means doubling the potency of all the poisons I've already stored in my body. Naturally, my body will need time to adapt. I see. I understood. While the herb itself could be absorbed quickly, the problem lay in the amplified toxicity of the existing poisons. If she rushed the process, her body might fail to withstand the poison's power, and parts of her might melt, just like in my past life. So, while your body is adjusting to the herb, using poison techniques will be difficult, right? Since this herb enhances poison, there's a risk of the stored toxins running wild. You even knew that? I happened to pick up that bit of knowledge. Even if someone isn't a poison master, they can still use poison techniques in a basic way. Applying poison externally is always an option. Is that why you carry poison around with you? Tang Sowol pressed her lips together in silence. Of course not. Why would someone who could produce poison internally bother to carry it around? Shrugging, I glanced around the empty parts of the cave. It was quite spacious. So, 3 months, huh? I suppose I should prepare some wooden dummies for you to practice throwing your hidden weapons. I appreciate the thought, but I have no intention of displaying my martial arts in front of you. You already showed me everything you've got, and none of it worked. What's there to hide? Ugh. That's... Tang Sowol's face turned red, likely recalling how she had been captured. Then, her complexion paled as if reliving the embarrassment. Chuckling at her colorful expression, I shook my head. I'm not asking you to show me some secret ultimate technique. I'm saying that as a martial artist, you can't neglect training. If you don't like the techniques you've already shown me, at least practice your fundamentals. Well, fine. I understand. If you insist, I'll do it. Just make those dummies already. Not today. I'll make them tomorrow. You're really going to provoke me like that and then say tomorrow? Tang Sowol stared at me in disbelief. I silently pointed toward the cave entrance. It's almost sunset. By the time you've absorbed the herb and finished your meditation, it'll be time to sleep. And I have my own training to finish tonight. I'm not going to stay up all night just to make those dummies. Finally understanding, Tang Sowol nodded quietly. All right. Tomorrow it is, Cheon Hwi-da. By the way, don't you think it's a bit much to act like a boss when you're the one who got kidnapped? It's a little late to bring that up, but you're going to help anyway, aren't you? When I wordlessly nodded, she laughed gleefully. Haha, there's no rush, so let's take things one step at a time. Sure, though it's me who'll be doing all the work. Satisfied with my response, Tang Sowol sat cross-legged and prepared to meditate. Before swallowing the purple flower poison-enhancing grass, she glanced at me with a sly grin. Would you mind standing guard for me? I'm the most dangerous thing in this cave, you know. That's precisely why I'm asking. I'll be training too. If anything disrupts us, I'll deal with it. Understood. Then I'll go ahead and meditate right here next to you. Smiling brightly, Tang Sowol swallowed the herb in one gulp and closed her eyes, her posture completely defenseless. After watching her for a moment, I drew my sword. I had done my inner energy training in the morning, now it was time to work on my external techniques. My body was still soft and underdeveloped, like unrefined steel. My muscles were insufficient, my balance was off, and I ran out of breath too easily. In short, I was like crude metal filled with impurities. My goal was to hammer and temper myself until I became a well-forged sword. There were no shortcuts. The only method was to keep swinging my sword until exhaustion claimed me. This was the simplest yet most essential part of martial arts. Hup! With a suppressed shout, I slashed through the empty air. A straightforward, vertical cut with no unnecessary flourishes. The following strikes were just as simple, basic slashes and thrusts, executed without any flashy techniques. I wasn't born with exceptional talent, nor had I been fortunate enough to learn prestigious martial arts. In typical unorthodox fashion, I had learned various mediocre techniques and pieced together what I could, creating a rootless style of my own. Yet, as I continued to swing my sword, fight, and survive, I had come to understand one thing. You don't need grand techniques to kill someone. A sword swung at the right moment, aimed at the right spot, that was all it took. You didn't need to be faster, stronger, or more dazzling. After all, humans are fragile creatures who die when their vital points are struck. Thus, I discarded all the useless tricks I had learned. They had been nothing more than second-rate techniques anyway. In their place, I returned to the basics. I swung my sword as I had when I first picked it up. Whoosh! The sound of my sword slicing through the air echoed in the cave. Not good enough. The tip of my blade wavered slightly, a sign of instability. Sharpening my focus, I continued to swing. Within my reach, with as much force as I could control, I aimed to make my sword move exactly as I intended. How many times had I swung my sword by then? I began to feel slight changes with each stroke. The trajectory grew cleaner, forming straighter lines. The sound of the air being cut became quieter, and the sharpness of my strikes grew more pronounced. No, I hadn't achieved some great revelation. My body was simply adapting, becoming more suitable for wielding a sword. Though my body was still young and weak, I took solace in its rapid growth. Starting proper training at an earlier age this time, I would surely surpass my past self. Whether that would be enough to defeat the heavenly demon, I didn't know. But I had to try everything I could. In the worst-case scenario, if Tang Sowol insisted on risking her life for revenge, I would have to forcibly drag her out of Zhongyuan. For that, I needed to reach the transformation realm, Wakyung. The transformation realm, huh? A distant goal, but one I had no choice but to pursue. Firming my resolve once more, I continued swinging my sword without pause. Eventually, when my body was so exhausted I could no longer move a single finger, I collapsed onto the ground. What kind of insane training is this? Startled, Tang Sowol rushed over and helped me sit up. This is how I've always trained. You're going to ruin your body at this rate. I didn't swing recklessly, I calculated every move. Yes, I get it. Just lie down for now. Ugh, look at all the sweat. You should wash up if you can, though I doubt you have the energy. As you can see. Fine, I'll wipe you down a bit, so stay still. Thanks. No need to thank me. I owe you one after all. With a more familiar tone, Tang Sowol grabbed a spare set of clothes to use as a towel and gently wiped me down. After finishing, she tilted her head and asked, I've heard of people becoming stronger after regressing to their youth, but never weaker. Are you sure you're really just a young swordsman? It's a relief you finally figured that out. It's all because of that old man's way of speaking you have. I thought I was a genius, but Zhongyuan is truly vast. Who knew there were geniuses greater than me? Enough of the flattery. Go get some rest. I'm about to pass out. Are you sure it's safe to leave yourself so defenseless in front of me? Aren't you going to tie me up again? You asked me to stand guard, yet you're just as defenseless. That's right, I asked you to guard me and instead, you started dancing with your sword. Did it disturb your meditation? No, not really. Tang Sowol trailed off, looking confused. Of course, she wouldn't understand. I hadn't swung my sword randomly. I had done so in a way that enveloped her in my aura, providing a sense of security. Not realizing this, Tang Sowol let out a long sigh and stood up. Well, whatever. Let's just get some sleep. We have plenty to do tomorrow, don't we? With that, she lay down in her usual spot. Her voice reached me as drowsiness crept over me. Good night. See you tomorrow. I didn't remember what I said in response. The following days proceeded much the same as the first. Every morning, I trained my inner energy. Then I would go down to the nearby village to buy food and other necessities. At night, I focused on external techniques until I was too tired to stay awake. As this routine repeated, the cave gradually became more livable and Tang Sowol and I grew closer. Time passed, and by the time Tang Sowol had absorbed more than half of the purple flower poison-enhancing grass, and I had accumulated enough inner energy to reach the first-class level. We were eating dinner, as usual, when I sensed a faint killing intent outside the cave. I rose to my feet and stepped out. Sure enough, a group of martial artists was advancing toward the cave, slowly forming a perimeter around it. Not one of them wore the green robes of the Tang Clan. A group of martial artists approached from afar, surrounding us. They weren't the Tang family's warriors I had been expecting. Their attire and weapons were all different, and not one among them was wearing the signature green martial robes of the Tang Clan. The only thing they had in common was the killing intent they couldn't fully suppress, seeping through the air around them. But even that was enough for me to deduce their identity. I thought they'd come, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Cheon Hwi-da? What are you talking about, all of a sudden? Tang Sowol, who had been eating, casually wiped the crumbs off her lips as she approached me. Then she saw them, those shadows advancing to kill her. No way. It's exactly that. I don't know where they caught our trail, but it looks like we've been found. We need to leave immediately. It seems they haven't spotted us yet, so if we move now. No. We're already surrounded. It's true they haven't pinpointed our exact location, but they're closing in while maintaining their encirclement. It's too soon to assume we're surrounded. Let's check the rear first. My martial arts are a bit peculiar. I'm highly sensitive to killing intent, and right now, it's emanating from all directions. Most likely, they were raising their momentum in preparation for a battle, unsure of where they'd spot Tang Sowol. What I sensed was the killing aura mingled with their leaking presence. Can you really sense that? I can do much more than that. I shrugged, and Tang Sowol narrowed her eyes at me. If what you're saying is true, then it's too late to run. In that case, we need to come up with a plan quickly. There are only two options. Either break through their encirclement and flee, or defeat them all here. For the record, I recommend the latter. Why? Because you haven't fully absorbed the purple flower poison enhancing grass yet. Without being able to use your poison arts, even if we break through, we won't be able to shake off the pursuers. Eventually, we'll exhaust our stamina and internal energy and get caught. That makes sense. Poison is an extremely effective weapon. Even carelessly scattering it while running could slow down the pursuers to some extent. However, using poison arts was currently impossible. Tang Sowol was a genius of poison arts, but not of hidden weapon techniques. Without her poison, she wouldn't be able to display even half her usual strength. She knew this herself, so she nodded quietly in agreement. Of course, I could escape on my own if necessary, but I didn't have the confidence to protect Tang Sowol while fleeing. My internal energy was barely above first-class rank. Against ordinary thugs, I might have stood a chance, but I was hopelessly lacking against opponents who had driven Tang Sowol to the brink of death. Even though my wave-breaking death art was a martial art perfected from my own enlightenment and tailored to me, its foundation lay in unorthodox martial arts. While it excelled in accumulating energy quickly, it wasn't refined enough. After all, it had only been half a year since I returned to the past. Given the current situation, if both Tang Sowol and I were to survive, there was no other choice. As Tang Sowol changed into an outer robe resembling the Tang family's martial attire, perhaps to make it easier to throw hidden weapons, I asked her a question. How many hidden weapons do you have left? Due to what I used up while fighting you earlier, I only have about 30% of what I usually carry. If it's just 1 or 2 enemies, that might suffice, but it's far from enough to deal with all of them. Only throw your hidden weapons when absolutely necessary. If you run out, just pick up rocks from the ground and throw those. What about you, Cheon Hwi-da? I'll go out and cut them down. Will you be okay? Well, if someone watches my back, I should be fine. Seriously, your way of talking. Don't worry. The Tang family's hidden weapon techniques can kill people even with stones. People can die if they're hit by a rock in the wrong place, you know. TSK. You could have just nodded quietly. Even though I was telling the truth, I didn't understand why I was being scolded. I felt a little wronged, but from experience before my regression, I knew that arguing would only make things more troublesome. So, I simply nodded. Fine. Trust me. By the way, I never thought someone would be foolish enough to target a bloodline of the Tang family. People don't always move with their heads. Sometimes they follow their hearts. So, does that mean you finally believe my story now? I'm not foolish enough to deny something after seeing it with my own eyes. In that sense, do you have anything else to say? I'm willing to believe everything for now. No, wait. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward. Never stand in front of me. Why? Because it's dangerous. I was still more accustomed to fighting alone than alongside others. If we could see them with our eyes, then they could see us too. Before long, the enemy spotted us and rushed toward the entrance of the cave. Most of them were second- or third-rate martial artists, but a few exuded a fierce presence. A brutish giant with a menacing axe slung over his shoulder. A hunchback with abnormally long arms. A woman with heavy makeup and revealing clothes. And one assassin whose presence was poorly concealed. For first-class martial artists, including the others, there were close to 30 enemies in total. This was a force comparable to a mid-sized unorthodox sect. However, I doubted that Tang Sowol, before my regression, would have failed to escape in such a situation. Back then, she would have been using her poison arts liberally, and she likely had plenty of hidden weapons. I distinctly remember there being one more factor. While I was rummaging through my memories, a man in dark red martial robes stepped forward from among them. The others naturally made way for him. So, this will be difficult, I muttered. His body was withered like an old tree, but his aura was sharp, and his steps were steady without the slightest wavering. A worn-out saber hung at his waist, and a long scar ran across one side of his face, crossing over an eye. Judging by his aura, he was at the peak stage. However, it seemed incomplete and unstable, meaning he hadn't fully mastered it. His internal energy was impure, and his understanding shallow, a common trait among unorthodox martial artists. I knew the state well because I had experienced it myself. Still, he couldn't be underestimated. Despite his flaws, he was undoubtedly a master at the peak stage, worthy of the title. It was clear now why these thugs, who would normally never dare to fight the Tang family scion, had taken up arms. He was their rallying point. They must have believed that even the most promising young prodigy couldn't defeat a master at the peak stage. The man, who had been silently observing me with his one remaining eye, finally spoke. "I'll say this once. I have no intention of harming you. Our only target is the Tang family's daughter." "Oh, how pitiful. So your life is one devoted to a futile goal. I almost feel sorry for you." Despite my sarcastic remark, the man remained composed as he scanned me from head to toe. Then, lowering his aura slightly, he continued. "You don't seem to be one of the Tang family's guards. Have you ever heard of the title 100 Kill Saber?" "Never heard of it." "That's understandable. It was the title of my master, who passed away more than 20 years ago. I'm merely a self-proclaimed successor." Though he had been radiating hostility until now, his voice softened unexpectedly. "To be honest, my master wasn't a good man. He tested his martial arts on innocent villagers to compensate for his lack of talent." "I see. So your title comes from killing 100 people just to become a proper saber wielder. Quite the slow learner with a bad personality." "I won't deny it. My master was a bastard." The self-proclaimed 100-kill saber chuckled bitterly, nodding in agreement. But soon, his eyes burned with fierce emotion. "Even so, he was my master. To an orphan like me, he gave food, shelter, and a family. He taught me every bit of martial arts he had, even staining his hands with blood to do so. His suppressed anger and the fire within him, those were the marks of a true avenger. The Tang family labeled my master as a villain and claimed they would punish him for his crimes in Sichuan. All he did was kill those who tried to kill him. He followed that simple rule. But the martial world's grudges weighed heavily on him. Thus, he gagged me and cut out one of my eyes to make it seem like I was just a kidnapped villager rather than his disciple. That way, I could live. He wanted me to survive. There are no perfect villains in the world. Even the most heinous person is someone's family, friend, or lover. I watched as my master was brutally slaughtered right in front of me. And yet, I had to bow my head and thank my enemies. I had to survive. Because that's what my master wanted. This man was no different. His master had died, so he sought revenge. It was an understandable, even justifiable motive. I know my master was in the wrong, and I know the Tang family did what was right. But that knowledge didn't extinguish the burning rage in my heart. I wasn't so different. Even if she didn't remember me, I raised my sword to protect the woman I cherished. Who could criticize me for that? So please step aside, young man. I don't know who you are, but surely you have people you care about and those who care for you. I don't want to create more people like me." It was a sincere offer. Unlike the others, he was genuinely speaking from the heart. Perhaps he wasn't even a villain at all. But that didn't matter. If two swordsmen had no intention of backing down, there was only one thing left to do. I turned and glanced at Tang Sowol, who was staring anxiously in my direction. After giving her a brief look, "SRRNG." I drew my sword. Just the sound of it sharpened my mind, clarifying my purpose. "I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline. I have my own reasons for doing this." "Is that so?" The self-proclaimed 100-kill saber nodded heavily. I took a step forward, while Tang Sowol stepped back, hiding her hands in her wide sleeves. It was a signature Tang Clan stance, making it difficult to predict when she might throw a hidden weapon. The other enemies behind the man also drew their weapons in unison. Tension filled the air, thick enough to cut with a blade. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, I swung my sword. Chwak! A single line was drawn across the ground a short distance ahead of me. "Cross this line, and you'll die." No sooner had I finished speaking than a dagger shot through the branches, aiming for my forehead. Sweek! Its blade had been painted black to hide its reflection, but its wielder had failed to suppress his killing intent, making its trajectory obvious. I swung my sword, intercepting the dagger mid-flight. Sparks flew as the blade and dagger clashed, but neither was deflected. Instead, I adjusted my sword's angle slightly, disrupting the dagger's path. Following the subtle intricacies of swordsmanship, I guided the dagger along my blade. Then, spinning in place, I redirected it back toward its source. Kuhuk! With a short death cry, the man in black fell from a tree, a dagger embedded in his chest and his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Gasps of shock erupted from the enemies. Even Tang Sowol froze in place, her eyes wide. Seeing her expression, I couldn't help but smirk. Had they been shocked by the sight of me deflecting a dagger mid-flight and taking down a black-clad assassin in an instant? The attackers, who had been focused solely on Tang Sowol while barely sparing me a glance, now turned all their attention toward me. Their expressions were filled with undisguised astonishment. It was likely hard for them to believe that someone who barely looked old enough to reach the age of majority had handled a first-class assassin in one swift move. Why are you surprised, Tang Sowol? I just realized once again that if you had really intended to kill me that day, I wouldn't be standing here right now. That's an unnecessary worry. Yes, because there's no way Cheon Hwi-da would do that, right? Tang Sowol smiled slyly, and without warning, one of her hands, which had been hidden inside her wide sleeve, suddenly moved. Pong! Quack! One of the attackers, who had been cautiously retreating as if sensing danger, suddenly clutched his eye and dropped his weapon. It wasn't a hidden weapon from the Tang family. A small stone, no larger than a fingertip, had lodged in his eye, leaving him alive but incapacitated. In a situation that wasn't overly dire and against an opponent who wasn't particularly dangerous, that was more than enough. Don't worry about the small fry. I'll handle them somehow. Then I'll just take care of the big ones, right? As I grinned and fixed my gaze ahead, the remaining 3 first-class martial artists, excluding the assassin, flinched. They must have instinctively realized that they couldn't match me in a fight. Watching the situation for a moment, the self-proclaimed 100-kill saber let out a low hum and waved his hand. I'll handle this young one myself. The rest of you, deal with the Tang family wench in the meantime. Hee hee. Knowing your intentions, how could we dare take the lead in avenging you? The hunchback croaked obsequiously. In response, the 100-kill saber unsheathed his saber and spoke in a dry voice. I won't repeat myself. You don't need to defeat her, just keep her from interfering with me. Why, yes, understood. The hunchback nodded hastily and retreated. After whispering something to the others, they rushed at Tang Sowol simultaneously. I tightened my grip on my sword, prepared to let none of them escape. At that moment, the 100-kill saber had already closed the distance and was swinging his saber toward me. Rather than dodging, I stepped forward. I aimed to block his saber before it could reach its full momentum. Chong! The root of his saber clashed with the tip of my sword, causing it to bounce back. Though the difference in strength and internal energy was clear, if I struck with my full force at the exact moment when he was at his weakest, I could manage to hold my ground. The problem was speed. While it wasn't overwhelmingly in his favor, I was undeniably at a disadvantage in that regard. As I gauged the gap between us, the 100-kill saber smiled faintly and said, "Young man, you'll have to keep me entertained for a bit. I'm not interested in men. Come on, don't be like that. Try this on for size." Without waiting for a reply, his saber swung toward me. It was a pure, straightforward exchange of techniques, devoid of any additional force, as if he wanted to test my level. Chong! Cha-chong! Sword and saber clashed several times, ringing out noisily with each impact. Occasionally, my clothes would get nicked, leaving small scratches on my body, but the rhythm of the exchanges remained the same. Whenever the 100-kill saber launched an attack, I would sever his flow by exploiting his weaknesses. Conversely, whenever I attempted a counterattack by exploiting his openings, my sword would inevitably get deflected by his sheer strength. Perhaps realizing that this stalemate wouldn't end anytime soon, the 100-kill saber pulled back to create some distance, adjusting his stance while narrowing his eyes. You still seem to be at the first-class level, yet your swordsmanship, it's quite remarkable. It's hard to believe someone your age has achieved this much. A sword doesn't care about age. No matter how young or old, if it's a good hit, anyone can be sent to the afterlife. That's true enough. Still, it's a pity. Since you're this skilled, I can't afford to hold back. Muttering as if lamenting something, the 100-kill saber's aura began to swell. Soon, a hazy red energy enveloped his well-maintained, albeit old, saber. The reddish saber energy, a hallmark of a flowering stage master, radiated a chilling sharpness that sent shivers down my spine. Since this is your choice, please don't resent me for being ruthless. What nonsense. He didn't want to be resented despite intending to kill me? How convenient. A true martial artist facing life-and-death combat shouldn't hesitate. If you don't want to offer your neck willingly, then you must be prepared to kill, even if it means being resented. I gathered my internal energy, intending to teach him that simple truth. Wong! The energy of the wave-breaking death art surged from my dantian, coursing through my entire body like an unbridled horse. Its violent force sent a chilling sensation down my spine, as if a blade had been pressed against the back of my neck. But that was fine. Killing doesn't require much, just a piece of sharpened metal that can pierce a vital point. No matter how dangerous it feels, I wouldn't die from something like this. If someone had to die, it wouldn't be me, it would be the enemy standing in my way. What the? The 100-kill saber faltered, momentarily startled by the shift in my aura. It was a natural reaction. I had survived countless brushes with death, where it was either kill or be killed. I had always emerged victorious, and at the end of that bloody path, I had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the flowering stage. The wave-breaking death art was the culmination of that brutal life, a technique I forged through my experiences. Killing intent is simply the will to kill, imbued into one's internal energy. The stronger the will, the more potent and domineering it becomes. In terms of sheer destructive power, I could confidently say that this technique rivaled the Ascending Heart Sutra, a skill I had long coveted in the past. Of course, there was one major drawback to the wave-breaking death art. Just as those who train in Taoist or Buddhist martial arts develop serene temperaments, those who practice this art become so consumed by killing intent that they lose control. However, for me, this wasn't a drawback. The killing intent imbued in the wave-breaking death art originated from within me. There was no way I couldn't control my own impulses. Phew. I took a deep breath, condensing my killing intent into a single point. The killing intent, once honed to perfection through my former experiences at the peak of the flowering stage, combined with the power of the wave-breaking death art, amplifying it further. A cold bead of sweat trickled down the 100-kill saber's forehead as he faced my heightened aura head-on. Young man, you're more dangerous than I expected. Well, coming from someone who drew his saber's full energy against a junior, I'd say that's a compliment. That's fair enough. Then, let's see how dangerous people like us fare against each other. With a fierce grin, the 100-kill saber took a large step forward. The 100-kill saber lunged at me with a diagonal slash aimed at my neck. The speed of his saber hadn't changed much from earlier, but the concentrated saber energy surrounding it had undoubtedly multiplied its destructive force several times over. Even though I had enhanced the durability of my sword using the EOG defense technique, it wouldn't hold up against that saber energy for long. If I tried to block him head-on, my sword wouldn't last more than a few exchanges before being cleaved in half. In other words, I couldn't afford to directly clash with him. As the saber rapidly closed in on me, I took a half-step diagonally forward. This naturally shifted my body, allowing the blade to narrowly graze past my neck, drawing a faint, thin line in the air. The blow was far more threatening thanks to the enhanced saber energy, but his body, weighed down by my oppressive killing intent, was noticeably stiffer and slower than before. Meanwhile, I poured all my remaining internal energy into my body without holding back, letting it flow freely. This allowed me to keep up with his movements, despite my earlier exhaustion. Ignoring the stinging sensation at my neck, I swung my sword upward from below, aiming for his arm. At that moment, the 100-kill saber had fully extended his arm in a thrusting motion, making it impossible for him to block in time. My strike was perfectly timed to exploit his vulnerability. To further pressure him, I sharpened my killing intent and directed it straight at his neck. From his perspective, it must have felt like my sword was simultaneously aiming for both his neck and arm. A normal person would have instinctively prioritized defending their neck, but the 100-kill saber wasn't like most people. Though his body flinched for a moment in response to my killing intent, he quickly realized it was a feint. Without hesitation, he forcibly altered the trajectory of his saber, bringing it down toward my waist in a wide arc. Since he had changed the direction of his saber mid-swing, both his momentum and accuracy were greatly diminished, but the sheer destructive power of the blow remained more than enough to cleave me in half. Crack. I heard a sharp, bone-jarring noise from somewhere inside my body. His saber didn't make contact, he had struck me with his arm instead. Despite the awkward angle and his weakened grip on the weapon, the impact was still enough to send a wave of pain through my torso. If I had been trained in external martial arts, I might have been able to endure the blow better, but I wasn't, and my body paid the price. Still, I hadn't taken the hit for nothing. My rising slash had seamlessly transitioned into a thrust, and the tip of my broken sword pierced straight through his forearm. Kahook! Get off me! A flame of fury erupted in the 100-kill saber's eyes as he raised his knee to strike my stomach. It was too close to dodge. I braced myself and, instead of resisting, allowed my body to follow the force of the blow by throwing myself backward. Thud. The sound was akin to someone hitting a leather drum. Even though I had done my best to minimize the impact, it felt as though my internal organs had been rattled. But the 100-kill saber hadn't emerged unscathed either. Blood poured freely from the wound on his forearm, and his arm hung limp by his side, unable to maintain a proper grip on his saber. Under normal circumstances, he could have stopped the bleeding by applying pressure to his acupoints, but he knew the risks. With only one good arm remaining, exposing himself in a defenseless position would be akin to offering his life on a silver platter. In the end, he had no choice but to stand there, saber in one hand, watching me warily. We exchanged glances in silence, no words necessary. We both understood what came next. As if by mutual agreement, we moved at the exact same time. Our blades swung through the air in unison, neither making contact as they sliced through empty space. This time, both of us had abandoned defense altogether, focusing solely on evasion and counterattack. Each exchange left new slashes on our clothes and thin lines of blood traced across our bodies. Though there was no sound of metal clashing, the tension in the air was palpable, unchanged from when we first crossed swords. Perhaps having learned from his previous experience, the 100-kill saber refrained from using brute force and adopted a calmer, more calculated approach. He aimed for my vital points, my throat, my wrists, and even my heart. On one occasion, he pretended to go for my chest, only to suddenly target my groin. It was a ruthless and insidious style of combat, fully dedicated to exploiting vulnerabilities, the hallmark of unorthodox martial arts. I found it familiar. A style designed solely to kill, without any regard for honor or beauty, wasn't that different from my own approach. However, his saber lacked depth. The previous 100-kill saber had been a talentless brute, and the current one, despite his skills, lacked the necessary killing intent and ingenuity. It didn't take long for me to fully analyze his technique. Alright, I've seen enough. What? Lowering my sword slightly, I took a bold step forward. Caught off guard, the 100-kill saber instinctively swung his saber toward what appeared to be an opening. But before his blade could fully descend, I had already read its trajectory, both from his killing intent and from the patterns he had displayed so far. I moved a split second earlier, my sword cutting through the air. This time, it wasn't my clothes that were torn, it was his. Ugh. Sensing something was wrong, the 100-kill saber tried to retreat, but I didn't give him the chance. I pressed forward relentlessly, chasing after him without pause. His tattered clothes flapped in the wind, and blood sprayed with every cut I inflicted. Though he clenched his teeth and retaliated with wild bursts of saber energy, it made no difference. Each exchange left him with fresh wounds, forcing him further back, until his posture finally began to crumble. This is impossible. Desperate and cornered, he unleashed his remaining internal energy in one final, all-out attack. The saber energy surrounding his weapon flared brightly, enveloping the entire blade in a crimson glow. It was clear what he intended. He no longer cared if he got wounded. He was going to ensure that I died, even if it meant being cut down in the process. Without hesitation, he charged at me. Seeing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. I've been waiting for this moment. What? The 100-kill saber's eyes widened in confusion. Even as he bore down on me with his full strength, he didn't falter, determined to cut me down. He was betting everything on this final strike. No hesitation, no holding back. But that was exactly what I had been counting on. Thwack. Slosh. The sharp wind from his saber tore through my upper garment, while the edge of his weapon grazed my torso. However, it failed to reach deep enough to cause fatal damage. Because just before his saber could fully descend, I had struck the side of his blade with my broken sword, deflecting it slightly. Though the recoil snapped my sword in half, it was enough to divert his attack and create an opening. And that was all I needed. PUK. The shattered tip of my sword drove deep into his chest, piercing his heart. GUH. I. Ignoring the blood seeping from his own hands, the 100-kill saber clutched at the broken blade embedded in his chest. He alternated his gaze between me and Tang Sowol, his lips moving wordlessly, before finally collapsing to the ground. For a moment, I stood there, staring down at his lifeless body, blood dripping steadily from the long gash on my chest. My entire body was soaked in crimson, and though the wound was shallow, it was large enough to result in significant blood loss. I discarded any unnecessary sentiment as I pressed down on my acupoints to stop the bleeding. After steadying my breath, I turned to look at Tang Sowol. Her situation wasn't good. Though she was still throwing things non-stop, they were nothing more than stones. She must have long since run out of proper hidden weapons. Even the stones seemed to be running low, as anxiety was written all over her face and in her movements. Her loose Tang Clan robes clung to her sweat-drenched body, and her labored breathing suggested she was nearing her limit, both in stamina and internal energy. Under normal circumstances, she would have easily dealt with such enemies. It seemed that the lack of her poison arts had affected her more than I expected. Meanwhile, the attackers surrounding her looked relatively unharmed. Though half a dozen lay dead on the ground, the remaining ones had only sustained minor injuries. But that didn't matter anymore. Standing before the line I had drawn at the start, I gripped my broken sword tightly. The attackers, realizing I had defeated the 100-kill saber, flinched. But upon noticing my tattered state, their confidence seemed to return. The brutish axe-wielder, who had been leading the charge, shouted in a booming voice, "Don't be afraid. Look at his sorry state. Sure, he got lucky and defeated the old man, but that brat's half dead already. Fight. Let's wash away our grudge and the elder's death with blood." Wawa. The attackers roared in unison, tightening their grips on their weapons as a renewed sense of determination filled the air. Admittedly, out of everyone here, I was in the worst condition. My clothes were in tatters, my body drenched in blood, and my exhausted body trembled involuntarily, no matter how much I willed it to stop. On top of that, my internal energy was nearly depleted, and my sword was broken in half. The term half-dead wasn't entirely inaccurate. And yet, despite everything, I didn't feel like I was going to lose. I tapped the ground lightly with my toes where I had drawn the line, then raised my head to face the oncoming attackers. As they charged at me, I spread my sharpened killing intent wide, blanketing the area around me. "Come." The patriarch of the Sichuan Tang Clan, Tang Jinshin, muttered anxiously as he sped forward, his lightness art pushed to its utmost limit. With each step he took, the scenery blurred past him. As one would expect from the Tang Clan, known for their mastery of precision and control, Tang Jinshin's movement skill had reached a state of near perfection. And yet, even that felt inadequate at this moment. His youngest daughter, born late in his life, had always been cherished beyond measure, a treasure not only to Tang Jinshin, but to the entire Tang Clan. It had been over a month since all contact with Tang Sowol was abruptly cut off. What parent could possibly remain calm in such a situation? Of course, Tang Jinshin hadn't simply sat around in despair. He had mobilized all the resources of the Tang Clan and humbled himself before the beggar's sect, seeking their help in locating her. Despite all efforts, it had seemed as though she had vanished into thin air, with not a single clue to her whereabouts, until now. Those agonizing days of helplessness had finally come to an end. At long last, the beggar's sect had delivered news that they might have found her. A remote roadside village in Hubei province. There, traces of a battle involving poison and hidden weapons had been discovered. Though the assailants had attempted to erase the evidence, the unique nature of the techniques made it impossible to completely conceal them. Moreover, there were signs that pointed to the use of martial arts specific to the Tang Clan, leaving no room for hesitation. Without wasting a moment, Tang Jinshin had set out alone. None of his subordinates could match the speed of someone who had reached the flowering stage, so he didn't bring them along. Ordinarily, the head of one of the 5 great clans wouldn't move so recklessly. But there was no one bold enough to stand in the way of a father searching for his missing child. Even without his position as patriarch, Tang Sowol was a beloved figure in the clan, kind-hearted, graceful, and beautiful. From a young age, she had been the jewel of the Tang Clan, adored by all. Thus, the clan members could do nothing but bow silently as they watched their patriarch's back disappear into the distance. After 3 days of relentless travel, Tang Jinshin finally arrived at his destination. Yugyeong Village was it. He recalled the information provided by the beggar's sect as he gazed at the entrance to the small village at the end of the road. Yugyeong Village, the closest settlement to the site where traces of the battle had been found. Since the day after Tang Sowol's presumed disappearance, a stranger carrying a sword had been seen periodically purchasing supplies for 2 people. Whoever this stranger was, it was clear that Tang Sowol had been kidnapped by the bastard. Just imagining what hardships his only daughter, his precious, delicate flower, might have endured made Tang Jinshin's blood boil. Though the kidnapper hadn't made any demands or contacted the Tang Clan, Tang Jinshin didn't care about the kidnapper's identity or motives. A favor repaid twice over, a grudge repaid tenfold. It had always been the Tang Clan's creed, and Tang Jinshin fully intended to uphold it. With an explosive burst of speed, he reached the entrance of the village in just a few breaths. There, a scruffy beggar stood nervously, pacing back and forth. The beggar's eyes widened in shock as the distant speck on the horizon transformed into a man standing right before him. Quickly, he bowed his head. "YUVE arrived, Poison King. I'm the branch leader assigned to this part of Hubei province." "That's enough. Since you already know who I am, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Where's my daughter?" Despite his best efforts to remain composed, Tang Jinshin's aura leaked out, sharp and oppressive. The beggar, flustered, immediately pointed toward the mountain behind the village. "She's up there somewhere." But earlier this morning, about 30 unorthodox martial artists went up that way. "It seems like something's gone wrong." Tap. Before the beggar could finish his sentence, Tang Jinshin had already dashed off toward the mountain. A strong gust of wind followed in his wake, ruffling the beggar's hair as he scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I guess there's nothing to worry about after all. After all, Tang Jinshin wasn't just the head of the Sichuan Tang Clan, one of the 5 great clans, but also a rare master who had reached the flowering stage. Ordinary trouble wouldn't even qualify as a problem for someone like him. Tang Jinshin ascended the mountain without pause. The unorthodox martial artists who had gone ahead didn't even bother hiding their tracks, making it easy to follow them. The pursuit proceeded smoothly, yet one question lingered in Tang Jinshin's mind. Why are those unorthodox bastards after Seoul? Whatever their reason, it was unlikely to be anything good. Still, the fact that they were searching for her meant that she was likely still alive. But if anything had happened to her, any bastard involved, no matter how minor their role, will pay the price. It was a conclusion befitting the Tang Clan's ruthless reputation. Suppressing his boiling rage, Tang Jinshin spread his senses wide, carefully scanning the surroundings. Then he suddenly froze. Killing intent. And not just any ordinary killing intent. This was the kind of bone-chilling malice one could only sense from a seasoned unorthodox master who had committed countless murders over a lifetime. Tang Jinshin's senses sharpened as he bit his lip and accelerated. Before long, he arrived at the source of the killing intent. Ugh, ARG, SSSK. A scream, followed by the sickening sound of flesh being sliced. Moments later, a severed head rolled across the ground, stopping at Tang Jinshin's feet. Tang Jinshin narrowed his eyes as he looked up. What greeted him was a small mountain of corpses. Bodies dressed in mismatched attire lay scattered across the blood-soaked ground. Pools of crimson had formed beneath them, seeping into the earth. Some of the corpses bore marks from hidden weapons, but most had fatal wounds inflicted by a blade. These were likely the unorthodox martial artists mentioned by the beggar's sect branch leader. And the one who had slain them all was probably the young boy standing in front of the narrow cave entrance. Tang Jinshin unconsciously swallowed as he took in the boy's condition. His clothes were in tatters, his entire body drenched in blood. He stood at an angle, unable to straighten himself, perhaps due to broken ribs. Even the sword in his hand was only half its original length. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, the boy exuded an overwhelming killing intent that even Tang Jinchen couldn't ignore. At a glance, the boy seemed to be around Tang Sowol's age, if not younger. But could someone so young truly emit such monstrous killing intent? Tang Jinchen decided to put the question aside for now. His priority was finding his daughter. Just as he took a step forward, Wakak. The boy's killing intent, which had been scattered across the area, abruptly focused on a single point, Tang Jinchen's throat. It was as if the boy was warning him, "Come any closer and I'll cut you down." How insolent. Of course, Tang Jinchen simply snorted in response. While the killing intent was impressive, it wasn't enough to stop someone who had reached the flowering stage. Without even bothering to raise his own aura, he calmly continued walking forward, brushing off the pressure with ease. The closer he got, the more intense the killing intent became. But soon, the boy seemed to realize that it wouldn't be enough to deter Tang Jinchen. In desperation, he raised his broken sword, aiming it at Tang Jinchen. Yet, something was off. Though the sword pointed directly at Tang Jinchen, the boy's eyes were unfocused, staring blankly into space. Sensing something strange, Tang Jinchen took a closer look. When he noticed the boy's half-lidded, vacant eyes, he finally understood. The boy was barely conscious. Perhaps it could be called a state of selfless concentration, but to be more accurate, it was closer to a chi deviation. Though Tang Jinchen didn't know what had driven the boy to this state, it wasn't hard to guess his purpose. The line drawn at the boy's feet, he had clearly stood guard there to ensure that no one crossed it. If Tang Sowol was here, she would likely be inside that cave, which meant that this boy had fought to the brink of death to protect her. Softening his tone slightly, Tang Jinchen spoke. "Step aside, though it seems you can't hear me." In that case, he would have to subdue the boy quickly and carefully. Given his injuries, it would be better for him to rest anyway. Just as Tang Jinchen gathered his internal energy, intending to incapacitate the boy in one swift strike, a familiar voice called out from behind the boy. "Father. Sowol, is that you? Are you unharmed?" "Yes. Aside from fainting from exhaustion earlier, I'm perfectly fine." Ugh. Tang Sowol let out a small groan as she tried to stand, only to lose her balance and stumble. It seemed she wasn't lying about being utterly exhausted. Oops. Looking at her trembling limbs, Tang Sowol sighed deeply before grabbing onto the boy to steady herself. "Cheon Hwi-da, just stay still for a moment, please." She even went so far as to rest her hand on his thigh and lean against his shoulder, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Tang Jinchen, witnessing the scene, found his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Regardless of the situation, isn't she being a bit too familiar with him? While Tang Jinchen was still reeling from shock, Tang Sowol finally noticed the boy's strange condition and let out a startled cry. "Kaya. Cheon Hwi-da. Are you okay? Wait, why is there so much blood?" Despite her own exhaustion, she frantically began patting his body, wiping the blood off his face with her sleeve without a second thought. "Stop. Sowol, get away from him. He's not in his right mind right now. If you get too close, it's over." "What?" The boy, who had seemed ready to cut down anything that approached, suddenly regained his senses at the sound of Tang Sowol's voice. In an instant, the sharp killing intent vanished without a trace. It wasn't something that should have been so easily broken, whether it was a state of selflessness or chi deviation. And yet, it had happened right before Tang Jinchen's eyes. While Tang Jinchen stood in stunned disbelief, Tang Sowol remained close to the boy, giving him a mix of scolding and concern. "What on earth happened for you to end up in such a state? I told you to let those who ran away go. And if they came back seeking revenge like today, what then? It's better to finish things properly, even if it's a bit risky. But getting hurt like this serves no purpose. A favor repaid twice over, a grudge repaid tenfold. Isn't that your Tang Clan's creed, not mine?" Yes. And it's because of that creed that I'm worrying about you right now, so please listen. Don't worry. It's just surface wounds, nothing life-threatening. I'm sorry. I was so confident about holding them off earlier. No need to apologize. You held out until I dealt with the 100-kill saber, and that was more than enough. Besides, I was the one who fed you the purple flower poison-enhancing grass, preventing you from using your poison arts, so you have nothing to feel guilty about. Thank you for saying that. Tang Sowol smiled faintly as she inspected his wounds. After confirming that none of them were too serious, she let out a relieved sigh. Phew. Oh, right. Father, could you share some of that ointment you always carry? Cheon Hwi-da's injuries are pretty bad. Of course. Wait a moment. Finally snapping out of his daze, Tang Jinshin pulled out a small wooden container from his robe. It was a rare medicinal ointment, specially crafted by the Tang Clan using secret techniques known only to the patriarch. Its value was immeasurable. If sold on the market, it could easily be exchanged for its weight in gold. Yet, Tang Sowol took a generous amount with her fingers and applied it to the boy's wounds as if it were some cheap salve. Cheon Hwi, watching her hands carefully tend to every part of his upper body, spoke in a low voice. There's a problem. What is it? I'm being extra thorough with the wound on your chest since it might leave a scar. Thanks for that. But I think I'm about to faint. Right now? Right now. With those final words, Cheon Hwi's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed without warning. Cheon Hwi-da? Hey, Cheon Hwi-da, wake up. Since she had been leaning against him, Tang Sowol ended up falling with him, landing sprawled across his body. Tang Jinshin, watching his daughter fuss over the unconscious boy, turned his gaze toward the now exposed interior of the cave. Inside, there were various items neatly arranged, things that unmistakably resembled household necessities. After carefully moving Tang Sowol off Cheon Hwi's body, Tang Jinshin finally spoke. When we get home, we're going to have a long talk. Huh? Tang Sowol tilted her head in confusion, clearly not understanding what her father meant. Tang Jinshin closed his eyes tightly, suppressing the headache brewing within him. No matter the confusion or questions swirling in his mind, there was one undeniable fact: his daughter was safe. And for that, he was grateful. And I opened my eyes. I was greeted not by the all-too-familiar sight of the cave ceiling I had been staring at for over a month, but by a simple, ordinary ceiling. Ugh. As I tried to sit up, pain flared across my entire body, not from open wounds, but from sore muscles. Muscle pain. This was the inevitable result of neglecting external training. Thanks to the wave-breaking death art, my internal energy had been developing quickly, but there were no shortcuts when it came to external training. It couldn't be helped. Letting out a long sigh, I glanced around the room. The room was spacious and luxurious, but rather than flashy, it exuded a calm, refined atmosphere. I vaguely remembered seeing Tang Sowol and a middle-aged man who resembled her before passing out. That would mean this must be the Tang Clan. Looking down at myself, I noticed my bare upper body was tightly wrapped in bandages. Though my wounds appeared to have been treated, judging by the lingering muscle pain, not much time had passed since I was brought here. I figured I should try to get up and move around despite the discomfort. Just as I was bracing myself to endure the pain and fully rise. Creak. The door suddenly opened, and I locked eyes with Tang Sowol, who was carrying an armful of supplies. Cheon Hwi-da, you're finally awake. I just woke up. Would you mind lending me a hand? My frail body seems to be struggling just to get up. What are you trying to get up for in that state? Shaking her head in exasperation, Tang Sowol lightly pressed her hand against my forehead. Lacking the strength to resist, my body obediently collapsed back onto the bed. Even though I had only managed to sit up halfway, it had been quite painful, making her casual dismissal of my effort feel rather futile. Feeling a mix of mild annoyance and disbelief, I stared at her, only to see her shrug as if she were completely oblivious, before sitting down beside me. Just rest for now. I'll assign a servant to you, so if you need anything, just tell them. I'm not fond of lying around idly. And I'm not fond of injured people wandering around aimlessly. Why don't you stay put until you've fully recovered? Your stubbornness has grown while I was asleep. Well, that's to be expected. This is the Sichuan Tang Clan after all. Even a dog raised in its own house learns to assert itself a little, don't you think? You're hardly a dog, Tang Sowol. Woof. Tang Sowol barked like a puppy, then gazed down at me with a mischievous smile. Cheon Hwi-da, it seems you still don't quite grasp the situation. It's hard to come to terms with the idea of the Tang Clan's youngest daughter barking like a dog. No, not that. Snickering, she poked my cheek a few times. You've been kidnapped, Cheon Hwi-da. This time, the situation is the complete opposite of before. Huh. Was she really bringing that up now as payback? Dumbfounded, I stared at her face for a moment. Apparently satisfied that she had teased me enough, she gave a contented nod before pulling out fresh bandages and medicine from the bundle she had brought. It's time to change your dressings. I'll help you sit up. You're the one who pushed me back down in the first place. Which means it's my job to help you sit up again, doesn't it? Just relax, and I'll take care of everything. With that, she slid her arm under my shoulder and carefully lifted my upper body. She unwrapped the old bandages and began cleaning the wounds with a damp cloth, her movements surprisingly skillful. Don't tell me you've been doing this the whole time I was unconscious? What do you think? I'd prefer it that way. I don't like strangers touching my body. Congratulations, then. Just as you hoped, I've been the one taking care of your injuries all this time. You can rest easy. Thanks, but isn't this the kind of task you'd normally leave to a servant? The Tang Clan even has its own medical department, doesn't it? There are servants and doctors, of course, but you woke up before I could call them. It took us 5 days to bring you here from the cave. You were unconscious for about that long. When I came to check on you one last time, you were trying to get up on your own. So I regained consciousness not long after arriving at the Tang Clan. Wait, are you saying you personally looked after me for 5 whole days? There's no need to thank me. After all, I owe you my life. It's only right that I do this much. No, I mean, did you also handle things like, helping me relieve myself? What? If you did, you'll have to take responsibility. You didn't think you could just examine my body thoroughly and get away with it, did you? I've heard rich kids tend to be more liberal. That's. Tang Sowol's face turned bright red, her lips moving soundlessly as she struggled to find a retort. Despite her embarrassment, her hands didn't stop as she continued changing the bandages and applying fresh ointment. Amused by her reaction, I couldn't help but watch her. Unfortunately, she seemed to calm down after a short while. There was nothing inappropriate, so please don't worry. For more delicate matters, my father handled it. Your father? You mean, the Poison King? Yes. He used Samay purification, so no physical contact was necessary. So please, let's end this conversation here. Well, if that's the case. Seeing that she might genuinely get angry if I teased her any further, I decided to stop. Despite her flustered state, Tang Sowol didn't pause her work, and before long, she had treated all the minor wounds, leaving only the large gash across my chest. When she unwound the bandages covering my chest, a faint scar from a clean slash was revealed. Tang Sowol, who had been grumbling under her breath, suddenly froze. This was really dangerous. If the cut had been any deeper, your internal organs would have spilled out. It wasn't dangerous. I knew it would only graze my skin, so I deliberately allowed it. It looks like it'll leave a scar, though. Scars on a warrior's body are proof of survival. It's something to take pride in. Of course. You're the benefactor of the great Sichuan Tang Clan, after all. Feel free to be as proud as you want. Tang Sowol's fingers traced the scar gently, her touch slow and careful. Her dark eyes flickered with a mixture of regret and gratitude. Just so you know, my father and I agreed to present a slightly different version of events to others. Don't be surprised if the story sounds altered. Altered? How so? We'll say that the fight was an official duel and that you voluntarily accompanied me afterward. That way, it won't cause any unnecessary complications. I doubt people will be that gullible. That's the beauty of it. My father is the Poison King and the head of the Tang Clan. Anyone with half a brain will have no choice but to believe it or at least pretend to. True enough. With Tang Jinshin being one of the few masters at the flowering stage and the patriarch of a powerful clan, no one would openly question his words. And even if there were whispers behind the scenes, his influence would be more than enough to suppress them. Still, the real issue was the fact that unorthodox martial artists had attacked Tang Sowol in the first place. While grudges and debts were taken seriously in the martial world, the Sichuan Tang Clan took it to another level, having enshrined such principles in their family code. Someone had dared to harbor a grudge against the Tang Clan and attempted to harm their beloved daughter. Although I had killed the ringleader, the 100-kill saber, that alone wouldn't be enough to quell the Tang Clan's fury. The Tang Clan would undoubtedly lodge a formal complaint with the Black Lotus Sect, and they wouldn't hesitate to pursue any group even remotely connected to the incident. With that, my involvement in the matter would gradually be pushed to the background and eventually forgotten. As I nodded to myself in thought, Tang Sowol finished applying the ointment and began wrapping the final bandage around my chest. Regardless of how things turn out, you're still my savior. Neither my father nor I intend to let this matter go lightly. Good. I wasn't planning to let it go either. I'll accept whatever reward I can get. I like your honesty. But for now, focus on recovering. I'll assign a servant and a physician to take care of you, so don't worry about anything else. Got it. Gathering up the used bandages and dirty cloths, Tang Sowol stood up. I closed my eyes, intending to focus on circulating my internal energy for faster recovery. Just as I began to center my mind, Tang Sowol's voice reached me from the doorway. Cheon Hwi-da, do you have something else to say? Once you've fully recovered, my father will call for you to discuss your reward over a meal. Good. It's not every day you get a chance to make a direct request to the head of the Tang Clan. What you ask for is up to you, but, go ahead. Just say it. If my father says anything strange, please don't be too surprised. As you might have guessed, he's a bit overprotective since I'm the youngest. That's understandable. Any father would be concerned after their daughter went through something so dangerous. It's not quite like that. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Sowol sighed, seemingly unable to find the right words. Never mind. It's pointless to explain now. Just keep it in mind, okay? Muttering to herself, she waved her hand dismissively. Anyway, I'll be going now. Make sure you get plenty of rest. Creak. Leaving behind only those brief words, Tang Sowol closed the door and disappeared. After staring at the firmly shut door for a moment, I refocused on my breathing and resumed circulating my energy. As Tang Sowol said, recovery was my top priority right now. 10 days passed. Not only had my body fully healed, but I felt stronger than before I collapsed. Of course, given the amount of mid-grade medicinal herbs I had consumed at every meal to aid my recovery, it was only natural. Once I regained enough mobility, I began practicing with my sword in one of the Tang Clan's training grounds. Since I didn't have any particularly secretive techniques to hide, I figured there was no need for privacy. Nonetheless, they insisted on providing me with a private training hall. It was a clear indication of how highly the Tang Clan regarded me. Every servant and guard I encountered bowed respectfully, which felt somewhat awkward at first. I had grown accustomed to people bowing to me during my time in the Black Lotus Sect, where I had even served as a branch leader. But receiving bows filled with respect and gratitude rather than fear or contempt was something entirely new to me, and I wasn't sure how to feel about it. Perhaps that was why I began avoiding crowded areas and focusing solely on my training. The Sichuan Tang Clan wasn't considered one of the 5 great clans without reason. When I truly dedicated myself to training, there was no more comfortable place than this. The Black Lotus Sect's facilities had been decent, but they couldn't compare to the treatment I was receiving here. Thus, early in the morning, I was in the private training hall, swinging my sword, when I noticed Tang Sowol quietly squatting in a corner, watching me. If you've come, you should have said something. Why are you lurking like that? Lurking? I'd prefer you call it a considerate gesture to avoid interrupting your training. Fine, let's call it consideration. But you usually come around evening. It's not even lunchtime yet. What's the matter? After the previous ambush, it seemed Tang Sowol had grown more aware of her own limits. I had heard she had been diligently training every day, focusing on hidden weapons since she couldn't yet use her poison arts. Despite frequently complaining about how difficult it was, she hadn't skipped a single day. For her to skip training and come this early meant it was something important. I sheathed my practice sword and turned toward her. She stood up in sync with me, dusting off her clothes with a smile. My father has summoned you. He wants to have lunch with you and discuss a few things. Finally, the time had come. Before me was a table so heavily laden with dishes that its legs seemed ready to buckle under the weight. Seated at the head of the table, Tang Jinjin, the Poison King, spoke in a calm tone. Have a seat. Yes. I responded briefly and took a seat in an appropriate spot. Following my lead, Tang Sowol sat beside me and began poking my thigh with her finger. Wow. So you do know how to speak politely. Who would have thought? I don't know what you take me for, but I do understand basic etiquette when addressing my elders. Then why don't you ever speak to me that way? I'm 5 years older than you. Just thinking about how much I've been fooled by your casual speech still makes me speechless. 5 years isn't that much. It's enough to be considered peers, not elders. Peers? That's pushing it. There's a world of difference between someone in their mid-teens and someone in their early 20s. She raised her chin proudly. From now on, you should address me with respect. I chuckled lightly and shook my head at her smug expression. How about you just speak casually to me too? Then it won't be a problem. I don't want to speak informally. I want you to respect me, not the other way around. Well, I feel the same way. I don't mind being polite to others, but somehow I just can't bring myself to do that with you. Why only me? What's that supposed to mean? Tang Sowol pursed her lips and gave me a sharp look. It was clear that being home made her feel much more at ease. Her expressions had become noticeably livelier. Under the table, she tried to lightly step on my foot, but I quickly avoided it and gently pinned her foot in return. She let out a small huff, but before our playful exchange could escalate further, Tang Jinshin's calm voice cut through the air. Master Jean, our head chef put great effort into today's meal. If you find the food lacking, more will be brought out, so enjoy to your heart's content. Wow! Now that you mention it, Father, it really does look delicious. Thank you, I replied. At a glance, it seemed like a friendly offer, and indeed, Tang Sowol cheerfully picked up her chopsticks without a second thought. But I had noticed something. There was a brief moment when Tang Jinshin's brow had furrowed slightly, and his aura, which had been calmly restrained, wavered ever so slightly, ready to surge forward at any moment. So this is what she meant by overprotective. I already knew that the Tang Clan cherished Sowol deeply, just as she held her clan dear. And it seemed that no one was more overprotective of her than her father, Tang Jinshin. Understanding this, I gave a slight nod to myself and began eating as well. Though the food I'd been given during my stay at the Tang Clan wasn't lacking, I quickly realized that my younger body had a much stronger appetite than I was used to. Back in my previous life, it was rare to have enough to eat. I had only recently come to understand what it was like to eat properly. Opportunities like this didn't come often, so I decided to eat heartily. I continuously stuffed my mouth with whatever was within reach, barely pausing to breathe. Not long after, Tang Jinshin let out a quiet laugh. Cheon Hwi-da, was it? You seem to be enjoying the food. I'm glad. Though at this rate, we may run out of food before you're full. I'm at a growing age, so I tend to eat a lot. Indeed. You must eat well to grow strong. But judging by your demeanor, it seems you've spent more time wielding a sword than eating meals. Well, the reason we fight is to live, right? The harder you train, the better food tastes, and the more of it you can eat. That's an interesting way to put it. Tang Jinshin nodded approvingly before continuing. So, tell me, what would it take to truly satisfy you? The Tang Clan owes you a great debt for your assistance in this matter. Within reason, you may ask for anything, and we will do our best to grant it. Well, while it's true that I first picked up a sword because I was hungry, I doubt that increasing the quantity and quality of my meals alone would fill my hunger. Are you saying you intend to live the rest of your life in perpetual hunger? No, that's not it. What I mean is, I set down my chopsticks for a moment and glanced at Tang Sowol, then met Tang Jinshin's gaze head-on. As long as I have people to share meals with, that's enough for me. I see. Tang Jinshin's tone softened as he nodded thoughtfully. He then turned to look at Tang Sowol. Sowol. Huh? What is it, father? Still trying to process the sudden turn of the conversation, Tang Sowol blinked in confusion. Then, like a bolt from the blue, her father delivered an unexpected declaration. Become engaged to Master Cheon. What? What are you talking about? At the mention of an engagement, Tang Sowol's face turned blank with shock. She opened and closed her mouth several times, unable to form coherent words, alternating her gaze between her father and me. Meanwhile, I continued calmly chewing on a piece of braised pork, unfazed by the bombshell that had just been dropped. Excuse me, Cheon Hwi-da? Did you not hear what my father just said? He's talking about an engagement, and you're still eating. There's never a situation dire enough to make me lose my appetite. Besides, you heard our conversation earlier, didn't you? Why are you acting surprised? I knew you two were talking, but I didn't understand what was being said. To summarize, the Poison King asked if there was anything I wanted, and I replied that I wished to become part of the family. That's what you meant? Tang Sowol gawked, her mouth hanging open. Honestly, I wish she wouldn't do that while we're eating. It's unsightly. I reached over and gently closed her mouth before more food could spill out. Seeing this, Tang Jinshin finally spoke again. Sowol, I'm not saying you have to marry him right away. Nor am I suggesting we hold a grand engagement ceremony and announce it to the world. All I'm saying is that, for now, we acknowledge Master Cheon as your fiancé and keep him by your side. But, frankly speaking, we owe him a great deal. He not only saved your life, but also offered us the priceless Jawa poison bud, something even 1,000 gold wouldn't be enough to buy. You know how valuable that will be to you. Yes, that's true. Still sounding reluctant, Tang Sowol pouted slightly. Tang Jinshin continued his explanation patiently. I admit that his methods were a bit extreme, but even so, Master Cheon has earned the right to ask to become part of our family. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. Good. That was my reasoning from the standpoint of our clan's values and principles. Now, I'll explain from a more practical perspective as the clan leader. There's more. There's quite a bit more. Look at Master Cheon's martial prowess. At his age, he managed to defeat a peak realm master and cut down dozens of martial artists. Such feats suggest he possesses an extraordinary talent that rivals your own. And while there are some aspects I find curious, if we can bring him into the Tang Clan, it would be a great boon. Furthermore, he has no existing ties to any other powerful faction, which makes him an ideal candidate for a live-in son-in-law. Is that something to be thankful for? For us, it is. Perhaps not for him. Tang Jinshin shot me a brief glance. I didn't particularly mind the conversation, so I gave him a small nod before picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork and popping it into my mouth. Its tangy sweetness was so delightful that it whetted my appetite even more, despite already feeling quite full. The chef truly was exceptional. As I involuntarily smiled at the taste, Tang Sowol, still looking conflicted, let out a long sigh. Great. I'm in turmoil, and here you are, looking perfectly content. Thanks for the compliment. That wasn't a compliment. Tang Sowol shot me a glare before turning back to her father. There must be another reason, right? Tell me, father. Yes. The earlier reasons were about the benefits of bringing Master Cheon into our family. But now, I'll explain the problems that could arise if we don't. I mean, Cheon Hwi-da may be a little strange, but he's not a bad person. He wouldn't cause trouble just because we turned him down. That's not what I meant. I'm referring to the fact that the two of you essentially lived together in that cave. We didn't live together. But you were the only one who found us, so there shouldn't be any issues, right? Tang Sowol blushed furiously, either embarrassed by her misunderstanding or by the realization of how it might have appeared. Tang Jinshin, his expression growing more serious, continued speaking. How do you think I managed to find you after you disappeared without a trace? The Tang Clan's tracking team? That might have worked if you'd gone missing within Sichuan province. But your trail was lost in Hubei province, beyond our direct reach. Extending our influence that far would draw attention from Wudong and Zhuge clan, making it difficult. Then, the Beggars Sect. Correct. We enlisted the help of the Beggars Sect, which is how we located you. In other words, the Beggars Sect knows enough about our whereabouts to deduce that we spent over a month together. Indeed. While the Beggars Sect won't spread the information publicly, it's difficult to guarantee complete secrecy, given the nature of their organization. The Beggars Sect was an alliance of beggars. Though its officially trained members were strictly regulated, it was impossible to fully control the countless ordinary beggars affiliated with it. Inevitably, rumors would spread, rumors that Tang Sowol, the daughter of the Tang Clan, had traveled the martial world and ended up practically living with an unrelated man. If you're formally engaged, the rumors will die down quietly. But without that, the gossip could spread like wildfire, tarnishing not only the Tang Clan's reputation, but also your future prospects for marriage. Father, you're overthinking this. I'm still young, I've only just reached my early 20s. Besides, our family background is strong, thanks to you. That would be true if you were an ordinary girl. But Soul, you are a toxin spirit physique. You are born with a body that others can only acquire after undergoing complete rebirth through mastering toxic arts. You know what that means. The toxin spirit physique is both a blessing and a curse. Without training, your body will naturally accumulate more poison over time. Eventually, you may become incapable of bearing children. And now, you've even absorbed the purple flower poison-enhancing grass. Tang Sowol lowered her head, her expression heavy with gloom. Seeing her like this, Tang Jinshin spoke gently but firmly. There's no need to rush into marriage. If you're fine with never having children, we won't pressure you. But if you have any intention of starting a family, you must remember that time is not on your side. I understand, father. I'm sorry, Soul. But it seemed to me that you had taken a liking to Master Cheon, so I thought it was worth discussing seriously. I know you said that for my sake, father. You don't need to apologize. Tang Sowol smiled softly, shaking her head. The warm, sentimental atmosphere between the two made me feel strangely uneasy, like I was about to lose my appetite. So, I set down my chopsticks and wiped my mouth. If that's the issue, I have a solution. What? What did you say? Both Tang Sowol and Tang Jinshin turned to me simultaneously, their gazes filled with disbelief. Tang Jinshin, in particular, exuded a palpable intensity, likely due to his advanced cultivation level. Sensing the tension, I carefully revised my words. There is a solution. Enough with the suspense. Speak plainly. If you're lying, I won't forgive you, but if it's true, it's simple. The problem stems from the excessive accumulation of poison in her body, correct? If we can control the flow of poison, the issue can be resolved. This was a problem that Tang Sowol had struggled with deeply in my previous life. In the end, she had never married, dedicating herself entirely to martial arts. But then, the Tang Clan had been annihilated. As the last surviving member of the Tang bloodline, she bore the responsibility of reviving her clan. Thus, she had spent a long time searching for a solution to this problem, and eventually, she found one. I remembered it vividly because she had confided in me over drinks, sharing every little detail late into the night. I'll teach you a method to regulate the poison in your body. Back then, I hadn't realized it, but in hindsight, it might have been her roundabout way of confessing. There was no way to confirm that now, though. I recited the mantra that the Tang Sowol of my previous life had shared with me. At first, Tang Jinshin, the Poison King, frowned skeptically. But as I continued and reached the latter part, his expression shifted to one of shock, bordering on disbelief and faint relief. I am the head of the Sichuan Tang Clan. I know. I am someone who can do far more than I cannot, especially when it comes to poisons and concealed weapons. Who in the world would deny the authority of the Tang Clan? And yet, there have been more things I couldn't do for my daughter than things I could. A mix of guilt, relief, and a hint of gratitude filled Tang Jinshin's voice. In this moment, he wasn't a grandmaster of the flowering stage or the head of one of the 5 great clans. He was simply a father. Thank you. For what? For protecting Soul when I couldn't. Even without me, things would have worked out somehow. And if we're being precise, wasn't I technically the kidnapper? Please don't concern yourself too much with it. The toxin spirit physique is a talent so rare that even those with the so-called heavenly martial body would envy it. But for Soul, who isn't just a martial artist, but also a woman, it's been nothing short of a curse. And yet, you found a way to lift that curse. I just happened to know the right mantra. Without me, she may have found another solution on her own. Perhaps. But it doesn't change the fact that you gave away something precious without hesitation. I only did it because I knew about your clan's creed. If that were the case, you would have made demands first. Well, he had a point. I truly had no intention of asking for compensation. After all, I was simply returning something that Soul had originally discovered herself in the past. It would have felt wrong to boast about something so natural. For a long time, I thought the only thing I could do for Soul was to find her a good match as quickly as possible. You have so much, yet your goals were rather modest. In truth, that's why I wanted to push for you to become Soul's fiancé. I don't know how you feel, but it seemed like Soul had taken a liking to you, so I pressed forward using the Tang Clan's wealth and influence as bait. Father. Soul, who had been quietly listening while glancing back and forth between us, turned bright red. Tang Jinshin chuckled heartily at her reaction. Marriage is of little consequence to a vagabond like me, with neither home nor family. But for a noble woman like Tang Sowol, failing to marry was considered a flaw in itself. And being unable to bear children? An even greater flaw. As someone who had been abandoned at birth and raised as an orphan, such concerns were difficult for me to fully comprehend. But for Tang Jinshin and Tang Sowol, they were serious matters. I gave a small nod of understanding. Soon after, Tang Jinshin's tone grew more cautious as he continued. With the situation being what it is, I suppose it's only right that I tell you now. I hope you don't mind, but I had you investigated. You did well. Regardless of whether I'm a benefactor or not, if I'm a candidate for marriage, it's only proper to learn who I am. Thank you for understanding. I have many questions about your past, but I won't press you for answers. I appreciate your consideration. However, there's one thing I must ask. Can you answer me truthfully? What is it? Cheon Hwi-da. Are you, by any chance, related to the heavenly killing star? For a moment, I was caught off guard by the unexpected question. There are many rare and special physiques in the world: heavenly martial body, toxin spirit physique, 9 yin severed meridians, 9 yang severed meridians, and more. These physiques bestow extraordinary talents upon those born with them, but often come with severe drawbacks. For example, those with the heavenly martial body possess unmatched talent in martial arts, but gradually lose interest in all other aspects of life, becoming emotionally detached. Similarly, the toxin spirit physique, which grants the body of a toxin master without the need for rebirth through intense training, causes one's body to grow increasingly toxic over time, making it difficult to bear children. The severed meridian types allow for rapid cultivation and exceptional comprehension, but they drastically shorten one's lifespan. These physiques have long been both envied and feared. While their talents are awe-inspiring, few would willingly bear the costs that comes with them. Over the centuries, many have tried to find ways to overcome the drawbacks of these physiques, with varying degrees of success. The emotional detachment of the heavenly martial body was mitigated by having its bearer learn various martial arts from different sects, which eventually became a tradition among the 9 great sects. For the toxin spirit physique, it was long thought that bearing children quickly was the only solution. But in my previous life, Soul had discovered a method to control her body's toxic reaction. As for the severed meridians, countless physicians studied the condition until they established a viable treatment, albeit one requiring rare medicinal herbs and the aid of a skilled martial artist. The heavenly killing star, however, was a different story. Like the heavenly martial body, it bestowed unparalleled martial talent. However, it came with a severe flaw: the bearer struggled to control their killing intent, often becoming a danger to those around them. Unlike other physiques, the heavenly killing star's drawback posed a threat not just to the bearer, but to others as well. And, because no solution had ever been found, the physique was considered a curse of fate, beyond human intervention. Hence, it was named the heavenly killing star, a star of death decreed by the heavens. The rule regarding anyone discovered to have this physique was simple: they were to be executed immediately. In rare cases, mercy was shown by imprisoning them under constant surveillance, only to be executed if their killing intent ever went out of control. It was no wonder that the heavenly killing star was feared and loathed, given that its bearers had repeatedly caused massacres in the martial world. And now, Tang Jinshin was asking if I had any connection to such a physique. Without realizing it, my eyes narrowed. Noticing my reaction, Tang Jinshin quickly shook his head. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not accusing you of being a heavenly killing star. After all, I saw with my own eyes how you immediately suppressed your killing intent the moment you heard Soul's voice. That's something even most martial artists would find impossible, let alone someone with that physique. Well, that's true. The reason I brought it up is because of your martial arts. My martial arts? Yes. When you were unconscious, I examined your condition briefly, and I noticed something unusual about your internal energy. I immediately understood what he meant. The internal energy I cultivated using the wave-breaking death art was imbued with killing intent. While it lacked purity compared to orthodox arts, its power was equal to that of any supreme martial art. Of course, it was highly unstable, to the point where falling into chi deviation wasn't out of the question. However, the killing intent imbued in my internal energy came from my own life experiences. It couldn't overwhelm me. Unfortunately, no one else knew that. To Tang Jinshin, it likely appeared as though I had learned some highly dangerous demonic martial art. If he had indeed investigated my past, his suspicions would have only grown. After all, I was once just an orphan scraping by under a minor bandit faction. Then, one day, I had slain those very bandits and disappeared without a trace. Without some fortuitous encounter, such a transformation would have been impossible. And now I was using a martial art that appeared both powerful and perilously unstable. As expected, Tang Jinshin spoke in a grave tone. Even the most notorious demonic masters of the martial world wouldn't dare practice such a dangerous form of internal energy. If anyone could, it would have to be. You're thinking that while I may not be a heavenly killing star, I could have learned martial arts left behind by one. Exactly. Even if you're fine now, such techniques will only grow more dangerous as time passes. Perhaps you had no other choice before, but now things are different. Different? How? If you wish, the Tang Clan can offer you our internal energy cultivation method. Since you would need to rebuild your foundation from the ground up, we'll provide you with the necessary medicinal support. Why not abandon that dangerous martial art? Of course, while he was offering the Tang Clan's method, it wouldn't be their highest-level secret art. Still, it wouldn't be some mediocre technique either. It would likely be a rising-class cultivation method, capable of reaching the peak realm with steady practice. Rising-class methods were priceless treasures that many factions would kill for. Wars had been waged over rumors of their existence alone. Tang Jinshin's offer was undoubtedly one of goodwill. But it wasn't one I could accept. I appreciate the offer, but I must decline. May I ask why? No matter how humble it may seem, I wish to climb the mountain I've built with my own hands. Even if that path is shrouded in darkness and fraught with danger? No matter how narrow or treacherous, it's my path. I can't abandon it so easily. And even if, as you say, I stumble along the way, as long as someone is there to catch me, I'll be fine. Huh. Tang Jinshin let out a sigh, somewhere between admiration and sympathy. He nodded slowly. If that's your resolve, so be it. Just remember that my offer remains valid should you ever change your mind. I'll keep that in mind. I gave a slight bow and Tang Jinshin smiled in satisfaction. Also, while the mantra you provided seems legitimate, we'll verify it on our end as well. Of course. I only passed along what I happened to hear. I'm sure you, Poison King, are far more knowledgeable in this field. Apologies for prying after saying I wouldn't, but could you tell me how you came to learn it? I can't help but be curious. Well, it made sense. After all, the mantra was something Tang Sowol had developed herself after reaching the flowering stage. For Tang Jinshin, a master renowned for his poison arts, encountering a poison-based technique on par with his own must have been quite the surprise. But there was no way he'd believe the truth, so I had to come up with something plausible. In this vast world, while the Tang Clan is undoubtedly the pinnacle of poison arts, it doesn't hold a monopoly on all poison techniques. Let's just say it was a stroke of luck. Ha ha, fair enough. The martial world has always been vast. Perhaps I've grown complacent, intoxicated by the hollow title of Poison King. Tang Jinshin laughed heartily and picked up his chopsticks again. We've talked too long during the meal. I'll have the food reheated. With a cheerful expression, he summoned the head chef. After that, the rest of the meal passed peacefully, with only light conversation to accompany us. After finishing the meal, I walked with Tang Sowol back toward our rooms. Ugh, I'm so full. Gross, Master Cheon. Oh, come on. Didn't we already see everything there was to see in that cave? Let's not make a fuss over something this minor. I was considerate back then. We didn't share any embarrassing moments. True. You made sure to go back and forth that long distance every time nature called. I found it rather inconvenient. Stop. No more talking about that. At least not in front of me. Tang Sowol let out a high-pitched scream and began slapping my back repeatedly. She didn't use internal energy, but she also didn't hold back, so it stung quite a bit. And yet, for some reason, seeing her react so fiercely was amusing. After a while of playful bickering, Tang Sowol suddenly let out a long sigh, as if all her energy had drained away. HAAA. Honestly, I'm still reeling. The conversation went in a completely different direction than I expected, and to think that the curse of the toxin spirit physique could be resolved so easily. Well, life's like that sometimes. Not usually. Things don't usually fall into place so neatly. Be honest with me, Master Cheon. How long have you been planning this? Planning what? The whole engagement thing. She bit her tongue while saying engagement and ended up tearing up as she covered her mouth. You really need to be more careful. Just answer me, please. She spoke weakly, clearly trying to avoid biting her tongue again. Seeing her like this, I chuckled and shook my head. I didn't plan to become your fiancé. How could I have known that saving your life would lead to marriage talk? Even you didn't see it coming, did you? True. But yes, if you're asking whether I intended to leave you indebted to me, the answer is yes. Tang Sowol let out a small sound of realization, her voice soft and weary. Just out of curiosity, when did it start? When, huh? Excluding memories of my previous life, it would have to be from the moment I first saw you. Tang Sowol tilted her head, not quite grasping what I meant. So, I added a brief explanation. When I met your gaze, heard your voice, and saw that awkward smile of yours, I knew. W8, Master Cheon. What do you mean by that? Tang Sowol's panicked voice echoed behind me, but I pretended not to hear as I quickened my pace. Even for me, it would have been too embarrassing to face her right now. After finishing his meal, Tang Jinshin returned to his office. He glanced briefly at the documents scattered across his desk before muttering aloud. None of this seems reliable. Don't you agree? Of course. In a world where the head of a clan ditches his guards and charges off alone, it's difficult to judge everything based on just the beggar's sex information. Still holding a grudge, are you? Don't blame me. Blame your slow feet. Standing a little off to the side was a middle-aged man in green robes with a tightly sealed mouth, Tang Yujin, his half-brother and personal bodyguard. Tang Jinshin chuckled at Yujin's subtle act of defiance. You may look fierce, but your antics haven't changed one bit. In comparison to you, clan leader, I have a gentler appearance. Also, they say sudden changes in a person signal impending death. I plan to live long, so that wouldn't do at all. That's true. That's exactly why I investigated Cheon Hwi-da. It seems both you and Sowol are quite fond of him. Why not go ahead and call him your son-in-law? They haven't even had an engagement ceremony yet. Maybe later, but certainly not now. Seated in his chair, Tang Jinshin quietly began reading through the information about Cheon Hwi-da recorded in the documents. Although it was hastily commissioned and thus neither properly filtered nor neatly organized, the report was sufficient to grasp the overall flow of events. An orphan born in a remote village on the outskirts of Zhejiang province. He begged for a living as a child and later joined a local criminal group called the Red Sand Gang, where he clumsily took up the sword. Up to this point, it's just a typical life story. Zhejiang province, which had become something of a headquarters for demonic sects following the formation of the Black Lotus sect, was a place where such stories were common. However, what followed in Cheon Hwi-da's history was far from ordinary. After joining the Red Sand Gang and beginning a life in the underworld, he suddenly disappeared for several days. When he reappeared, he had killed all of the martial artists in the gang, including its leader, and vanished with their valuables. It was a feat too incredible to believe, considering the boy had supposedly never had an opportunity to learn martial arts. Whether it was his combat skills or his execution, it was hard to fathom how he could have accomplished it. And that wasn't even the end. Following that incident, Cheon Hwi-da continued to travel through various villages in Zhejiang province, repeatedly wiping out infamous criminal gangs. There were so few survivors that I wondered if it was personal revenge, but aside from the Red Sand Gang, there was no apparent connection. Other than the fact that those sects were notorious for their cruelty, there was hardly any commonality between them. Moreover, it was difficult to see his actions as heroic, since he took all valuables worth looting. It was as if he were carefully selecting targets without any potential for consequences and robbing them clean, much like a wandering martial artist from the unorthodox sects might do. For a while, Cheon Hwi-da stirred up quite a commotion across Zhejiang province, only to suddenly disappear until he resurfaced in an underground market in Hubei province. Apparently, he had been in such urgent need of a rare poison antidote that he paid an exorbitant price for it. This likely occurred the day before he kidnapped Tang Sowol. A few days later, there were testimonies from Yugyang village of him purchasing enough food and daily necessities for 2 people, and with that, the trail led to the present day. Yujin, what kind of person do you think Cheon Hwi-da is based on this? Someone born among the wicked, who became even more wicked. But judging by how you're asking, he probably wasn't, right? Indeed. At the very least, he didn't behave wickedly toward just anyone. Tang Jinshin still remembered the first moment he met Cheon Hwi-da. The boy's intense killing intent was so overwhelming that it was hard to believe he wasn't already a master martial artist. His eyes, which seemed capable of cutting through anything, carried a resolve that wouldn't crumble even when drenched in blood. However, all of that melted away in front of Tang Sowol, like snow on a spring day. While staying at the Tang Clan, Cheon Hwi-da didn't cause any trouble and focused solely on his training, a sight that was pleasing to see. His sword was sharp, yet it was always directed outward. Although slightly different, Cheon Hwi-da's demeanor was something any warrior of the Tang Clan would find familiar. Perhaps that was why Tang Sowol felt drawn to him. Even so, there were too many unresolved questions, so I arranged a meal with him. And it didn't go well, I take it? Well, it went both well and not so well. Could you stop beating around the bush and just explain it clearly? Yujin, how about making an effort to think for once? I gave up on competing to become an heir 30 years ago because I hated that sort of thing. Huh. If you put it that way, there's nothing more for me to say. Tang Jinshin took a sip of tea before continuing. I confirmed that the problem I feared doesn't exist. But I couldn't ask for further details. Even the renowned Poison King can't? Precisely because I am the Poison King. Would you believe it if I told you that Cheon Hwi-da seemingly cured Sowol's heavenly poison body when I couldn't? What do you mean? Tang Jinshin recounted the breathing technique he had heard from Cheon Hwi-da to his perplexed half-brother. At first, Tang Yujin blinked in confusion, unsure of what he was hearing. But soon, his eyes sharpened. Although he lacked talent in poison techniques and specialized in stealth, he was still a highly skilled martial artist. He could tell that the breathing technique Cheon Hwi-da shared carried profound martial principles. Are you saying that Cheon Hwi-da taught you this technique? He claimed it was a fortuitous encounter. I still need to verify the technique, but I doubt there will be any major issues. Is there really a martial artist outside the Tang Clan skilled enough in poison arts to possess such knowledge? There was one among our predecessors. You know the one, they called him the Poison Doctor. That was nearly 200 years ago. He'd be more of a grand predecessor, wouldn't he? Even if the man dies, his knowledge remains. Remember, it was because of the Poison Doctor that we first learned what the heavenly poison body really was. Tang Sowol wasn't the only person to be born with a heavenly poison body. Others had appeared in the past, but they either lived without realizing their condition or failed to find proper poison techniques to utilize it. However, the Poison Doctor, born into a family of physicians, was different. He quickly recognized the peculiar nature of his constitution and, armed with extensive knowledge of both medicine and poison, sought to turn his condition into a strength. Since medicine is, in essence, a form of poison and poison can also be used as medicine, he believed he could use his body's unique traits to save countless lives. With that thought in mind, the Poison Doctor wandered the martial world, earning a great reputation for curing many people. It was during this time that the heavenly poison body became widely known. Although his methods diverged from ours, there are records that his medical skills were, in fact, a highly advanced form of poison arts. They say the only thing he couldn't cure was his own infertility. Judging by what you're saying, it seems he eventually succeeded in that regard, didn't he? Thanks to that, Sowol was able to find some peace of mind. If this really is an insight passed down from the Poison Doctor, we'll need to carefully consider how to repay such a favor. Did Cheon Hwi-da ask for anything in return? He didn't ask for anything. What? Oh, before that, when I asked how he wanted to be compensated for saving Sowol's life, he only said he'd like to have a meal with her. Wait, what? He said something about needing family or companionship. He mentioned it while looking at Sowol. Tang Yujin was at a loss for words. Seeing his brother's dumbfounded expression, Tang Jinshin chuckled softly. To be honest, I still find it suspicious. Even if the breathing technique is something derived from the Poison Doctor, where did he gain his martial arts abilities? How did he know that Sowol was in danger from unorthodox sect members? How did he learn Sowol's exact location? And was the purple flower poison-enhancing grass he found in the cave truly just a coincidence? But you've decided to trust him anyway. I found his words about wanting to become family rather striking. And, ultimately, he has done a great favor for the Tang Clan, hasn't he? Saying so, Tang Jinshin gathered the documents on his desk into a pile and burned them with a flash of fire. That's why I've decided to arrange for Sowol to be engaged to him. Sounds like a good idea. A talent like that should be tied to us if possible. However, there's still the issue of the elders' opinions, as well as Sowol's feelings on the matter. You needn't worry about that. Although Tang Jinshin had explained to Sowol the benefits of bringing Cheon Hwi-da into the clan, the truth was that his decision had been based on a single reason from the start. Sowol already seems to have taken a liking to Cheon Hwi-da. As for the elders, they may have some complaints, but ultimately, they will follow my judgment. After all, Once the side effects of Sowol's heavenly poison body were revealed, they agreed that matters of marriage would be left to her and me. If that's the case, it shouldn't be an issue. Still, it's surprising that Sowol has feelings for Cheon Hwi-da. Then again, considering what happened, it's understandable. She had left the clan with high hopes, eager to step into the martial world, only to be told by someone younger than her to go back home. Naturally, she had refused, but the next day, she was defeated in direct combat by the same boy and subsequently kidnapped. For Tang Sowol, who had grown up as the youngest child of the Sichuan Tang Clan, adored by all and born with an innate talent due to her heavenly poison body, the experience must have been a tremendous shock. Yet, the situation she had feared never came to pass. Instead, the months she spent living in the cave had been more enjoyable than she had expected. In the end, there truly had been someone targeting her life, and Cheon Hwi-da had taken up his sword to fight for her. Later, she learned that one of the enemies had been a martial artist of peak-level mastery, meaning Cheon Hwi-da had genuinely risked his life to protect her. Recalling all of this, Tang Yujin nodded. I can see how anyone would fall for him under those circumstances. Coming from someone who has taken 4 concubines, that sounds particularly insightful. If you're envious, why not remarry? It's already been over 10 years since my sister-in-law passed away, and even the youngest, Sowol, is all grown up now. I'm not interested. Tang Jinshin swept aside the ash that had piled up on the desk before speaking again. While I do intend to arrange the engagement, I'm not planning to rush into marriage right away. We still need to observe Cheon Hwi-da a bit longer. Sowol's feelings might change over time, too. That's what engagements are for. But we can't keep watching forever. Do you have a time frame in mind? 10 years. 10. It takes 10 years to truly judge a person's character. Isn't that a bit too long? By then, Sowol will be 30. People are already gossiping that her marriage is delayed. At this point, waiting a bit longer won't make much difference. Just admit it already, clan leader. No, brother. There's no need to rush into a marriage anymore, so why should I? I just want my daughter to stay by my side a little longer. But she's marrying into our clan anyway. It's not as if she'll be leaving. Tang Jinshin snorted at Tang Yujin's exasperated response. How would a man with only sons understand the feelings of a father with a daughter? You're not the only person in the world with a daughter, brother. You're just unusually overprotective, and you should recognize that. I'm rather average, thank you very much. Pretending not to hear Tang Yujin's retort, Tang Jinshin raised his voice as if to drown it out. While Tang Yujin usually respected his brother as a reliable clan leader, a close older sibling, and a steadfast warrior, he couldn't help but sigh whenever a matter involved Tang Sowol. Huh. I wonder what you'll do if Sowol and that Cheon Hwi-da end up causing trouble. What did you just say? Well, Cheon Hwi-da may be young now, but who knows what might happen in the future. Do you really think nothing will happen if you keep them bound by an engagement for so long, especially when they're both in their prime? Tang Yujin trailed off, but his meaning was clear. Tang Jinshin's eyebrows twitched as he struggled to control his rising breath before responding. If that happens, one of them will have to die. Are you planning to make Sowol a widow? I misspoke. What I meant was, I'll teach them a lesson in a duel. That doesn't sound much different. Still, if it's a sparring match and not a life-or-death duel, they won't end up dead. Besides, Cheon Hwi-da isn't an ordinary kid, is he? Tang Jinshin calmly refilled his empty cup with tea. However, instead of drinking it immediately, he rubbed his fingers over the cup's rim, sprinkling in a pinch of purple powder, turning the tea into a mildly poisonous concoction. As Tang Yujin sighed at the sight of his brother turning ordinary tea into poison tea out of sheer habit, Tang Jinshin murmured in a composed tone. Anyway, since he's going to be part of the Tang Clan, he'll need to develop some basic poison resistance. I'll start by training him with poisons that won't be life-threatening. This is all for Sowol and Cheon Hwi-da's sake, Tang Jinshin added, listing off various types of poisons under his breath. Watching his half-brother in silence for a while, Tang Yujin let out a long sigh. I should probably prepare a special elixir for him in advance. For the first time, Tang Yujin felt a pang of sympathy for Cheon Hwi-da. Out of the blue, Tang Sowol presented me with a rare elixir as a gift. This isn't something I'm giving you myself. Uncle asked me to deliver it to you, Cheon Hwi-da. But if you want to thank me, I won't stop you. Even though it clearly wasn't something she had prepared herself, Tang Sowol puffed up proudly. Seeing her exhale through her nose in satisfaction, I chuckled quietly and nodded. I'll think about it. How about skipping the thinking and just acting on it right now? I'll think about that too. TCH. Along with the black elixir pill was a letter. Curious, I opened it. In short, it was a note thanking me for saving Tang Sowol and asking me to take care of her in the future. However, it didn't specify exactly what kind of elixir this was. It seems to have quite an impressive aura. Do you know what kind of elixir this is? This is 100 Poisons Pure Blood Pill. I've never heard of that before. It's a rare elixir that's difficult to make, so it's almost never distributed outside the Tang Clan. It's no wonder you don't know about it. Is it a powerful elixir? Of course. 100 Poisons Pure Blood Pill is an elixir made by carefully combining 100 different poisons. The poisons cancel out each other's toxicity, leaving only medicinal properties behind. While it doesn't greatly improve internal energy, it's extremely beneficial for the body. I've heard of something similar before. In the Hebei clan, there's an elixir that aids in external martial arts cultivation. Is this a similar type of elixir? It's similar, but slightly different. 100 Poisons Pure Blood Pill strengthens the organs and meridians, but it doesn't enhance bone or muscle growth. If it has such an effect, it's a perfect elixir for me right now. Improving my external martial arts quickly would certainly be ideal, but even if I can't, I can take my time and train gradually. The meridians, however, are different. Unlike the sons of prestigious martial arts families, who undergo foundation-building rituals at a young age, consume countless rare elixirs, and learn high-level martial arts, I lacked a proper foundation. The reason I suffered so much due to my internal energy in my past life wasn't without cause. My meridians were narrow, and the internal energy I accumulated was turbid. The higher I climbed in martial arts, the more restricted I felt by these limitations. Although I managed to resolve the internal energy issue by mastering Raging Wave death-stealing art, which allowed me to refine my energy by converting killing intent into power, the problem with my meridians remained. No matter how delicately I could control my energy, the narrowness of my meridians meant I couldn't channel large amounts of internal energy at once. Because of this, I had sought out various elixirs. But all I could find were mediocre ones, none of which had a significant impact. 100 Poisons Pure Blood Pill alone wouldn't completely resolve the fundamental problem, but since it was considered a precious elixir even within the Tang Clan, it would certainly improve my condition. I'll have to visit and thank your uncle sometime. Uncle holds a rather special position within the Tang Clan, so unless you're with father, you won't be able to meet him anytime you want. Well, if I stay here long enough, there's bound to be a chance encounter. That'll be good enough. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take the elixir. What? All right now. She probably didn't expect me to take it immediately. Tang Sowol blinked her black eyes in confusion. Amused by her dazed expression, I chuckled and swallowed the pill. Since it was a potent elixir, I had braced myself for some difficulty in absorbing it, but after circulating my energy through the small heavenly circulation twice, over 70% of its energy had already been absorbed into my meridians. So, this is what they meant by saying it wouldn't significantly enhance internal energy. There didn't seem to be anything more I needed to do. I didn't feel any immediate difference, but over time, the absorbed energy would gradually strengthen and widen my meridians. I exhaled deeply and opened my eyes, only to find Tang Sowol's face filling my vision. We weren't so close that our breaths could touch, but we were near enough that I could see my reflection in her eyes. With her hands on her hips, Tang Sowol glared at me from up close. Cheon Hwi-da, what sort of thoughtless behavior is it to suddenly take an elixir in the middle of a conversation? Well, elixirs should be taken as soon as they're obtained, shouldn't they? Of course, that assumes you're in a safe place or with someone you trust. No one's going to take it away, so why the rush? What reason could you possibly have for being in such a hurry? It's not just elixirs. Even food was often snatched from me. There are people in the world who pick up their swords just because they're hungry, and I was one of them. Ugh. If you say that, what am I supposed to do now? I smiled faintly at her grumbling and nodded. Still, you have a point. I'm no longer a wretched beggar or a wandering swordsman barely surviving on a single blade. I'm now the prospective son-in-law of the Tang Clan. What? At the very least, I should act in a way that wouldn't embarrass my betrothed, don't you think? Tang Sowol's eyes darted around nervously, as though she didn't know where to look. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak. It was quite amusing to watch. Just as I was enjoying her flustered reaction, she seemed to come to a decision. Slowly, she opened her mouth, her expression now determined. Then, although it might be a little early, how about I show you around and let you experience what's expected of you as my fiancé? What's expected of me as your fiancé, huh? That phrase sounds rather suggestive. Should I expect something inappropriate? I've always wondered. Do you not feel embarrassed at all? How can you say such things with a straight face? Because I know what it's like to regret missing an opportunity after hesitating. So now, I choose not to hesitate. For a brief moment, I gazed at the air, recalling memories from my previous life. Just then, Tang Sowol's expression turned slightly sour, and she spoke in a cold tone. So, someone once made you regret, huh? There's no one now, so you can stop pouting. What's that supposed to? Oh. Her eyes widened in realization, and she began fidgeting nervously, stealing glances at me as though she'd said something wrong. She wasn't entirely off the mark. Seeing her look flustered, I shrugged nonchalantly and spoke in a calm tone. Don't worry about it. It's really nothing. Now, back to the topic at hand, am I right in thinking what I'm thinking? If so, hurry up and give me an answer. All I meant was that, as the Tang clan's future son-in-law, you should know about the clan's inner workings. That's all it is, so don't get your hopes up for anything strange. Too bad. Still, getting to tour the Tang clan sounds good. To be honest, I was getting a little bored, going back and forth between my room and the training grounds. Can we start right away? Of course. Then how about we begin with the medical hall, which should be the place you'll be most familiar with. If you come with me, I can show you places you wouldn't normally have access to. I am curious about that. But is this really related to what a son-in-law is supposed to do? The Tang clan's medical hall is just as important as our poison hall. You've experienced it firsthand, haven't you? The fine line between poison and medicine. Indeed. Even if I won't be working directly in the medical hall, I need to understand how it operates. Exactly. After the medical hall, we can visit the forge and the poison hall. Then we'll stop by the training grounds where the inner guards practice, and finally, we'll end at the guest hall, where the clan's hired warriors reside. That should bring us right to dinner time. I'd love to see everything. But are you sure it's fine to show me all this? Despite the engagement talk, it's still just a verbal promise for now. Hehe. It's not about what's said, it's about who says it. No one in the Tang clan takes father's words lightly, not even father himself. Besides, even if you were to see everything, the Tang clan's expertise isn't so shallow that you could replicate it just from looking. So stop worrying and just follow me. Tang Sowol laughed softly, then took a few steps forward before turning back to look at me, her eyes brimming with expectation. Her gaze was so openly beckoning that I had no choice but to step beside her. Only then did she seem satisfied, resuming her steps with a pleased expression. Do you see that tree over there? I planted it when I was little. I wondered if a seed would really grow into a tree, so I secretly planted it, and lo and behold, it actually sprouted. I see. I gave a vague response, half listening to her cheerful chatter as we walked side by side. Hey, you weren't really listening, were you? You just gave me a random answer. I've been caught. Though she grumbled a bit, Tang Sowol still led me through the Tang clan, starting at the medical hall and ending at the guest hall, just as she had promised. Back when I was with the Black Lotus Sect, I had risen to the rank of a branch leader. Because of that, I had thought, how impressive can the Tang clan really be? But I was wrong. The Tang clan was far more impressive and infinitely more complex than I had imagined. The Black Lotus Sect was an organization formed by gathering unorthodox martial artists, so naturally, it operated by the law of strength. As such, its members valued power above all else, whether it was martial strength, wealth, or some other form of influence. Perhaps because of that, craftsmen and physicians didn't receive much respect in the Black Lotus Sect. After all, they didn't fight directly, and their work benefited others rather than themselves. But the Tang clan was different. Maybe it was because they revered the art of poison and hidden weapons, or perhaps it was simply a difference between the orthodox and unorthodox sects. Whatever the case, it was clear that those who worked for the Tang clan carried a sense of pride and fulfillment. By the time we finished the tour of the guest hall, I finally understood something. Tang Sowol hadn't just wanted to show me around. She had wanted me to see the Tang Clan for what it truly was. I began to comprehend why the Tang Sowol of my previous life had been so attached to her clan, why she had been so obsessed with revenge, and why she had wanted to build something with me. Now, I could see it more clearly. This is a good place. The Tang Clan. Isn't it? It's your home now, too, you know. Home, huh? Come to think of it, while I had stayed in many places over the years, I never really had a place I could call home. Do you understand now what kind of person you kidnapped? Tang Sowol tilted her chin upward slightly, smiling smugly. Her posture caused the line of her neck to stand out, drawing attention. Seeing this, I nodded seriously in response. Yes. The next time I kidnap someone, I should only do so if I'm confident I can escape from the entire Tang Clan. Couldn't you start by considering a peaceful solution instead? I tried that, but you wouldn't listen. Embarrassed, Tang Sowol quickly averted her gaze. I moved to stand in front of her so that wherever she looked, her eyes would meet mine. When having a conversation, you should look the other person in the eye. Startled, Tang Sowol reflexively slapped my shoulder. She didn't use internal energy, and her strength was controlled, so it didn't hurt. What was that for? When words don't work, you resort to force. Isn't that something you taught me? If I recall correctly, you still lost to me despite that approach. Tang Sowol narrowed her black eyes in annoyance and began lightly hitting my shoulder repeatedly, as if trying to dispel her embarrassment. Slap. Slap. Although it didn't hurt, we inevitably drew attention. Well, it couldn't be helped. Anyone from the Tang Clan would naturally be curious seeing me and Tang Sowol playfully bickering like this. Is that him? He looks younger than my son. Come now, he must be an impressive person, just like the young lady. They seem to get along well. Well, considering how much the clan leader pampered her when he brought him here. They probably thought they were whispering, but to martial artists like us, their voices were perfectly audible. Tang Sowol, who had been fervently smacking my shoulder, froze mid-action and slowly lowered her hand. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, and she cleared her throat with an exaggerated cough. Ahem. Anyway, we've completed a full circuit. Shall we head back now? Let's do that. It's just about time to train a bit and then get some sleep. You really love training, don't you, Cheon Hwi-da? Who truly loves training? It's just something that needs to be done. It's necessary. Necessary, huh? But, you know, too much solitary training isn't good either. Martial arts aren't something you perform alone, they involve interacting with others. So, what I'm saying is... Tang Sowol fidgeted, as if hesitant to speak, but eventually, she seemed to resolve herself and looked straight at me, opening her mouth to say something, only to have her words drowned out by a shout from the distance. Sola. Turning toward the source of the voice, I saw a man in green martial robes running toward us, waving enthusiastically. His face bore a striking resemblance to Tang Sowol's. Sola. Tang Sowol, who had been about to say something, froze with her mouth slightly agape. The timing of the shout was so impeccable that it completely cut her off. Turning toward the source of the voice, I saw a man in green martial robes running toward us, waving enthusiastically. His face closely resembled Tang Sowol's. Sola. 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 The man, repeatedly calling out her name, rapidly closed the distance between them. Judging by his attire and appearance, I could roughly guess who he was, so I subtly increased the distance between myself and Tang Sowol. Perhaps predicting what was about to happen, Tang Sowol tightly shut her eyes. Meanwhile, the approaching man's eyes gleamed as he executed a light body movement technique, rapidly reducing the distance. Pabbit. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of Tang Sowol, tears welling up in his eyes. Oh no, your face has become so thin. How much hardship must you have endured for this to happen? I didn't lose that much weight, though. My dear sister. I've heard everything. Thank goodness you're safe. Are you sure you're all right? Just to be safe, shouldn't you visit the medical hall for a checkup? I'm a little tired, but I wasn't injured. You don't need to worry, brother. All right. If you say so, I'll believe you. I don't know which scoundrels dared to lay a hand on the bloodline of the Tang Clan, but don't worry, I'll make sure they live to regret it. It wasn't scoundrels, they were martial artists from an unorthodox sect. And they're all dead already, thanks to Cheon Hwi-da here. Unorthodox martial artists, scoundrels, it's all the same. But if he saved you, then this young hero isn't just your benefactor, but mine, and the Tang Clan's as well. Forgive my delayed greeting. I'm Tang Chong. Ever since the Yongbong gathering, I've been called the Dark Dragon. With a bright smile befitting the description of a cheerful young man, Tang Chong cupped his hands in greeting. For someone who hailed from a prestigious family and had earned the moniker of Dragon, indicating his considerable martial prowess, he seemed refreshingly approachable. Just as I was about to return the gesture and introduce myself, Tang Sowol cautiously interrupted in a hesitant tone. Brother, actually, there's something else I need to tell you. Haha, are you talking about snacks? Of course, I brought some. Even though I just returned from a mission, I made sure to buy your favorite snacks on the way back. You always pester me for sweets whenever I return from somewhere, so, here. Tang Chong pulled out a small pouch from his sleeve. Seeing how nonchalant he was, Tang Sowol jumped in place out of frustration. That's from ages ago. That's not what I was trying to say. Brother. What I meant to tell you is that Cheon Hwi-da isn't just my benefactor, he's also my fiancé, appointed by father. Haha, enough with the jokes. Fiancé? That's ridiculous. It's true. Tang Chong turned to me with a creaking motion, like a rusty sword being drawn from its scabbard. Fiancé. Pleased to meet you, brother. Be brother. Tang Chong's voice rose in disbelief. Facing him, I cupped my hands in a polite greeting. My name is Cheon Hwi. I am honored to have formed a meaningful bond with Tang Sowol. I look forward to your guidance. What did you just say? A meaningful bond. Don't tell me. What did you just say? Did you just call me Sol Soja, young lady? Tang Sowol cut in. I didn't say that, Tang Sowol. Tang Chong gave his sister a bewildered look, as if to ask whether that was really important right now, while Tang Sowol tilted her head in confusion. I felt a bit guilty, but there was no helping it. Since this was my first meeting with my future brother-in-law, I had tried to maintain proper decorum, but that proved to be easier said than done. Just as the awkward tension between us seemed to stretch endlessly, the surrounding area began to buzz with onlookers, prompting me to speak first. Let's move to a different place. There are too many people here. Both Tang Sowol and Tang Chong nodded, still wearing similarly dazed expressions. Even though I had regressed 20 years into the past, Tang Sowol was still only in her early 20s at this point in time. After the Tang Clan's destruction in my previous life, her hair had turned white from grief, and her mastery of poison arts had advanced to the point where her eyes gleamed green. Yet, beneath the loose robes of the Tang Clan, I could still see the familiar soft curves, her distinctive features, and even the sound of her voice. All of it was almost identical to the image of her I remembered. However, just because I was familiar with the Tang Sowol of my previous life didn't mean I knew everything about her. After all, what I knew was only the version of Tang Sowol who had lost everything to the demonic sects. Naturally, I knew almost nothing about her family. At most, I had only heard bits and pieces, stories about how the Poison King had met a tragic end, and vague mentions of how her brothers cherished her. But now, standing face to face with Tang Chong, I realized something. They cared for her far more than I had imagined. As we retraced our steps back the way we came, Tang Chong, who had been smiling warmly at me earlier, now wore a wary expression, as if he were facing a thief. Was what you said earlier true? Are you really Soul's fiancé? It's hard to believe. Did father really approve of this? Why is it so hard for him to believe? Feeling slightly exasperated, I nodded. Yes. While the engagement ceremony hasn't taken place yet, it was the Poison King himself who brought it up. I see. I suppose it must be because of her heavenly poison body. Anyway, let me properly introduce myself again. I'm Tang Chong, the young master of the Sichuan Tang Clan and Soul's older brother. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Cheon Hwi. Oh, Soul talked about me. That's actually not true. Tang Chong clicked his tongue and kicked a pebble on the ground. The stone flew in an oddly precise trajectory, embedding itself deeply into a nearby tree. The power and accuracy of the strike were impressive, almost as if he were subtly showing off his martial prowess. Judging by the energy I felt, Tang Chong's level was that of a fully matured master at the peak stage. Naturally, he would be far stronger than the centenarian sword master I had fought before. After all, since he had reached this stage through orthodox martial arts, there would be few, if any, flaws in his technique. And at the peak level, there was a significant gap in skill between those who had just entered the stage and those who had fully mastered it. Tang Chong, who had been grumbling for a while, suddenly smiled brightly. Well, if father personally brought it up, there must have been a good reason. And it's true that our clan owes you a great debt. That's correct. Thanks to this situation, I've received an offer beyond my expectations. Haha, no matter who it is, anyone would be lucky to have my sister, so don't feel too self-conscious. Without a word, I turned to look at Tang Sowol. My expression was meant to convey, is he always like this? Sensing my gaze, Tang Sowol, who seemed unable to bear the situation any longer, quickly covered her face with both hands and gave a small nod. Her plump cheeks peeked out between her fingers, and her ears, which had partially emerged from her hair, had turned bright red in the short span of time. So he's always like this, huh? Anyway, can you tell me exactly what happened to my sister? I rushed back as soon as I received the urgent message, so I don't know the full details. That's not difficult. Let's start with how I, kidnapped Tang Sowol. Wait, what did you just say? Young lady. No, not that. Did you just say you kidnapped her? Why are you talking about something so outrageous so casually? It couldn't be helped. Tang Sowol wouldn't listen to me. Explain everything from the beginning, leave nothing out. Understood. In that case, I'll begin with the reason I left my hometown. You can skip that part. Start from the moment you first met Sowol. Tang Chong raised his voice, shouting in frustration. I shrugged my shoulders slightly in response. Man, he's got a lot of demands. I began recounting the story as he requested, starting from when I first encountered Tang Sowol. And that's how it happened. You subdued Sowol and kidnapped her? Found a purple flower poison enhancing grass by chance? Fought 30 unorthodox martial artists? And one of them was even a peak-level master. Despite my sincere explanation, Tang Chong stared at me with an expression that could only be described as that of someone looking at a con artist. This is unbelievable. Do you seriously expect me to believe all that? You might as well claim that you learned about her heavenly poison body from a dream or something. How did you know? One night, I had a terrible nightmare, and when I woke up, the breathing technique for dealing with the heavenly poison body was stuck in my head. What? Tang Chong frowned deeply, his expression becoming visibly displeased. Seeing his reaction, I quickly jabbed Tang Sowol in the side with my elbow. Poke, poke. Although Tang Chong's glare grew sharper, it didn't last long, as Tang Sowol opened her mouth to speak. Huh. That last part was nonsense, but the rest of what he said is true, brother. It all sounds absurd, but I experienced every part of it myself. Even father arrived just as the fight ended, so he can confirm it. That must have been incredibly dangerous. I'm relieved you're okay, truly. Tang Chong heaved a sigh of relief. Then, after a moment's pause, he added in a slightly annoyed tone. I did ask him to explain what happened, but somehow, he makes it sound like I didn't believe a word of it when he said it. Funny, since I got a different vibe when you were talking. That's probably because your attitude toward me seemed a little different. Well, of course. If you can't trust your own family, who can you trust? Anyway, since you've been calling me brother, I'll call you little brother. But keep in mind, we're not close enough for me to call you brother-in-law just yet. His boldness was so overwhelming that instead of feeling slighted, I found it amusing. Tang Chong nodded approvingly, looking rather pleased with himself, before cautiously asking, So, little brother, do you belong to any particular sect? What about your family? You seem quite young, how old are you? And where are you headed now? Despite his careful tone, he made sure to ask all the questions he wanted. When I came to my senses, I found myself thrown into the world with nothing but my own body. I have no family, nor do I belong to any sect. As for my age, I turned 15 this year. Right now, I'm heading to the training grounds assigned to me. I responded without hesitation, and it wasn't Tang Chong who reacted, it was Tang Sowol. Huh? The training grounds assigned to you? Yes. Just a little while ago, you were about to ask me for a sparring match, weren't you? This works out perfectly. That's true, but that was only because I wanted to. Only because you wanted to be alone with me? I didn't realize you had such impure intentions. I wasn't planning anything inappropriate. Then what were you planning to do? Everything except anything inappropriate. As we walked, exchanging light-hearted banter, Tang Chong alternated between looking at us with pride and a tinge of melancholy, his expression complex. So, This day has finally come. It's only natural. She can't remain a child forever. Brother? I was only thinking of having a sparring match. A sparring match. Of course. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Tang Chong's slumped shoulders straightened, and his half-lidded eyes lit up with renewed vigor. He turned to me with a sharp yet eager gaze. Little brother, how about a sparring match with me? No thanks. I don't believe you'll end it with just a sparring match. What kind of person do you take me for? I am Tang Chong, the young master of the Sichuan Tang Clan, known as the Dark Dragon. Impressive. I'm just a prospective son-in-law of the Tang Clan with no title of my own. Cool. Fine. If you spar with me, I'll reward you with an elixir regardless of the outcome. How about that? Tempting offer, but I've already received 100 poisons pure blood pill recently, so I won't need another elixir for a while. What? You already got one? Who? No, never mind. If elixirs won't entice you, how about a new sword? Our blacksmiths are among the best. A sword? I glanced down at the weapon hanging from my waist. It was a sword I had taken from the leader of the Red Sand Gang. While it wasn't a bad weapon, it couldn't compare to a blade crafted by the Tang Clan. On top of that, the sword had seen plenty of use and was beginning to dull from lack of proper maintenance. All right, I'll do it. Already, I was looking forward to it. Only the three of us, Tang Sowol, Tang Chong, and I stood in the empty training grounds. At the center of the grounds, Tang Chong stood a few steps back, loosening his wrists as he began to speak. Let's briefly go over the rules. Since this is just a sparring match, poison and lethal strikes are forbidden. I also won't use any sharp weapons or hidden weapons with blades. Given the disparity in skill, we should probably limit the use of internal energy as well. What level do you think is appropriate? I'll follow your lead, little brother. Let's stick to the level of a first-rate martial artist, and we'll refrain from using sword energy. Does that sound fair? Very well. The spar will end when one of us fully subdues the other, or if either of us concedes. Agreed. Let's start right away. Haha, you're in quite a hurry, aren't you, little brother? That's how eager I am. After saying that, I glanced to the side. Tang Sowol, now relegated to the sidelines, looked sullen, seemingly displeased with her current situation. I couldn't help but smile at her expression. What's with that face? What's bothering you now? Bothering me? Well, I suppose I can't complain too much. It makes sense that things didn't go according to my plan. After all, you're no longer just a kidnapper or a benefactor. You're my fiancé now. It's true that I wanted to get to know you better, but I'm also genuinely happy to see my brother again. If it's all right with you, I'll make time for you after the sparring match, until sunset, or even after, if you'd like. Foo-foo, thank you. But that's not what I'm upset about. What is it then? You're getting a bit too excited, don't you think? I could get you a sword, too, and I'd spar with you anytime you wanted. As she said that, Tang Sowol averted her gaze slightly and added in a softer voice, Please, enjoy spending time with me a little more, like I did with you. For a brief moment, a strange sensation stirred deep in my chest. It wasn't quite anger, but something warm and prickly that resembled it. However, I didn't know what to say in response. After a moment's hesitation, all I could manage was a small nod. Tang Sowol seemed to understand, as she nodded in return. Yet, the atmosphere remained awkward, and neither of us could do much to break the tension. Apparently, Tang Chong didn't appreciate the awkwardness. Let's get started already. With a displeased expression, he furrowed his brow, clearly eager to move things along. The playful aura he had earlier was gone, replaced by a sharp, refined presence. As soon as I reflexively drew my sword and assumed a stance, Tang Chong's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Unlike Sowol, I'll be quite the difficult opponent. I figured as much, judging by your moniker. Although Tang Sowol had mastered hidden weapon techniques to a high level as a Tang Clan warrior, her true specialty lay in poison arts. That's why I had been able to deal with her relatively easily before, simply by preparing an antidote in advance. However, judging by Tang Chong's title, Dark Dragon, it was clear that he primarily used hidden weapons. Given that he was already a fully matured peak-level master, even without poison arts, he would be a formidable opponent. Still, this was a sparring match, not a life-or-death duel. That gave me a chance. I gathered my internal energy, letting out a faint killing intent that naturally seeped from my body. Normally, I would have concentrated it on a single target, but this time, I spread it across a wide area. What's this? Tang Chong's expression stiffened slightly as the faint killing intent filled the surroundings. However, once he realized it wasn't directed at him but merely diffused outward, he let out a small laugh. I took half a step forward with my left foot and asked, "Do seniors offer their juniors 3 chances in sparring matches? For a warrior like you who takes sparring seriously, that would be an insult. No such courtesy here. Too bad." With a faint smile, I kicked off the ground. Tat. Thanks to my slightly widened meridians, my energy flowed more smoothly, allowing me to move faster. The scenery blurred as I rapidly closed the distance. However, closing the distance didn't mean I could reach Tang Chong. As soon as I approached, Tang Chong retreated, leaving only hidden weapons behind in his wake. Due to the short distance, I couldn't discern exactly where they were aimed. Fortunately, I had prepared for such situations by spreading my killing intent throughout the area. Anything moving within range would inevitably disturb the energy field of Raging Wave Death-Stealing Art. I spotted the incoming hidden weapons with my eyes and sensed them with my energy perception, then swung my sword. Ching! Chai-ching! I deflected the iron coins flying toward my right shoulder and stepped back to avoid the metal ball aimed at my foot, but it didn't end there. Behind the metal ball was another small projectile, hidden from my view. It ricocheted off the first ball and flew toward my wrist. It's a mother-child sphere. Hidden weapons designed to confuse the opponent by using 2 projectiles of different sizes. While the initial projectile could be used as a simple distraction, it was rare for someone to consider the angles so meticulously. Even among unorthodox sect warriors, such precise hidden weapon techniques were uncommon. I swiftly pulled back my sword and gripped the hilt tightly, twisting it so that the pommel protected my wrist. Kang! The small sphere struck the pommel and bounced off into the distance. If it had hit me directly, my wrist wouldn't have broken, but it would have gone numb, making it difficult to hold my sword. If that had happened, the spar would have ended right there. After regaining my stance, I saw Tang Chong narrowing his eyes from a distance. You're skilled. The Tang Clan's martial arts are certainly impressive, but the techniques themselves are similar to those I often saw used by unorthodox warriors. That's right, you're from Zhejiang province, aren't you? Yes. To the unorthodox martial artist, martial arts are nothing more than a tool for winning. Poison and hidden weapons are common, but so are methods like taking hostages, bribery, and pretending to be friendly before stabbing someone in the back. There's even a saying that the one who gets tricked is the fool, which should tell you all you need to know. Well, it was especially bad during the period when orthodox martial artists had disappeared, leaving only the unorthodox sections. Things improved somewhat once the Black Lotus sect firmly established itself and secured control over Zhejiang province. Even unorthodox organizations need some degree of order if they want to maintain stability. As I nodded quietly to myself, Tang Chong grinned and said, "Then, be on your guard. What I'm about to show you is a martial technique you've never seen before. Although I haven't sharpened my weapons, once a hidden weapon leaves my hand, there's no way to stop it. Please be careful as well, brother. Unlike your hidden weapons, I can stop my sword mid-swing, but I'm not very good at holding back." Haha, you're quite provocative once you draw your sword, aren't you, little brother? It's just a habit. No deeper meaning. Yes. Among unorthodox martial artists, there are plenty who act like they'll die if they're looked down upon. It seems you've picked up some bad habits too. Clicking his tongue in mock disapproval, Tang Chong suddenly swung his arm. This time, he openly threw his weapons, but it was impossible to tell exactly what he had thrown, where they were aimed, or even when they had been thrown. The loose-fitting robes characteristic of Tang Clan attire concealed the contours of his shoulders, and more than half of his hands were hidden. Sweek! Because of the peculiar shape of the iron coins, they flew in erratic trajectories. The mother-child sphere skimmed low across the ground, appearing as though it might hit the floor at any moment. Meanwhile, a needle, omochim, was hidden among these weapons, aiming directly for one of my pressure points. The last weapon, the needle, would have been difficult to detect without using my dispersed killing intent as a form of sensory feedback. Even being able to sense it didn't guarantee I could respond to everything. If Tang Chong had imbued his weapons with killing intent, I might have been able to read their trajectories more easily, but this was a sparring match. Without the aid of killing intent, I had to rely purely on my eyes and senses to track his hidden weapons, and Tang Chong's skill was impressive. The mother-child sphere, in particular, would have been nearly impossible to predict, even if there had been killing intent attached to it. With that in mind, I decided to do what I did best. I hurled myself directly into the barrage of hidden weapons. What the? Tang Chong's shocked voice reached my ears, but I ignored it. Focusing my internal energy into my legs, I unleashed it all at once. Pong! The sudden burst of energy from my Yangshan Heil, a vital acupuncture point on the soul, made my feet tingle, but I didn't care. I swung my sword in a wide arc. Chang! With a clear metallic clang, the iron coins bounced off my blade and clattered to the ground. I hadn't precisely aimed my swing. If I had tried that, I wouldn't have been able to deflect even half of the weapons. Rather than directly targeting the hidden weapons, I had simply placed my sword where I predicted they would fly. Since this was a sparring match, we were only aiming for non-lethal areas, and there were only so many spots where one could aim to safely subdue the opponent. I had simply swung my sword toward one of those areas. Hup! Instead of withdrawing my sword after the swing, I spun my body around in sync with its position. This time, I focused my internal energy into my arms and the fabric of my sleeves. Pu-hung! The wide sweep of my sleeve tore through the air, creating a loud whooshing sound accompanied by a gust of wind. Naturally, Tang Chong had imbued his needle with internal energy, but the delicate weapon couldn't withstand the sudden shockwave I created. Its trajectory wavered, and its power diminished significantly. This wouldn't have been possible if Tang Chong hadn't agreed to limit his internal energy use. With its course disrupted, the needle either veered off target or lost its momentum entirely, allowing me to catch it harmlessly on my back and arm. Since the needles weren't coated in poison and weren't aimed at my pressure points, there was no reason to be overly concerned. Other than a slight sting, they didn't impair my movements at all. Next, I turned my attention to the mother-child sphere flying toward my lower body. The large and small spheres, which had seemed like they might hit the ground, instead collided with the floor and each other, spreading out over a wide area. They covered a range too large to block with a single sword, and dodging wasn't an option either. I was too late, having focused on deflecting the previous hidden weapons. However, the more intricate a technique is, the more it falls apart once it's disrupted. I extended my right leg forward and twisted my body sideways. At the same time, I stretched out my arm, slipping my sword between the scattered spheres. Thung! A solid impact traveled through the hilt. I had targeted one of the spheres I had taken note of earlier and struck it with my sword tip. The sphere bounced away and collided with another one. That sphere, in turn, hit yet another, and the sequence continued, causing the spheres to ricochet wildly off each other. This was similar to how Tang Chong had scattered the spheres widely earlier. The only difference was that instead of spreading them out in a controlled manner, I had aimed to create as much chaotic collision as possible. Tadadak! A fierce series of clattering sounds, like crackling sparks, echoed as the spheres scattered in all directions. Some flew overhead, others hit the ground, and still more bounced away into the distance. I succeeded in dispersing most of the attack, though I couldn't block everything. I twisted my body sideways, minimizing the area exposed to the incoming spheres, but a few still struck my forearm and thigh. Fortunately, since they hit me at an angle rather than head-on, the impact was manageable. That should be enough. Smiling faintly, I steadied my trembling legs and kicked off the ground once more. Tat! As I closed the distance again, Tang Chong threw more hidden weapons. I dodged what I could, deflected what I couldn't, and braced myself for those I couldn't avoid. This time, I didn't pause. I kept using my movement technique to close the gap. While Tang Chong could easily throw one or two hidden weapons on the move, launching dozens at once required him to stop for a brief moment. By pressing forward without stopping, I gradually reduced the distance between us. One step, another step. Each time I drew closer, my body accumulated more cuts and bruises, but none were serious enough to stop me. Finally, I reached striking distance. Tang Chong gave a wry smile. You know, little brother. I don't. And if you don't mind, I'm tired, so please don't talk to me right now. The Tang Clan prefers people with tenacity, people like you. Then how about letting me land a single hit? Please don't say scary things while holding a real sword. Tang Chong, realizing that there was no more room to throw hidden weapons at such close range, shifted his stance into a ready position for close-quarters combat. He adopted the primary posture of the fist arts of the Tang Clan, a style designed to deal with enemies in melee range. Close-range fighting, huh? That's something I'm confident in as well, I thought, as I readied my sword, intending to target just the edge of his robes, nothing too serious. Cling. Huh. My sword clattered to the ground. No, more accurately, only the hilt remained in my hand. The blade had broken off mid-swing and tumbled to the floor. With all the fights I'd been through lately and the sheer number of hidden weapons I had deflected during this sparring match, the accumulated stress on the blade had reached its limit. It wasn't entirely surprising that it couldn't withstand one last powerful swing. Still, of all times, I hadn't expected it to break now. Had this been before my regression, I could have extended sword energy and compensated for the broken weapon. But this was only a sparring match. Tang Chong hadn't gone all out with his internal energy, and he had been careful not to use lethal hidden weapons, so I couldn't exactly complain about my bad luck. Admitting defeat was the only reasonable course of action. With a long sigh, I sheathed the broken sword and politely cupped my hands in a gesture of surrender. I concede. Huh? Oh. Yes, I see. That was a good spar, little brother. Tang Chong, looking somewhat bewildered by my abrupt surrender, relaxed his stance and returned my respectful gesture. Thus, the sparring match ended with my defeat. Just as we were wrapping things up, Tang Sowol, who had been nervously watching from a distance, rushed over with an indignant expression. Brother, how could you turn someone who just finished recovering into a patient again? Patient? Tang Chong, flustered, glanced at me while Tang Sowol pointedly gestured toward my arms and legs. Look at him. He's trembling like a drenched baby bird. It's not that bad. I tried to protest in a calm tone, though I couldn't completely deny that my limbs were trembling slightly from the repeated impacts of the mother-child sphere. Still, her comparison seemed a bit exaggerated. Regardless, it appeared my words didn't reach Tang Sowol at all. I'll take Cheon Hwi-da to the medical hall. Brother, please take care of cleaning up here. Well, you see, Sowol, little brother's martial skills were better than I expected, so I couldn't. Even so, you should have shown some restraint. You're older, more experienced, and much stronger. How could you bully someone younger like Cheon Hwi-da so harshly? Tang Sowol cut off her brother's excuse with a pout and pulled me forcefully toward her. Poop. She practically hugged me, holding me close to her side. Truthfully, ever since I regressed and found myself back in this younger body, I'd been feeling quite dissatisfied with my physical state, being shorter, weaker, and lacking the strength I once had. But now, as I felt the soft sensation pressing against the back of my head, for the first time, I didn't mind being in this smaller body. Noticing my reaction, Tang Chong's expression twisted into a scowl. Sowol, shouldn't you go and greet father now that you're back? Brother, I'll go see father after I've taken Cheon Hwi-da to the medical hall. Isn't it proper to check on someone's health before anything else? Sowol. Ignoring her brother's protests, Tang Sowol simply turned away, pulling me along. Left behind, Tang Chong slumped to the ground with a dejected look on his face. Watching his pitiful figure, I buried my head a little deeper into Tang Sowol's shoulder and gave a subtle nod of satisfaction. Mulkang. Though I had lost the sparring match, I couldn't help but feel like I had won something. Tang Chong watched with a mix of frustration and bewilderment as his one and only younger sister held on to Cheon Hwi-da as if he were her precious child. He sighed, stood up, and tried to gather his thoughts. As he brushed himself off, something caught his eye. Swish. His eyes narrowed as he noticed the cut in his sleeve. Cheon Hwi-da's sword had broken before it could reach him, meaning the blade hadn't even touched his robe. Then what was this neatly sliced fabric? Sword wind. A gust of wind imbued with the sharpness of a blade. While it wasn't lethal, it was capable of slicing through clothing and hair. This wasn't something just anyone could do. Only those who had achieved a state of sword unity or something equivalent could unleash such a technique. But Cheon Hwi-da's level should be no more than first-rate. This went beyond what Tang Chong could comprehend with his current understanding of martial arts. He continued to stare at his sleeve for a while, then scratched the back of his head. I have a lot to ask, father. Muttering to himself, Tang Chong began walking toward the Patriarch's Hall, where Tang Jinshin would be. However, after taking only 3 steps out of the training grounds, he abruptly turned back. Might as well clean up before I go. With a sullen expression, Tang Chong started picking up the scattered hidden weapons one by one. In the Tang Clan, hidden weapons were never left for servants to clean up, as there was always the concern of them being leaked outside the clan. Sigh. At that moment, Tang Chong felt a little resentful toward the world. Tang Sowol forcibly dragged me to the medical hall and laid me down, despite my insistence that I was fine. Looking at her, I asked in a slightly grumpy voice, "So, when can I expect to receive my sword?" "Perhaps after you greet father, you'll go find the smiths. They may have some quirks, but they're people who keep their promises. However, for now, your arm needs to heal first. In this condition, even if you get the sword, you won't be able to swing it properly. It's just a bruise. Nothing serious like a broken bone. I'll be fine by tomorrow. Brother said he would make it regardless of whether you won or lost. So why did you push yourself so hard? Even knowing it was a spar, you made those watching feel so anxious." "Well, wouldn't it be because I wanted to look impressive in front of my fiancé? Asking me that directly already means it's not true, right?" "Oops, caught me. Honestly, I already gave the reason during the spar. I'm just not very good at holding back. Does that make any sense, considering your skills? Since we're on the topic, I'm curious. Tang Sowol, what do you think of my skills? They're strangely strong for someone at your stage. It's like your achievements can't keep up with your talent." "Talent, huh? I wouldn't say I lack it, honestly. Saying you don't lack it seems too humble. Even if I may not look it, I'm the daughter of the prestigious Tang Clan, renowned among the 5 great clans. I grew up with the best food and trained in the finest martial arts, yet I still couldn't surpass you. But you lost to your brother, didn't you? Do you even hear yourself? Brother is at least 10 years older than you and me, and he's received the title of Dark Dragon, given only to the most outstanding talents of this generation. Compared to that, how long has it been since you seriously started learning martial arts?" Tang Sowol let out a scoff, as if finding the situation absurd. Though a bit off, her observation wasn't entirely wrong. "Right now, my physical body and internal energy can't keep up with the enlightenment I gained after experiencing regression. Since she doesn't know about my regression, Tang Sowol must think I possess some absurd level of talent. Of course, having previously reached the peak level with the foundationless martial art, I can say I do have decent talent. But it's nowhere near the incredible level she imagines. Half of what you see in me, Tang Sowol, probably comes from my resolve rather than innate talent. If determination alone can make someone strong, what's the point of learning martial arts?" "That's not what I meant. How should I explain this? Let's try a hypothetical spar." "A spar? Let's say you had to fight that old swordsman I dealt with before, along with the lackeys he gathered. But this time, assume you didn't immediately consume the purple flower poison-enhancing grass and instead kept it for later use in poison techniques." "Wait a moment." "Okay, go on." Tang Sowol closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Was she seriously imagining the scenario right now? Chuckling at her earnest expression, I continued. "I'm not beside you. The encirclement is tight enough that even escaping would be difficult. Now, what would you do in that situation?" Heroically fight to the death? That's not an acceptable answer, is it? Do you think that's a solution? Unless you plan on making me a widower, I'd prefer if you focused on survival. Even so, I honestly don't see a way out. Relying solely on hidden weapons would be tough. With poison, I could take down about 4 first-class fighters and perhaps 30 of the lesser ones, but what's the problem then? The old swordsman himself. I'm confident in my abilities. Compared to yours, I may fall short, but among those at the same level, I'm exceptional. However, he's a master at the peak level, isn't he? And what of it? Pardon. A peak master is still human. If a sword pierces their heart, they die. If their neck is severed, they die. If they're poisoned, they die. You should be capable of handling even someone stronger than you." Hearing that, Tang Sowol frowned slightly. "It ultimately comes down to time. High-level martial artists can use their internal energy to slow down the spread of poison. In some cases, they might even be able to expel it entirely. So you're saying you'd be defeated before the poison could take full effect?" "Yes, since they'd have come prepared to deal with me. Whether they brought antidotes or poison immunity pills, they wouldn't face me without countermeasures." "Fair enough. Of course, once poisoned, their combat strength would drastically drop since they'd have to expend internal energy and concentration to suppress the poison. If I could keep them at bay with hidden weapons and use my movement techniques to maintain distance until they couldn't endure any longer, I might have a chance. But they aren't alone, are they? One more thing. It won't be easy to keep them in check with hidden weapons alone. Unless you can create complex trajectories like my brother, simply throwing many projectiles quickly won't be enough. What about movement techniques? The Tang Clan's movement techniques are excellent. In terms of speed, you might be slightly slower or roughly equal to them. But as I mentioned earlier, you'd still be surrounded. Maintaining distance for an extended period would be extremely difficult. Ugh. What should I do? Tang Sowol muttered to herself, contemplating various strategies. But no matter how hard she tried, no viable solution seemed to come to mind, and her furrowed brow only deepened. Resisting the urge to smooth out her creased forehead, I waited patiently for her to respond. After a long moment, she finally exhaled a deep sigh and opened her eyes. I don't know. No matter how I think about it, I can't come up with a good answer. Is that so? From my perspective, there are a few methods you could try. At my words, Tang Sowol pursed her lips and glared at me. Really? While it's true that you managed something similar in the past, wasn't that only possible because you bought enough time for me to face the old swordsman one-on-one? I wasn't talking about myself. I was talking about you. Oh, of course, even if I had to fight them alone, I'd still be confident in winning. Tang Sowol silently prodded my bandaged arm. Ow, does it hurt a lot? It's bearable. Then bear with it. Though she said that, she stopped poking me. Instead, she crossed her arms and spoke with a teasing expression. So, how would you fight, oh great hero? It's simple. First, I'd force my way into the midst of the lackeys. Even evil martial artists don't swing their weapons at their allies without cause, unless their own life is at stake. Isn't being surrounded at sword's reach more dangerous than being surrounded at a distance? Not necessarily. The number of people who can surround you at any given time is limited. And since they wouldn't have trained in coordinated formations, they wouldn't be perfectly synchronized either. Unless in special cases, weapons are wielded by human hands, meaning their techniques are limited. If the number of opponents is fixed, and their techniques predictable, there's no need to be overly intimidated. Also, being amidst their ranks would act as a form of deterrence against the old swordsman. As I mentioned earlier, even rogue martial artists don't betray their allies without reason. Though they might switch sides quickly, they'll still need a valid excuse. If he rashly swung his saber at both me and his lackeys, the martial artists he'd gathered would turn on him in an instant. To them, it would seem like he betrayed them first. They wouldn't quietly accept it, they'd either flee or retaliate in desperation. While I held out among the lackeys, the old swordsman would be forced to fight cautiously. No matter how impressive a martial art is, if its fluidity is disrupted, its power is halved. And the lackey's skills wouldn't easily touch me. For a time, the most dangerous place becomes the safest. And after that? You'd still have to face a stronger opponent in an exhausted state. If they're stronger than me, whether I'm tired or not wouldn't matter much. Actually, if I'm tired, I might even be able to lull them into complacency. As I said that, I traced a diagonal line across my chest with my finger, outlining a scar that had recently formed. Taking a hit to deal a fatal blow is risky, but highly effective. Tang Sowol stared at me in stunned silence, her mouth slightly open. Shrugging, I added, "Wouldn't that be better than passively enduring and dying? At least it's a strategy worth trying. Even if one mistake could cost me my head." Somehow, this conversation got long. The point is, don't think of me as some unreachable person. Why not? Do you dislike being admired? Of course not. I'm human too, so being respected feels good. But right now, you clearly see me as someone above you. I didn't like that. I was just a lucky rogue martial artist who, by sheer chance, managed to break through the wall of transcendence. Meanwhile, Tang Sowol had reached the flowering stage, Wagyong, and was one of the few absolute masters who had resisted the heavenly demon until the very end. At present, I may be ahead of her thanks to the insights I gained before my regression, but Tang Sowol has the potential to become far greater than me, and she must. 20 years. It may sound like a long time, but when considering that she must grow strong enough to face a monster like the heavenly demon, it's far too short. In the worst-case scenario, I might have to drag Tang Sowol and flee, even if it means being resented for life. But after spending a short time in the Tang Clan, I realized something. No matter what, Tang Sowol would seek revenge. Even if I had no intention of doing so, unless I severed her tendons and shattered her core, she wouldn't stop. Perhaps, even if she were crippled, she wouldn't give up. Ultimately, before the heavenly demon and the demonic cult march upon us, we need to become as strong as possible. If she continues to unconsciously see herself as beneath me, that will be a problem. I couldn't explain everything in detail, so I tried to convey my thoughts with one statement. So don't set me as your limit. Huh. I want to walk alongside you, not become the wall that blocks your path. A limit. Tang Sowol can become a martial artist far stronger than Cheon Hwi-da. And the same goes for me. Don't overestimate me, and don't underestimate yourself. Tang Sowol fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. After a long moment, she finally parted her lips to speak. There might be a way, Cheon Hwi-da. You mentioned that the purple flower poison-enhancing grass wasn't consumed, but kept for later use, right? In that case, instead of absorbing it, I'll burn through it all at once. Doing so will temporarily amplify my poison techniques. That's dangerous. Yes, it will be. Even with my innate poison immunity, I might not be able to withstand the toxicity, and my body could collapse. 9 times out of 10, that's exactly what will happen. But I'd be able to take down everyone present. Tang Sowol had arrived at the same idea she did before my regression. I gave her a nod of approval. Exactly. The strength you've seen in me is nothing more than that. Don't dwell on it too much and focus on your own training. And you'd come running to save me when I collapse, wouldn't you? What? Interrupting me, Tang Sowol added with a playful smile. Wouldn't you? Since you fell for me at first sight and kidnapped me, you'd come running no matter what. It's the same for me. If Cheon Hwi-da were in danger, I'd rush to save you too. That way, instead of gaining strength from some tragic resolve, it would come from trust in one another, wouldn't it? What are you trying to say? I mean, Cheon Hwi-da, don't belittle your own abilities. Her triumphant expression, as though she had gotten the better of me, was irritating, yet it made me chuckle. It wasn't a bad feeling. It was shortly after my arm, injured during the recent sparring match, had healed. Young hero Cheon, would you mind coming out with me for a while today? Tang Sowol suddenly appeared at the training grounds where I was practicing and made this unexpected request. Seeing her face early in the morning wasn't a bad way to start the day, but her sudden visit and spontaneous suggestion were a bit abrupt. Right now? Of course not. You just woke up, your hair is a mess, you only washed your face briefly, and you're dressed in your usual, casual training attire. Naturally, I meant later, around lunchtime, so we could have a meal together. For a moment, I couldn't understand what she was saying, so I quietly studied her appearance. Her neatly tied black hair was fixed in place with an elegant hairpin. It wasn't overly extravagant, but it exuded a subtle elegance. Upon closer inspection, her hair gleamed with a smooth luster, without a single tangle. Messy hair, she said? Clearly, it had been meticulously combed and treated with fine oil. Though she likely hadn't done it herself, her maidservants must have. Then there was her face. Her skin had always been flawless, but with a light application of makeup, her natural beauty was even more radiant. No one could possibly describe her as disheveled. Again, her maidservants must have helped her prepare. Lastly, her clothes. But really, what more could a martial artist need besides practical attire? After organizing my thoughts, I looked directly into Tang Sowol's black eyes and opened my mouth. I think you've done quite well already. Don't be too hard on your maidservants. Pardon? What do you? Wait a moment. Did you think I was talking about myself just now, young hero Cheon? Weren't you? At my question, she let out a disbelieving scoff. Good grief. Honestly, this is ridiculous. Just explain what you mean. Look here, young hero Cheon. I was talking about you. Me? As I blankly repeated her words, Tang Sowol strode toward me with quick steps. Due to my not yet fully grown body, I had to look up at her slightly. Humiliating. Grumbling inwardly, I sheathed my sword, and in that brief moment, Tang Sowol reached out and began tidying my hair. What is this mess? It looks like a bird's nest. Isn't it normal to get sweaty after morning training? I was planning to wash up properly and then have breakfast. I know that. You come to breakfast with wet hair every morning these days. After roughly finishing tidying my hair, Tang Sowol gently rubbed the corner of my eyes with her thumb. If you're going to wash your face anyway, do it thoroughly. How can you walk around with eye crusts like that? I was just swinging my sword lightly to wake myself up. I wash properly when I meet other people, so it's fine. Huh. Tang Sowol let out a deep sigh, then took half a step back and spread her arms wide, as if inviting me to take a good look at her. Young hero Cheon, I'm here, aren't I? I go through all this trouble every morning just to see you, yet you can't even make yourself presentable. She wasn't wrong. Normally, Tang Sowol would only come to see me after finishing her own work, usually in the evening. Lately, however, she had been making brief morning visits as well. We are engaged, after all. Though the formal betrothal ceremony hasn't taken place yet, it will happen soon. Eventually, we'll get married and spend the rest of our lives seeing each other's faces every day, fighting and making up. Well, I suppose that's true. But I don't really know what it means to act like a proper fiancé. So I decided to try doing what I think a proper fiancé should do. Visiting you every morning is part of that. I never would have guessed that was the reason. Then again, while I hadn't clung to her so closely, I had spent quite a long time with the pre-regression Tang Sowol. During that time, we had seen both the best and worst of each other, and our difficult lives had hardened us. Furthermore, while I didn't know where he was or what he was doing now, I knew that the monster known as the Heavenly Demon would one day set the world ablaze. Although it wasn't an immediate concern, it was only natural that I felt a certain sense of urgency. But for Tang Sowol, the situation was completely different. She was barely in her early 20s, had only recently entered the martial world, and had already experienced numerous crises, including an abrupt engagement. Even if I didn't know everything about her, it was obvious that she still held expectations and fantasies about the world far more than I did. In hindsight, wasn't I also struggling, not because of the heavenly demon or anything grand like that, but simply because I wanted to live a happy life with Tang Sowol? I reflected briefly on whether I had been too indifferent, but before I could dwell on it further, Tang Sowol, who had been exuding a sulky atmosphere just moments ago, suddenly broke into a playful smile. Actually, never mind. Now that I think about it, you might as well stay the way you are, young hero Cheon. After all, I'm 5 years older than you. If I continue tidying your hair and wiping your eyes like this, isn't that also something a proper fiancé should do? I'll just be more mindful from now on. Hehe, that's a good decision. While you claim you don't meet anyone regularly, you still have me, don't you? Even if I don't go overboard, I still try to dress neatly just to show myself to you. With that, she took half a step back, spread her arms wide again, and spun around in place, as if to show off her appearance. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Meanwhile, Tang Sowol, now even more confident, continued with a bold and unabashed expression. In any case, since that's settled, you'll have to accompany me today. It's no longer a request, but a demand, huh? But are you even allowed to go out? Pardon? What do you mean by that? Unlike you, young hero Cheon, I don't go around kidnapping people. Didn't you almost get yourself killed the first time you left the house? I doubt the Poison King will allow it so easily. They were still investigating whether there were any other parties involved or if there was a mastermind behind the incident. Once the investigation concluded, they planned to make an example out of it to prevent such incidents from happening again. According to what Tang Sowol had told me before my regression, while there were minor collaborators, there wasn't any significant mastermind, so the matter would likely be settled soon. In any case, from the Tang Clan's perspective, the situation with Tang Sowol wasn't entirely resolved yet. If she tried to go out during such a time, even I would say it's a bad idea. After listening to me, Tang Sowol tilted her head, then soon made a face as if she had realized something. Oh, of course, I didn't mean we'd go far. I was just talking about strolling through the marketplace in Chengdu. Chengdu isn't exactly a small village. Even before the Tang Clan established itself, Chengdu had been the largest city in Sichuan province. No matter how influential the Tang Clan was, treating the entire city as their backyard was a bit much. Oh, it's fine. The Tang Clan has people everywhere in Chengdu. It's practically our backyard. Father even gave his permission, though we'll have escorts following us. Is the influence of the 5 great clans really that extensive? Well, actually, the Tang Clan is a bit less influential compared to the other 5 great clans. Due to the nature of our martial arts, we tend to be a bit more reclusive. For example, the Namgun clan, which is the largest among the 5 great clans, practically rules Anhui province like kings. They're said to have noble lineage, though I'm not sure if that's entirely accurate. In the past, I had picked up a sword purely to make a living. I wasn't interested in honor, so I avoided unnecessary conflicts with orthodox martial artists. I mostly traveled around Zhejiang, Jiangxi, and Guangdong provinces, steering clear of orthodox territories whenever possible. Most of the orthodox martial artists I met later had been defeated by the demonic cult and were in decline. Though I had heard that the orthodox factions were once highly powerful, I didn't realize it was to this extent. Meanwhile, the unorthodox world was so preoccupied with internal conflicts that the formation of groups like the Black Lotus sect was remarkable in itself. Fine. You said around lunchtime, but when exactly should I come? I'll come find you when I'm ready. Just take it easy until then. No. This time, I'll come to you. Pardon? But I might take a while getting ready. You could end up waiting for quite some time. Then I'll wait. So far, you've always come to find me. This time, I'll come to you. Oh my. Tang Sowol smiled brightly and nodded. All right. Then I'll be waiting happily for you, young hero Cheon. After making our promise, she walked away with light steps. Only after she had left the training grounds did I resume swinging my sword. When I went to find Tang Sowol at the appointed time, I was told she was still getting ready and to wait outside for a bit. I had already been warned that it might take a while, so I didn't mind waiting. However, as I glanced down at my outfit, I couldn't help but frown slightly. This is uncomfortable. I was wearing a long green robe made from Sichuan silk, known for its exorbitant price. While it felt luxurious against my skin and looked elegant, the long and flowing fabric constantly clung to my body, making movement cumbersome. When I had asked my attendant to prepare something appropriate for a stroll with Tang Sowol through the marketplace, she had enthusiastically brought out this attire. And it wasn't just one outfit. She had laid out over 10 different robes with the help of another attendant, all in varying shades of green, and told me to choose. To my eyes, they all looked more or less the same, but I picked one anyway. Then, they brought out several pairs of shoes to match the robe. Even after I chose a pair of shoes, it didn't seem to end, so I hastily tied my hair back and slipped away. Do the children of every prestigious family endure this sort of thing from a young age? How do they manage it? Though I had handled a fair amount of money during my time with the Black Lotus sect after reaching the transcendent level, most of it had gone toward acquiring new martial arts techniques and elixirs. Of course, there were limits to what money could buy, and even after spending most of it, I still lacked what I needed. In hindsight, the sect's leadership had truly been petty. Though they had a vast library of martial arts techniques and occasionally awarded high-quality manuals as rewards, they would dismiss me by saying none of them suited me. Granted, my division, the Blood Hall, had a reputation for being made up of troublemakers despite their skill, so it's true that we weren't well liked. Moreover, it was understandable that the Black Lotus sect leader, who was also a master of the flowering stage, sought to keep Blood Hall's leader in check, as he was similarly ostracized by the unorthodox world. Still, refusing to reward us despite our accomplishments seemed overly petty for someone who claimed to be the supreme figure of the unorthodox world. Although it didn't matter much now after my regression, just thinking about it made me seethe inwardly. Creak. Finally, the door, which had been tightly closed, opened, and Tang Sowol appeared. She didn't look significantly different from when I saw her in the morning. However, with her slightly more vibrant makeup, her ornate gown, and matching accessories, her entire atmosphere had changed. The Tang Sowol I knew had always been a martial artist, but the person before me now was unmistakably the daughter of a prestigious family. Though it was clearly the same person, she felt unfamiliar. As I stared blankly at her, our eyes met, and she too seemed to be taken aback by my appearance. Huh. Pfft. Simultaneously, we both burst into laughter, dispelling the awkward atmosphere in an instant. After sharing a hearty laugh, Tang Sowol, wiping tears from her eyes, tilted her chin up in a mock-haughty manner. Shall we go, young hero Cheon? Who am I to disobey? Nodding, I moved to stand beside her. As we walked together, the escorts following behind us frowned deeply, as if witnessing something they shouldn't have. Must be single. This happened back when I was part of the Black Lotus sect, working under the alias Blood Wolf. My direct superior at the time, the Heir Blood Hall leader, was, in many ways, the worst. But occasionally, she did share some useful advice. One of the things she said was that people live their entire lives learning something. How to walk, how to speak, how to make friends, how to wield a sword, how to work, how to maintain relationships, how to care for one's family, how to find wisdom in the words of the ancients, and so on. There are countless things to learn in this world, so many that one lifetime isn't enough to master them all. Naturally, some people will learn things that others won't, and even when learning the same things, some will progress faster or slower than others. But despite that, people must never give up and must continue to learn, especially if they are dissatisfied with their current situation. Only by doing so can you become a better person. The Heir Blood Hall leader's voice, when she said that, was filled with regret. What could have left such a powerful warrior, who had reached the flowering stage, with such a deep sense of regret? At the time, I was merely a wretched swordsman who knew nothing, so I couldn't understand. I only remember being moved by her words, urging me not to repeat her mistakes. That's how I came to learn reading and writing for the first time. Thanks to that, I was able to read martial arts manuals and learn more techniques. Next, I learned arithmetic, so I could avoid being scammed when trading. After that, I stopped chasing down and killing swindlers who had cheated me. In addition, I learned how to drink while keeping pace with my comrades, how the Black Lotus sect operated, and occasionally, I even picked up new martial arts. While my swordsmanship was honed through real combat, and my inner cultivation was something I developed by reflecting on my own life, my movement technique was something I had learned from the Heir Blood Hall leader. Yes, our final moments together had been the worst, but the process leading up to it wasn't entirely bad. From her, I didn't just learn how to wield a sword, I learned how to live in this world. Though she would have vehemently denied it, the Heir Blood Hall leader had been something akin to both a parent and a mentor to me. However, one thing I didn't learn from her was what to do when you go out on a date with your fiancé to a bustling marketplace. She had lived her whole life as a single woman and died that way, so even if I had asked, she wouldn't have been able to teach me. For that reason, I found myself feeling a bit lost and uncertain as I looked at Tang Sowol. Do you have a specific place in mind that you want to go to? Nope. But this is just like taking a stroll in front of our house, so why overthink it? Let's just start by getting something to eat, then we can walk around and sightsee. Well, that works. Nodding, I walked alongside Tang Sowol. After passing through the main gate of the Tang Clan estate, it didn't take long before we found ourselves amidst a bustling and lively scene. After walking a bit further, we entered a quiet and relatively empty main street. It wasn't that the street was in a bad area, on the contrary, it seemed to be in a high-end district. The people walking around were all dressed in expensive-looking clothes, the carriages passing by were luxurious, and the buildings on both sides of the street were tall and imposing. Looks expensive. It's fine. I wasn't planning on asking Brother Cheon to pay anyway. Besides, the place we're going to is run by the Tang Clan, so as long as you're with me, everything will be free. I wasn't planning on paying either. I already spent my entire fortune on buying you those dumplings. Oh my, are you still upset about that? But my stance hasn't changed. Those pills were not food. If it fills your stomach, it's food. Coming from someone who eagerly devoured the meals prepared by the Tang Clan's chef, that's not very convincing. I only ate because I was hungry. Because I was hungry. You said it was because you're still growing, right? Hehe. That's true. You still have a lot of growing to do, Brother Cheon. Tang Sowol smirked as she placed her hand on the top of her own head, pretending to measure her height against mine. Sure, I might be a little shorter than her at the moment. But that's only a temporary setback. Before my regression, I had been at least a hand's width taller than her. No, this time, I would grow even taller. I had started learning proper martial arts at an earlier age and hadn't been skipping meals, so it was only natural. Wait 5 years, and we'll see. So, you mean we'll still be going out together like this in 5 years? I'm looking forward to it. Honestly, I think I preferred it when you treated me like an old geezer. Come on. It wouldn't have made much of a difference. There are several reasons why I'm so comfortable around you, and it's not just because of your age. Saying that, Tang Sowol clasped her hands behind her back and walked ahead of me, only to suddenly spin around and face me while walking backward. First of all, I realized you're not as scary as you looked when I first met you, Brother Cheon. I'd love to tell that to the people who died by my hand. Even if you exude killing intent toward others, I'm an exception, aren't I? That's enough for me. Huh. Tang Sowol answered without hesitation, speaking in a calm tone. And second, it's probably because you're head over heels for me, isn't it? It's not to that extent. Most people don't risk their lives for someone unless they're deeply in love. And it's even rarer for someone to refuse all other rewards just to ask for the person they saved. Honestly, for a moment, I felt like I was the heroine of a romance story. If you look hard enough, I'm sure you'll find a few people like that. Men are simpler creatures than you think, Tang Sowol. Maybe there are others like that. After all, I'm pretty, and I'm the daughter of the Tang Clan. But the important thing is, you are the first. I won't bother asking whether you feel embarrassed saying you're pretty out loud, since you clearly don't look embarrassed in the slightest. Chit. Tang Sowol clicked her tongue lightly, then turned back around to face the road ahead as she continued speaking. And lastly, no, on second thought, maybe I shouldn't say it. Once you start, stopping halfway only makes me more curious. It's just that, now that I think about it, it might come across as rude to you, Brother Cheon. Tang Sowol, what could you possibly say that would offend me? Did you forget that I'm from Jujong province? Hearing that, Tang Sowol tilted her head in confusion and asked, I don't mean anything by this, I'm just genuinely curious. What kind of place is Jujong province that you say things like that? It's the heartland of the unorthodox world. But that probably doesn't mean much to you, does it? How should I explain this? After thinking for a moment, I recalled a fitting story and began to speak. First of all, I'm an orphan. Huh. Oh. There's no need to look so concerned. Both of my parents passed away when I was too young to remember their faces. That just makes it harder to know how to react. It's fine. Things are about to get even more difficult. I chuckled as I said that, and Tang Sowol slowed her pace to walk beside me again, as if signaling her intent to listen carefully. It's not that remarkable of a story. In Jujong province, it's common for ordinary civilians to be ruined by rising unorthodox martial artists. A husband working outside was killed by a rogue martial artist over a trivial matter. Unable to let her child starve, the grieving wife gritted her teeth and began working as a lowly servant for the man who had killed her husband. Unfortunately, she was later beaten to death by a drunken customer. The orphan child, left alone in the world, survived by begging in the streets until, after growing up a little, they sought a way to make a living. Eventually, they ended up serving the very people who had killed their parents. What do you think that child would have heard while working for those people? Tang Sowol's face had gone pale, and she kept her lips tightly sealed. I patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. I shouldn't have shared such a grim story during our outing. Don't worry. In the end, I killed them all myself. Was it revenge? No. It was survival. As I said, I don't even remember my parents' faces. Had I stayed there any longer, I would have been worked to death or used as a disposable pawn in a dangerous mission. Before my regression, there had indeed been several times when I came dangerously close to dying. While talent played a part in how quickly I grew stronger, my environment was undoubtedly a significant factor. If I didn't want to die, I had no choice but to become stronger. That's why I said it's fine. At the very least, I know you, Tang Sowol. Don't speak out of malice. Tang Sowol bit her lip briefly, then looked up at me with glistening eyes. Brother Cheon, may I continue what I was about to say earlier? Of course. Actually, I was wondering if I could teach Brother Cheon things you don't know. Huh. Not the ways of the unorthodox, but the ways of the orthodox. No, that sounds too grand. I just wanted to show you a normal way of life. What's the point of a martial artist seeking normalcy? That'll only dull the sword. A sword doesn't always have to be sharp, does it? The way I see it, you always keep your edge up, except when it comes to me. You feel like an unsheathed blade. I won't deny that. But can something like that even be taught? I've lived this way my whole life, and I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm not saying I'm absolutely right, or that I want to change you. That would be too presumptuous. I simply want to show you. Show me? Yes. If the reason you don't know another way of life is because you've always walked your path, then I'd like to show you that there are other paths, and that they aren't so bad. And if possible, I want to be the one to show you. Suddenly, I remembered the Heir blood hall leader who had once taught me even trivial things. Live a life for yourself, not just a life of survival, whenever you get the chance. I hadn't understood what she meant until I was on the verge of death. And now Tang Sowol was saying something very similar. I found myself staring blankly at her side profile. Her face was slightly redder than usual, and her breathing was uneven, as if she was nervous after making such a bold statement. I couldn't help but smile. Haha, what's so funny? I was being serious. Nothing. I was just surprised by how unexpectedly sentimental your words were. Did you rehearse that in advance? And no. Tang Sowol averted her gaze, flustered. That reaction was unexpected. Imagining her practicing her words alone, mumbling to herself, made me feel amused. Is that so? You didn't rehearse it. Ugh. That expression. It's annoying, you know? Let's just go inside. We're eating here. Tang Sowol stopped in front of a large tavern with a signboard that read Myeongwalru, Bright Moon Pavilion. Since it's still daytime, I was planning to order food without alcohol. That's fine, right? I don't mind. But this place looks quite fancy. Were you planning to show me the life of a wealthy person rather than a normal one? You're trying to tease me, aren't you? But Brother Cheon, since the moment you became my fiancé, you've already ensured that you'll never have to worry about money. At least, not as long as you can spend as much as I do. Is that true? Probably. Even if I have to share the money I receive with you, it won't be a problem. There's more than enough. After touring the Tang Clan estate, I had realized that the wealth of the 5 great clans was beyond imagination. Unlike the unorthodox sects, which desperately hoarded wealth, they didn't seem to lack funds. Now that I thought about it, I wouldn't need to hoard money either. If I ever needed a large sum of money, I could use it to buy martial arts techniques, swords, and elixirs. But those were all things I could already get from the Tang Clan. Now that I think about it, having money seems pointless. Then how about we figure that part out together? Let's start by having a meal. All right. Tang Sowol took my arm and led me into the tavern. Feeling the warmth of her hand, I decided that, for today at least, I would forget about martial arts and the heavenly demon. We enjoyed a meal of spicy Sichuan cuisine while chatting, and afterward, we wandered through the marketplace, snacking on treats and watching street performers display their skills. We continued to explore various parts of Chengdu, purely enjoying ourselves. Who knows how much time passed? Before we knew it, the sun had set, and the streets grew dark as the shops began to light their lanterns. Though neither of us said anything, we both began retracing our steps back to the Tang Clan, walking a little closer than before. Upon arriving at the Tang Clan, unexpected news was waiting for us. Sowol, we've identified the mastermind behind those who tried to harm you. What? What do you mean? There was a mastermind? Something was beginning to unfold differently from what I remembered before my regression. Even though night had fallen, the Tang Clan estate appeared busier than it had been during the day. There was an odd, tense atmosphere in the air. Is something going on? I'm not sure. Anyway, we were supposed to have dinner with father and brother tonight, so we can ask them about it then. Nodding, I followed Tang Sowol past the outer residence and into the inner residence. It was at that moment that we locked eyes with Tang Chong. Prepare everything carefully. Since the patriarch will personally accompany you, focus more on hidden weapons than poison, understood? Tang Chong, who appeared to be instructing martial artists at least twice his age with a serious expression, brightened up as soon as he noticed us. Sowol, my dear sister. Pausing his conversation with the warriors, Tang Chong strode quickly toward us, spreading his arms wide. Rejoice! We've uncovered the mastermind behind those who dared to target your life. Oh, so that's what happened. Tang Sowol nodded as if understanding everything, while I couldn't help but freeze in shock. It was because, before my regression, she had told me there hadn't been any mastermind behind the attack. Back then, even though Tang Jinshin, the Poison King himself, had vowed revenge and personally set out to exact it, the matter ultimately fizzled out after dealing with a few minor accomplices. But now, they claimed to have found the mastermind. Something was unfolding differently from what I knew. The Tang Clan wouldn't falsely accuse someone of being the mastermind without reason, so something unexpected must have occurred to alter the course of events. I see. In the past timeline, it had been widely known that Tang Sowol returned to the Tang Clan in a critical state. Rumors about her being severely injured, even having her face disfigured, had spread far and wide. In contrast, this time, the incident had only caused an uproar within the Tang Clan when contact with her had been lost. To the outside world, It likely appeared as if she had simply returned early from a mundane trip into the martial world. At best, those who knew more might assume that a man had appeared, prompting the Poison King to personally bring the two of them back. Only the Tang Clan and possibly the Beggar Sect, whom they had sought assistance from, knew the full truth. In other words, before the mastermind could fully grasp how things had concluded, they were exposed. In the previous timeline, the widespread rumors about Tang Sowol would have given the culprit enough time to make a clean getaway. Of course, this might not be the case. I wasn't particularly skilled at complex reasoning. Still, if Tang Chong's words were true, and there really was a mastermind who had targeted Tang Sowol's life, I needed to see for myself who these people were. Don't worry too much. They dared to touch a direct member of the Tang Clan. Father himself will act, so not a single one of them will escape. Although Tang Chong was smiling, his voice was as sharp and cold as a drawn blade. No one held grudges as fiercely as the Tang Clan. Nodding inwardly, I asked, "Brother, can you tell me who they are?" Since you were involved, I suppose there's no reason to keep it from you." Tang Chong nodded, perhaps recalling how I had assisted Tang Sowol. His tone was noticeably softer than usual as he continued. "You'll hear the full details from Father during dinner, but to get straight to the point. It's the demonic cult." "What?" "Those lunatics, obsessed with revenge, have crept back into Zhongyuan and dared to plot against Seoul." For a moment, my mind went blank. At this point in time, it wasn't surprising that the demonic cult was being dismissed by others. From the very beginning, it was a group formed by powerless commoners driven by a desire for revenge after being trampled by martial artists. Their numbers weren't large, and their combat prowess was, at best, on par with a single martial sect. Who would consider them a threat? Had the heavenly demon, that unparalleled genius, not rewritten all of the demonic cult's martial arts and armed those vengeful souls with swords, they would have remained insignificant. But for the demonic cult to appear now, I didn't know why they had targeted Tang Sowol, but if the young man I had seen at the end, the heavenly demon, who looked far younger than his true age due to undergoing reversal rejuvenation, had already risen to the position of cult leader, then their objective was clear. They were laying the groundwork for their invasion of Zhongyuan. As that thought struck me, my jaw clenched involuntarily. Grit. If it was truly the demonic cult that had scarred half of Tang Sowol's face, nearly taken her life, and snatched away what little happiness she had managed to grasp at the end of her difficult life, then it was only right to return the favor. Suppressing the killing intent that threatened to spill out, I opened my mouth. "Brother, when will the sword you promised me be ready?" "Oh, I heard it was completed while you were out, so you should be able to pick it up now if you go to the forge." "Thank you. I'll make good use of it." After giving Tang Chong a polite nod, I turned to Tang Sowol. "Since it's ready, I'll stop by the forge for a moment. I'll come to your room in time for dinner." "Huh? Oh yes, sure. All right." Leaving the bewildered Tang Sowol behind, I headed toward the forge, which I had toured once before. Deep within the inner residence of the Tang Clan, hidden away in an isolated corner, was a spacious building with an enormous water wheel. The sound of water flowing softly, diverted from the river into the Tang Clan estate solely to power the bellows, tickled my ears. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a ridiculous, massive construction project. But for the Tang Clan, this was undoubtedly the best solution. The Tang Clan is often referred to as the forefather of poisons and hidden weapons. While not all poison techniques and hidden weapon arts originated from the Tang Clan, it's undeniable that they refined and developed them to an unparalleled degree. These two elements, poisons and hidden weapons, are the twin pillars supporting the Sichuan Tang Clan. However, they also have a significant weakness. Poisons and hidden weapons rely heavily on their unpredictability. While a strong foundation is essential for all martial arts, poisons and hidden weapons are particularly vulnerable to countermeasures. If an opponent knows which poison is being used, they can prepare an antidote in advance. And if they know what type of hidden weapons to expect and how they'll be thrown, it becomes much easier to defend against them. Thus, the Tang Clan has always maintained a strict policy of secrecy. Although they sometimes purchase rare poisons or ingredients from the outside, most of their poisons and antidotes are produced and formulated internally at the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to deduce their compositions. Likewise, they didn't build their forge by the riverside like most others. Doing so would have risked leaking information about their hidden weapons. But without a water wheel-powered bellows, the forge's fire would be too unstable. So, someone in the Tang clan had come up with an idea. Since the estate was large enough, why not dig a channel to bring the river into the forge? The scale of digging a channel large enough to power a water wheel must have been enormous, but the Tang clan's wealth made it possible. At least, that's how Tang Sowol had proudly explained it to me the last time we visited. What had impressed me, however, was something else entirely. Typically, technology advances through exchange. Even martial arts evolve through sparring, as evidenced by the existence of open sparring matches. Yet, despite maintaining such a high level of secrecy, the Tang clan had developed technology that was unmatched. Even the assassins of Sal Valley, a group so ancient that no one could trace their origins, had to admit defeat when it came to poisons and hidden weapons in front of the Tang clan. Among hidden weapons, there are cases where their craftsmanship alone, regardless of martial prowess, determines their power. For example, though I had never seen them myself, there were tales of soul-chasing flying butterflies, which flew unpredictably like butterflies while scattering poison. Or invisible steel threads, razor-thin steel wires drawn so fine they couldn't be seen by the naked eye. And then there were hidden weapons that exploded without warning, such as ink smoke needle barrels. Before my regression, Tang Sowol primarily used poison techniques, not only because she had a natural affinity for poison, but also because, after the Tang clan's annihilation, it had become nearly impossible to reproduce the clan's secret hidden weapons. With high expectations, I arrived in front of the forge. Through the wide-open doors, a wave of heat washed over me, accompanied by the clamor of metal being struck from all directions. The sight of molten metal, freshly pulled from the furnace and glowing red, being struck by hammers until sparks flew like tears was almost mesmerizing. A little further away, I noticed some elderly smiths carrying roughly shaped hidden weapons toward the back, where they would likely be completed. Since I had already been given a tour by Tang Sowol, I was permitted to enter this far. However, the areas where complex and rare hidden weapons were completed were restricted to direct members of the Tang clan. I approached a young apprentice who was bustling about with various tasks and called out to him. "Excuse me, do you have a moment?" Why yes. May I ask who you are?" The apprentice, who looked to be around my age, responded promptly but cautiously, perhaps startled by my silk robes, which I was wearing for the outing. "I heard that the young master prepared a sword for me, and that it's ready." "Oh, you must be the one who saved Our Lady. Please wait a moment. I'll go inform my master." The apprentice gave a quick bow before dashing off to speak to a burly middle-aged man. He gestured animatedly as he relayed my story. Though I couldn't hear them clearly over the constant ringing of hammers, it was obvious that the apprentice was talking about me. At first, the middle-aged man, who seemed used to such interruptions, paid little attention. But then he flinched, turned toward me, and after putting down his hammer, disappeared for a moment before returning with a sword I hadn't seen before. Though I hadn't yet drawn the blade, just from the hilt and scabbard, I could tell it was an impressive weapon. As he stood before me, the smith, with deep-set eyes, spoke. "You're brimming with killing intent. Was it that obvious?" When a person exudes an aura like that of a sword, most martial artists would say they're drenched in killing intent. I thought I was suppressing it, so that's a bit surprising. I've spent my life forging blades. Even if it isn't pointed at me, I can recognize an unsheathed sword when I see one. With those words, he handed me the sword. "It's forged from white lotus steel. Would you like to draw it?" "Of course." I unsheathed the sword, focusing on the feel of it in my hand. The grip was comfortable and secure, while the scabbard offered no resistance as the blade slid out. The silver gleam of the blade reflected my face, and the sharp edge was pleasing to behold. It wasn't made from any rare material, just high-quality steel that had been repeatedly tempered. As such, the craftsmanship of the smith was evident. It was clear that this man was a skilled artisan. Had the materials been better, it could easily have been called a masterpiece. "It's an excellent sword." I'd heard that the Tang clan had many outstanding smiths, but I didn't expect such a fine weapon to be crafted in such a short time. Though the Tang clan focuses on poisons and hidden weapons, that doesn't mean our warriors don't wield swords. I'm glad it meets your satisfaction. The smith offered a faint smile before asking in a casual tone, "So, what will be the first thing you cut with that sword?" "My enemies. The ones who dared to target my fiancé." "I see. The lady's enemies." The smith nodded and curled one corner of his mouth into a smirk. "For a first target, I can't think of anything more fitting." "I couldn't agree more. Does the new sword suit your taste?" Tang Sowol, now dressed in a more comfortable outfit after changing out of her elaborate going-out attire, spoke in a slightly thorny tone. "Just curious, did you perhaps get a bit sulky because I went to fetch the sword alone? How old do you think I am? I wouldn't sulk over something like that. Though, since you said you wanted to act like a proper fiancé today, it would have been nice if you'd finished things in a more fiancé-like manner." "Well, you are 5 years older than me, so I doubt something like this would upset you too much." At my comment, Tang Sowol's lips began to pout more and more, as if she'd just been struck by something. Seeing her obviously sulking expression, I chuckled softly and added, "I like mature women. Could you be more specific?" "All right. Specifically, I like women who look good in green clothes, who like to boast about being older but still act childishly, who go out of their way to guide their suddenly acquired fiancé around, and who take him out, wanting to show him the things they like." Fine, I'll let it slide this time, seeing how sincere you've been today." Tang Sowol nodded with a mock-haughty air, but did she realize that her cheeks were already turning red? I didn't bother pointing it out. Watching her fanning herself for no reason or awkwardly gazing off into the distance was too amusing to interrupt. As we neared the agreed meeting place, Tang Sowol spoke in a low voice. "Brother Cheon, you're planning to follow my father when he goes after those who tried to kill me, aren't you?" "I am." Instead of answering, Tang Sowol remained silent, her expression resolute, as if she had made up her mind about something. Before long, we arrived at the reception hall. I lightly announced our presence before opening the door, and a familiar scene greeted us. The table was filled with food, not too excessive, but not lacking either, and Tang Jinshin waited for us at the head seat. The difference from last time was that Tang Chong and a middle-aged man I didn't recognize were also present, creating a strangely heavy atmosphere. Although Tang Jinshin often found time to have dinner with Tang Sowol despite his busy schedule, it didn't seem like he had called us here today just for a casual meal. No, that was certainly not the case. Tang Chong's presence was understandable, but there was no way an unfamiliar face would be here without reason. Tang Sowol, sensing the unusual mood, spoke cautiously with a slightly tense expression. "Uncle, you're here too." "As you might have guessed, we have something rather important to discuss today." The middle-aged man shrugged. He didn't have an imposing or overbearing demeanor, yet something about his presence was subtly intimidating. Still, his light-hearted speech and mannerisms made him seem peculiar in many ways. Judging by Tang Sowol's address, it was clear who he was. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Cheon Hwi, and I've recently become engaged to Tang Sowol. I'm Tang Yujin. I usually serve as the Patriarch's personal bodyguard, so you probably won't see me around much. But it's nice to meet you. I trust you found the gift I sent useful." "Yes. It was exactly what I needed, and I've made great use of it." "That's good to hear. Staying in good health is essential." I didn't catch his muttered remark, so I tilted my head slightly in confusion, but before I could dwell on it, Tang Jinshin cleared his throat and spoke. "Ahem. Now that introductions are done, take your seats." "Yes." I took a seat next to Tang Sowol, causing Tang Jinshin's eyebrow to twitch slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure, as if he was already used to this sort of thing. "Well then, as Yujin mentioned, there's something we need to discuss." It's not exactly a pleasant topic, though. Naturally. I was already on edge, and hearing the full details would probably make it hard to keep eating. After taking a bite of braised pork belly and nodding in satisfaction, Tang Jinshin finally began speaking. "By the way, Sowol, I heard you went out to the marketplace with Brother Cheon today." He started with casual small talk, asking about our outing, whether the new sword suited me, and how life in the Tang Clan had been treating me. As the meal progressed, the light-hearted atmosphere gradually gave way to something more serious. When we were nearly finished eating, Tang Jinshin's demeanor shifted. "Now, let's get to the main topic." He didn't exude any aura or release his energy, but his presence became distinctly more pronounced. For a martial artist at the flowering stage, merely being their true self was enough to create pressure and establish authority. This wasn't Tang Jinshin, Tang Sowol's father, speaking. It was the patriarch of the Sichuan Tang Clan. We've identified the mastermind behind the attempt on Sowol's life. They're agents of the demonic cult. I've heard as much from brother. But I have a question. Go ahead. Where did this information come from? It's been a while and we hadn't heard anything until now. That's true. We initially hired the beggars Sect to investigate, but all they found were people who had unknowingly aided the attackers by lending them money or providing carriages. None of them knew the real mastermind. At that point, we were about ready to give up. So far, everything was in line with what I had heard before my regression. Then, out of nowhere, we received word from the House Sect. They claimed that the ones responsible were demonic cult members hiding in Guangdong province, who had incited some unorthodox martial artists with a grudge against the Tang Clan. They also insisted they had no direct involvement. That's rather sudden. Why the House Sect? I thought so too. That's why I forwarded the information to the beggars Sect for cross-verification, and they confirmed it was entirely accurate. I see. Now it made sense. Unlike in the previous timeline, the culprits had missed their window to escape and had been detected by the House Sect. Fearing the Tang Clan's wrath, the House Sect must have promptly handed over the information to avoid being implicated. After all, Guangdong province, where the culprits were hiding, was home to the House Sect's main branch. They wouldn't want to be suspected. As I nodded internally, Tang Jinshin continued in a calm voice, as if stating something obvious. Tomorrow, I will personally reduce those bastards to nothing but a handful of poison dust. Please allow me to join you. They didn't just try to kill Tang Sowol, they also tried to kill me. Whether it's gratitude or vengeance, returning what you've received is the way of the martial world, isn't it? That's true, but are you certain you're up for it? I was taught that revenge isn't something to be entrusted to others. Hearing that, Tang Jinshin's tone softened slightly as he shook his head. It's a bit sad to hear you say others. Soon, you'll officially be part of the Tang Clan. Then let's follow the Tang Clan's motto, repay kindness twice over, and repay grudges tenfold. I have yet to repay this grudge tenfold. Well, if you insist that much, I suppose it's fine. We'll leave before noon tomorrow, so be ready. It was an easy acceptance, as expected. At this point, the demonic cult was severely underestimated, and rightfully so. In truth, they were weak. The only reason they had ever become a serious threat was because of the heavenly demon, not because the cult itself was strong. Even during their full-scale invasion of Zhongyuan, there hadn't been another master at the flowering stage among their ranks besides the heavenly demon. That said it all. Against minor agents of the demonic cult, there was no real need for someone as powerful as Tang Jinshin to act personally. This was merely a demonstration of the Tang Clan's strength, a way to set an example by utterly crushing those who had dared to target the daughter of the Tang Clan. Their philosophy was to repay both kindness and enmity to an excessive degree. This was how the Tang Clan handled the complex web of favors and grudges that bound the martial world. Since they had overwhelming force on their side, my participation wouldn't change the outcome. That's likely why they accepted my request without hesitation. Tang Sowol, who had heard this story before, listened with a calm expression. After a moment's thought, she spoke up. Father. Yes. May I join you as well? You too. Yes. As Brother Cheon said, we are the ones seeking revenge. No matter how capable you are, Father, we can't simply entrust this to others. Besides, when Tang Jinshin prompted her, Tang Sowol hesitated briefly before speaking, her face slightly flushed. I can't just stay home and wait while Brother Cheon goes. After all, we're no longer strangers. Tang Jinshin's expression grew complicated, and Tang Sowol hurriedly added, Besides, you'll be with us, Father. There's nothing for me to be afraid of. It was a transparent attempt at flattery, but even knowing that, it seemed to have worked. Tang Jinshin's lips twitched slightly, as if he was struggling to suppress a smile. After maintaining a solemn expression with some difficulty, he finally nodded. Very well. On one condition, you must tell me how much of the purple flower poison enhancing grass you've absorbed. It's almost completely absorbed. Even now, I can use my poison arts to a decent extent, and in 3 days, it should be fully absorbed, allowing me to exert my full strength. Perfect. It'll take at least 3 days to reach Guangdong province, so focus on resting and absorbing the poison during the journey. Yes. Tang Sowol beamed brightly, like someone who had just received a gift, and Tang Jinshin couldn't help but smile contentedly. It was then that Tang Chong, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Father, as for me, Chong, you'll stay here and guard the household. The poison blood division and the elders will remain, but we can't leave the estate entirely unguarded. No, I understand. I was just going to ask you to bring back a souvenir on your way back. What? I heard that Guangdong's 100 Flowers wine is quite famous. Supposedly, it's brewed by monkeys. Doesn't that make you curious about how it tastes? Tang Chong shrugged nonchalantly, wearing a brazen expression as Tang Jinshin stared at him in disbelief. I just thought it would be perfect as celebratory wine. Well, I suppose it is a cause for celebration. Tang Jinshin reluctantly agreed. Wait, do they have a tradition of celebrating every time they settle a grudge or repay a favor? I tilted my head in confusion, but before I could think too much about it, Tang Jinshin let out a deep sigh and spoke. Soul. Cheon. Yes. What is it? Once this matter is resolved, we'll hold your engagement ceremony. With a reluctant tone, Tang Jinshin continued. After the engagement ceremony, you may call me father-in-law. And I'll stop calling you Cheon and start calling you son-in-law. Understood, father-in-law. Not now. After we return and finish the engagement ceremony. Of course, father-in-law. Ugh. Tang Jinshin clutched the back of his neck. I wished he wouldn't look at me as if he were trying to kill me. The next morning, Tang Sowol, standing a little distance away, gazed at the 10 or so martial artists gathered in the outer courtyard. With a hand placed over her chest, she let out a long sigh. Huh. Her chest rose and fell conspicuously, the ample curves barely hidden even by the loose, signature martial robes of the Tang Clan. As I awkwardly averted my eyes and fiddled idly with the sword at my waist, Tang Sowol, her face slightly stiff, broke the silence and asked, Are you not nervous, Brother Asterisk? You have such a composed expression. What's there to be nervous about? I'm not someone delicate enough to be unsettled by something that isn't even dangerous. Yes. Unlike you, brother, I am delicate and find the situation a bit nerve-wracking. So, would you kindly help calm me down? As she spoke, she stretched out the hand she had previously placed on her chest. I remained silent, merely staring at her outstretched hand, until Tang Sowol began pouting, her lips jutting out as she sniffed in dissatisfaction. Really now? Shouldn't you at least hold my hand and say something reassuring, like, it'll be fine, or this time won't be like the last? Isn't that the proper thing to do? I pressed her protruding lips with my index finger, pushing them back in, and then chuckled. There's no need to calm down. Even if we're out to settle a grudge, in the end, we're still going to kill people. Well, that's true, I suppose. Don't let yourself become desensitized to killing. The moment you become indifferent to life and death is when your blade grows dull. And Murim isn't a kind place for those who wield dull blades. Tang Sowol stared blankly at me for a moment before falling into deep thought, her expression growing serious. Before long, she raised her head, her face now relaxed. I didn't expect that when I asked you to calm me down, you'd instead tell me to stay tense. I'm not sure I entirely understand what you mean. But I do understand that you said it out of concern for me. Tang Sowol gently clasped my index finger in her palm. Tilting her head playfully, she added in a teasing tone. By the way, you do know that I don't use a sword, right? It was a metaphor. I was speaking figuratively. When I chuckled incredulously, Tang Sowol mirrored my smile and nodded. I was only joking. Anyway, thanks to you, I feel a little more at ease now. Then that's good. Though I responded curtly on purpose, Tang Sowol merely patted my shoulder a couple of times, unfazed. All right. I won't overthink things too much and will focus only on what needs to be done right now. For example, not falling behind the members of the Dark Soul unit. By the way, now that we're on the subject, what's the skill level of the Dark Soul unit? Surely, those gathered here aren't the average standard. The 10 or so martial artists standing in perfect formation without anyone supervising them gave off a disciplined air. Though I couldn't gauge their exact strength without fighting them, the aura they emitted suggested that each of them had reached the level of a seasoned first-class martial artist. First-class mastery might not seem like much, as it's something anyone can achieve with enough effort, given sufficient time. But that doesn't mean it's weak. It's simply the realistic limit for most ordinary martial artists. The majority of martial artists end their lives somewhere between third-class and second-class levels. A few rise to first-class status, setting up small dojos or living as local warlords in remote villages. The leader of the Red Sand Gang, for instance, was a first-class martial artist, while most of his subordinates were second-class at best. Though first-class martial artists might seem unimpressive compared to those who have reached the peak or mastered the lethal power of sword chi, they are still masters in their own right. Yet here I stood, witnessing a scene where such first-class martial artists were gathered as mere foot soldiers. Even knowing that the Tang Clan is part of the prestigious 5 Great Clans, it was still a surprising sight. In my past life, such disciplined forces could only be seen in alliances formed to resist the Black Lotus sect or the demonic cult. The unorthodox sects tended to adopt a survival of the fittest approach, which made it difficult for them to build large-scale forces. Even if they succeeded, the moment they showed any weakness, the surrounding forces would tear them apart. Hearing my question, Tang Sowol blinked a few times before responding. Now that I think about it, I haven't explained it to you yet. The Tang Clan has several armed units, but the two most prominent are the Blood Venom unit and the Dark Soul unit. I've heard those names mentioned in passing. Besides those two, there are groups responsible for guarding the clan's estate, managing the clan's businesses, or handling miscellaneous tasks while focusing on their training. So the Blood Venom unit and the Dark Soul unit are the clan's main armed forces that can be immediately deployed in emergencies. That's right. While both units learn various martial arts of the Tang Clan, those with a talent for poison arts join the Blood Venom unit, while those skilled in hidden weapons join the Dark Soul unit. I see. So this time, only members of the Dark Soul unit were gathered. Tang Jinshin, known by the moniker Poison King, was a master of poison arts, and Tang Sowol was born with the innate constitution of a poison spirit. With poison being their specialty, they likely chose to bring those more proficient in hidden weapons for this mission. Since these are our primary armed forces, they receive ample support. The pay is generous, they're taught advanced martial arts suited to their style, and they're regularly supplied with lower-grade elixirs. That's a level of treatment that's hard to find elsewhere. While I nodded in silent admiration, a familiar voice called out from behind. If you're that curious, why not try rolling with the Dark Soul unit yourself? Tang Jinshin approached with a hearty laugh, continuing. Since you're now part of the Tang Clan, shouldn't you learn some of the clan's martial arts? While I'm always open to learning new martial arts, I'm not particularly interested in serving in the Dark Soul unit. Why not? Don't tell me it's due to some misplaced humility about lacking ability. On the contrary, I'm worried that my exceptional skills would create unnecessary friction between me and the unit. If a new recruit, introduced as Tang Sowol's fiancé, were to suddenly outshine everyone in the unit, it would inevitably make things awkward when issuing commands. While I acknowledge your talent, arrogance isn't a virtue, young man. I'll take this opportunity to show you that it's not arrogance, but confidence. Huh. Very well, then. I won't expect much, but I'll watch with interest. Tang Jinshin shrugged, seemingly attributing my words to youthful bravado. The two men flanking him exchanged glances and smirked. One of them was Tang Yujin, whom I had briefly seen at the dinner table yesterday. As for the other, he was a stranger to me. The unfamiliar man was nearing old age, with half of his hair grayed and deep wrinkles on his forehead, yet his eyes gleamed sharply. The aura he emitted was formidable, comparable to my peak in my previous life, meaning he was at least a master at the peak level. In a respectful tone, he introduced himself. Pardon my rudeness. You must be the esteemed fiancé of Miss Sowol, whose fame precedes her. My name is Tang Qiliang, commander of the Dark Soul unit. So, you're the Dark Soul commander. Miss Sowol has spoken of you often. She didn't seem very knowledgeable about the Dark Soul unit, though. That's true. However, she did mention that during the time she couldn't practice poison arts, she learned hidden weapon techniques from the most skilled practitioner in the Tang Clan. Haha, did she now? I feel both honored and a little embarrassed, hearing that in front of the patriarch. By the way, Miss Sowol has often praised your swordsmanship as well. I turned to look at Tang Sowol, who immediately avoided my gaze. It seemed she wasn't lying. I would have preferred to hear such praise directly. Well, I didn't want to feed your smugness, so I chose not to. Fair enough. But since we're already here, how about offering me some more compliments? I'll graciously accept them all. Tang Sowol responded by clamping her mouth shut, though the tips of her ears turned red, betraying her embarrassment. Watching her with a complicated expression, Tang Jinshin patted his daughter's shoulder and said, "We'll be departing soon. Come along." With that, Tang Jinshin took a step forward, and the members of the Dark Soul unit, standing in neat formation, parted to either side to make way. Tang Jinshin began walking, followed closely by Tang Yujin and the Dark Soul commander. A little farther behind, Tang Sowol and I followed. When we reached the front of the formation, Tang Jinshin turned back, surveying the gathered members of the Dark Soul unit with sharp eyes. His gaze carried a weight far different from his earlier one, less the intensity of a flowering stage master and more the oppressive presence of a leader standing above others. Without raising his voice, Tang Jinshin infused his words with a touch of internal energy so they reached everyone clearly. You've all heard by now. Sowol, a daughter of the Tang Clan, was targeted by some unheard-of thugs. No one responded. However, a few members' auras became noticeably sharper, and some cast fleeting glances toward Tang Sowol. Standing tall, Tang Sowol met their gazes without flinching. Fortunately, those thugs paid the price at the hands of young brother here. Now, all attention shifted toward me. Amidst the heightened tension, their eyes held gratitude and admiration. It was a look I had grown somewhat accustomed to during my time in the Tang Clan, though I still wasn't entirely comfortable with it. It was a bit overwhelming. As I idly ran my hand over the hilt of my sword, Tang Sowol quietly placed her palm over the back of my hand. "Are you nervous?" "Not at all. But you look nervous to me, so I'll generously hold your hand. Like this." Echoing my earlier words in a playful manner, Tang Sowol smiled and added one more line. "This is the correct answer." Understanding her meaning, I let out a small chuckle. I'll keep that in mind for the future. There was quite a distance between Sichuan Province and Guangdong Province. However, for first-class martial artists, especially those of the Tang Clan famous for their speed and light-footed movement techniques, it wasn't something to worry about. Even accounting for conserving stamina, we should be able to arrive in 7 days and nights. Huh? We'll be riding horses, brother. Didn't father say it would take about 3 to 4 days? Tang Sowol tilted her head as she spoke. Now that I thought about it, she had a point. No matter how fast or enduring a martial artist was, unless one had mastered a special lightness technique or reached a peak level of mastery, they wouldn't outrun a horse. Besides, riding a horse was far more convenient than traveling on foot. Still, there was one significant problem. I don't know how to ride a horse. You don't know how to ride a horse? Why not? This time, it was Tang Sowol's turn to tilt her head in confusion. Her reaction was purely one of disbelief, and I couldn't help but feel slightly awkward. Moments later, as if realizing something, she widened her eyes and clapped both hands over her mouth. MMPH. MMPFF. You can just take your hands off and speak. Sorry. I just assumed all martial artists knew at least the basics of horse riding since everyone around me learned it. I thought it was common sense. I figured that might be the case. The Tang Clan's warriors, unlike those from other places, likely had generous support and frequent opportunities to ride horses, which would explain why they learned. However, most martial artists didn't bother learning how to ride. If they didn't have the money to acquire a horse, they had no choice but to travel on foot, and by the time they were strong enough to afford one, they often surpassed a horse in both speed and stamina, making it unnecessary. I wasn't much different in my past life. As I let out a small sigh, Tang Sowol, who seemed lost in thought for a moment, hesitantly spoke. Brother, what is it? She avoided eye contact, twisting the ends of her hair with her index finger, her feet shuffling awkwardly on the ground, clearly embarrassed about something. After sneaking a glance at me, she continued. If you don't know how to ride a horse, would you like to ride with me? Huh. I'm sure you'd learn quickly, but you can't expect to master it in just a day, right? I can't very well leave you behind, so you'll have to ride behind me. Is that how it works? That's how it works. Tang Sowol firmly nodded, though she still avoided meeting my gaze. Riding with her for 3 to 4 days, pressed closely together. I couldn't help but feel a slight anticipation rising within me. Unfortunately, that feeling didn't last long. Tang Jinshin, having finished giving a short speech and instructing the servants to bring the horses and luggage, suddenly stepped between us. You're not married yet, so what nonsense is this? Young Chin will ride with me. Father. Startled, Tang Sowol practically jumped in place. Despite laughing heartily at her reaction, Tang Jinshin sent me a pointed look. It was clear pressure to quickly nod in agreement. But I couldn't back down when there was so much at stake. What do you mean, father-in-law? You are the patriarch of the mighty Sichuan Tang Clan, respected by the warriors gathered here. There's no need for you to inconvenience yourself because of me, and frankly, it wouldn't be right. I told you not to call me that yet. But if I can call Brother Chong brother, why can't I call you father-in-law? The engagement ceremony hasn't happened yet. But you did say it would happen right after this mission, didn't you? Not yet. Come along now. My horse is large and sturdy enough to carry 2 people with ease. Without waiting for my response, Tang Jinshin grabbed me by the back of my collar and started dragging me toward his horse. I tried to resist, but his mastery of the flowering stage was no joke, and he countered every attempt with precision. Tang Sowol, initially dumbfounded by the scene, burst into laughter a beat too late and waved at me. She could have tried to help stop this, but apparently that wasn't going to happen. After being dragged all the way to the front, Tang Jinshin finally let go of me. As I tidied up my disheveled clothes, I muttered in frustration. That was a bit much, father-in-law. I could have walked on my own. You're not my son-in-law yet. Besides, there's a big difference between could have walked on your own and would have walked willingly, isn't there? He had a point, so I had nothing to say in return. Given the choice between riding behind Tang Sowol or Tang Jinshin, it was obvious which one I'd prefer. As I kept my mouth shut, Tang Jinshin chuckled and patted my shoulder. Well, I just wanted to get closer to you, so don't be too upset. Yes, understood. I sighed inwardly as the servants returned, leading the horses. The journey to Guangdong province was relatively smooth. With everyone riding swiftly on horseback, wearing matching green uniforms to signify they belonged to the same group, and being at least first-class martial artists, we didn't encounter any serious problems. Even the fiercest bandits of the Green Forest, who would normally be foaming at the mouth for prey, chose to let us pass without a second glance. However, there were a few unexpected disturbances. No, it wasn't because someone blocked our path demanding toll fees, or because we got into a quarrel at an inn, or even because we ran into an enemy with a personal grudge. Instead, it was because of the overly frightened reactions of the villagers we encountered. As we traveled, stopping at villages once a day to rest or resupply, the closer we got to southern Hunan province and into Guangdong, the more terrified the locals seemed. In one particular village, they went as far as hiding behind crude barricades and arming themselves with farming tools in a clumsy attempt at defense. Though the Black Lotus sect was based in Zhejiang province, Guangdong had long been known as a stronghold of unorthodox sects. They must have mistaken us for unorthodox martial artists who came to rob or extort them. Though we managed to resolve the misunderstandings with words, some of the members of the Dark Soul unit seemed visibly shaken. It was likely the first time they had been treated like this. What now? By this point, after 3 days of traveling together, I had grown fairly comfortable around Tang Jinshin. I learned that, unless it concerned something official or related to Tang Sowol, he was rather easygoing. Martial arts have a profound effect on a martial artist's body, right? For example, the warriors of the Tang Clan are known for their large and sturdy builds, which is partially due to their bloodline but also significantly influenced by their martial arts. Why are you suddenly bringing up something so obvious? Well, is it possible that the Tang Clan's martial arts are the reason why so many of your warriors have such fierce or grim appearances? What? Tang Jinshin turned to look at me, bewildered, but I was being serious. At first, I wasn't sure. You know, because Soul looks so gentle and cute overall. My daughter takes after her mother, and is quite beautiful. Had nothing gone wrong on this trip, I dare say she would have become one of the 5 beauties of the martial world. I had only complimented Tang Sowol's appearance, but he nodded so vigorously and confidently that it felt a bit over the top. Still, I continued with a helpless laugh. Even Brother Chong has a refined, princely appearance. Of course. He takes after me after all. For a moment, I was left speechless. Was he serious? Not to say Tang Jinshin wasn't handsome, he was, especially by martial artist standards. Martial artists tend to improve physically as they progress, and by the time they reach the flowering stage, it's rare to see anyone with poor looks. But Tang Jinshin's overall presence was intimidating. There was a distinct air of pressure that came not from his martial prowess, but simply from his appearance. And it wasn't just him, many of the Tang Clan's warriors shared a similar look, with expressions that often seemed cold, fierce, or irritable. This trait was more prominent in the older members, whereas it was less noticeable in the younger ones. I had suspected it might be a side effect of their martial arts, so I asked, but to give you a straightforward answer, you're half right and half wrong. What? His reply was rather ambiguous. Oh, if it's something difficult to explain, you don't have to. I was just asking out of curiosity. That's not what I meant. It's true that our martial arts are the cause, but not because of any inherent flaw or side effect in the techniques themselves. Now I was even more confused. Was this some kind of cryptic answer? I'd heard that orthodox sects often use such indirect language, unlike unorthodox martial artists who preferred to speak plainly. As I pondered the meaning of his words, Tang Jinshin chuckled and gestured with his chin. Do you know what expression you're making right now? A blank expression? Technically, it's a slightly furrowed blank expression. And that, my friend, is exactly the impression you have of Tang Clan warriors. As I reflected on his words, I finally understood. Poison arts and hidden weapon techniques require constant vigilance, don't they? Exactly. Tang Jinshin nodded, satisfied. It was simpler than I had thought. Both poison and hidden weapons were dangerous, not just to enemies, but to the user and those around them. Handling such techniques required extreme caution, and that kind of near-obsessive focus naturally wore on one's nerves. Over time, it would manifest in their expressions, causing them to frown, scowl, and react more sensitively to minor things. Accumulating over the years, it left a permanent mark on their faces, giving them the fierce, grim appearance they were known for. It wasn't a flaw or side effect of the martial arts themselves, but simply the result of years of practice and habit. Just as a farmer's skin darkens from a lifetime under the sun, or a blacksmith's arms grow thick from wielding a hammer, it was merely a byproduct of their profession. So that's how the stereotype about Tang Clan warriors being more ruthless and sinister than other orthodox martial artists came to be. Well, that means Soul should be fine, right? I can't say for certain yet, but she should fare better than most. Tang Sowol didn't need to handle poison carefully or calculate her remaining poison levels during a fight. Her innate poison spirit constitution allowed her to naturally control poison, like an extension of herself, and her body could even synthesize poison internally. In my past life, the Tang Sowol I knew always hid the melted half of her face beneath a veil, burdened by the destruction of her clan and filled with grief and venom. But the current Tang Sowol, while she had been prickly at first, she now seemed more like a loyal puppy, growing more attached as we got closer. Her core personality hadn't changed, but her demeanor was so different that I was curious how she would turn out in the future. If things continued as they were, it seemed unlikely she'd become the same person she was in my previous life. And I wasn't going to let her go through the same suffering. While I silently made that resolution, Tang Jinshin spoke in a slightly teasing tone. By the way, aren't you still calling her just Tang Sowol? Since you'll soon be officially engaged, how about thinking of a more appropriate title? Like calling her Miss Sowol. There are many Tang women in the clan, so calling her Miss Tang seems a bit too common. Then just attach her name. Sowol won't mind your informal tone, but since you'll be attending formal gatherings in the future, it's better to decide on something beforehand. You're right. That makes sense, but what? Just say what's on your mind. Miss Sowol, it's a bit embarrassing, don't you think? Tang Jinshin turned around with an exasperated look, as if wondering what kind of man I was, but I couldn't help it. It really was too embarrassing for me. On the fourth day of travel, we finally arrived in Guangdong province. After passing through several small villages, we entered a moderately bustling town. Before long, a young boy came running toward us with a fawning smile on his face. Great hero. Is this your first time here? Do you need an inn with a large stable? A stable, you say? Tang Jinshin stared at the boy for a moment before nodding. Lead the way. We don't mind if it's a little dirty, so don't worry about that. Yes, sir. I'll take you to a good place. The boy flinched momentarily, but quickly straightened up and began leading the way at a brisk pace. Curious about something, Tang Sowol urged her horse forward, riding beside me and Tang Jinshin as she asked, "Father, what exactly did you mean by that just now?" "It means we have some business with not only the inn but also Howgate." "Howgate?" Tang Sowol tilted her head in confusion, not understanding his words. This time, I answered on his behalf. "Think about the name, Howgate. It's just a simple wordplay." Tang Sowol's eyes widened in sudden realization, though it seemed there was another reason behind her surprise. "Father, I understand, but how does Sohyab know about this?" "Anyone who's been around Miram for a while knows it. If you need to contact the beggar's sect, you find a beggar with a knotted hem. If you need something from Howgate, you approach those with black-dyed sleeves and say, 'I don't mind if it's dirty.' So there was something like that." "Does that mean we're heading to a Howgate branch right now?" "Not quite. While that boy may indeed be a member of Howgate, he likely has no idea who we are. Even the owner of the inn we're heading to might not know." "Wait, isn't Howgate supposed to be a sect that deals in information, like the beggar's sect?" "That's true. However, unlike the beggar's sect, Howgate accepts anyone regardless of status. Most members are just riffraff, except for those directly handling requests or compiling local information to send to headquarters. If someone seeks out Howgate, they're supposed to relay the request to a superior if possible. Occasionally, they might assist fellow members in need. Above all, they should avoid betrayal if they can. These are the only 3 rules Howgate members need to follow. As long as they adhere to these basic principles, anyone can join Howgate. Whether they've learned martial arts or have experience gathering information doesn't matter. That's quite different from the beggar sect." "Well, of course. They were founded for entirely different purposes. The Beggars sect was established during a time when the boundaries between orthodox and unorthodox factions weren't as clearly defined as they are now, and martial artists were constantly embroiled in conflicts. Back then, it wasn't uncommon for ordinary people to lose their families or livelihoods due to these battles, leaving them as beggars with nothing to their name. Amid this chaos, one man, who had lost everything, stood up and rallied beggars in similar circumstances, determined to change their fate. That man became the first leader of the Beggars sect. I learned about that story when I was younger. He referred to evildoers as dogs disturbing the world's peace and drove them out, helping to establish clear distinctions between orthodox and unorthodox factions. Afterward, the sect gathered information from across the 9 provinces to prevent such chaos from happening again. Correct. The Beggars sect's emphasis on righteousness and information gathering comes entirely from the influence of their first leader. Though the Beggars sect eventually grew in power and wealth, leading to internal factions such as the Blue Clothes faction and Black Clothes faction. In my previous life, when the Heavenly Demon led the demonic cult in their invasion of the Central Plains, the Beggars sect was the first to stand against them. They fought until the very last member fell, never retreating, regardless of internal divisions. This unwavering spirit became the turning point that changed the cynical view unorthodox martial artists like myself held toward the orthodox sections. It shattered the notion that righteousness was merely a form of hypocrisy. Although the Beggars sect's martial arts lineage was eventually broken, their spirit played a crucial role in uniting the orthodox and unorthodox factions. On the other hand, Howgate is different. No one knows who founded it, when it was founded, or for what purpose. Why is that? That's because it wasn't initially created as a sect. It started as a natural network of mutual aid among those in harsh circumstances, which eventually evolved into a formal organization. Those who did menial and arduous work rarely had anyone to confide in. People who weren't in the same situation couldn't understand their struggles, and no one cared enough to listen to them. So, just as farmers form cooperatives to help each other, these laborers banded together for mutual support, which became the foundation of Howgate. Unlike the Beggars sect, which selects disciples based on martial talent, intelligence, or a sense of justice, Howgate accepts anyone because it was formed by ordinary people from the start. Howgate's purpose isn't grand, it's survival. Their only goal is to endure in this harsh world without suffering too much. That's why their rules are so lenient. They inform others if someone comes looking for Howgate, assist fellow members when possible, and avoid betrayal if they can. It's a simple set of rules, but the key lies in the phrase, if possible. There's no absolute obligation. If their lives are at stake or if the reward is significant enough to make their heads spin, they're free to break the rules. If breaking the rules allows them to survive or escape their lowly status, they're encouraged to do so. That's the true philosophy of Howgate. That's quite different from what I expected. I thought they'd be like the unorthodox version of the Beggar's Sect. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Howgate became famous as an intelligence network by imitating the Beggar's Sect, but their objectives are different. And by objectives, you mean money? That's part of it. But there's another reason: to anticipate and avoid potential danger. Think of it like a rabbit growing large ears to hear a wolf's footsteps in advance. Just as the Beggar's Sect refuses to handle information that could be misused, Howgate avoids dangerous requests unless the compensation is worth risking their lives. That's also why Howgate sent information about the hidden instigators to the Tang Clan without being asked. To extract money from father in a roundabout way? That may be part of it, but their primary goal was likely to avoid the Tang Clan's wrath. As luck would have it, the place where the demonic cult spies were hiding turned out to be in Guangdong, where Howgate's headquarters is located. Worse yet, they provoked the notoriously persistent Sichuan Tang Clan, and Tang Jinshin found the instigators even faster than the spies could report their failure. Realizing the situation, Howgate likely decided it would be better to sell out the demonic cult spies and earn both trust and money. That's why we've come all the way to Guangdong. It's possible that father-in-law is meeting with Howgate not just to receive information, but because they promised to cooperate in capturing the instigators. Wow! Is that true, father? Tang Sowol widened her eyes and looked at Tang Jinshin in amazement. Everything young Cheon said is correct. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised. I knew you were skilled with a sword, but I didn't expect you to have such insight. It's just that I'm from Zhejiang province, so I happened to pick up bits and pieces of information here and there. After toppling the Red Sand Gang and leaving my hometown, I spent nearly a decade as a wandering vagabond before joining the Black Lotus sect. During that time, I had several encounters with Howgate, and after joining the sect, I learned more about them from the Iron Blood Hallmaster. Tang Jinshin gave me a curious look before chuckling and nodding. Well, it's not something that can be entirely explained by being from Zhejiang, but never mind. Having a sharp-witted family member is always a good thing. Tang Jinshin laughed heartily, and soon after, we arrived at the inn. It was a fairly large building, likely the best in town. Considering it had a sizable stable, there was probably a good reason for its reputation. Go ahead and rest inside for now. The Dark Soul Commander and I will visit Howgate. Tang Jinshin dismounted, relayed the same message to the Dark Soul unit, and handed a pouch to the vice captain before leaving with the commander and the boy who had guided us. As I watched the vice captain arrange for rooms that would allow us to stay together, I turned to Tang Sowol and asked, "By the way, didn't you say you finished absorbing the purple flower poison enhancing grass? Could you show me? You'll be amazed." Tang Sowol puffed out her chest proudly. While waiting for Tang Jinshin and the Dark Soul Commander to return, half of our group rested in the rooms we rented, while the other half went in pairs or trios to the marketplace to purchase necessary supplies. And as for Tang Sowol and me, chirp. We were in the backyard, catching sparrows. Did you kill it? Of course not. I just paralyzed it. Still, the effect is stronger than I expected. It might have actually died. Tang Sowol picked up the stiff sparrow with a troubled expression. She gently stroked its feathers, and soon, the bird began to move again. After looking around for a moment, the sparrow suddenly flapped its wings frantically and flew away. Looks like it didn't die, fortunately. I see. Dropping a flying bird with just a flick of your hand was impressive, but since I'm not well-versed in poison arts, I can't say exactly how impressive it was. Oh, that was a subtle, low-potency paralysis poison. It wouldn't normally be enough to bring down a flying bird unless it was already resting. Are you sure? Absolutely. Unlike ordinary weapons, which can increase their power by applying more strength or internal energy, poison's potency and method of use are fixed. True. Increasing the amount of poison doesn't necessarily enhance its potency, it just increases the chances of poisoning someone with insufficient internal energy to resist it. That's exactly right. Still, there are cases where the same type of poison varies in potency. For example, in the case of scattered bone poison, some versions completely block internal energy flow, while others only partially inhibit it. That's due to differences in purity, not potency. Purity? Yes. It's like drinking pure alcohol versus diluted alcohol. The speed at which you get drunk is different. That analogy makes sense. I nodded in understanding and turned my gaze to Tang Sowol, who was watching the sparrow as it flew off to rejoin its flock. After briefly admiring her delicate profile, I asked, if the poison itself becomes more potent, wouldn't it also be harder to detoxify? Harder? That's putting it lightly. Tang Sowol turned to me with a smug expression, raising her chin proudly and even crossing her arms in a way that emphasized her chest. With a sly grin, she declared, I guarantee, unless I personally retrieve the poison, complete detoxification will be nearly impossible. I suddenly didn't know where to direct my gaze. It didn't take long for an opportunity to test Tang Sowol's bold claim to present itself. Hee. It's right over there. I saw them staying at the inn until lunchtime today, so it's definitely them. The information came from a goat-bearded man with a servile tone. He was the Howgate informant and guide that Tang Jinshin had brought along. He led us through the streets of Guangdong as though the entire city was his personal backyard, never hesitating as he took us on the shortest route. While the atmosphere within the Dark Soul unit had been somewhat relaxed during the journey, it grew increasingly tense as we neared our target. The cold, murderous aura they exuded upon setting out began to return, becoming sharper with each passing moment. The 10 or so warriors in our group radiated a carefully refined killing intent, led by Tang Jinshin at the front. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, is their number as you reported? Yes, sir. There are 3 at the peak level and several at the first-class level. No, I'm not asking about their skill level. I'm asking how many necks we have to sever. 15 in total. Goatbeard answered with a slightly pale face, to which Tang Jinshin gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You've done well bringing us this far. Thanks to you, we've made good time. Now, just lead us to the inn where they're staying. Oh, of course, sir. It's just ahead. Nodding eagerly, Goatbeard quickened his pace. It's an inn called Wajuin. It's quite lively and decently well kept, but not exactly a place known for its entertainment. Most of the people who visit are merchants passing through on their way to other regions. With so many travelers coming and going daily, it'd be easy to slip in unnoticed. It's also a good place to quickly gather information. Of course, those bastards won't have a chance to gather any more news. Thanks to me, Tang Sowol survived, and with Tang Jinshin's help, she returned safely to the Tang Clan without anyone knowing. It was worth it for Tang Jinshin to rush out on his own, even leaving behind his brother, Tang Yujin, to handle the aftermath. Though I doubt Tang Yujin himself would be particularly pleased to hear that. Watching the long line of merchants stretched out along the street, I voiced a concern. With this many people around, couldn't they use the crowd to escape? Don't worry about that. We've already stationed Howgate members to keep an eye on them and block off all routes of escape. Even if they manage to slip out, we'll know exactly where they go and how many of them leave. So there you have it, father-in-law. Instead of waiting in line to quietly sneak in, wouldn't it be better to strike now and finish things in one go? You're in quite a hurry, aren't you? But I like it. Tang Jinshin chuckled and nodded in approval, while Goatbeard, who had been switching glances between us in confusion, widened his eyes in shock at my words. He had been curious about my identity but hadn't dared to ask. Judging by his reaction, he was surprised by the title I used. Tang Jinshin, however, paid no attention to the informant's bewilderment and turned to the commander of the Dark Soul unit. Tie up the horses here for now. We'll use lightness techniques to leap over the wall. The location is. He trailed off and glanced at Goatbeard. The informant, who had been zoning out, quickly snapped to attention and answered in a flustered tone. They're staying at Wajuin. It's a small, nondescript inn, so it might be difficult to find based on description alone. Then I'll carry you while I run. Just focus on guiding us. What? Without waiting for a response, Tang Jinshin picked up the startled Goatbeard and tucked him under his arm like a sack. Turning to me, he asked, what about you? Should I drag them out by the hair myself, or do you want to handle it? We're the ones who almost died, so it should be us. Soul, what about you? Tang Jinshin directed the question at his daughter, who nodded in agreement. I feel the same way as Brother Cheon, father. I appreciate your help, but the fear and helplessness we felt that day are ours to confront. Tang Sowol spoke with sharp determination in her eyes. Though still somewhat inexperienced, in this moment, she was no longer just the young lady of the Tang Clan. She was a martial artist seeking to reclaim her pride. Tang Jinshin's expression softened into a satisfied smile. Very well. Do as you wish. With that, he gave Tang Sowol an approving nod before taking the lead. High up. Goatbeard let out an involuntary yelp but quickly covered his mouth with both hands. The Dark Soul unit followed closely behind Tang Jinshin. Tang Sowol and I exchanged glances. Shall we? After you. I nodded and activated my lightness technique. After leaping over the relatively low city wall with just a few steps, we followed Goatbeard's directions, running through several streets. Eventually, we arrived at a place slightly off the main road. It wasn't too fancy, nor was it particularly shabby. There were a fair number of customers, making it an ordinary-looking inn in every sense. There. That's Waju Inn. Goatbeard pointed toward the inn as Tang Jinshin came to a stop. One by one, the Dark Soul unit members gathered around, surrounding the area. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, nearby civilians began murmuring amongst themselves before scurrying away. Those who had been dining inside the inn reacted even faster, throwing down their utensils. They raised their hands in surrender and slowly began exiting the building. Tang Sowol leaned in close and whispered, "Doesn't it seem like they're all too familiar with situations like this? It probably happens often enough that they've grown used to it." At this time, Guangdong Province was a hotspot for displaced martial artists from Zhejiang. With countless life-and-death duels taking place daily, the locals couldn't help but adapt. Among those slipping out of the inn were several martial artists, not just ordinary civilians. And mixed among them were members of the demonic cult attempting to sneak away unnoticed. Were they trying to report back to the cult since they realized they wouldn't survive this? That one's from the demonic cult, huh? Goatbeard's exclamation came a second too late. I had already drawn my sword. Skukuk. The second-class martial artist didn't even have time to react before my sword sliced through his neck. His headless body collapsed limply to the ground. Thunk. At the same time, a flying dagger whizzed through the air, weaving between the fleeing crowd before embedding itself deep into the forehead of a middle-aged man. The dagger, thrown by the Dark Soul unit commander, buried itself up to the hilt, and the force of the impact caused the man's body to crumple backward. A beat later, Goatbeard, looking rather deflated, muttered, "Why yes, that one was also a member of the demonic cult. But how did you know? Did you already know them?" I glanced at Goatbeard and replied, "It wasn't their face, it was the demonic energy they carried. But they didn't use any internal energy. How could you?" It's common knowledge that a martial artist's aura changes depending on their mastery and internal energy cultivation. However, unless someone has a significant amount of internal energy or reaches a high level, it's difficult to detect their aura, let alone distinguish it. For someone at the peak like the Dark Soul unit commander, it would make sense, but for a mere first-class martial artist like myself, it was hard to believe. What Goatbeard didn't know was that I possessed insights unsuited to this body, and I had fought against the demonic cult countless times in my past life. Instead of explaining, I simply shrugged and stepped forward. At that moment, all eyes focused on me. Seeing Tang Jinshin standing with his arms crossed as if he had no intention of intervening, I took a deep breath and channeled internal energy into my voice. "If we've started, we might as well finish. Stop hiding like insects and come out. The Tang Clan's daughter, Tang Sowol, whom you want dead, is right here." "Wait, are you selling me out, Brother Cheon?" Tang Sowol asked incredulously, but my strategy worked. "Go." A voice roared from the second floor of the inn, accompanied by an explosion of demonic energy that shattered part of the wall. Kwang. Amid the flying debris, 3 martial artists leapt out, their destination clear, Tang Sowol. Unlike the earlier second-class martial artists, these 3 were clearly stronger, likely first-class or peak-level warriors. However, they were still no match for the current Tang Sowol. "You charge in like moths to a flame." Tang Sowol furrowed her delicate brows slightly before sweeping her hand in a wide arc. Her flowing sleeve released a faint, purple-hued poison mist. The 4 who charged through the mist while holding their breath reached Tang Sowol, but by then, they were already half dead. Their skin had melted beyond recognition, their legs gave out beneath them, and they collapsed one by one, unable to even raise their swords. One of them clenched his teeth and glared at Tang Sowol with wide eyes. "Achao." I held my breath. Poison isn't always dangerous only when inhaled. Sometimes, even touching it can melt your flesh. Tang Sowol added in a quiet voice, almost as if to herself. I didn't expect it to be this effective. The last of the group dropped his sword without ever getting a chance to swing it. It was a swift and quiet death, but the fight wasn't over. The demonic energy emanating from the inn remained strong. No! The same voice from earlier shouted, and more martial artists leapt through the broken wall. This time, nearly 10 of them charged at once, their bodies wrapped tightly in thick clothing to guard against the poison Tang Sowol had just used. Among them was a peak-level expert radiating powerful demonic energy. Even for Tang Sowol, dealing with all of them at once using poison mist alone would be difficult. She gritted her teeth and prepared to release a larger cloud of poison. Squeak. She launched concealed weapons coated in poison, each one gleaming ominously. However, Tang Sowol's skill with hidden weapons wasn't as polished as her mastery of poison arts. While she might be able to take down a few of the weaker ones, it was unlikely she could deal with the peak-level expert. If she were alone, that is. I pushed my raging wave death-stealing art to its limit. Thanks to the 100 poisons pure blood pill I had received from Tang Yujin, my internal energy flowed smoothly throughout my body. At my will, my internal energy surged, and with it, the killing intent that had long lain dormant within me roared to life. In the darkness of the night, memories of past battles, broken promises, and empty last words flickered through my mind, igniting a blazing heat. I forged a sword out of pure killing intent, a blade with no physical form, yet sharp enough to pierce the heart of a warrior prepared to face death. Herg, one of the martial artists who had been about to swat down Tang Sowol's hidden weapons midair, hesitated. That was all the opening we needed. Thunk. Tang Sowol's hidden weapons struck their mark. Even if her skills weren't perfect, there was no way she would miss at this range. And, of course, the weapons were laced with poison, most likely a highly potent one. What the hell was that? The remaining martial artists glared at me, grinding their teeth in frustration. Ignoring their reaction, I turned to Tang Sowol and asked, "Was that enough?" "Yes. After you've done this much, I should show something in return." Tang Sowol's eyes gleamed faintly with a greenish light as she responded, hinting that she had prepared another poison technique. Since she seemed to have things under control, it was time for me to focus on my task. 2 peak-level martial artists, who had been hiding and waiting for the right moment, suddenly charged at me from the inn's entrance. An axe swung in from one side, while a fist cloaked in dark energy came from the other. Judging by their aura, they were both at the early stages of the peak level. For most, they would be difficult opponents. Difficult, yes, but not impossible. This should be interesting. Difficult didn't mean I couldn't win. The axe, wrapped in murky black demonic energy and a fist coated in powerful energy, came hurtling toward Cheon Hwi-da. This can't be. Following Tang Jinshin's order to observe the fight, the Dark Soul Unit commander hastily gathered his internal energy and slipped 2 flying daggers between his fingers. In Murim, it wasn't uncommon for someone to defeat an opponent stronger than themselves. Variables like stamina, injuries, surprise attacks, mistakes, and innate talent could all create such opportunities. If things aligned just right, even a novice could plunge a knife into the heart of a master. And once stabbed, 9 times out of 10, the person would die. As someone skilled in using hidden weapons and poison, the Dark Soul Unit commander understood this better than anyone else. However, there were limits. It might be possible to handle a single poisoned opponent, like the ones Tang Sowol had dealt with earlier, but facing 2 uninjured peak-level martial artists was impossible. Although the killing intent Cheon Hwi-da had displayed earlier had sent chills down even the commander's spine, his martial prowess was still only at the first-class level. The commander pulled his arm back, ready to hurl the daggers, their edges shimmering with internal energy. If he acted now, he wouldn't be too late. While fully deflecting the attacks was impossible, he could at least alter their trajectories enough to spare Cheon Hwi-da's life. Just as he was about to release the daggers, a cold hand gripped his arm. "That's enough. Patriarch." Tang Jinshin's voice was calm, yet firm. The commander protested loudly. "We can't let the benefactor of our clan die like this." "He won't die. Just watch." Tang Jinshin's voice at first glance sounded indifferent, but as someone who had served him faithfully for years, The commander could tell there was clear anticipation in his eyes. As if bewitched, the commander turned his gaze to where Tang Jinshin was looking. There stood Cheon Hwi-da, a relaxed smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he swung his sword. It didn't take long for the commander to understand why Tang Jinshin had stopped him. An axe and a fist came rushing in from both sides. In response, I stepped forward and swung my sword. My target wasn't the axe blade, but the handle beneath it, just beyond where the axe's destructive aura ended. I wasn't aiming to block. Axes, by nature, excelled in delivering overwhelming force in a single strike. The techniques of axe wielders focused on maximizing that destructive power. Even without the aura-enhanced blade, the handles still packed enough power to be dangerous. Thus, my intent wasn't to block the axe, I intended to use it. Clack! A dull sound echoed as my sword struck the handle, sending a portion of the immense force down my wrist. Rather than resisting, I allowed my stance to collapse, bending my body sharply without losing my footing. My waist bent so far that my upper body was nearly parallel to the ground. A half-beat later, the fist meant for my head sliced through empty air above me. This maneuver, sometimes called iron plate bridge, wasn't something I could normally execute so quickly. However, thanks to the axe's force pushing me down, I managed to evade the fist entirely. Realizing that his own attack had been used against him, the axe wielder gritted his teeth. "You bastard!" He raised his leg in a hurried attempt to kick me, but he couldn't be faster than me. I was already moving. Twisting my waist to stand upright, I slashed at his lifted leg. SSSK. Because of my awkward position, the cut wasn't deep, but it struck a critical spot, the inner thigh. His movements would be hindered for a while. After landing the blow, I exploded my internal energy from the Yangshan acupoint at the soles of my feet to propel myself backward. My soles tingled slightly from the impact, but it was a small price to pay compared to taking a fist wrapped in powerful energy head-on. Boom! The ground where I had been standing moments ago caved in as the martial artist's fist slammed into it. Keeping my distance, I calmly observed the two assailants. First, the axe wielder. Though he was large, he wasn't truly a giant. His tall frame was skeletal, his bones clearly visible beneath his skin. The sight of such a frail figure wielding a heavy axe was unsettling, but it also made him unmistakably familiar. Demon Axe Dan Muksang. In my past life, he had been one of the few peak-level experts of the demonic cult. He was also someone I had killed once before. Thanks to mastering a martial art that allowed him to unleash explosive strength, he could wield immense power despite his emaciated frame. However, the side effects of that martial art had damaged his core energy, leaving him with his current skeletal appearance. As for the other one, the bare-fisted fighter, I didn't recognize her. Her appearance was bizarre, completely hairless, without even eyebrows, and her dark, cracked skin resembled a decayed tree trunk. Judging by her frame, she appeared to be female, but that was all I could infer. Most likely, she had mastered a type of external martial art that hardened the body. Both of them were grotesque in their own ways, but that wasn't unusual for those who practiced demonic martial arts. Such techniques allowed rapid growth in strength and sometimes even enabled the user to surpass their natural limits. But the price was often severe physical side effects. While I was deducing their martial arts, the axe wielder, Dan Muksang, pressed on a point on his thigh to stop the bleeding and glared at me. "So it wasn't the Tang Clan's daughter, but you we should have targeted all along. You talk as if killing me would have been easy." Heh. Typical hypocrites who call themselves righteous, gathering in numbers to gang up when things get tough. Still, watching you squirm at the end might not be so bad. Dan Muksang let out a raspy, phlegm-filled laugh, and I narrowed my eyes. "Don't delude yourself. I meant you're going to die by my hands." I relaxed my shoulders and brought the tip of my sword to eye level, spreading my feet shoulder-width apart with my left foot slightly forward for better movement. It was the most basic stance, so simple it could barely be called a formal technique. I activated my Raging Wave death-stealing art, once again pushing it to its peak. This time, instead of focusing my killing intent on a single point, I let it radiate outward, spreading across the area. Dan Muksang, now within my killing intent's range, instinctively frowned. "Damn it. How can someone so young have such a vile killing intent? We can't let him live." "Huh. You demonic cult bastards want to kill every martial artist you meet. If someone overheard you, they might mistake you for a noble monk or priest. As I chuckled, the female martial artist seized the opportunity and charged at me. Her plan was clear. She intended to catch me off guard while I was distracted by conversation. However, my killing intent had already enveloped the entire area. To me, killing intent wasn't merely a feeling, it was the foundation of my martial art, woven into my internal energy and will. In this space filled with my killing intent, nothing could escape my perception. The slightest movement registered immediately. Before she could reach me, I twisted my body to evade her. Swish! Her razor-sharp claws, enhanced by demonic energy, narrowly missed my chest, leaving a faint tear in my clothes. She was using a combination of fist techniques and clawing strikes, with her hardened, elongated claws radiating an ominous aura. They would have been quite dangerous if they had hit me. Before she could withdraw her outstretched arm, I brought my sword down. Cling. Tisk. Though I had aimed for her wrist, the sound that rang out was metallic, as if I had struck steel. Her hardened skin was so tough that, aside from a few cracks in the callous surface, my attack hadn't inflicted any real damage. With widened eyes, she clenched her teeth and swung her other fist toward me. But a direct attack like that, after her failed ambush, was easy to read. I moved a half-beat faster, dodging her punch and slashing at her exposed armpit. Cling. This time, I targeted a softer spot, but the result was the same. I managed only to deepen the cracks slightly. There's no such thing as a perfect martial art. Even the diamond body technique of Shaolin monks, known to be virtually indestructible, had been shattered by the heavenly demon. So a demonic martial art like hers must have a weakness as well. Thankfully, her techniques were relatively simple, perhaps because her hardened body restricted her flexibility, or maybe due to her lack of natural talent. This simplicity was a common trait among those who forcefully grew stronger through demonic martial arts. If I wanted to, I could keep dodging her attacks until she exhausted herself. But I didn't have that luxury. Grah. I'll kill you. After all, I wasn't fighting just one opponent. Dan Muksang, his skeletal body launching off the ground, came charging at me. His reddened skin and faintly glowing eyes indicated that he had triggered his energy-bursting technique. He was faster and more dangerous than before. Dodging with the same technique I had used earlier would no longer work. But knowing that my opponent was none other than Dan Muksang, I didn't need to worry. There was no reason to fear a martial art I had already overcome once. Sensing the clawed woman's leg flying toward me, I sidestepped her and dashed toward Dan Muksang. Whoosh! The force behind his axe was immense, creating a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at my head. I leaned back half a step, the axe grazing the tip of my nose before slamming into the ground. Boom! The axe buried itself deep into the earth. Though Dan Muksang quickly pulled it out, I was already slashing at him. Splat! My sword sliced deep into his hand, exposing the bone. Despite the injury, he showed no sign of pain, gripping his axe tightly as blood poured from his wound. He began swinging wildly, diagonally, vertically, even thrusting upward at times. Each swing carried enough power to crush a person instantly, and his speed increased with every strike. The oppressive force of his attacks, coupled with the fierce aura coating his axe, was like a storm of death. His eyes, now completely bloodshot, were unfocused. It seemed the explosive energy he unleashed had driven him mad. To an ordinary warrior, the sight would have been overwhelming, but I had faced something far worse, the future Dan Muksang, far stronger than this. Moving continuously at the center of the storm, I weaved through his attacks, countering where I could. Even with my speed advantage, avoiding every blow wasn't possible. I dodged what I could and disrupted the trajectory of what I couldn't by meeting it with my sword. Had I not trained relentlessly at the Tang Clan or consumed the 100 poisons pure blood pill that Tang Yujin gave me, my body wouldn't have been able to endure the strain. But it wasn't perfect. Even if I avoided the axe, the black aura surrounding it nicked my body, leaving shallow cuts. Demonic energy seeped into my wounds like poison. Still, I couldn't retreat. Creating distance would allow Dan Muksang to regain his rhythm and give the clawed woman an opening to attack from behind. And besides, I wasn't the only one accumulating injuries. SSSK. A chunk of my hair was sliced off. One of Dan Muksang's fingers was severed. A red line appeared on my arm. Dan Muksang's side was torn open. Blood from my shoulder splattered on my cheek. Dan Muksang's right ear was sliced off. Flesh was torn from my thigh. The tendons in Dan Muksang's left wrist were cut. The skin on my neck was grazed. Dan Muksang's core was shattered. A fresh wound overlapped the scar on my chest. Thud. And finally, my sword pierced Dan Muksang's heart. The sword I thrust pierced through Dan Muksang's gaunt chest. I could feel the sensation of crushing a heart through the blade's tip. Kwung. The axe that had been relentlessly hacking at me fell to the ground. The demonic energy that had been gnawing at the surroundings had long since dissipated. Dan Muksang, who had been blankly staring at the sword protruding from his chest, grabbed it with his battered hands. His hands were so deeply cut that the bones were exposed, and one of his fingers had been severed and lost somewhere, adding yet another wound to his already ruined hands. Guk. The sharp blade dug into his palm. Despite having his dantian shattered and his heart crushed, the strength in his grip was astonishing, almost incomprehensible. However, the harder he squeezed, the deeper his wounds grew, and yet he couldn't muster enough strength to pull the sword out. Kuhuk. In the end, he vomited blood and collapsed limply. The hand that had clung to the sword slipped off. Blood dripped steadily. Dan Muksang, who barely managed to lift his head, glared at me with his bloodshot eyes. Even though his body had collapsed, his willpower remained unbroken. You damned brat. I should have killed you. I should have done it back then. But it's not too late even now. Kill yourself quickly. This feels a bit unfair. If you think about it, I have a grudge against you, not the other way around. But I suppose now you do. That's not what I... Kook. Dan Muksang coughed up blood once again, his complexion growing even paler as he spoke. You have talent in martial arts. What I mean is, you're gifted at killing people. Thanks for the compliment. Looking at the bloodlust ingrained in your body, you must have killed many already. That was true. Even though time had rewound and events had been undone, my memories of them hadn't vanished. I killed to survive. I killed to avenge the dead. And in the end, I even rushed toward the heavenly demon, fully aware I couldn't win. I had essentially killed myself. The life of a martial artist is a perilous dance on the edge of a blade until the moment they fall. But even by those standards, my life had been extreme. After all, I experienced the war against the demonic cult, a war that hasn't even occurred in this timeline. I am certain I have witnessed more deaths and killed more people than anyone else in this era. Dan Muksang's eyes, gradually losing focus, continued to fix on me. I know what you're trying to say. At your age, to be this broken, it's obvious. Broken, you say. You exude bloodlust as if it's nothing. You cut down people without hesitation. If that's not broken, then what is? Did you cut them down because you didn't want to die? Because they were your enemies? Or was it for your own glory? As he said this, Dan Muksang's trembling lips curled into a faint, twisted smile. His voice carried undeniable contempt. Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. In the end, you're just another butcher who draws his sword at the slightest provocation. No different from me. Kuhuk. Don't tell me you're trying to say you're any different? Haha. Of course not. All martial artists and martial arts should disappear. Myself included. Dan Muksang. I know your story. The current Dan Muksang had only just begun to make a name for himself as a demonic martial artist. But before my regression, he had been one of the top masters of the demonic cult. He was both powerful and infamous, with his deeds widely known. It was said he lost his wife to the Green Forest Bandits, and when he sought help from the Wangbo clan, their young master violated and killed his daughter. At this point in time, the Wangbo clan had covered it up, but before my regression, Dan Muksang revealed the truth, leading the destruction of both the Green Forest and the Wangbo clan. His vengeance became a tale known to all. In a way, his revenge was justified. His hatred of all martial artists, regardless of affiliation, was somewhat understandable. But so what? What? Was it because I knew of his past? Or because I had denied his convictions so directly? Perhaps it was just a fleeting burst of life before his death. Dan Muksang's dim, unfocused eyes suddenly lit up. His pupils sharpened, glaring at me with a fiery intensity. To my eyes, you, me, and every martial artist gathered here are all the same. Fools swinging swords blindly, consumed by grudges. I am different. I mastered martial arts to break the chain of vengeance. No. All you did was broaden your target for revenge to the entire martial world. If you truly wanted to break the chain of vengeance, you should have started by letting go of your own. Ridiculous. Who in this world would willingly abandon the power they hold in their hands? I had no choice. So you had no choice but to kill every martial artist? How is that any different from drawing your sword at the slightest provocation? Dan Muksang gritted his teeth, glaring at me. However, his gaze lacked the strength it had before. Didn't I just tell you? There might have been another way. But since we can't think of it, people like us just draw our swords first. In the end, you see nothing but the sword. You're practically blind. Perhaps that's why you became a martial artist in the first place. I smirked as I looked into Dan Muksang's eyes, where stubbornness had hardened into delusion. But there is one difference between us. Perhaps sensing his impending death, Dan Muksang chose to spend his remaining strength listening rather than speaking. His eyes widened as if to hear my words more clearly. I won. Even if I'm just a blind butcher like you, seeing nothing but the sword, isn't it better to win than to lose? Dan Muksang didn't respond. No, he had already stopped breathing, his eyes wide open. Perhaps he had died before I even finished speaking. Slowly, I pulled my sword free. With that, Dan Muksang's withered body collapsed to the ground as if leaning on my blade was the only thing keeping him upright. Thud. I briefly looked at his corpse, sprawled atop the pool of blood he had created, before turning away. Waiting in the distance was the martial artist who had been silently observing me all this time. Thank you for waiting. It wouldn't have mattered. I can't beat you alone anyway. The martial artist, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Despite their appearance, which resembled a rotting old tree, their voice was surprisingly clear. However, they winced as they spoke, as if even talking caused pain. It was likely another side effect of demonic cultivation. Dan Muksang's thoughts. I don't agree. But he was a comrade. I didn't want to interrupt his last words. Is that so? With that, the martial artist took their stance once more. I raised my sword toward them. My entire body was battered from fighting Dan Muksang. Blood continued to drip freely, and the demonic energy wreaking havoc inside me made my insides churn. I'd probably be bedridden for days, unable to move. But I still had enough strength to cut down one more opponent. Do you have any last words? Perhaps, you're right. We're all blind fools, consumed by revenge. I wanted to kill the Sama clan, but instead, you targeted me and Tang Sowol, who had nothing to do with them. I'm sorry. The martial artist apologized briefly. Unlike Dan Muksang, who believed all martial artists should die, especially talented ones, this one seemed different. But a single apology wasn't enough to undo the lines we had already crossed. Understanding this, the martial artist assumed a combat stance and spoke. I am the Ghostwood Witch, Sama Suryan. Cheon Hwi-da. No title. Our belated introductions marked the beginning of the fight. The demonic energy emanating from the Ghostwood Witch's fist soon spread throughout her entire body. Shrouding one's entire body with energy, a reckless act. While it made her faster and tougher, it would undoubtedly drain her internal energy dozens of times faster. Even with the rapid progress of demonic cultivation, such a technique was impossible for someone who hadn't reached the peak level. Unless she was burning her true essence, it was unthinkable. No matter the outcome, the Ghostwood Witch wouldn't last even half a quarter hour before dying. Wasting no time, she kicked off the ground. Her figure resembled a log engulfed in dark flames. Habit. She closed the distance with far greater speed than before. Her energy-laden fist shot toward my heart. But I had already anticipated her movements through the bloodlust I had scattered in the area. Dodging wasn't difficult. Pu-hung. Her fist sliced through empty air, releasing a shockwave that swept past my head. Before the wind could settle, she launched a rising kick aimed at my chin. The intent was so fierce that my jaw tingled even before it landed. Thanks to that, I managed to tilt my head back in time to avoid it. Taking advantage of the opening, I swung my sword toward the Ghostwood Witch's neck. Kong. The blade was deflected with a metallic clang. This time, however, it left no mark. Her skin, already tough like tree bark, was now reinforced with internal energy. It would have been strange if the blade had left a scratch. I gripped my sword tightly, absorbing the shock of the rebound, and continued exchanging blows with her. The Ghostwood Witch, her life burning away like a living torch, swung with all her might. I dodged her strikes or diverted their direction with my blade. Occasionally, she would switch to clawing techniques or palm strikes, but they lacked finesse and were easy to predict. Compared to Dan Muksang, who had unleashed a deadly ultimate technique, the Ghostwood Witch's attacks were lacking. Her martial arts focused on defense, as opposed to Dan Muksang's extreme offensiveness. But even taking that into account, her skills were insufficient. Still, she didn't stop. No, she couldn't stop. Once someone starts burning their life away, hesitation no longer exists. I simply responded, parrying her strikes and swinging my sword in return. Kong. Kang. Kong. I aimed for the same spot on her neck each time. Ordinarily, she would have died dozens of times by now. The only reason she was still alive was her unique demonic cultivation. How many times had we repeated this stagnant exchange of attacks and counters? The Ghostwood Witch's demonic energy, which had been burning brightly, began to wane. She must have been running out of internal energy. Seeing her neck no longer protected by energy, I swung my sword once more. Kadak. The blade was deflected again, but this time a small piece of her hardened skin chipped away. Even as she sensed her imminent death, the Ghostwood Witch stubbornly kept striking with her fists and feet. And so, I continued driving my sword into her neck, over and over again. Kakak. Kadak. Kwajik. Finally, after countless strikes, her neck began to crack. The repeated blows had fractured her hardened skin, leaving faint sword marks. It was like watching a tree slowly fall after repeated axe strikes. Noticing the cracks, I focused the scattered bloodlust around me into my sword. My internal energy naturally followed. But even that wasn't enough. I squeezed out the remaining internal energy from my raging wave death-stealing art, sharpening my will like a blade. This strike would push my limits. Suikik. The sword's movement was no different from before, same force, same trajectory, same speed. But there was one difference. A faint crimson aura began to rise from the blade. The Ghostwood Witch's eyes widened slightly as she noticed the sword energy. And then, skakak. Her shocked head flew into the air. The flames of the living torch were extinguished. Thud. Roll. The Ghostwood Witch's head was severed, rolling across the ground with an expression of shock frozen on her face. I gazed at it for a moment before exhaling the breath I had been holding. Phew. As the tension left my body, the strain in my muscles eased, and the pain I had been suppressing all at once flooded my senses. The stinging agony from the cuts carved into my body. The sharp heat emanating from the deep wound on my chest. It hurt, but it was bearable. The real problem was the demonic energy seeping into my chi pathways through the injured areas. To make things worse, I had forcibly drawn sword energy during the last strike, leaving my chi flow in disarray. Now the demonic energy was rampaging through my meridians, making me feel as if my insides were twisting. If not for the 100 poisons pure blood pills strengthening my chi pathways, I'd have passed out by now. I licked my lips, wishing I had a few more of those pills, and slid my sword back into its scabbard. SRRNG. My vision swayed. The moment I realized it was all over, my body relaxed, and the exhaustion hit me like a tidal wave. I staggered, my body tilting to the side. Brother Cheon. Tang Sowol rushed over and caught me, wrapping her arms around my shoulder to support me. Her warmth was reassuring, the softness pressing against my upper body, the familiar scent of the oils she applied daily, and the concern in her gaze. My heightened senses, frayed from the life-or-death battle, began to settle. I leaned into Tang Sowol, comforted by her presence. This is terrible. Are you all right? No, forget that. How could you let yourself get into this state? You should have asked Father for help. I'm fine. I fought because I was confident I could handle it, and your father trusted me enough to leave it to me. How can you say that? Never mind. Just take off your clothes quickly. What? Here? Don't you think we should at least go to an inn or somewhere private? What are you thinking? Your shirt is enough. I need to stop the bleeding first, don't I? No more talking, just stay still. Her tone left no room for argument as she began tugging at my robe. Likely due to the repeated near misses from the Ghostwood Witch's attacks, my clothes were already tattered. They tore easily under her pull. Chwak. Tang Sowol flinched slightly, as if startled by the situation, but her expression quickly shifted when she saw the blood flowing from the numerous small cuts covering my body. Her eyes trembled violently. Again, this. What about it? Just like before, it's nothing serious this time either. Covered in blood like that, your words aren't convincing at all. With a sigh, Tang Sowol pulled out some golden ointment from her pouch and began carefully applying it to my wounds. We were currently stationed around the inn to ensure no stragglers from the demonic cult could escape. In the midst of this large encirclement, it was just me and Tang Sowol here, meaning. The sight of me, shirtless, being carefully tended to by Tang Sowol, was in full view of the entire Dark Soul unit and Tang Jinshin, her father. Ugh. This was uncomfortable. I wasn't usually one to care about people staring, but the current situation was making me incredibly self-conscious. Especially Tang Jinshin, who was glaring at me with an expressionless face, and Tang Yujin, who stood beside him, laughing as he patted his father's shoulder. I really hoped they wouldn't take this any further. I subtly turned my gaze away from them, and my eyes naturally landed on the area where Tang Sowol had been fighting. Around 10 members of the demonic cult lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Among them was an elderly man who appeared to be a master at the flowering stage. Unlike the others, he was still barely clinging to life, his pale face ashen as he took shallow breaths. A few members of the Dark Soul unit were in the process of destroying his dantian and binding him. As Tang Sowol busily applied ointment to my shoulder, I asked her, "Did you leave him alive on purpose?" "Well done. I didn't have the luxury of sparing anyone, so we can interrogate him later." "Is that really important right now?" "The other wounds are manageable with this ointment, but this one, it's too severe." Tang Sowol shot me a sharp look before gently pressing her fingers to the wound on my chest. Her slender fingers brushed against my skin, the touch light but deliberate. The sensation, however, turned into a sudden jolt of pain when her fingers made contact with the wound itself. "I need a bandage or no, there's no time for that. Just hold on for a moment." Nodding slightly, Tang Sowol tucked a stray lock of her hair behind her ear with the same hand she'd been treating my wound with. Then, without hesitation, she leaned closer and extended her tongue. Wait a second." Startled, I tried to pull back, but Tang Sowol stepped on my foot, pinning me in place. She smiled, her crescent-shaped eyes twinkling mischievously, and began to lick the outer edge of the wound. Halt, halt. The warm, wet sensation of her tongue traced along my skin. "What are you?" I was too dumbfounded to speak, but it didn't take long for me to notice something unusual. The wound on my chest, which had been the largest and bled the most due to the deliberately provoked attack, began to stop bleeding. Not only that, but the pain that had been tormenting me was subsiding. It wasn't just the pain from the wound she licked that was diminishing. Even the lingering internal pain caused by the demonic energy wreaking havoc within me began to fade. It felt as though the sharp blade cutting through my body had been dulled. After a while, Tang Sowol pulled back with a satisfied expression. What did you just do?" "The bleeding stopped, and even the pain is mostly gone." Curious, are you?" Crossing her arms and puffing out her chest, Tang Sowol smirked smugly and continued in a slightly elevated voice. "They say poison, when used well, can become medicine. I used a blood-coagulating poison to stop the bleeding and mixed in a mild paralytic toxin to dull the pain." Huh. At her words, I examined the wound more closely. Sure enough, a scab-like crust was sealing the wound, stopping the blood flow. When I moved my arms and legs, I noticed that the overall pain had diminished, though my sense of touch had become slightly numb. Impressive. Using poison like this isn't something just anyone can do. Well, it's a bit tricky, I admit. But for someone like me, it's not impossible. Of course. With Poison Dance Empress Tang Sowol's unique poison spirit body, she could create and combine poisons within her body, making this far easier for her. But there is one issue. Side effects? Not exactly a side effect. More like. Tang Sowol trailed off, scrunching her nose. Her tongue, still slightly redder than usual, flicked out before she pulled it back in with a grimace. "It's so bitter. Is blood supposed to taste this bad?" A dangerous statement on many levels, and it came with a real threat. Thunk. Tang Jinshin placed a hand on both our shoulders, gripping mine with noticeably more strength. "You both did well. Each of you defeated an opponent stronger than yourselves. That's thanks to the purple flower poison-enhancing grass that Brother Cheon gave me. Father-in-law, I'm injured. Could you ease up on my shoulder a little?" I cautiously spoke, but Tang Jinshin ignored me, raising his voice. And that last strike, though faint, it was undoubtedly sword energy. To glimpse the flowering stage before even reaching the age of 20 is truly a blessing for the martial world and for the Tang Clan. Thank you. But could you please let go of my shoulder? Do not grow arrogant. A moment of enlightenment can slip away as quickly as it comes. Remember this feeling, hone it, and make it your own. Tang Jinshin smiled as he spoke, but the pressure he exuded was suffocating. It seemed my comment about being a patient finally registered, as his grip loosened, though not completely. Before he could pull back entirely, Tang Sowol stepped in. Father, please stop bothering him, and let me take care of him. Bothering? I was merely trying to praise him. Yes, of course. Tang Sowol shrugged, pulling me protectively into her arms. I sank into her embrace, my exhausted body too grateful to care about the humiliation. For now, it felt like being sheltered by a mother bird guarding her egg. She escorted me past Tang Jinshin's scowling face and toward the inn we'd surrounded. Is there an inn nearby that can accommodate everyone here? She asked one of the guards. Yes. There's one right here. Since the guests have all cleared out, there should be plenty of space. Oh my, how fortunate. Father, shall we handle the repairs for the damaged walls? Do as you like. Tang Jinshin nodded weakly, clearly drained. Relieved, I allowed myself to be led inside the inn by Tang Sowol. It wasn't extravagant, but the interior was clean and well-maintained, likely thanks to the diligent innkeeper. Tang Sowol carefully laid me on a bed, covering me with a blanket before standing up. I'll stand guard outside. Please rest and recover. Are you sure? Absolutely. I'm perfectly fine. Thanks to my poison, even a flowering stage martial artist couldn't put up much of a fight. I see. Thank you for helping. It's what I want to do. Tang Sowol smiled and pulled up a chair, sitting nearby to keep watch as I closed my eyes. I'll leave it to you then. Yes, please rest. Her warm smile lingered in my mind as I began circulating my internal energy, expelling the remaining demonic energy and restoring my chi pathways. As my focus waned, exhaustion took over. I didn't resist the pull of sleep. When I opened my eyes, the room was dimly lit. Dawn must have been approaching. Tang Sowol was gone, likely tending to her duties. I was about to close my eyes again to resume my meditation when... Creak. The sound of the door opening. Someone was entering the room. Instinctively, I reached for the sword at my bedside and began to rise. Who's there? A soft hand clamped over my mouth. I almost drew my sword but froze when the familiar scent on her hand made me pause. The faint moonlight streaming through the window illuminated her face. Shoo. It was Tang Sowol, a playful smile on her lips as she pressed a finger to them. Good heavens. Shoo. In the dead of night, Tang Sowol slipped into my room with a mischievous smile, pressing her finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. Good heavens. I froze, startled by her unexpected appearance. Before I could speak, Tang Sowol leaned in close and whispered softly. If Father finds out, we'll both be in trouble, so promise me you'll stay quiet, all right? I nodded silently, and only then did she remove the hand she had clamped over my mouth. As the warmth of her touch faded, I couldn't help but feel a faint sense of disappointment. I opened my mouth to ask, what brings you here at this hour? Why, to talk with you for a bit, of course. Talk. Yes. I would have preferred to do so during the day, but since you were asleep, now is the only chance I have. If that's the case, couldn't it wait until tomorrow? Well, that's true, but... Tang Sowol pouted her lips slightly before continuing. It's such a bright moon tonight, and I couldn't sleep, so I thought of you. Surely, you're not saying you dislike me visiting like this. Before my regression, Tang Sowol had often sneaked into my room after a particularly intense battle against the demonic cult, using various excuses. She'd say things like, the moon is too beautiful to waste tonight, come look with me. Or, let's celebrate surviving another day with a drink. Or even, since I saved your life, you owe me some company. In hindsight, her reasons were often absurd, but at the time, I didn't mind them. And even now, I found I didn't mind. How long are you going to just stand there staring? You said you wanted to talk, didn't you? Go ahead, make yourself comfortable. Oh, all right. She smiled, then perched herself on the edge of my bed. It felt awkward lying down next to her, so I slowly sat up and settled beside her. Well, what did you want to talk about? There's something I wanted to ask, but before that, let me check one thing. How's your body holding up? If you're still in pain, I can give you a little more paralytic poison. Tang Sowol stuck her tongue out teasingly, and I couldn't help but let out a faint laugh, shaking my head. It still aches a little, but it's nothing I can't bear. So, you're saying it does hurt? She scooted closer, her shoulder brushing against mine. I gulped instinctively at her sudden proximity. Then she leaned in and whispered near my ear, her tone sly. Were you perhaps expecting something? What do you mean? That I'd lick your wounds again, like I did earlier today. I wasn't. Oh my, so defensive. Brother Cheon, you really shouldn't try lying, it's too easy to read you. She giggled softly, then grabbed my arm and placed her palm against mine, pressing them together. That time, I had to lick your wounds to stop the bleeding. But if it's just about relieving the pain, holding hands works just as well. Besides, her voice dropped to a mock-serious whisper. Father scolded me earlier for being improper, so this will have to do instead. But don't worry, I'll hold your hand for a long time, so you won't feel disappointed. I wasn't disappointed to begin with. Of course, of course. If you say so, then it must be true. Ignoring my protests, Tang Sowol began channeling her poison arts, guiding a faint trace of poison through the contact of our palms. I could feel the subtle venom flowing into me, dulling the pain. Before long, the lingering discomfort in my body began to ease, and the pain that had been tolerable faded into something almost pleasant. Noticing the improvement in my condition, Tang Sowol withdrew slightly, still close, but now leaving just a faint gap between our shoulders. We were still holding hands, though. Her dark eyes, tinged faintly with green, glimmered under the moonlight as she spoke. Now then, shall we get to the main topic? There's a main topic? Of course. I always knew you were strong, Brother Cheon, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. How on earth did you manage to take on 2 martial artists of higher realms at once? So that's what she was curious about. I chuckled faintly and shook my head. Well, first of all, I don't think you're quite correct about them being higher realms. What do you think determines the strength of a martial artist? Well, obviously it's their realm, isn't it? I don't think so. I believe it's their strength. Aren't realm and strength the same thing? No. Realm and strength are 2 separate things. It's true that someone in a higher realm has an advantage, but that doesn't mean they're invincible. By the way, what do you think determines a martial artist's realm? Tang Sowol tilted her head, pondering for a moment, before replying. The depth of their understanding, perhaps? Even if each person's insights are different, if the depth is similar, they'll reach the same realm, won't they? Then what exactly is this understanding? Who decides how profound it is? Does superiority exist in understanding? Or are we simply assigning too much meaning to fleeting thoughts? What do you think, Tang Sowol? Tang Sowol stammered, clearly at a loss for words. The spark of curiosity in her eyes had dimmed, and now they spun in circles, her expression flustered. It was amusing. She was likely grappling with thoughts she'd never had to consider before. I shrugged and continued, think about it more carefully later. There's no fixed answer, but you should at least find one that you can accept for yourself. Then, may I ask how you define understanding, Brother Cheon? Technique, I thought. The technique to kill more effectively. The technique to survive in this harsh world. But that was my definition, and I couldn't simply lay it bare to Tang Sowol. If I were to tell you, it might influence your own thoughts. Once you've found your answer, we can talk about it. You sound just like Father when I ask him these kinds of questions. Any martial artist who cares about your future would probably say the same. Flattery, huh? Though I hadn't meant it as flattery, Tang Sowol seemed pleased, so I let the comment slide. Now, let's return to the original question. What do you think the criteria for dividing realms are? It's something every martial artist learns at the very beginning of their training. Something every martial artist learns. Tilting her head this way and that, Tang Sowol finally spoke hesitantly. Is it the harmony of Jing, Qi, and Shin? There you go. See? You already knew the answer. That's correct. Whether you call it Jing, Qi, and Shin or mind, energy, and body, it doesn't matter. What's important is achieving harmony between all the elements that make up oneself. All humans are born with a physical body, Jing, kept alive by the primal essence deep within them, Qi, and guided by will and thought, Shin. The journey from third-rate to first-rate martial artist is the process of mastering the physical body. It's the most basic step, achievable by anyone through hard work, even without talent or unique experiences. Once the body is mastered, the next step is internal energy. When one can freely extend their internal energy outward as an extension of their body, they reach the level of peak masters, acknowledged as high-level martial artists. Those who master both the body and internal energy then challenge the realm of will and thought, what is often called intent. But I haven't reached that level yet, so I can't say for certain. You talk like you've experienced everything leading up to it. Well, I have one foot in the door, don't I? Oh. She seemed to recall the brief glimpse of sword energy I'd shown earlier, her eyes widening in realization. Now, let's review. As you said, realms are divided by the level of harmony achieved. When internal energy is handled as naturally as moving one's limbs, it's called the peak realm. But none of this determines how well someone fights. True, someone with sword energy has an advantage, but even a one-armed fighter's strikes can kill if they hit a vital spot. That's why I was able to win today. My technique simply outmatched theirs, making the difference in realms irrelevant. I think that's even more impressive. Coming from the daughter of the Tang Clan, known for its mastery of poison and hidden weapons? Tang Sowol awkwardly scratched her head, embarrassed by the remark. The conversation shifted naturally into more personal topics as the moonlight illuminated Tang Sowol's serene, yet pensive face. And then, softly, she said, when we return to the Tang Clan, the engagement ceremony will be held, won't it? Yes, it will. Honestly. I'm looking forward to it. I thought I might never marry or that, if I did, it would be rushed with a stranger I barely knew. People might think we're already getting married, but this is just an engagement. True, but I have no intention of breaking off the engagement. So, to me, this ceremony might as well be a wedding. She chuckled quietly, her gaze turning to meet mine. Which is why I wanted to ask you something before the ceremony. What is it? Tang Sowol smiled softly, a wistful curve on her lips. Brother Cheon. Are you seeing someone else when you look at me? For a moment, she looked so much like the Tang Sowol from my memories, the woman I had loved. If you tell me now, I'll let it go. But I'd like an answer. And so, I couldn't respond right away. Perhaps it was because of that resemblance. Since I'm feeling generous, why don't you just tell me now? Tang Sowol's gaze fixed squarely on me, waiting for my response. For a moment, I opened my mouth to speak, but all that escaped was a faint, inaudible hum. It wasn't without reason. The interplay of light and shadow created by the moonlight, combined with her melancholic smile, made her seem so much like the Tang Sowol of my past life, the woman I had loved deeply. Tang Sowol waited for my reply for a while, but when I couldn't bring myself to say anything, she lowered her head in silence. Her hair cascaded down, veiling her face, leaving me unable to read her expression. In a quiet, almost whisper-like voice, she began to speak again. Do you know something? I quite like you, Brother Cheon. At first, I thought you were just strange, but the more I saw you, the more I realized you had much to teach me. The fact that you're younger also suits my preferences, and honestly, your face, well, it's quite my type. She chuckled lightly, then turned fully to face me and raised her head. The backlight obscured her features slightly, but her skin was flawless, without a single blemish. Her eyes quivered slightly, but they never avoided mine. Before me was not the Tang Sowol, the poison dance empress who had endured countless battles and trials. What I saw instead was a young woman, just stepping into her role as a martial artist, nervously standing before the prospect of marriage. For some time now, I felt a strange sense of dissonance. While we've been talking, Brother Cheon's gaze has often drifted into the void or grown distant with a certain wistfulness. Hasn't it? It would have been better if it were just my imagination, but I see now that it wasn't. Tang Sowol barely managed to lift the corners of her lips, forming a bitter smile. Even so, I still quite like you, Brother Cheon. So, let me change the question slightly. She extended one hand and cupped my cheek, as if to stop me from looking away, silently urging me to focus solely on her in this moment. What do you think of me, Brother Cheon? Are you looking forward to this marriage, just as I am? Her voice carried a faint tremor of unease. Finally, I opened my mouth to respond. Of course, I am looking forward to it as well. I vividly remembered the promise we had made on a moonless night in my past life. I also remembered how that promise had ultimately ended. To long for something that could never be, how could I not look forward to this? But that wasn't the only reason. It's true that I was seeing someone else through you. But that person is no longer in this world. Until now, I had blurred the line, convincing myself that the Tang Sowol of this life and the one I had loved in my previous life were fundamentally the same. But now I understood. The Tang Sowol before me and the Tang Sowol I had loved were different people. I could never see the Tang Sowol of my past life again. It was time I accepted that. However, still, that doesn't mean I can't see you, Tang Sowol. After nearly 2 months spent together, I realized something. I wasn't drawn to her because of my past. I was drawn to Tang Sowol herself as she was now. Even if, for some reason, I were to return to the past again and meet a Tang Sowol without the memories of this life, or if I lost all memories of my past life and encountered her as a blank slate, I would undoubtedly circle around her like a moth drawn to a flame. So, I hope you won't feel too anxious. I want you to look forward to the betrothal ceremony, just as I do. Tang Sowol, still holding my cheek, froze for a moment. Her lips moved as though she wanted to say something, but it took her quite some time before she spoke. I must be such a simple woman. It only took a few words from you to ease my heart. But waiting idly for my presence to grow within you? That's not my style. Stretch. Tang Sowol suddenly tugged at my cheek with her hand. Startled, I found myself frozen in place, letting her do as she pleased. Her eyes, tinged faintly with green, curved into crescent moons as she smiled. From now on, I'll seduce you, Brother Cheon. What? What are you talking about? Exactly what I said. If you fall for me, it won't be because you've forgotten someone else with time. It will be because you couldn't resist my charms. Letting go of my cheek, she raised her index finger with a confident snap. Brother Cheon, you'll soon find yourself addicted to me. Her declaration was bold, even audacious. And though she must have known it, her ears turned bright red. Yet she didn't avert her gaze or lower her raised finger. I stared at her blankly for a moment before nodding, and only then did Tang Sowol rise to her feet with a satisfied smile. Well, that's enough talk for now. I shouldn't stay much longer, as I snuck in here secretly. It wouldn't do to be caught. Yes, I suppose it wouldn't. Regardless of our engagement, it wouldn't reflect well for you to be seen entering a man's room late at night. Why does it sound like you're accusing me of doing something improper? Tang Sowol pouted her lips, then suddenly grabbed my hand and brought it to her mouth. Chomp. She bit my finger, not hard enough to draw blood, but enough to leave teeth marks and a slight sting. What are you doing? Well, if people are going to misunderstand, I might as well give them something real to misunderstand. For a moment, I could only stare at her incredulously. But soon, she giggled and added an explanation. Of course, it wasn't just a bite. I also applied the venom of the Schwanto Shichong. Venom. It didn't feel like poison. But then again, it wasn't like Tang Sowol would ever harm me. Still, curious, I raised my bitten finger to my nose. Tang Sowol panicked, quickly batting my hand away. Why are you smelling it? Well, you said it was venom, so I was curious. There's no scent to it, so just stop. It felt like there was, even if faint. It's not poison, so don't worry about it. Saying that, she rubbed the back of my hand vigorously with her sleeve. What are you doing now? You're the one who applied the venom, but now you're wiping it off. Though I said nothing further, my questioning gaze seemed to make her sigh. She then began to explain. The Schwanto Shichong is a mystical lizard with 2 heads. When it matures, one head falls off and the 2 become separate lizards. That's peculiar. But it doesn't stop there. For the lizard to fully mature, one head must devour the other. That's why they coat each other in venom, to recognize one another even from afar. And you applied that venom to me? Yes. Now, as long as you're not too far away, I'll always know where you are. Can I sense your location as well? If you mastered venom-based martial arts and transformed your dantian into a venom core, then perhaps. After a brief pause, I glanced at my finger again. A thought suddenly struck me. Wait, are you saying anyone skilled in venom-based arts could recognize this venom? Since it's a mark using my venom, only I can track your location from afar. However, if they see you up close, they might notice the venom of the Schwanto Shichong on you. That's partly why I applied it, to make it clear to others. Think of it as a territorial marker. To the elders of my family, it will signal my determination to be with you. Tang Sowol grinned playfully as she explained, then reached for the door handle. Well then, rest well, Brother Cheon. I'll sneak back to my room before dawn. I nodded absent-mindedly, and with that, she left without looking back. Staring at my hand, still warm from her touch, I chuckled faintly. Well, I suppose that's fine. The moonlight poured down from a cloudless sky. I sat in a meditative posture and gazed up at the full moon I had once longed for so desperately. Though I had been awakened by Tang Sowol's visit, my body, still recovering from internal and external injuries, required rest. Having slept enough, I returned my focus to raging wave death-stealing art and began circulating my energy. The murderous aura that usually accompanied my inner energy felt unusually subdued tonight. Make sure to lock your door at night, came the sudden voice. Huh. The next morning, as I stretched to relieve the stiffness from meditating all night, Tang Jinshin approached out of nowhere, his eyes fixed on my hand, the one Sowol had bitten. If you don't, I might just wander into your room by mistake. It seemed Tang Jinshin had already learned about Sowol's late-night visit. As I froze in place, his hearty laughter filled the air. He patted me on the shoulder and added, Don't rush things too much. There's a proper order to everything, after all. I'm quite fond of keeping things in order myself, so there's no need to worry. Speaking of which, how is the interrogation going? Trying to change the subject, are we? Well, I'll let it slide since you seem committed to following the proper steps. As for the interrogation, it's going to take some time. What? How could that be? This was the Tang Clan. I can see the confusion on your face. Let me guess, you're shocked that the Tang Clan's interrogation is dragging on, aren't you? Well, to be honest, yes. This was before Tang Sowol became the Poison Dance Empress. In the current martial world, there was no one more knowledgeable about poisons than Tang Jinshin, the Poison King. And the Tang Clan was renowned not just for its mastery of poisons, but also for its expertise in medicine. For someone like him to claim the interrogation was taking time, it was surprising, to say the least. Surely you're not holding back, are you? Of course not. The Tang Clan may present itself as righteous, but there's no reason to show mercy to someone who tried to kill one of our own. You know our family's motto. Then what's the problem? No matter how strong their will is, your poison should make them confess against their will. Tang Jinshin chuckled. You know your stuff. Most people break under pain, but there are those whose resolve only hardens. The demonic cult is full of such tenacious individuals. Breaking their will isn't the issue, it's clouding their judgment that's key. I nodded, recalling how Sowol had once interrogated members of the demonic cult in my past life. But perhaps it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Jinshin sighed heavily and continued. Using bewildering soul poison to muddle their judgment worked, but when we try to get them to reveal the mastermind behind everything, they're blocked by a mental restriction. The demonic cult was infamous for placing such restrictions on its followers. In that case, I think I might be able to help. After all, methods to counter such restrictions had been actively studied before. The heavenly demon's martial prowess often left people in shock, but in truth, the demonic cult wasn't inherently a powerful faction. They diligently practiced martial arts, yet very few possessed talent, and among the martial arts they cultivated, there wasn't a single technique capable of elevating one's cultivation to higher realms. No, not few, but none. The advanced martial arts I saw in the demonic cult before my regression were all techniques established and taught by the heavenly demon himself. This was only natural. Their resentment toward the martial world meant they rejected being a part of the grand flow of the martial arts world as a whole. Unable to inherit or develop the deep-rooted martial traditions nurtured by the Central Plains, they were destined to fall short in terms of profound martial arts. But they needed strength. To achieve that, they embraced demonic techniques with severe side effects and wholeheartedly accepted evil method. Unlike the martial artists of the Central Plains, who shunned sorcery, the demonic cult actively refined and advanced it. Perhaps because of this, their sorcery surpassed the level of the Central Plains martial world, even if their martial arts didn't. The mental restrictions they employed were part of that mastery, which even someone like Tang Jinshin couldn't easily unravel. However, I think I might be able to help with that. What did you say? Tang Jinshin furrowed his brows, his expression twisted with disbelief. My claim must have sounded absurd, but I was completely serious. The mental restriction was one of the most advanced sorcery techniques of the demonic cult, a skill so high-level that even the righteous Sect alliance had struggled against it. That was why it became one of the first sorcery techniques to have a countermeasure developed. Due to my origins, I have at least some superficial knowledge of such file methods. Don't think you can brush everything off just by saying you're from Zhejiang province. Then how about trusting your future son-in-law this once? That's not entirely to my liking, but it's better than before. Tang Jinshin nodded reluctantly. His words sounded skeptical, but he wouldn't be disappointed. Though I had only memorized the countermeasures as they were taught, the methods themselves were created by some of the Central Plains' greatest minds. The Zhuge clan, renowned for their expertise in formations, the monks and Taoist sects, known for their ability to cleanse evil and restore balance, and the Sama clan, though not on par with the demonic cult, proficient in sorcery. These three groups, who would have never collaborated if not for the Righteous Sect Alliance, had come together to craft these countermeasures. Following Tang Jinshin, we arrived at the most secluded room in the guest inn. Inside, the old man I had seen before was tied to a chair. Though his appearance was shabby, his body showed no visible signs of blood or injuries. He didn't look like someone undergoing interrogation. But his condition was far from normal. His gaze was vacant, his pupils unfocused. He mumbled incessantly to himself, and drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. He looked like a man whose mind had already broken. To someone unaware, it might even seem like a cruel act of bullying an ordinary old man. Cut the act. No one here is gullible enough to fall for your pathetic charade. How unfortunate, the old man muttered. His lifeless eyes still managed to focus on me with precision. Though his tone was listless, there was no hesitation in his words. Shrugging, I continued speaking. The renowned Poison King wouldn't have ruined you to the point where you couldn't even speak. And even if he did, he'd have fixed you back up by now. You're surprisingly adept at flattery. I'm merely stating the facts. Look at you, still greasing your words even now. As Tang Jinshin and I exchanged light banter, the old man's face twisted in irritation. Disgusting. Is the so-called elder of the righteous faction teaching a child not only how to kill but also how to torture? The rumors about the Tang Clan. Quiet. With a swift jab to his pressure point, I silenced him. Since his dantian had already been shattered and he had no inner energy, it wasn't difficult. Let me guess. You were going to spout some self-destructive nonsense about how martial artists are nothing but murderers, or that martial arts should be eradicated. Save it. I don't care about your warped ideology. I met his murderous glare with indifference, placing my hand over my chest. Mental restrictions typically operated in two ways. The first was by inflicting immense pain to prevent certain actions. Poison-induced pain was a prime example of this method. The second was by implanting powerful suggestions into the subconscious mind. This was achieved through soul manipulation techniques or specialized rituals. However, this method was so intricate that only a few could utilize it. Uniquely, the demonic cult combined these two approaches into one unified restriction. They didn't place separate restrictions but interwove them, creating a more robust system. If the pain from poison-induced pain was removed, the suggestion would activate, causing the victim's heart to stop. Conversely, if their mental state faltered, the suggestion would restore their sanity, ensuring the restriction remained intact. If their consciousness was completely broken in one blow, the poison-induced pain would immediately corrode their heart and kill them. In theory, the restriction could be neutralized by simultaneously overcoming both the pain and the suggestion. But how could one precisely gauge the moment when someone's consciousness wavered or sharpened? Every individual had different constitutions and mental strengths, and they could also feign weakness to confuse their interrogators. Though I had memorized the countermeasure, the complex explanation of how it worked largely went over my head. All I knew was what I needed to do. I pressed my hand against the old man's chest, sending my inner energy through to his heart. His shattered dantian had left his meridians desiccated, but I forcibly pushed my energy through. The old man's eyes widened in agony as my energy forcibly expanded his meridians. It didn't matter. He was bound tightly enough that he couldn't even twitch a finger. As my energy surged through the forcibly widened meridians, it began to break through the barriers within him. Blood trickled from his 7 orifices as the resistance was crushed. If I hesitated here, he would bleed out and die. Without delay, I struck at the key meridian points I had memorized and sent my energy surging. Pahak! The old man coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vacant gaze became even more hollow, and though his heart beat slowly, it continued steadily. The restrictions had been lifted, but the lingering effects of the bewildering soul poison were now taking hold. Phew. I removed my hand and turned to Tang Jinshin. It's done. I triggered the Thunder Sea Meridian. He'll either die or become a vegetable within an hour, so the interrogation must be completed before then. This easily? Tang Jinshin's face was one of disbelief. To prove it, I drew my sword and thrust it to the old man's face, stopping just short of his eye. He didn't even flinch. But when I asked him a question, he immediately responded. State your name and position in the demonic cult. Yu Nunghak, leader of the Evil Hound unit. Yu Nunghak mumbled vacantly. Tang Jinshin nodded in surprise. Incredible. This is the first time I've heard such information about the demonic cult. I'll need to verify further, but it doesn't seem like he's lying. How on earth did you manage this? Tang Jinshin looked astonished, especially as Yu Nunghak continued drooling bloodied saliva. I sheathed my sword and replied, I'll explain everything later. For now, focus on the interrogation. Time isn't on our side. Yes, right? You said we have about an hour? That's not much time. Let's see. Tang Jinshin paused to gather his thoughts before asking his next question. Why did the demonic cult target the Tang Clan and Sowol? I heard. It could interfere with the grand scheme. The grand scheme? Don't tell me the cult leader ordered an attack on my daughter. No. The cult leader merely had concerns. The actions were my independent decision. Huh. Independent decision, you say? It would take some serious nerve to issue such orders. So, what exactly is this grand scheme? The annihilation of the martial world, the ultimate plan for collective vengeance. TCH. Just another bout of the demonic cult's delusions. Tang Jinshin clicked his tongue, clearly dismissing the idea. In this era, his reaction was natural. Many believed the demonic cult's attempts at revenge were laughable because, historically, they had always failed. Even when they raised their swords against the Central Plains, they had never made it past the Qingsheng sect before retreating to the 10,000 Mountains. Still, the current demonic cult had the Heavenly Demon. He wasn't yet called the Heavenly Demon, but this lunatic would eventually reach the flowering stage, perhaps even beyond, with his demonic arts. The invasion I remembered from my past life would occur about 15 years from now, yet it seemed the groundwork had already begun. Tang Jinshin dismissed it as delusional rambling, but to me, it felt different. Although the Heavenly Demon had yet to claim his arrogant title, he was already the leader of the demonic cult and had likely been preparing for years to attack the Central Plains. Tang Jinshin continued questioning Yu Nunghak, asking about their other members, the cult's current state, and whether they were targeting any factions besides the Tang Clan. Though Yu Nunghak answered obediently, his knowledge as a mere unit leader was limited. The interrogation felt somewhat unproductive. Soon, foam mixed with blood began to leak from Yu Nunghak's mouth. Time was almost up. Recognizing this, I turned to Tang Jinshin. Father-in-law, may I ask the final question? Oh? Yes, I suppose that makes sense. It was you and Sowol who captured him, and your methods made this interrogation possible. Thank you. I bowed briefly before stepping in front of Yu Nunghak. I stared at his half-glazed eyes and asked, what is the cult leader's current level of martial prowess? The cult leader has reached the extreme demon realm. Yu Nunghak coughed out the answer, shuddered violently, and then collapsed. That's it, I muttered, gazing down at his lifeless body. Extreme demon realm. So, he's already reached the extreme demon realm. It was the realm commonly referred to as Wagyong, the flowering stage. Heavenly Demon has not only reached the state of extreme demon realm, but has also become the leader of the demonic cult, preparing for an invasion. I had guessed as much, but hearing it directly still delivered a greater shock. To think that someone with such talent had been planning the downfall of the martial world for 15 years. No, perhaps even longer. Looking back now, before the Righteous Alliance was formed, when the 9 great clans and the 5 great families were half destroyed, Heavenly Demon never once faltered or hesitated. He trampled the Central Plains with an unstoppable force, as if cutting through bamboo. No matter how overwhelming Heavenly Demon's power may be, surely the long-standing strength of those who had ruled over the Central Plains could not have been ignored. Until now, I had thought that the results were simply due to heavenly demons' absurdly unmatched martial prowess and the complacency of the renowned righteous sections. But perhaps there was a meticulous plan behind it all. I let out a deep sigh, only to feel a large, yet strangely elegant, hand rest on my shoulder. Now then. The interrogation is over, so don't we have something to discuss? Nothing happened last night, father-in-law. That's important too, but that's not the topic I wanted to discuss. Tang Jinshin applied subtle pressure to the hand resting on my shoulder as he spoke. How did you know about the mental restrictions of the demonic cult? No, while we're at it, why not spill everything else too? If it were just one or two things, I might have let them slide, but with so many, that's no longer an option. Can't we resolve this in light of the bond between a future father-in-law and his son-in-law? I'm willing to be reasonable. I'm not trying to force you into anything. Then, I just want to know. If I understand the situation, I might be able to help you. Just as you helped me in Seoul, I'd like to do the same. While I hesitated over how to respond. Wong! Tang Jinshin deployed his chi, forming an energy barrier that surrounded the entire room. Now, no one can hear what we say here. I promise I won't reveal your secrets to anyone, so long as they pose no harm to the Tang Clan or Seoul. With such assurance. Very well. I never truly believed I could keep it a secret forever. Nor did I have much reason to keep it hidden. The only reason I'd concealed it was to avoid being dismissed as insane. If they truly believed me, and I could receive their help, what reason was there to keep it from them? Resolving myself, I opened my mouth to speak. But no words came out. It wasn't hesitation. My mind was clear, and my thoughts were already organized. But, against my will, my tongue froze. My lips stiffened unnaturally, and my throat only trembled, incapable of even producing a sound. Perhaps noticing my strange state, Tang Jinshin asked in a concerned tone. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. This time, my response flowed out smoothly. Once again, I steeled myself, preparing to reveal the truth about my regression. But once more, my body froze. Something incomprehensible was happening against my will. The sensation was awkward, unnatural, and undeniable, as though someone, somewhere, was preventing me from speaking. No matter how many times I tried, the outcome remained the same. Even when I attempted to write instead of speak, my body stiffened as though locked in place by some invisible restraint. Realizing I was stuck in awkward silence, Tang Jinshin gently patted my shoulder with a warm gaze. As I said earlier, I'm not trying to force you. Don't strain yourself. I apologize. It seems my words won't come easily. But I promise you this, I will never do anything to harm the Tang Clan or Tang Sowol. Very well. If it's difficult to talk, then it's better left unsaid. Just remember this. The Tang Clan's doors are always open to you. I'll wait until you're ready. Tang Jinshin withdrew the energy barrier with a nod. Though I was grateful for his consideration, I couldn't fully appreciate it at the moment. Someone had placed mental restrictions on me. That realization struck me as I parted ways with Tang Jinshin and leaned against a tree in a secluded spot to gather my thoughts. There was no visible trace of the restriction. Even as I scanned my inner self and searched every inch of my body with my internal energy, I could sense no abnormalities. But the restriction was undeniably there, preventing me from revealing anything about my regression. Who could have done this? And why? Thinking deeper, the answer became obvious. How could something as absurd as bringing a dead person back to life and sending them to the past be possible? Compared to such an unimaginable phenomenon, a mental restriction seemed almost trivial. More importantly, anything that defies the natural order always comes with a price. Just as a martial artist's body and mind become corrupted by practicing evil methods, I, having experienced the reversal of the heaven through regression, was bound to face consequences. But why must I be unable to share my regression? How does that serve as a price? Suddenly, I recalled Tang Sowol's words from the previous night, how she felt I was looking at someone else, not her. Even though the current Tang Sowol resembles the one I remember, they are fundamentally different people. Their pasts are distinct, and the current soul shares no memories with me. She cannot be exactly the same. The Tang Sowol I loved is gone, forever out of reach. The person before me is merely someone who resembles her. Is that it? This small but insurmountable gap, a truth I cannot share with anyone, leaving my inner turmoil to fester. A life of being misunderstood is undoubtedly a painful one, but it is no longer unbearable. Last night, Tang Sowol had already declared that she knew I was seeing someone else in her place. Yet, she boldly vowed to make me fall for her instead. What more could I ask for? For now, the mental restrictions were of greater concern. Until now, I had dismissed my regression as an inexplicable phenomenon, an act of sheer luck. But perhaps that wasn't the case. What if there was intent behind it? What if whoever orchestrated this was a being beyond my comprehension? The thought sent chills down my spine. The idea of someone vast and incomprehensible watching me filled me with a momentary sense of helplessness. But the feeling did not last long. Regardless, I'd been granted a second chance at life, a chance to rectify my mistakes. Rather than fear, I should feel gratitude. As I gazed blankly at the sky, a familiar voice called out to me. Brother Cheon? Why are you out here instead of inside? I was thinking about you, Tang Sowol. What? Why would you say something so embarrassing out of nowhere? You asked, so I answered honestly. You said it knowing how I'd react, didn't you? Well, I won't deny that. At my unabashed reply, Tang Sowol pouted briefly before letting out a chuckle and leaning against the tree beside me. I heard from my father. Thanks to you, the interrogation ended quickly when it was expected to drag on. I only did what I could. Most people would call that remarkable. Tang Sowol idly kicked a pebble at her feet, then reached out to tug on my sleeve, moving even closer. Her delicate pinky finger intertwined with mine as she whispered. Next time, I'll be the one to help you, Brother Cheon. What are you talking about? Exactly what I said. You've always been the one helping me, haven't you? I want to return the favor. There's no need. I did it because I wanted to. That was a roundabout way of saying you like me, wasn't it? I won't let you get the reaction you're expecting. All I meant was that I acted out of my own will. They say people only see what they want to see. Were you hoping to hear those words from me? No. Flustered, Tang Sowol stomped her feet. Watching her react so dramatically, I couldn't help but laugh, and the lingering unease I felt began to fade. Yes, this is enough. What does it matter, one way or another? What's important is that Tang Sowol is by my side, and I've been given another chance. I vowed not to let it slip away again. As I tightened my grip on her hand, interlocking our fingers completely, Tang Sowol froze for a moment. Her fingers squirmed briefly before she quickly pulled her hand away, her face flushed. She must have found it too embarrassing to be the one holding hands passively. I'll be going now. It's getting dark, so you should head inside too, Brother Cheon. Will you sneak into my room again tonight? If so, I'll leave the door unlocked. What are you talking about? Get some rest instead. We're leaving as soon as you're ready tomorrow. With that, Tang Sowol scurried off. Watching her retreating figure, I let out a small laugh. Now, my course of action was clear. First, I would finish healing my internal injuries. Then, I must grow stronger. Stronger than I was in my previous life. No, stronger even than the monstrous heavenly demon. A few days later, with all my external injuries healed and most of the demonic chi lingering in my meridians burned away, the time to discuss returning home had arrived. Even though I had come all the way to Guangdong Province, a place I used to frequent in my past life, it felt regretful to have stayed cooped up in the entire time. Since we'd be leaving tomorrow, I figured I might as well take a look around before we departed. Who knew when I'd step foot in Safar, unorthodox factions, territory again. I never thought I'd find myself missing this place, I muttered. The darkening sky gradually brightened with street lanterns. Some people carried the exhaustion of the day as they returned home, while others embraced the drudgery of their nighttime work. At first glance, it resembled the night markets often seen in Sichuan province, but there was a peculiar atmosphere lingering in the scenery before me. The unique night air of unorthodox territories. Of course, even among such regions, there was a significant difference between Zhejiang Province and Guangdong Province. Zhejiang, being the base of the Black Lotus sect, carried an underlying sense of dread toward its swordsmen. The atmosphere was generally more ruthless, and violence, especially sword fights, occurred frequently. Guangdong, however, was vastly different due to the dominant influence of the Hao Gate. Here, it was flamboyant, decadent, and squalid. But strangely enough, it didn't feel entirely unpleasant. No one here was truly alone. They were all scraping the bottom of the barrel of life together. In the Hao Gate's territory, There was a peculiar comfort in their shared misery. Lost in thought, I aimlessly wandered the bustling night streets, relishing the rare experience. But that was as far as I would go. As the Tang Clan's prospective son-in-law, I couldn't allow myself to get too caught up in such a place. I was just about to head back to the inn when, "You damned wench. I told you I'd break your legs if you tried running away again. Yeah. Go ahead, you bastard. If you think you can, just try it." The scream, accompanied by familiar curses, grabbed my attention. I turned my head toward the commotion and spotted a face I recognized all too well. "Why is that person here? You damned wench. I told you I'd break your legs if you tried running away again. Yeah. Go ahead, you bastard. If you think you can, just try it." Familiar screams and insults rang out. When I turned my head, I saw a face I knew well. Her complexion was pale, almost ghostly, and her body so thin that her bones were visible. Yet, despite her frail appearance, she exuded a strangely alluring presence. Though she seemed far weaker and more vulnerable than I remembered, how could I possibly forget this woman? Seo Lihyang. Before my regression, she was known as the demonic sound witch, Gyur Manyo, and had been a member of the same Heir blood hall as me. While her martial abilities had reached an impressive level, her true strength lay in the martial arts she practiced. Seo Lihyang was a rare expert in sound techniques, Yumgong. Sound techniques were not only difficult to master, but also incredibly unique and hard to counter. Because of this, she was one of the most valuable assets in the Heir blood hall. That said, calling it a hall was rather grandiose, considering it was little more than a group of a dozen or so troublemakers. The Iron Blood Hall was essentially a penal colony within the Black Lotus Sect, a place where problematic individuals were exiled. If our hall leader hadn't reached the flowering stage like the Black Lotus Sect master, the group would have had an even worse reputation. I wasn't exactly an easygoing person myself, and Seo Lihyang was infamously difficult to deal with. While we didn't get along personally, we acknowledged each other's abilities. So why was Seo Lihyang, someone I respected, being beaten so mercilessly here? Then it hit me today was that day. Just because someone belonged to the unorthodox factions didn't mean they were born that way. More often than not, people ended up in such circumstances due to extreme situations that forced them to make desperate choices. Seo Lihyang wasn't inherently twisted in personality. Rather, she had been dealt a twisted hand in life. The Iron Blood Hall was full of people with similar stories, and Seo Lihyang was no exception. I remembered a time when, after a brutal sparring session, we stole some liquor from the hall leader and shared a drink. She had opened up about her past, a story so tragic that even I, who thought I'd seen it all, found it hard to believe. Do you think you're special just because the branch leader pays attention to you? You're nothing but a courtesan. All you're good for is spreading your legs and flirting. Oh, really? You're struggling to handle a single courtesan, yet you talk so big. And why am I even a courtesan? Is kidnapping women and forcing them into prostitution the Howgate's way of doing things? You insolent wench. Fine, I'll teach you what discipline means with that pathetic body of yours. The burly man, scowling deeply, stomped over to Seo Lihyang and slapped her across the face. Puck. Aff. The sound of the impact was so loud it echoed even from where I stood. Her head snapped to the side from the force, and her frail body crumpled to the ground, unable to withstand the blow. Unlike the earlier punches and kicks, this one had real intent behind it. The onlookers began murmuring in alarm. But Seo Lihyang, as if to say this was nothing new, slowly lifted her head. Her disheveled hair fell to the side, revealing her flushed, bloodied cheek. Though it was unlikely to swell immediately, her lips had split and blood was dripping from her nose, staining one side of her face red. Given her malnourished state and lack of any internal energy to protect herself, the blow must have been devastating. Still, she managed to get up, even as her body swayed uncontrollably. Her eyes, sharp and fierce, glared silently at the man, carrying a defiance that made him flinch and take a step back. That was the Seo Lihyang I knew. Her fiery spirit, her unyielding defiance, it was all still there, even if her body was battered. Seeing that familiar side of her stirred an odd sense of nostalgia. At the same time, I instinctively reached for the sword at my waist and quickened my steps. If my memory served me right, today was the day that would add another tragic chapter to Seo Lihyang's life. As I pushed through the crowd toward her, the burly man, seemingly embarrassed by his earlier hesitation, stomped the ground in fury. Thud. What's with that look? Do you think I haven't beaten you enough yet? If I were you, Seo Lihyang retorted, her voice dripping with venom, I'd stop flapping my gums like a pathetic idiot and throw another punch. It's not like you're good for anything else, just a spineless bastard who beat his own mother to death. You filthy bitch. The man's face twisted in rage as he raised his fist, channeling what little internal energy he had into it. If that punch landed, Seo Lihyang wouldn't just be injured, she'd be maimed. Before my regression, this was the day she lost an eye, became lame, and was rendered infertile. Though she claimed it didn't bother her, knowing her prickly demeanor, it was likely a lie. We may not have been friends, but we were comrades who fought side by side. I knew more about her than I wanted to, and I couldn't stand by and watch. That's far enough. What? Shrung. Before he could finish his sentence, my sword was drawn and pointed at his neck. Perhaps because he was merely a second-rate martial artist, he froze, trembling, unable to respond properly. I gestured with my chin. Leave her. If you do, I'll let this slide. What business does the Tang Clan's son-in-law have with a woman like this? Oh? So you know me? Of course. While I may have shown you a disgraceful side, I've been with the Howgate for over 20 years. Naturally, I'm aware of who our esteemed guests are. The man, who had been acting like a thug moments earlier, quickly adopted a servile demeanor. Well, anyone who survived this long in the Howgate wouldn't be a simple brute. I nodded and pressed my sword slightly against his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. If you understand, then leave quietly. That's difficult. You see, this woman has caught the eye of the Howgate's branch leader here in Guangzhou. And why should that concern me? Pardon. I'm not obligated to care about some branch leader's whims. I don't answer to the entire Howgate, let alone him. If you're saying this with the Tang Clan's backing in mind, I urge you to reconsider. Surely you haven't forgotten the favor the Howgate extended to the Tang Clan. He emphasized the words favor and Tang Clan, clearly trying to remind me of the alliance between the two. Indeed, the Tang Clan had received significant support from the Howgate during this mission, and the Tang Clan valued reciprocating favors. For a moment, I hesitated. Was it truly right for me to intervene in this matter? From a purely pragmatic perspective, helping Seo Lihyang was a losing proposition. Even if she became a peak-level martial artist someday, it wouldn't justify jeopardizing relations with the entire Howgate. Moreover, her talent had always been fueled by her resilience in the face of suffering. If I intervened now, would she ever reach the level I remembered? But I recalled the drunken ramblings she shared during our time in the Ireblood Hall. I remembered the Ireblood Hall leader's words, "Don't just survive for survival's sake." I thought of Tang Sowol, who once said she wanted to show me a different kind of world. Those memories made my decision clear. I appreciate the Howgate's assistance to the Tang Clan, I said, sheathing my sword for a moment. But that's also the only reason you're still alive. With a sudden burst of internal energy, I swung my sword upward. Puck. The short distance limited the force, but the chi-infused blade dug into his chin, rattling his head. His focus blurred, and he slumped to the ground unconscious. Thud. I glanced at his fallen body before turning my gaze to Seo Lihyang. Though she looked much younger than the version I remembered, her overall features were the same. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were torn, revealing bruises that had clearly been there for some time. Her sharp, upturned eyes, usually fierce, were now clouded with confusion. Despite her wariness, she scrutinized me carefully. I let out a dry laugh. Seo Lihyang, right? That's right. And you are. Her tone wavered as she hesitated between informal and formal speech. It seemed I had no justification for intervening. Or rather, any justification I had was buried with the passage of time. But I needed a new reason, one that both she and the Howgate observers in the crowd could accept. I paused, recalling bits of her tragic story she had once muttered drunkenly. Twisting it slightly, I spoke. When I was young, I received great help from your father, Seo Daein. What? I'm here to repay that debt. That man? That can't be. No, that's impossible. Feel free to speak casually. I don't expect formalities from the daughter of a benefactor. Oh, okay. Seo Lihyang nodded hesitantly, still confused. It was no surprise. Her father had gambled away his fortune after her mother's death, eventually selling her to a brothel. Using the money for gambling, he disappeared, leaving no trace. It was a convenient lie, but one she clearly found hard to believe. Still, it served its purpose. I raised my voice toward the crowd. I am Cheon Hwi-da of the Sichuan Tang Clan. If someone guides me to the Hao Gate's Guangzhou branch leader, I will ensure they are well rewarded. A moment of silence followed, before several individuals, likely Hao Gate members, rushed forward to offer their assistance. The conversation with the branch leader didn't go well. So I kidnapped Seo Lihyang. I'm screwed. The street we arrived at, guided by a member of the House Sect, was the red light district. As I walked between the crimson lanterns glowing faintly in the night, I began to feel the weight of the stairs around us. It was impossible not to attract attention, a young boy like me, still looking too young to be in this kind of place, walking alongside a heavily bruised courtesan and escorted by an adult man, all heading toward the center of the district, the Hanwha Pavilion. Even amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Seo Lihyang held her chin high, her neck stiff with tension, her eyes slightly narrowed with defiance. But it wasn't long before the oppressive stares of the onlookers seemed to weigh on her, and she eventually turned her head slightly and jabbed me in the side with her finger. Poke. Poke. Hey. What? You do have a plan, right? You're not just walking into this without thinking. Of course. You were sold to a brothel because of a debt, weren't you? If I pay your price and clear your registration, it'll all be over soon enough. And where's this money supposed to come from? Look, I hate to say this, but my ransom's going to be expensive. Plus, do you even know how brothels trap their courtesans here? What, by coming up with all kinds of excuses to increase the debt? I know. I've seen enough to understand how this works. During my younger days, when I wandered from place to place as a vagrant after leaving my hometown, I'd taken on some escort jobs for brothels, just like any other wayward martial artist. According to what I'd learned back then, they inflate the debts by assigning costs to everything: the meals they provide, the clothes, the training to be a courtesan, and even go as far as to overcharge outrageously. They say it's impossible to pay off the debt through ordinary work, but if you work as a courtesan, you might be able to scrape by and repay it around the time you're too old to attract any more customers. Wow, you know your stuff. But are you sure this is okay? That pouch I got from Tang Sowol was quite full. Wait, you're Chong, not Tang, right? I'm the future son-in-law, so it's close enough. Did you seriously just say you're going to use your fiancé's money to buy out a courtesan? Are you even in your right mind? Your phrasing's off. I'm using my fiancé's money to rescue my benefactor's daughter. My father was someone's benefactor? That's the part one just don't get. Seo Lihyang sighed heavily. And understandably so, after all, it was a blatant lie. But she couldn't exactly prove my claim was false, so she had no choice but to go along with it. As I silently nodded to myself and walked, I suddenly realized we'd reached our destination, the grand and imposing Hanwha Pavilion. The House Sect guide who had led us here approached with a smirk, clearly expecting payment, as he subtly extended his hand. I tossed him a silver ingot from the pouch I'd received from Tang Sowol, and after offering an overly dramatic bow, he quickly scampered off. I tucked the pouch back into my robes when I noticed Seo Lihyang scowling up at the Hanwha Pavilion. She muttered under her breath. So it was here? I see. That makes sense. Stop mumbling to yourself and speak clearly so I can hear. This is where my father sold me. It figures. The branch manager must have taken an interest in me after seeing me here at his own establishment. He looks like he'd enjoy men, but apparently, he spends every night rolling around with his courtesans. Turns out it's true. If he's that obsessed with women, it might not just be a simple case of lust. The House X branch managers aren't exactly ordinary people, are they? Is that so? Seo Lihyang tilted her head in confusion. It was only natural. She was still too inexperienced in martial arts to grasp the implications. The branch manager's androgynous appearance and excessive lust were symptoms of absorptive inner energy cultivation, heapjonging. More specifically, they were side effects of techniques like harvesting yin to replenish yang or harvesting yang to replenish yin, used to absorb inner energy beyond one's natural capacity. I had already known about this before my regression, but the fact that a branch manager afflicted by the side effects of heapjonging had set his sights on Seo Lihyang meant. Suppressing the cold fury rising within me, I approached the main entrance. One of the gatekeepers, who had been eyeing us with a curious expression, stepped forward to block our path. Perhaps the ease with which I had handed over silver earlier made him realize we weren't ordinary visitors, as his tone was surprisingly polite. "Did you bring back a runaway courtesan? If you wait here, we'll prepare a reward for you." "No need. I'm here to meet the owner of this place." I adjusted the sleeves of my robe to make sure the green uniform I wore was visible and added, "Tell the master of the Honghua Pavilion that I'm here to see them." "Understood." The gatekeeper nodded and disappeared inside. Before long, he returned with a young woman by his side. Her beauty was such that 9 out of 10 people would turn to look at her. She wore a glamorous outfit with slight exposure, exuding an overtly seductive aura. While her charm felt almost unnatural, the essence of her demeanor was something I was quite familiar with. She must have been a courtesan who had mastered seduction techniques to an exceptional level. She was undoubtedly a notable figure even within the house sect. The woman, showing no intention of hiding her intentions, flashed me a sultry smile and said, "I'll guide you to the master of the pavilion. Lead the way." My calm response seemed to catch her off guard, as her eyebrows twitched slightly in surprise. Clearly, she hadn't expected me to remain so unfazed. Smirking faintly, she motioned for me to follow. As we began moving, Seo Lihyang whispered quietly enough for only me to hear. "Be careful. She's an elite courtesan of the Honghua Pavilion. If you keep looking at her, you might get bewitched in an instant, just like everyone else." "Don't worry. That won't happen to me." And it was true. The nature of my raging wave death-stealing art reduced the potency of techniques like seduction or mental manipulation. Besides, my internal energy, flowing through my 8 extraordinary meridians, was steeped in a lethal aura, and my body, though not yet fully developed, was sustained by the ironclad will of someone who had once reached the peak. Even if a master of seduction techniques at the flowering stage appeared, I wouldn't succumb. Most importantly, her techniques felt all too familiar to me. I glanced towards Seo Lihyang, who blinked in confusion. "What is it? Why are you looking at me?" "No, actually, look at me instead. That's better." That's not why I looked. Though seduction techniques worked more effectively on the opposite gender, it wasn't completely ineffective on the same gender. I had briefly worried that Seo Lihyang, with no training, might be affected, but it seemed my concern was unnecessary. Well, that was only natural. After all, a technique of such an amateur level would never work on someone like Seo Lihyang. The interior of the Honghua Pavilion was as extravagant as its exterior, and as we ascended higher, the loud and fervent sounds of men and women grew more intense. At last, we reached the highest floor of the pavilion. "Master, the guest you mentioned has arrived," the courtesan announced. "Let them in," came a delicate voice from within. It was hard to tell whether it belonged to a man or a woman, but its youthful tone was unmistakable. The courtesan carefully opened the door. Creak. The door revealed a room so gaudy it almost hurt to look at. Everything was either red, gold, or glittering. Not a single detail deviated from that color palette. Seo Lihyang froze in place, overwhelmed by the room's splendor. Seeing her hesitate, I strode forward, blocking her view with my body. The excessive opulence showed just how much money had been poured into the place. However, compared to the extravagance of the Black Lotus sect during my previous life, or the refined elegance of the Tang Clan, this was nothing. External appearances didn't matter. My focus was on the person sitting at the center of the room, the master of the Honghua Pavilion. "Welcome, honored guest from distant Sichuan, and my runaway little one." The man slowly stood, his gaze meeting mine as he spoke. His clothing hung loosely, leaving much of his upper body exposed. Despite his apparent age, his face was unervingly smooth, devoid of any facial hair. He had tried to add some masculinity to his appearance, but his slender frame made the attempt ineffective. Without his open shirt, it would have been almost impossible to tell whether he was male or female. The master of the Honghua Pavilion, the house sect's branch manager, spoke in a soft yet unnaturally high-pitched voice, his tone intentionally masculine. "As you may already know, I am the branch manager of the house sect here in Yenzhou and the master of the Honghua Pavilion. I appreciate the warm welcome. I assume you know who I am as well, but for formality's sake, I am Cheon Hwi-da of the Tang Clan. And this." I turned to Seo Lihyang, intending to introduce her, but she cut me off with a sharp glare directed at the pavilion master. She didn't say a word but made her hostility unmistakable. The pavilion master merely shrugged and chuckled lightly. I see there's no need for introductions. I know her well, after all. She's someone I've been keeping an eye on. You bastard. Seo Lihyang hissed, her voice low and venomous. Despite her outburst, I didn't see any reason to escalate things yet. For now, I calmly sat down on the floor and patted the spot beside me. Sit down. Fine. Reluctantly, Seo Lihyang sat beside me, though her sharp gaze never left the pavilion master. Her compliance drew a glimmer of interest from the man, who looked at her with an almost predatory curiosity. Oh, how surprising. I haven't heard your reason for visiting yet, but it's rare to see this unruly girl obeying anyone. Would you care to share your secret, young hero? I simply promised her freedom. Freedom, you say? Many have been lured by that word, only to have their lives ruined in this very district. Perhaps she'll meet the same fate. His lips curled into a mocking smile, as if he were scolding me for my naivety. But I wasn't here out of some fleeting impulse. I had long passed the age for such childish whims. Enough of this. Let's get straight to the point. I'm here to clear Seo Lihyang's debt and remove her from this establishment. How much does she owe? If possible, I'll pay it now. If not, I'll have someone from the Tang Clan bring the rest. Before that, may I ask why the future son-in-law of the Tang Clan is so invested in a mere courtesan? His soft voice had a snake-like quality, and his narrowed eyes gleamed with malice, as if he were probing for weaknesses. It was clear he had no intention of letting her go without resistance. Suppressing a sigh, I nodded. There's no harm in explaining. Her father, Master Sowol, once did me a great service. I intend to repay that debt by helping his daughter. A debt, you say? In the Sichuan Tang Clan, such things are of great importance, aren't they? After all, you're about to become part of their family, so you must want to settle any lingering obligations from your past. That's about right. Hearing my answer, the pavilion master's lips twisted into a sly grin. But there's a problem. As much as I'd love to oblige, Seo Lihyang isn't someone I can simply sell for money. What the hell? Seo Lihyang growled, recoiling at the way he casually referred to her by a pet name, as if she were his property. The pavilion master paid her no mind, his gaze fixed solely on me. It sounds like you're suggesting there's something else you want. Be specific. Of course. You see, Seo Lihyang is my chosen successor. Young hero, have you ever heard of the purine physique? It's a rare natural gift, a constitution perfectly suited for mastering techniques like seduction techniques. Of course, I knew what the purine physique was probably better than the pavilion master himself. To put it simply, it's a body with an unusually high concentration of yin energy, far purer than that of an average woman. While it's not overwhelmingly potent like the extreme yin pulse, which leads to an early death, it's still a rare constitution prized for its unique properties. The pavilion master's gaze, laden with thinly veiled greed, swept over Seo Lihyang as he spoke. Who in their right mind would sell someone destined to become their successor for mere silver? And yet, didn't you buy her for silver in the first place? That's no different from how the orthodox sects sometimes take in children from impoverished families. They provide money in exchange for raising and training them, don't they? He wasn't entirely wrong. Taoist and Buddhist sects often took in orphans, offering payment to their families in return. It was a form of mutual benefit. The sects gained loyal disciples raised from a young age, while the families received financial support, and the children were spared from starvation. But Seo Lihyang's case was entirely different. She had been forcibly sold by her father, stripped of her freedom, and turned into a courtesan. Even if the pavilion master claimed to be training her as a disciple, it was obvious he intended to exploit her pure yin physique as a mere resource. Fiddling with the hilt of my sword, I spoke. So, no matter how much money I offer, you won't let her go. Is that what you're saying? Haha, not quite. If it's something money can't buy, that's another story. For instance, if you could offer me something like the 100 Poisons Pure Blood Pill from the Tang Clan. The 100 Poisons Pure Blood Pill was an elixir on par with the Great Rejuvenation Pill of the Shaolin Temple or the Grand Purity Pill of Wudong. It was a treasure that represented the pinnacle of the Tang Clan's expertise. It wasn't something I could casually promise, and even if I could, it would be absurd to trade such a treasure for a single courtesan. His suggestion made it clear he had no intention of negotiating in good faith. I glanced at Seo Lihyang. She seemed to sense the tension, her expression growing increasingly anxious. Her unease reminded me of the last time I had seen her in my previous life. Her final words echoed in my mind. And with that, my decision was made. I'm sorry, but I'll just take her by force. In an instant, I drew my sword and unleashed the full force of my raging wave death-stealing art. The Pavilion Master's expression twisted in shock as a lethal aura surged toward him. What the? His reflexes were quick, as expected of a master, but my blade wasn't aimed directly at him. It struck the floor. Slash. Kaya. Hold on tight. We're getting out of here. Grabbing Seo Lihyang by the waist, I leaped down to the lower levels. And just like that, I abducted Seo Lihyang. This pair is called Seoli because its flesh is as white as snow. You idiot. All pairs are white. It's called Seoli not because of the color, but because its flesh is as soft as snow. Seo Lihyang swung her fist at me in silence. Naturally, I dodged it with ease. Hey, are you coming over here or not? No. Why would I walk over just to get hit by someone weaker than me? I won't hit you hard. Just let me hit you once. I don't listen to those weaker than me. I spun around the Blood Hall's training grounds, easily evading Seo Lihyang, who limped after me in frustration. After about 2 laps, she finally gave up, her teeth clenched in irritation as she let out a long sigh. Fine, I won't hit you. Come here, Blood Wolf. I have a favor to ask. Why should I listen to you, Demoness of Purine? Like I said, I don't take orders from those weaker than me. Forget that and just get over here, you bastard. Are you seriously going to make me hobble after you with this leg? I was already on my way. She tapped at her injured leg in annoyance as I approached. Once I was close enough, she held out a pair. Cut this for me. Do it yourself. You're better with a sword than I am. Fair point. Wait, was that a smile? Did that really make you happy? Ignoring her indignant expression, I took the pear from her hand. It didn't take long to peel it and slice it into bite-sized pieces. After all, I am good with a sword. Here. Thanks. Seo Lihyang accepted the pear slices with a strange expression. She popped one into her mouth, chewed, and then her eyes widened in surprise. Even her usually dull, clouded eyes seemed to sparkle momentarily. This is really good. You want to try one? You weren't planning to share any after I cut it for you? Don't you know how to say things nicely? Being eloquent won't make my sword any sharper. It's better to spend that time training. Ugh, you're so insufferable. Despite her grumbling, she held a slice up to my lips. I took it and found that it was indeed delicious. It's quite soft. What? Seo Lihyang hastily hid the fingers that had just touched my mouth, her face turning red. I let out a dry chuckle and shook my head. Filthy-minded. What exactly were you thinking? That's too much. Can you say it more delicately? Stop rambling and give me another slice. The taste and aroma are quite pleasant. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You caught me. See? You're the dirtiest-minded of all, Blood Wolf. Despite her indignant shout, she placed another slice in my mouth. We continued to share the pear, taking turns feeding each other until it was gone. Now empty-handed, Seo Lihyang wiped her sticky hands on my clothes without a hint of hesitation. She then spoke in a low voice. Oh, right. I have a favor to ask. A favor? Is there another pair? Not that. It's a serious favor this time. I'm not lending you money. I heard the Yu family manor is auctioning off some of their internal techniques due to financial troubles. Even with what I have now, I'm cutting it close. Not everyone is a martial arts addict like you. That's not the kind of favor I was going to ask. It's about my martial arts. You know, the ones tied to my cultivation technique? There's a problem with it. You mean your seduction techniques. Don't call it that. But that's what it is. Technically, yes, but still. Calling it that makes me sound like some kind of seductress. Fine. No need to get worked up. What's the favor? I owed you one from that last mission anyway. As long as it's not unreasonable, I'll help. Most missions assigned to the Blood Hall are either extremely difficult or annoyingly complex. Considering the Blood Hall's role within the Black Lotus sect, it's only natural. The last mission I took on was of the former variety, too much for me to handle alone, so I'd enlisted Seo Lihyang's help. Now it was my turn to repay the favor. While I waited, Seo Lihyang averted her gaze and began tracing circles on the ground with her foot. So, about that favor. Tonight, would you share a room with me? What? I instinctively adjusted my collar and took 2 steps back. So, you are a seductress. I am not. How can you deny it when you just asked me to share a room out of nowhere? For the record, I may have just wiped out a bandit group under the Black Lotus Sect's jurisdiction yesterday, but I'm not exactly a wandering martial artist. Will you listen to me first? Stop jumping to conclusions. And you better not pretend you didn't eat that pear I gave you. Fine. Since I owe you, I'll hear you out. Gee, thanks. I'm so grateful you're giving me a chance to explain. She let out a long sigh, clearly not feeling grateful at all. In a quieter tone, she continued. Like I said, there's an issue with my martial arts. I've tried everything I can think of, but I can't fix it on my own. I need your help. That's serious. I wasn't a master of proper martial arts myself. Most of what I practiced were third or second-rate techniques I'd modified to suit my needs. While the results weren't ideal, at least my efforts were born from a genuine desire to grow stronger. But Seo Lihyang's situation was different. She had originally been sold to a brothel, not as a courtesan to entertain customers, but as living medicine for the pavilion master who suffered from the side effects of absorptive inner energy cultivation. Her pure yin physique, while not as extreme as the extreme yin pulse, was a rare constitution overflowing with pure yin energy. Though it came with minor drawbacks, such as cold extremities, pale skin, and a strong but hard-to-satisfy libido, it wasn't life-threatening. However, to the pavilion master, whose imbalance of yin and yang had left him a shadow of his former self, her physique was the perfect resource. Thus, she had been forcibly taught yin's soul pleasure art, a technique designed to refine and amplify her innate yin energy. It was like fattening livestock for slaughter, a cruel and calculated exploitation. But Seo Lihyang had exceeded the pavilion master's expectations. She had reworked the martial art into a usable cultivation method, even grasping the basics of sound arts by humming along to the faint melodies she heard from her isolated chamber. Using her voice imbued with yin energy, she developed the wailing ghost sound and escaped. Since then, she had wandered the martial world, earning the nickname Demoness of Pure Yin and eventually joining the Black Lotus Sect. Due to her past experiences, she was rough around the edges, often clashing with others, especially male martial artists. It was no surprise she'd been reassigned to the Iron-Blood Hall. Given the circumstances, it was no wonder her martial arts were inherently unbalanced. Even if she wanted to switch to a safer cultivation method now, the deep connection between her yin energy and her current technique made it nearly impossible. I sighed. How serious is it? If this continues, my meridians will freeze over and I'll die within 3 months. Did you consult the hall master? Of course. He's the one who told me I had 3 months. He even apologized for not having a solution, which was unnecessary. Her shoulders slumped, and she exhaled heavily. So that's why she wanted to share a room. It wasn't hard to guess her intention, to balance her excessive yin energy with my yang energy. But I've never done this before. Neither have I. Does it have to be me? The other guys are all incompetent idiots. But still. Ugh. Didn't you say you're short on funds for that family martial art you wanted? I'll chip in. Your place tonight, then? It's not about the money. Sure, it isn't. And so, that night, snow fell silently outside. After that, our relationship changed ever so slightly. Blood Wolf, why do you always dress like that? The Black Lotus Sect isn't like the Muram Alliance. There's no dress code to follow. A martial artist's uniform is enough, isn't it? Enough of that. Come with me. I need to mend my sleeves anyway, so I might as well get you some decent clothes while I'm at it. We still bickered as usual, but we started going out together more often for personal reasons. Blood Wolf, how did you even end up here? With your good looks, were you a male escort or something? What nonsense are you spouting now? I just ended up here while living my life. Now that I think about it, I've shared my story, but I've never heard yours. Don't you think that's unfair? You're interrupting my training. Leave. Die. A sparring session? Sounds good. Occasionally, we'd share deeper conversations, ones I wouldn't have with anyone else. Hey, what now? Do you want this? Siali? I like it, sure, but… I see what you mean. The pair Seo Lihyang brought became a sort of signal between us, an unspoken understanding. Eat it. Tonight, too. Any complaints? Not really. Sometimes, she'd bring pairs back to back, but overall, those days weren't bad. I had been pushed, shoved, and exiled to this place because of my tendency to resolve everything with a sword. Ironically, this exile became the most comfortable place I'd ever known. The Ireblood Hall master had a sharp tongue but was generous with his teachings. Seo Lihyang constantly picked fights and snapped at me, but she wasn't malicious. She was like a thorn-covered rose, sharp but not cruel. The balance was just right, a perfect distance to maintain. With time to focus on my swordsmanship and easy access to martial arts resources, I wouldn't deny it. I had grown quite fond of life in the Black Lotus Sect's Ireblood Hall. At least until that day. It was a typical day. I had just returned from completing one of two mission types, either incredibly difficult or annoyingly complicated. This one was the latter. The mission had required me to travel far, so it had been 15 days since I last returned. While passing through the market on my way back, I spotted a particularly expensive pear, far pricier than the others. Siali. The fruit had become a signal between Seo Lihyang and me. Thinking back, I realized I had only ever received pears from her but had never given one to her first. I figured it wouldn't hurt to change that. Soon, I'd receive the reward for my mission success, so this small purchase wouldn't be an issue. I selected the largest, most pristine pear from the vendor's stand, tucked it into my robes, and hurried back. The Ireblood Hall was treated like a place of exile, far removed from other Black Lotus Sect buildings. Its structure, covered in snow from recent days, came into view. And yet, the hall, blanketed in white just the day before, was now engulfed in roaring flames. What? An incredulous whisper escaped my lips. Drawing on my internal energy, I sprinted toward the burning hall. The closer I got, the more bodies I saw, familiar faces among the corpses. Members of the Ireblood Hall. The servants who managed the hall. And then, Seo Lihyang. She was slumped against the outer wall, just a short distance from the main gate. Grinding my teeth, I rushed toward her. The smell of blood grew stronger with every step. She lay in a pool of crimson, barely lifting her head as I approached. Her already pale skin had turned corpse-like, devoid of any color. Her uninjured eye was marred by a long slash, and her chest bore a wound so deep that her bones were visible. It was a miracle she was still alive. Her trembling lips curved into a faint smile. Blood Wolf. I almost died waiting for you. Who did this? The Black Heaven Sword Emperor. Survivors from the Black Heaven Sword Sect, the one destroyed by the Hall Master years ago. They came for revenge. Revenge. Yeah, the kind of revenge all martial artists obsess over. I knew this day would come eventually, just not so soon. She coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood as her body trembled. Huh, this really is it for me. You'll be fine. Don't lie. Look at me. I just wanted to see your face one more time, so I waited at the gate. And this is what I get. You were waiting for me? Of course, you idiot. Blood Wolf, you don't even know why I was waiting, do you? How did it come to this? Her words trailed off, not because she didn't want to speak, but because she lacked the strength. Her weak voice mumbled as she lay dying. I just wanted to see your face. It's annoyingly handsome, my type. I'm sorry. That's not what I want to hear. I'm about to die. Don't you have anything better to say? I'll avenge you. You bastard. Her breathing grew slower and slower. After a moment's hesitation, I pulled the pear from my robe and held it before her face. This. I thought the scent was nice, so I bought it. A faint chuckle escaped her lips as she struggled to move. I placed the pear in her hand and guided it to her chest. Her smile softened, as though she was finally content. Blood Wolf, you really are a bastard. Am I? You're good with a sword, but there's nothing else good about you. That might be true. And yet, I still. Her lips moved faintly, but her words stopped. I waited, but her voice never returned. Rising slowly, I looked up at the burning hall. Then, Xing. I drew my sword. Just as Seo Lihyang had said, I was someone who only knew how to wield a blade. Somehow, I managed to escape Hanwha Pavilion with Seo Lihyang in tow. But outside, we were immediately surrounded by martial artists, likely from the House Sect. Xing. I drew my sword again. Hey, are you insane? What are you trying to do? What I do best. And what I failed to do in my previous life. Damn persistent bastards. Muttering under my breath, I swung my sword. The House Sect martial artist charging at me didn't even have time to properly react before I sliced off one of his arms. He screamed, clutching at the severed stump as he writhed on the ground. But I didn't have the luxury to confirm his state. From behind me, a spear was hurled straight toward my shoulder. It wasn't aimed at my throat or heart, but rather a non-lethal spot. If I tried to counter with a spin, Seo Lihyang, cradled against my side, would get in the way. But I didn't need to move. Back off. Gah. I snapped my head toward the attacker and unleashed a sharp wave of murderous intent. Clatter. The spear fell from his hands as if my blade had struck him. Gasping for breath, he clutched his throat as if it had been pierced. I didn't hesitate. My sword sliced through his arm as he stood frozen in fear. SSSK. With that, the immediate pursuers were dealt with. Slashing my way through the house sect members surrounding Honghwa Pavilion, I managed to break their encirclement. But the pursuit hadn't ended. If anything, it was growing more intense. The only saving grace was that the master of Honghwa Pavilion hadn't joined the chase personally. Likely, the side effects of absorptive inner energy cultivation, heapjonging, were preventing him from properly utilizing martial arts. Someone of his status, as a house sect branch manager, would have known that I could take on a peak master alone. Just as I sheathed my sword with a sigh, Seo Lihyang, who had been watching the carnage, let out a breath of her own. Why aren't you killing them? If it's because you're uneasy about taking lives, I can. Idiot. Killing them would force a fight to the death. Aren't you already doing that? Not quite. Just as I'm stopping at severing their arms, they're also deliberately avoiding my vital points. They're aiming for my shoulder or thigh instead. They've probably been ordered not to kill me. The reason was simple. They feared the Sichuan Tang Clan backing me. The master of Honghwa Pavilion and the house sect members knew full well that if they acted recklessly and killed me, their own heads could end up rolling. I wasn't that different. While I wasn't just a wanderer anymore, I was now affiliated with the Sichuan Tang Clan. At Honghwa Pavilion, I even introduced myself as Cheon Hwi-da of the clan. Regardless of my personal situation, the Tang Clan owed the house sect for past support. Killing one of their men without cause would only undermine the Tang Clan's strong emphasis on honor and reciprocation. Now, hand me that spear. You're saying even noble families can't act as they please? Wearing a complicated expression, Seo Lihyang handed me the spear. I took it and hurled it at a nearby wall with all my strength. Swish, crash. The spear embedded itself deeply into the wall, startling Seo Lihyang, who stared at it, speechless. I turned my back to her and crouched down. Get on. What? The pursuers are getting closer. And they're not just chasing us from behind, they're cutting us off ahead of where we're going. Just because the master of Honghwa Pavilion wasn't pursuing us personally didn't mean he was sitting idle. As a branch manager of the house sect, in a region entirely under their control, he had likely already spread word of our movements. So we're being herded into a trap? Probably. And here I thought I picked the quietest route to avoid being seen. I'm not blaming you. I expected as much. While heading toward the inn, Seo Lihyang had pointed out shortcuts and quieter paths. But expecting that to be enough to evade the master of Honghwa Pavilion, a recognized figure even within the house sect, was naive. Seo Lihyang, who had merely lived in this city for a while, couldn't compare to someone with the resources and influence of a branch manager. Just get on already. If we know they're hurting us, we just need to go somewhere unexpected. Ugh. Fine, I'm getting on. Seo Lihyang reluctantly climbed onto my back. She was lighter than expected, her body more bony than soft. How little has she been eating to be this thin? Clicking my tongue inwardly, I sprinted toward the wall where I'd embedded the spear. Wait, don't tell me. Don't open your mouth unless you want to bite your tongue. I felt her arms tighten instinctively around my neck as I leaped. Thud. Kaya. Using the spear as a foothold, I vaulted onto the top of the wall, then onto the roof of a nearby building. Seo Lihyang buried her face in my neck, trembling. I patted her hand lightly. Relax. You won't fall. Open your eyes. Ugh. Still teary-eyed, she slowly opened her eyes. Her expression shifted from fear to awe. Wow! The countless lights illuminating the night of Yenzhou spread out before us, a breathtaking sight. Smiling faintly at her reaction, I gestured toward the lights. Most of those lights belonged to the house sect members chasing us. Tell me the safest way to avoid them. Her face fell, turning pale, and she shakily pointed in one direction. Over there. That's the fastest route. Got it. Hold on tight. What? You might fall. You said I wouldn't, you bastard. Grinning at her indignant protest, I activated my lightness technique and darted off. Catch them. They went into the alley. The branch manager said he'd split the rewards with anyone who helps capture them. Don't hog it all, form groups to take them down. Pretending to head into an alley, I pressed myself flat against the back of a building, waiting for the house sect members' voices to fade. When I felt it was safe, I let out the breath I'd been holding. Phew. The plan had worked. By sticking to rooftops and moving between buildings, we'd escaped the sensation of being herded. But a new problem had arisen. The chaos of running along the rooftops had drawn an overwhelming number of house sect members. I had been cutting off their arms one by one, yet instead of reducing their numbers, they only seemed to multiply. They weren't particularly strong, most were third- or second-rate fighters, with a few first-rate martial artists. The issue was sheer numbers. Everywhere I went, more house sect members appeared. Even a coachman I'd assumed was a bystander lashed out with a whip. The only explanation was that the master of Hanwha Pavilion had offered them a massive reward, whether it was martial arts, gold, or something else. Having lived most of my life as an unorthodox martial artist, I knew all too well how greed drove people. Once the fire of desire was lit, they wouldn't stop until they had their prize or lost their heads. Damn unorthodox scum. Though I'd improved my stamina and internal energy over time, I was starting to reach my limits. I descended from the rooftops because using my lightness technique continually consumed too much energy. If I could reach the inn, I might still make it. If not, I'd have to recover my strength bit by bit while hiding. This is bad. Leaning against the wall, I sighed deeply. Seo Lihyang, standing beside me, spoke in a subdued voice. Is the situation really that dangerous? Not yet. But it could be soon. Then, she hesitated, as if trying to decide what to say. They're hiding here. Even if you fail, it's just an arm. But if you succeed, you might finally escape this wretched life. What are you hesitating for? Charge him all at once. He's only one man. There's no way he can block 10 attacks with just 2 hands. These bastards just won't give me a break. The house sect members surged from every direction, leaving me no time to catch my breath. Weapons came flying from 3 sides, swords, sabers, and spears aimed not at my vital points, but at my limbs, places easy to subdue. It was clear they didn't intend to kill me, and for that same reason, I couldn't unleash fatal strikes against them. Click. Clicking my tongue, I swung my sword at the first spear. At the same time, I split my concealed aura into 3 precise bursts. The killing intent, minimal yet focused, rippled through the air, making the attackers flinch. Clang! My sword deflected the spear, which tangled with the other weapons, throwing the attackers off balance. Seizing the moment, I slashed through 3 elbows in one fluid motion. Gaga! My arm! Monster! Their screams echoed as the house sect members fell one by one. I frowned, my grip tightening on the hilt of my sword. Cutting through human limbs required more strength than most people imagined. Internal energy made it easier, but even so, it wasn't limitless. One skirmish had left my breathing labored. My shoulders ached to the point of numbness, and my dantian felt hollow. Yet I kept my voice steady as I spoke. Which way now? We've twisted through so many alleys I've lost track. If we get through that alley, it'll lead to a main road. From there, turn right and keep going. We're almost there. Seo Lihyang's voice carried a note of worry. Smiling faintly, I shook my head. I feel like I've heard almost there 3 or 4 times already. This time it's true. Then, let's hope you're right. Forcing my weary body to move, I left before the commotion could draw more house sect members. I silenced my footsteps as I led us through a narrow alley. Midway through, Seo Lihyang spoke softly. Hey, your name is Cheon Hwi-da, right? That's right. Why are you doing so much for me? As I said, it's because I don't care about my father. I don't even know if what you said is true. Even if it is, it's not enough to justify all this trouble. Look, you seem to know a lot about me, but I can't even remember your name properly. We only met today. That's natural. Exactly. We just met today, so it's fine now. What do you mean? You've done enough. Whatever debt you owed my father, you've paid it back. I'll vouch for you. So, let's end this here. Up until now, things have been fine, but you said it yourself, it's going to get dangerous. You won't die, but you could get seriously hurt. Just like all the arms you've been cutting off. Maybe so. The master of Hanwha Pavilion had likely instructed his men to capture me alive, fearing conflict with the Sichuan Tang Clan. But the grunts following those orders were a different story. They were on the brink of losing their limbs and lives. Expecting them to stick to orders under such conditions was naive. I couldn't let my guard down completely. Even so, I have no intention of stopping. You idiot. Seo Lihyang clicked her tongue and abruptly turned, running back the way we had come. But she wasn't trained in martial arts. No matter how tired I was, it didn't take much to catch up to her. Snap. I grabbed her wrist, halting her escape. Let go. You're going to get hurt because of me. She slapped and pushed at my arm, but I didn't loosen my grip. Her frustration boiled over, her face twisting with anger. Why? Why are you doing this? Is it my body you're after? If that's the case, fine. Just take what you want. I'm going to end up a courtesan anyway, so... Her voice cracked as her words turned to incoherent rambling. I listened silently, holding her wrist firmly as I began walking forward. Her protests grew quieter until she finally fell silent. Head bowed, she trailed after me without resistance. In a calm tone, I began to speak. I used to be an arrogant man. I thought I could do anything as long as I had my sword. At the same time, I understood that someone like me, who only had his sword, couldn't keep anyone by his side. But I was wrong. Even someone like me could form bonds. And there were those who wanted to stay by my side. By the time I realized that, it was already too late, but it taught me to be honest with my emotions. It was true. The reason I could accept Tang Sowol's feelings, the reason I came to love her, was all thanks to Seo Lihyang. I've gained far more from you than you think. So, Seo Lihyang, all you need to do is follow me quietly. I'll take care of the rest. Got it? Okay. Her reply was soft, her head still hanging low. I pulled her along as we exited the alley. And then, I knew you'd come this way. The master of Hanwha Pavilion stood before us, flanked by enough house sect members to fill the entire street. Of course, you ended up here. Behind the speaker, the lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion, stood a dense crowd that filled the main street. Among them were people of all sorts, thugs who looked like troublemakers, young errand boys, a weary middle-aged coachman, and even courtesans dressed lavishly in stark contrast to the grim scene. They were, quite literally, a ragtag group. But such people were what comprised the Hao Clan. So, you've gathered all the Hao Clan members in the prefecture just to capture me? There seems to be a misunderstanding. What I'm after is not you, young hero, but the courtesan who fled. I'll let this matter slide if you hand her over now. You're really taking the long way around just to say, hand her over. That wasn't my intention, but if it came across that way, I can't help it. The Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion maintained a smile laced with false courtesy. At that, I scoffed at his androgynous face. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you think I'll just hand over Seo Lihyang now? That's the part one don't understand. I didn't have time to look into it deeply, but I know you're a son-in-law of the Tang Clan. Then why are you so fixated on a mere courtesan? I could ask you the same. Why is someone as high-ranking as the Lord of the Hao Clan's branch so fixated on a mere courtesan? I already told you. I'm only after my disciple. Disciple, my ass. Isn't it because you're trying to treat the side effects of the absorption art? I have no idea what you're talking about. The defining characteristic of pure yin bodies isn't their yin qi quantity, but its purity. And the side effects of the absorption art are mostly caused by impurities mixed into yin or yang qi. By absorbing the pure yin qi from Seo Lihyang, the impurities in your body's yin qi would be partially neutralized. It's a matter of concentration and balance. It's like pouring clean water into muddy water to dilute it to a usable level. At that moment, Seo Lihyang picked up a random rock from the ground, wrinkling her forehead as she listened to our conversation. I have no idea what you're talking about, but what are you planning to do with me? You'd be taught an internal energy technique that causes all kinds of side effects, but speeds up cultivation. Then, get to the point. The plan is to defile you and then kill you. That's messed up. Finally realizing the predicament she was in, Seo Lihyang threw the rock in her hand, visibly flustered. Of course, it never hit the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion. Even with restrictions on his internal energy, he was still a peak martial artist. Catching the rock effortlessly, he caused Seo Lihyang to explode in anger. The Hao Clan is supposed to be a sect where the weak help each other, right? How can this be allowed? If that were the case, the Hao clan wouldn't be classified as a dark faction but as a righteous sect. And more importantly, Seo Lihyang, you're not even a member of the Hao clan, you're an outsider. What? Perhaps this was her first time seeing the bare face of martial society. Seo Lihyang was at a loss for words, her lips trembling silently. The most important thing to the Hao clan was oneself. Helping each other was merely a means to ensure help when needed in the future. In other words, if it was in one's self-interest, there was no hesitation to be cruel to outsiders. The Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion, who had been listening to our conversation, still wore his insincere smile as he spoke again. I'll ask one last time. If you return my disciple now, I'll hold you accountable for nothing. I refuse. I haven't yet repaid the favor I owe her, so I won't send her into a situation that's clearly a death sentence. And besides, I paused for a moment, then smirked as I raised the corners of my mouth. I don't listen to those weaker than me. The expression of the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion hardened. With a slight flick of his fingers, he gestured to the subordinates behind him. Attack. Just don't kill him. Watching the Hao clan members charge all at once, I spoke without taking my eyes off them. Seo Lihyang, stay behind me. What should I do? I still have more rocks. Just don't leave my side. Honestly, you're in the way. Ugh. Fine. Only after confirming that Seo Lihyang had ducked behind me did I lift my sword. Even though I had somewhat recovered while talking to the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion, my body was still tired. And protecting someone while fighting meant I couldn't use my usual reckless, all-or-nothing tactics. But it didn't matter. No matter how many there were, the Hao clan was still a gathering of riffraff. If I were to fall, it would only be because I was exhausted, not because anyone managed to bring me down. 2 men charged at me first. Perhaps unwilling to step into the range of my sword, they thrust their long spears from a distance. But one of them seemed unfamiliar with his weapon, his movements clumsy and his thrusts sluggish. Aiming for my shoulder and thigh, the spear tips flew toward me. I swung my sword at the spear that arrived first, focusing my internal energy and pushing with force. Kong! Sparks flew as the metal clashed, and the spear's trajectory was deflected. Whoa! The deflected spear tangled with the other man's, causing both of their stances to falter. I stomped on the spear shaft with force. Quadjik. The clumsy one lost his grip on his spear, and the more adept one held on but had his shaft snapped in two. Both were now incapacitated. I lunged forward, spinning low to the ground in a wide arc. Arg! My leg. The two fell to the ground, their thighs deeply slashed, as if kneeling before me. I glanced around, emanating murderous intent in all directions. The Hao clan members hesitated, their movements faltering. I swung my sword wide, scattering the blood clinging to the blade. Who's next? The Hao clan members exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. Frustrated, the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion yelled at them. You idiots! Look at his arm. It's trembling from exhaustion. If you can't take him down, at least hold him off. He'll collapse on his own if you wait long enough. Though I had tried to hide my state by acting forcefully, I couldn't deceive the eyes of a peak martial artist. With their spirits reinvigorated, the Hao clan members began charging in groups, coordinating their attacks. The ensuing fight was utter chaos. I parried swords without pause, dodged falling axes, severed entangling whips, and intercepted those trying to bypass me to target Seo Lihyang. Despite my fatigue, I maintained focus sharp enough to resist the seduction techniques of the courtesans aiding the Hao clan. I swung my sword, disarming and incapacitating one enemy after another. But exhaustion was inevitable. My breathing grew ragged, my body felt like lead, and my muscles twitched uncontrollably. Even my sword, which never wavered, began to shake. Eventually, I started to falter in clashes of strength. Puck! Ugh! A staff struck my shoulder. It was something I should have avoided, but my legs failed to respond in time. I retaliated by slashing at the man's elbow. SSSK. Gah! Though my sword struck true, it no longer had the strength to sever limbs completely. Despite taking down numerous foes, just as many Hao clan members remained, their eyes gleaming with intent. Gripping my sword with one hand, I struggled to steady my trembling arm. As I worked to correct my faltering stance, the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion stepped forward, brushing past his subordinates. Well? Have you changed your mind now? Hardly. Even in this state, I don't think I'm weaker than you. Fine. You claimed not to listen to those weaker than you, so let me personally show you the gap between us. Despite having stayed back until I was thoroughly worn out, the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion finally decided it was his turn. Unlike the others, he was truly dangerous. A high-level martial artist, even if he wasn't at his peak. But I had already made my choice and resolved to face the risks. Breathing deeply, I lowered my sword into a relaxed stance. It was more a limp posture than a proper stance, given my near exhaustion. But this wasn't my first time fighting at my limit, and it wouldn't be the last. I emptied my mind, casting aside the gratitude the Tang Clan owed to the Hao Clan and even my identity as a Tang Clan member. I let go of my earlier hesitation to avoid killing. In life and death battles, it isn't brute strength, deep internal energy, or intricate techniques that prevail. It's the will to end a life, a blade aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. My killing intent flowed freely, sharp and honed like a tempered blade. Cold sweat trickled down the face of the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion, who stood in the full brunt of my murderous aura. You're insane. Just who are you? Cheon Hwi-da. Stepping forward with my left foot, I tilted my body slightly, ready to lunge at any moment. A swordsman. No fancy titles mattered. What mattered was that I still held a sword in my hand. The message must have gotten through. Silently, the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion drew his flexible sword from his waist. The thin blade bent and curved with every small movement. Placing all my focus on the blade's tip, I prepared myself to intercept any change it made, driving strength into my toes. Tapped. With a short push from my ankle, I slid forward, closing the distance in an instant. Though my speed was slower than usual due to my lack of internal energy, it was enough to surprise him. The Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion panicked as my sword aimed directly at his throat. He twisted his wrist, causing his flexible sword to deflect my blade midair. Tiang. Though it diverted my attack, the flexible sword wasn't suited for direct clashes. The blade rebounded, failing to guide my movements or set up a follow-up attack. It was merely a desperate attempt to neutralize immediate danger. Blood vessels in his eyes burst, and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth as he strained to rally his internal energy. I had expected this. In times of desperation, those with hidden tricks reveal them without hesitation. The Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion unleashed a vicious barrage with his sword, undulating like a snake. But I thrust myself forward, bringing my neck dangerously close to his attack. The Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion was as constrained as I was. A lethal blow would backfire on him too. Forced to redirect his blade, he left his side wide open. Taking advantage of the gap, I drove my sword into his ribs. Puck. The blade slipped between his ribs, piercing his heart. His body stiffened for a moment before collapsing with a massive spurt of blood. Cuff. You little bastard. Do you think you'll survive after killing me? How will you deal with the aftermath? You think too much. Interrupting his words, I twisted the blade, crushing his heart completely. The Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion collapsed with his eyes wide open. I murmured to his lifeless body, "For someone in a dark faction, you talk too much." Not that I was much different. The Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion was dead. Perhaps it was because no one had died until now, even if many were seriously injured. The Hao Clan members were in an uproar. From their perspective, not only had I abducted the Lord's courtesan, but I had also taken his life. It was a situation that warranted cries for revenge. Just as I had once cried for vengeance before the burning Ireblood Hall. Raising my sword again, I sharpened my senses. Now, this wouldn't end until one side, either me or them, was dead. Shouldn't we leave it at this? A weasel-faced man at the forefront, with a sly expression, spoke up. Thinking it might be a trick, I stared at him in silence. He even went so far as to cautiously put away his chain hammer. I only came because the branch leader promised a chest full of gold if we brought someone back alive. I figured at worst I might lose an arm or two, but I wouldn't lose my head. But judging by what just happened, it seems you've decided to shed blood, haven't you? That's correct. I hadn't planned it before, but now I wasn't going to hesitate. The weasel-faced man took a step back and continued. Well, the branch leader who is supposed to pay me is dead, and the promise of safety is broken. What's the point of fighting any longer? Aren't you going to take revenge or something? We weren't close enough to stake our lives on it. The man shook his head firmly. Watching him with a curious expression, I saw others lowering their weapons in agreement. Well, can we leave now? Do as you wish. As soon as I gave the word, he turned around and fled, relief clear on his face. I squinted as I watched him run away, wondering if it was really necessary for him to sprint like that. But before I could dwell on it, Seo Lihyang, who had been nervously fidgeting behind me, pointed in his direction and shouted, "Hey! He's heading to the Bright Moon Pavilion to hoard all the rewards stored there since the Lord is dead, isn't he?" The Hao clan members froze for a moment, but soon lit up with fiery determination and began to run. "Catch that bastard! Don't let him hog it all." What about the ones with severed arms? Of course, not everyone headed for the Bright Moon Pavilion. Some left in different directions as if they had no interest, while others remained to tend to the injured. Finally, the courtesans, trained in seductive arts, bowed their heads toward me. "Thank you, young hero. Are you seriously thanking the one who killed the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion? Most of us courtesans didn't come to the pavilion of our own will." Huh. So, there were more like Seo Lihyang, sold into their roles as courtesans. One of the courtesans who had bowed to me gave a bitter smile and explained further. "No matter how addictive gambling may be, it's not easy for someone to go mad enough to sell their daughter in an instant. Unless someone nearby whispers poisonous words into their ear, that is." This was something I hadn't known even in my previous life. Seo Lihyang hadn't been sold as a courtesan and then used as an elixir because of her unique constitution. They had discovered her constitution first, and then they deliberately ruined her family to turn her into a courtesan. Even knowing the Hao clan's nature, I hadn't expected them to go this far. While both Seo Lihyang and I stood frozen in disbelief, the courtesan turned to look at the towering Bright Moon Pavilion. Today, the Bright Moon Pavilion will accidentally catch fire, thanks to some reckless hooligans taking advantage of the owner's absence. And the registry might just get burned along with it. I see. If that were to happen, there would be no need to record Seo Lihyang as a runaway courtesan. She wouldn't be considered a courtesan at all anymore. And the same would go for them. With one last bow toward Seo Lihyang, the courtesans walked off toward their soon-to-be-destroyed workplace. In mere moments, the once crowded street was deserted. Seeing this, Seo Lihyang, who had been clutching a rock she picked up at some point, slowly lowered it to the ground. When had she picked that up again? Is it over? It seems so. Honestly, I thought I'd have to cut down a few more people. Is this kind of thing common for martial artists? Like, scattering as soon as their leader dies? No, not usually. It doesn't resolve itself this easily. There are surprisingly few people in the world who are truly wicked. Family, friends, lovers, subordinates. Every person has someone they cherish and who cherishes them in return. And it's those people who vow revenge, keeping the martial world in a state of constant turmoil. The 100-kill swordsmen and the warriors who followed him to attack Tang Sowol before were such a case. Even villains killed by the Tang Clan were not seen as deserving of death in their eyes. It seems the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion wasn't like that, though. He likely controlled people solely through money and fear. We weren't close enough to stake our lives on it, was it? And none of the courtesans joined of their own will, either. Seo Lihyang muttered, as if mulling over what she had heard earlier. After a moment of thought, she looked down at the corpse of the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion and prodded it with her foot, as if checking to see if he was really dead. Well, I don't care about a dead man's story. What matters is that this bastard is dead, and we're alive. Alive, sure. But I wouldn't call us unscathed. Confirming that the Hao clan members had fully disappeared, I sheathed my sword. As I did, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. My body swayed, feeling as though I'd collapse if I relaxed even slightly. Whoa! Seo Lihyang instinctively caught me as I stumbled. Awkwardly positioning herself to support my arm over her shoulder, she frantically asked, "Hey, stay with me. Are you okay? If you're hurt, say so now. Don't yell. You're hurting my ears. Other than the shoulder you're holding, I'm fine." She quickly shifted to the opposite side to better support me, her concern easing the pain somewhat. Reassured by her effort, I tried to put her at ease. "I'm just tired, that's all. Don't worry." "Well, that's a relief. So, what now? Should we just head back to the inn where you're staying?" "That's right. But it's fine. I'll take you there. Do you think you can manage? You must be exhausted too." She hadn't fought or used martial techniques, but she had been running nonstop since descending from the roof. Given her malnourished and frail state, it must have been an extreme ordeal. Even so, she adjusted her stance and supported me without complaint. "Not as much as you. Besides, you've been carrying me on your back while running around until now, haven't you? It's my turn this time. We're almost there, anyway. With a shrug that seemed almost playful, she started walking, carrying me along. The tight-packed streets, the pervasive stench of sweat, and the faintly familiar scent of her body surrounded me. Looking at her now, her pale skin was flushed red from exertion, as though blood was finally circulating again. Watching her like this, I felt an odd sense of nostalgia, as if I'd been transported back in time. But I knew better. I'd already learned this through Tang Sowol. No matter how much I longed for the past or felt a sense of déjà vu, the present and the people of my previous life could never truly be the same. The Xiao Lihyang I had known was gone. She had died smiling, clutching the first gift I had ever given her. This moment now? It was nothing more than a lingering regret granted to a dead man like me. It wasn't for some grand cause, it was purely for my own satisfaction. But I had no regrets. Even if I were to return to that moment again, I would undoubtedly make the same choice. We walked in silence for who knows how long, through a quiet night street with barely a soul in sight. Amid the whispers of those still awake, Xiao Lihyang's voice broke through. "Thank you." Still holding me up with one arm, she took another step forward, her voice resolute. "I thought I'd never escape this street for the rest of my life. You would have escaped eventually on your own. Maybe my body would have left, but my heart would have stayed trapped in the red light district of Yeonju, quietly closing its eyes with a sigh at the end. That's what my entire life would have been." Her voice faltered, then grew firm again. "But not anymore, Cheon Hwi-da. You've painted over my memories." She kept walking, staring straight ahead. I saw the towering walls of the bright moon pavilion shatter. I saw the terrifying How clan warriors crawl in the dirt. I remember the night view of Yeonju from high above and the feel of the wind brushing against my cheeks. After taking a deep breath, she spoke with even more resolve. "And for whatever reason, I saw someone throw themselves into danger for my sake." Her lips softened into a serene smile, one so similar to the Xiao Lihyang of my previous life that it left me speechless. As if to fill the silence, she continued in a gentle tone. "So, thank you. Thanks to you, Cheon Hwi-da, I was able to escape this wretched pit." "I see." After much thought, that was all I could say. Even so, Xiao Lihyang simply smiled warmly, as though my response was enough. "Cheon Hwi-da, you said you helped me because you owed my father a favor, but I think you've more than repaid that debt, with plenty of change left over. Don't tell me you're planning to return the favor that much." "I am. Just like you helped me, I'll repay my debt to you, no matter what." Turning to look directly at me, she stared into my eyes and emphasized her words. "No matter what." Her tone was almost suggestive, stirring improper thoughts. I had assumed the allure in her voice was a side effect of the seductive arts she had been forced to learn. But perhaps I was wrong. Even without mastering those arts, she didn't seem all that different. Maybe it was simply innate. Gulp. Before I realized it, I swallowed hard. Distracted, I failed to notice a protruding stone in my path and tripped. In my weakened state, I couldn't resist the momentum and began to fall. Wait, hold on." Xiao Lihyang tried to steady me, but she was exhausted herself. Unable to keep her balance, she fell as well. Thud. Ugh, ow. Amen. She landed on her back, and I ended up sprawled on top of her, my face buried in her chest. Though smaller than in my previous life, the soft sensation enveloped my face entirely. Realizing this, Xiao Lihyang froze, stiff as a board, while I struggled futilely to lift myself from her arms. And just then, the voice I least wanted to hear sounded from behind me. My betrothed was out so late that I grew worried. "I traced you using the poison of the twin-headed viper and finally found you." Tang Sowol's calm, icy tone continued. "Brother Cheon, what exactly is this situation? And who is that woman?" Indeed. How was I supposed to explain this? "Brother Cheon, what exactly is going on here, and who is that woman?" Her voice was calm yet icy, reminiscent of the tone Tang Sowol had used when I first abducted her. I understood why. After all, she had tracked me down late at night, only to find me tangled up on the ground with a strange woman. It was the perfect setup for a misunderstanding. But in moments like this, panic would only make things worse. The first step was to put some distance between Xiao Lihyang and myself and explain the situation. Though I felt like I'd faint the moment I closed my eyes, I mustered my remaining strength to rise. Thud. But my body gave out, and I fell back onto Seo Lihyang's chest, burying my face in it again. To make matters worse, Seo Lihyang instinctively held my head in place to keep it from moving, her arms wrapping around me as if she were hugging me tighter. I couldn't see Tang Sowol's face behind me, but the chill running down my spine told me her usual serene demeanor had long since vanished. Sensing danger, I yelled in desperation. MFMPH. Hayek. My attempt to speak was muffled by something soft pressing against my mouth, making my words incomprehensible. Startled, Seo Lihyang flinched like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Brother Cheon. Tang Sowol's voice now carried a faint trace of sorrow. I don't want to believe it, and I hope I'm wrong, but if you were to betray me, I would have no choice but to kill both of you and erase everything. Seo Lihyang, clearly terrified for her life, quickly lifted my head. My neck felt a little stiff, but at least I could speak again. This is a misunderstanding. Excuse me. I can explain everything. But first, could you help me up? Are you serious? Her tone was uncertain, but she grabbed my shoulder and helped me up. My limbs were weak and practically useless, so she half-supported me as I leaned against her. Thwump. My head came to rest against something soft and supportive, her shoulder, I guessed, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, just listen to me for a moment. There was a lot to explain after all that had happened today. After I finished explaining, Tang Sowol glanced around, her face flushed with embarrassment from the misunderstanding. Though it was late at night and the streets were mostly empty, there were still a few people around. This was Yeonju, after all, a city that seemed more alive at night than during the day. After confirming there weren't too many onlookers, Tang Sowol suddenly crouched down on the ground. For now, please allow me to carry you. We can talk as we go. Wait, you're offering to carry me? Who else? You're the only one here who's struggling just to stand. But being carried is a bit. It'll be faster than supporting you on foot. And for your information, the Dark Soul unit is combing all of Yeonju right now. They're searching for you. TCH. I couldn't argue with that. Resigning myself to the situation, I closed my eyes tightly and leaned onto Tang Sowol's back. She adjusted me and effortlessly carried me piggyback. There was a faint fragrance about her, clean and calming. With a gentler tone now, she remarked, "You made the right choice." Still, I didn't expect so much to happen in just a few hours. Wasn't it noisy enough for you to notice? The inn we were staying at was very quiet. That's why I only started searching for you now. Lucky me then. I tightened my grip around her neck slightly, letting out a sigh. The breath must have tickled her skin because she shivered slightly before quickly changing the subject. You said the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion avoided implicating the Tang Clan until the very end, didn't you? Perhaps he took precautions around the inn to avoid drawing attention. Probably. This is his domain, after all. Hiding our presence for a while wouldn't have been difficult for him. While Seo Lihyang and I were making our escape, he must have been setting up smoke screens around the inn and orchestrating a hunt to corner us. Impressive tactics, though ultimately pointless now. As I nodded to myself, Tang Sowol spoke in a cautious tone. I understand the situation now. I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier. I acted rashly because I was so concerned. Can you forgive me? It's fine. Given the circumstances, it's understandable. And me too. I think anyone would have misunderstood if they saw their fiancé rolling around with another woman. Seo Lihyang's words came out in a flustered rush. I chuckled at her awkward attempt to smooth things over. What's with that strange tone? You spoke casually to me, cursed like a sailor at the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion, and now you're trying to act all proper with Tang Sowol. Well, I did talk to you like this at first. But you told me to drop the formalities. And why should I be polite to someone trying to kill me? But she's different. Different how? She's from a noble family, she's beautiful, and she's an adult. How could I treat her like someone my age? Seo Lihyang glanced at Tang Sowol, her expression a mix of admiration and self-deprecation. That sort of emotion was common among those who had lived harsh lives. I'd felt the same way in my younger days, before I brought down the Red Sand Gang with my own hands. While time could heal such feelings, it also meant she needed time to move past them. Tang Sowol, perceptive as ever, seemed to recognize this as well. Her voice softened as she spoke. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Tang Sowol of the Sichuan Tang Clan. Why yes. I'm Seo Lihyang. Since you're a benefactor to Brother Cheon, you're also a benefactor to me. Please don't feel burdened. Still. How about starting with something simpler? You could call me sister, for instance. Sister. Seo Lihyang flinched like a startled cat, her wide eyes betraying her shock. Tang Sowol chuckled, nodding gently. Yes. I am older than you, after all. Well, that's true. Seo Lihyang was the same age as me, so naturally, Tang Sowol was several years older. After hesitating for a long while, Seo Lihyang finally murmured, Tang. Sister? With a satisfied smile, Tang Sowol patted Seo Lihyang on the head. Her flustered reaction only prompted Tang Sowol to smile playfully and tease, Brother Cheon has such an old man-like personality that he's not cute at all. Oh, I know what you mean. It's his stiff expressions and that formal way of speaking, right? So it wasn't just me who thought so. You know, at first, I thought Brother Cheon was an old martial artist pretending to be young. Wait, really? Seo Lihyang's eyes widened in surprise, her reaction so obvious that Tang Sowol became even more animated, eagerly recounting stories. After talking for a while and easing Seo Lihyang's tension, Tang Sowol suddenly sighed. She lightly tapped the back of my hand, which was resting around her neck, and said, sigh. Despite how mature you act, Brother Cheon, I sometimes forget you're only 15. That left me with mixed feelings. I knew she didn't mean it that way, but as someone who had lived a previous life, it felt like she was calling me immature. When I remained silent, Tang Sowol gently clasped my hand. Don't be too hard on yourself. We were lucky to settle this by cutting down the Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion, but do you know how worried I was about what could have happened? Sorry. I thought I could handle it alone. I didn't expect things to escalate this much. I'm not asking for an apology. I just want you to tell me next time. Your problems are my problems, just as mine are yours. I promise. Next time, I'll consult you first. Only words. Tang Sowol pouted and held up her pinky finger. Brother Cheon, didn't I say I'd be your strength when you need it? Or do you not trust me? Recalling the time she'd made me promise by linking pinkies, I hesitated before intertwining my finger with hers. Is this good enough? Perfect. She nodded, her tone bright and cheerful. I'll explain everything to Father. Don't worry. Perhaps it was because I was on her back, but her swaying hair brushed against my cheek, tickling me. I couldn't help but chuckle softly at the absurdity of it all. While we were laughing, I caught sight of Seo Lihyang's face. She looked distant, as if waking from a long dream, her expression tinged with sorrow. But when our eyes met, she immediately returned to her usual demeanor, her voice light and playful. So, you're really the Tang Clan's son-in-law, huh? You didn't believe me? I believed you. It just didn't feel real. She shrugged nonchalantly, and the three of us continued toward the inn, chatting lightly and checking for any remaining injuries. Though being carried on Tang Sowol's back was a bit embarrassing, it was surprisingly comfortable. It wasn't long before fatigue overcame me, and I began to doze off. Half asleep, I vaguely registered Tang Sowol speaking hesitantly. By the way, Brother Cheon. What is it? You originally planned to buy Miss Seal with money and add her to the Tang Clan's registry, didn't you? Yes. But that was just to resolve things smoothly. I'm not criticizing you for using the money Father gave you to buy her freedom. After all, you were trying to save your benefactor's daughter. That's right. As I nodded awkwardly, Tang Sowol's voice grew more serious. Still, you abducted me when we first met. And now Miss Seal. Do you enjoy abducting women? An awkward silence fell. I glanced at Seo Lihyang, who covered her mouth, clearly stifling laughter. Whatever thoughts she was having, they were surely inappropriate. As I glared at her, Tang Sowol, as if making a resolute decision, spoke again. If you like it that much, I wouldn't mind letting you abduct me a couple more times. That's not it. This was all just a misunderstanding, or so I hoped. As expected, the Tang Clan erupted into chaos when I arrived back at the inn. I'd shown up unable to walk on my own, carried on Tang Sowol's back, and accompanied by an unfamiliar face. After mustering the last bits of my strength to give a brief explanation, I left the rest to Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang and promptly collapsed into sleep. The next morning. TCH. Still sleeping, huh? How is someone so frail supposed to become the Tang Clan's son-in-law? Brother, no one would call someone frail after they fought off the entire Hao clan in Yeonju and even defeated the branch leader. Even in my half-asleep state, the gruff voice reached my ears clearly, waking me. A soft bed, warm sunlight streaming through the window, the distant chirping of birds, and the unpleasant sight of burly men glaring down at me from my bedside. What a refreshing way to start the day. I circulated my internal energy to shake off the remnants of sleep before speaking. What brings you all here so early in the morning? We have things to discuss and some things to give you, Tang Jinshin said. I'm sorry to disturb you when you need more rest, Tang Yujin added, giving me a friendly wave. But it's something that will help you, so please don't find us too troublesome. Despite their appearances, they were genuinely good people. But seeing them first thing in the morning was a bit overwhelming. How could I think that? I'm just surprised. What's so urgent that you've come to see me? We've arranged a carriage, Tang Jinshin explained. We're planning to return to Chengdu in about an hour, so we came to let you know to prepare. Wait, right now? We can't risk staying here longer. Who knows what might happen next? It's best to prioritize returning to Chengdu. I know you're not fully recovered yet, but we'd like you to rest in the carriage instead of on a bed. I have no objections, but isn't this a bit rushed? It needs to be rushed. We have a lot to deal with explaining the situation to the Hao clan, addressing any protests, and potentially applying some pressure if necessary. Tang Jinshin's expression hardened as he spoke, his tone barely suppressing his anger. I glanced at Tang Yujin for clarification. Catching my look, he offered a sheepish explanation. Even though you haven't officially married Sowol yet, we've made it clear that you're part of the Tang Clan. The Hao clan knows this, but the branch leader here treated you like prey and hunted you down. Well, it's probably because I kidnapped Seo Lihyang, I said. You mean the girl you brought with you? She's the daughter of your benefactor, so I understand your actions, but they were still extreme. However, there's an order to things and a proper way to handle them. Tang Yujin's smile turned sharp as he continued. The Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion should have first visited us to explain the situation and seek a resolution. But the Lord didn't do that. Instead, he controlled the area around the inn where the Tang Clan members were staying to keep the commotion out of earshot while he mobilized the Hao clan to capture me. He must have planned to secure Seo Lihyang first, and then negotiate with the Tang Clan from a position of strength. He had been desperate and likely assumed we wouldn't hand Seo Lihyang over once we learned the details. But still, that doesn't change the fact that he disregarded the Tang Clan. And you could have been seriously injured. That's true. If the Hao clan members had continued fighting after I defeated their leader, I might not have made it out unscathed. Of course, I'm not saying you did the right thing. You should have consulted the elders about this beforehand. I apologize. Tang Sowol already scolded me about it. Perhaps because her name was mentioned, Tang Jinshin's tone softened as he spoke again. Let me say this once more. We all know you're skilled, but not every problem needs to be solved with a sword. If you face difficulties, bring them to us. That's what the elders are here for. Though I acknowledged that I was still young from an outsider's perspective, as someone with memories of a past life, I wasn't fond of being treated like a child. Still, just like when Tang Sowol said something similar, the sentiment didn't feel bad. I'll keep that in mind. Good. Now, let's move on to the next matter. Next matter. As I said, we have things to give you. Tang Jinshin began pulling out various items and handing them to me. This is Supreme Vitality Pill, this is a tonic called 100 Herb Decoction, and here are a few Reinforced Essence pills. If we were in the Tang Clan's main estate, we'd have better medicines, but unfortunately, this is the best we could get here. I looked at the armful of medicines with a puzzled expression. What are these for? They're for you, of course. We bought these from a nearby pharmacy in a hurry. None of them are miracle elixirs, but they're all good for restoring energy. We made sure they don't conflict with each other, so eat them all. Tang Jinshin grumbled about how I was too frail for someone about to marry into the Tang Clan, yet he'd gone out and bought this much medicine in a single night. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, I accepted the medicines and said, "Thank you." Don't thank me. Just eat them. After swallowing the pills and drinking the tonic, a bitter medicinal taste lingered in my mouth, making me grimace despite my efforts to hide it. Satisfied, Tang Jinshin stood up. Now then, we'll leave. Someone will come to get you soon, so be ready by then. I understand. With those parting words, Tang Jinshin and Tang Yujin left the room. In truth, I had little to prepare. All I owned was my body and a sword. They likely knew this and were simply giving me time to recover using the medicines they'd brought. Phew. Ignoring the soreness in my body, I forced myself into a meditative position and took deep breaths. Soon, My consciousness sank deep into my inner world. Though my body still ached here and there, I managed to recover enough to move properly. When one of the Dark Soul unit members arrived to escort me outside, I was greeted by a grand and luxurious carriage, far more impressive than I had expected. Near the carriage, Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang were chatting. Judging by the scene, it seemed Tang Sowol was making an effort to ease Seo Lihyang's nervousness around the Tang Clan warriors. When I approached, Tang Sowol immediately noticed me and hurried over, with Seo Lihyang following hesitantly. "Brother Cheon, are you feeling better now? The patriarch brought me medicine this morning. Thanks to him, I'm well enough to move. My father? As much as he complains, it seems he really does like you." Tang Sowol giggled behind her hand, while Seo Lihyang inspected me curiously. "You were so exhausted you collapsed, and now you're fine after a single night? Are all martial artists like this?" "I was only fatigued, that's all." "Isn't that still a problem?" "I wasn't seriously injured, either externally or internally. And while the medicines weren't miracle elixirs, they helped replenish my energy. A bit of meditation did the rest." "Can you explain that in a way someone who doesn't know martial arts can understand?" "For someone like me, good medicine and rest are enough to recover quickly." "Wow, martial artists are amazing." Seo Lihyang's awe was so pure that it made me chuckle. As I laughed, Tang Sowol gently tugged my arm and guided me toward the carriage. "Brother Cheon may say that, but he's far from fully recovered. You'll need to rest in the carriage for the time being." "Ah, really? Is that true, Sister Tang?" "Yes. According to my uncle, young men like him often overestimate themselves. They feel embarrassed to admit when they're not fine, so they insist they are." "That's not true," I retorted. "Oh, it isn't? Then why is it that every time you claim you're fine, you end up collapsing or seriously injured?" "When have I ever? When you fought the 100-kill swordsman, you passed out covered in blood. When you faced the ogre chief and ghostwood witch, you suffered severe internal injuries from the demonic energy. And this time too. If you'd pushed yourself a little further, you'd have damaged your energy flow and needed a long recovery." I said I was fine because I was fine. I wasn't dying, was I? Not dying doesn't mean safe. I had no response to that. She was right, of course. Many young martial artists in my position often met tragic ends because of their recklessness. Tang Sowol continued leading me toward the carriage, where Seo Lihyang opened the door. With seamless coordination, the two of them had me seated in no time. Tang Sowol sat beside me, while Seo Lihyang took the seat across from us. The seats were already padded with soft leather for comfort. With her usual graceful yet firm smile, Tang Sowol spoke. "Lie down here, young hero." Before I could respond, she gently pulled my head toward her lap. Resting my head on her thigh, she nodded in satisfaction. "You were disappointed when you had to ride with my father on the way here, weren't you? Now you can return with me instead. Isn't that wonderful?" Her words carried the confidence of someone who believed her actions could only make me happy. Normally, I might have played along and enjoyed her assertive attitude, but for some reason, the conflicted expression on Seo Lihyang's face, her wide eyes staring at me, made me feel awkward. Without thinking, I changed the subject entirely. "Speaking of which, about Seo Lihyang's situation." "And me?" "The patriarch said he'd help me settle in Chengdu," Seo Lihyang replied. "That would be good. Living under the Tang Clan's protection would be safe and comfortable. But for me, it would feel like a waste." "A waste? Why?" Her voice carried a hint of curiosity, as though she was expecting something. "You have a talent for martial arts. It would be a shame to let it go to waste." "Martial arts?" Her initial disappointment turned to excitement as her eyes sparkled. "What kind of martial arts talent? Swordsmanship like yours? Throwing weapons like Sister Tang's? I guess I am pretty good at throwing stones." As she grinned and nodded to herself, I replied in a calm voice. "You have a natural talent for seductive arts." A cold silence filled the carriage. A talent for seductive arts. A cold silence fell within the carriage. Perhaps it was because of my current position, resting my head on Tang Sowol's lap as though using her thighs as a pillow, but I could feel her hand on my head subtly tense. It was only then that I realized how my words might have sounded. I had essentially told someone who nearly became a tool for training in seductive arts that it was a shame she hadn't learned them. And I'd said it while lying on my fiancé's lap, no less. I quickly shook my head in denial. "It's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding, is that so?" I I think I'll pass on martial arts altogether. Tang Sowol's voice was calm and steady, while Seo Lihyang, taking note of her tone, quietly inched away from her. I attempted to sit up and clarify, but gently. Tang Sowol placed her hand on my forehead and lightly pushed me back down, leaving me no choice but to continue speaking from my reclined position. I'm not saying she should train in seductive arts. I'm just pointing out that she has a talent for that kind of thing. So, what you're saying, brother, is that Miss Sewol has an innate talent in that area? You've been looking at her like that all along? Tang Sowol began poking my cheek repeatedly with her finger. It didn't hurt, but there was an odd pressure to her gesture. Meanwhile, Seo Lihyang frowned, but didn't seem entirely opposed to the conversation. Eventually, she sighed and grabbed Tang Sowol's hand to stop her from continuously poking me. He's talking about the pure Een constitution. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot about that. Tang Sowol's face reddened, embarrassed at her earlier misunderstanding. Seo Lihyang, on the other hand, simply nodded as if this were someone else's issue entirely. Of course, that made sense. She likely knew nothing about martial arts or her unique constitution. How much do you know about the pure Een constitution? I asked. Honestly, not much. Other than my poison spirit constitution, I'm not familiar with these things. I assume it's related to Een energy, like the 9 Een severed veins. I just found out I have this constitution. Is it a good thing? Seo Lihyang asked, looking uncertain. Both of them seemed clueless. That was understandable. If not for what I'd learned from Seo Lihyang in my previous life, I wouldn't have known about it either. The 9 Een severed veins was so infamous that other Een-based constitutions often went overlooked. Perhaps embarrassed by her earlier reaction, Tang Sowol tried to pull her hand away. This time, I firmly grasped her hand and began to slowly trace my fingers along hers, one by one. Every time I slid my fingers between hers, she flinched slightly but didn't pull away, likely because she'd just been poking my cheek moments ago. The pure Een constitution is completely different from the 9 Een severed veins, I began to explain. The 9 Een severed veins is a condition where key meridians are blocked, causing an abnormal buildup of Een energy. The sheer volume and intensity of that energy mean those with the condition rarely live beyond their 20s without intervention. W8, am I going to die? I'm 15 now, so does that mean I only have 5 years left? Seo Lihyang panicked and started counting the years she had left on her fingers. Seeing this, Tang Sowol chuckled behind her hand. Don't worry. The name severed veins is given to conditions that result in death due to blocked meridians. Since your condition is called the pure Een constitution and not the pure Een severed veins, it shouldn't be that severe. Tang Sowol is right, I added. The pure Een constitution does involve a high amount of Een energy, but it's not life-threatening. Its key trait is the purity of that Een energy. Purity? Yes. Naturally, people accumulate impurities over their lives. It's not a bad thing, it's a natural byproduct of living and interacting with others. However, these impurities can hinder martial arts training. That's why many clans and sects start training their disciples in martial arts at a young age, before too many impurities have accumulated. As people age, their meridians narrow, and their ability to circulate internal energy becomes less efficient. Even I started training in martial arts relatively late at 15. It wasn't too late, but compared to those raised in prestigious families, nourished with rare elixirs and techniques from childhood, I had a lot of catching up to do. The 100 Poisons Pure Blood Pill I'd recently taken had helped to some extent, though. The pure Een constitution, however, naturally resists the buildup of impurities. The purity of the Een energy naturally washes away most impurities. The Lord of the Bright Moon Pavilion had likely intended to absorb Seo Lihyang's pure Een energy to cleanse his own internal energy of impurities. After hearing my explanation, Seo Lihyang scratched the back of her neck awkwardly and asked, so what's the point of not having impurities? You said it's natural to have them. It may be natural, but being free of impurities is special. It allows for faster cultivation and greater efficiency. Even if you start learning martial arts late, you can still achieve greatness. So, I have a talent for martial arts. Isn't that what I've been saying this whole time? Hehe. I just wanted to hear it again. No one's ever told me I'm good at anything before. Seo Lihyang chuckled sheepishly. In my previous life, she had reached the pinnacle of martial arts despite training in a flawed technique. Though she lacked the eerie presence she had back then, if she learned proper martial arts now, she could aim even higher. While I was nodding to myself, Tang Sowol, who had been listening intently, asked cautiously, "Brother, I think the most important thing about a constitution like this is not just the talent it provides, but the drawbacks that come with it. Do you know if there are any issues with the Purine constitution?" "Of course. While it doesn't lead to an early death, it does come with its own problems. The high amount of yin energy and its purity can cause minor issues if left unchecked." What kind of issues? Seo Lihyang asked nervously, swallowing hard. Recalling what I'd learned in my past life, I answered, "For starters, you'll be extremely sensitive to the cold. Your complexion may be pale, your limbs weak, and you might experience hallucinations or hear things that aren't there." That sounds serious. It is. While it won't kill you, it's enough to drive someone mad. Fortunately, there's a clear solution. Phew. So there's a way to deal with it, huh? If there wasn't, I wouldn't have brought it up in the first place. Stop dragging it out and tell me already. I'm desperate here. Amused by her urgency, I smiled and said, "The solution is simple. Train in a martial art that manipulates yin energy." There's a martial art for that? Of course. The most common would be techniques related to the seductive arts, but... Stop right there. I knew it. Seo Lihyang pouted, her face suspicious. "You're just trying to make me learn something weird." Her sudden pause and nervous glance at Tang Sowol suggested she'd realized this wasn't the kind of conversation to have in front of one's fiancé. Thankfully, Tang Sowol either didn't notice or chose to ignore the implication, laughing playfully. "There are other options too, aren't there, brother?" "Yes, there are. Martial arts involving cold yin techniques or those that manipulate ghostly energies are also deeply connected to yin energy." In her past life, Seo Lihyang had learned ghostly wail of yin spirits, a technique she'd received as a reward from the Black Lotus Sect and improved upon with help from the Heir Blood Hall's leader. While I knew the basics of the technique, I had no intention of teaching it to her now. That technique had been fueled by her bitterness and pain, which no longer existed in her current life. Without that foundation, it would lose much of its power. Besides, she no longer needed to rely on such techniques now that her leg was healed. Among the available options, cold yin techniques are the easiest to find, I added. What do you think, Tang Sowol? The Tang Clan's secret vault contains a few basic cold yin techniques. If we search carefully, we might even find something better. That's reassuring. But are you really willing to go that far for her? Of course, it's not my decision to make, Tang Sowol said with a grin. It will ultimately depend on what my father decides. True enough. There's no point in us making a fuss over it now. The patriarch has the final say. When the conversation turned to Tang Jinshin, Seo Lihyang's expression grew uneasy. Do you think he'll allow it? If you want to train as a martial artist and pledge yourself to the Tang Clan, he'll probably help you to some extent. Exactly, Tang Sowol added. Brother Cheon is already part of the clan, and you're the daughter of his benefactor. It would be a shame to let someone with such potential slip through our fingers. Potential, me? Seo Lihyang pondered for a moment before nodding with a determined expression. All right, I'll give it a shot. You said you were just repaying a favor, but it felt like you solved all my problems out of nowhere. So now it's my turn. Your turn. Yes. Just as you helped me, I want to help someone else next. In the martial world's terms, I want to repay my debt. I never expected to hear such words from Seo Lihyang or anyone, for that matter. After all, while I'd repaid favors in the past, I'd never been the one to extend a hand first. As I stared blankly at her, Tang Sowol gently ran her fingers through my hair and said softly, "Brother Cheon, did you know? The Tang Clan repays favors above and beyond because of moments like this." I see. Yes. Just as it's important to decisively eliminate enemies, it's equally vital to cultivate friends. I'd always focused on grievances and revenge, on taking or being taken from. But now, things were starting to change. With a small smile, I murmured, "It looks like I'll be busy when we return." This recent battle had taught me something. My body was still too weak to fully utilize the insights I'd gained. I'd been planning to take my time building my strength and cultivating my energy, but now I realized I needed to accelerate the process. I briefly mapped out my plans in my mind, only to be interrupted by Tang Sowol's cheerful voice. "Brother Cheon, I suppose you're excited for our engagement ceremony?" I had completely forgotten about that. It seemed my plans would have to wait a little longer. Through the small window of the carriage, I could see the familiar sight of Chengdu in the distance. So, nothing happened after all. It sounds like you were hoping something would go wrong. Is that just my imagination? No, it's not that. It's just that when everything goes smoothly without any problems, you start feeling uneasy, you know? I've never felt that way, Tang Sowol replied, tilting her head as if she couldn't understand. I glanced at Xiao Lihyang, seated across from me. She nodded in agreement, as if she understood perfectly. Yeah, I get it. Like, you think, there's no way my life could go this smoothly. Life's supposed to be more messed up and shitty than this. Right? Exactly. So it's not just me then. I didn't say anything to you or Tang Sowol, but honestly, I've been feeling the same way, Xiao Lihyang said. She had a small book spread out on her lap. It wasn't a martial arts manual, just a basic book to help her learn to read and write. If someone could personally tutor her one-on-one, it wouldn't be an issue. But in the Tang Clan, there weren't many who practiced in-based martial arts. They could teach her the basics, but to reach higher levels, she would have to understand the specific meanings of the texts on her own. Whether it was understanding the deeper meanings of martial techniques or applying them in practice, everything would come after that. That's why Xiao Lihyang had started learning to read, just as I had with the help of the Iron Blood Hall's leader in my past life. Still, I'm surprised the Patriarch agreed so easily to this. It's not like the techniques are the Tang Clan's core martial arts, but they still came from the clan's vault, didn't they? Your influence must have been significant, young hero. Even though we haven't had the official ceremony yet, you're already considered part of the Tang Clan. And if it's for repaying a past debt, how could they not offer their support? I thought they might at least attach some conditions or show a bit of reluctance. If they did, then it wouldn't be a proper repayment of a favor. Besides, I think my father saw some of my own situation in Miss Seal's circumstances. While the martial world is vast, those born with unique constitutions are extremely rare. That also means it's hard to find anyone who can truly understand the talents and drawbacks associated with such constitutions. Though Tang Sowol and Xiao Lihyang had different constitutions, they both faced difficulties because of them. Perhaps Tang Jinshin wanted to give Tang Sowol someone who could relate to her. Though, in truth, the person Xiao Lihyang got along best with wasn't Tang Sowol, it was me. Whatever the reason, I'm grateful for it. I never thought I'd learn to read in this lifetime, and now I'm even going to become a guest of the Tang Clan. Do you know what a guest's responsibilities are? I asked. Nope. But I know what I'm supposed to do. Tang Sowol explained it. I'll live in a nice house, eat good food, wear warm clothes, and practice martial arts. When necessary, I'll do work for the Tang Clan. Oh, by the way, Cheon Hwi-da, what does this word say? I learned it last time but forgot. It's silkworm cocoon. And yes, you pretty much got it right. I understand how you feel. Sometimes, having something go wrong makes you feel better, even if your body suffers for it. Exactly. As long as it's nothing too serious, of course. Something like the carriage wheels breaking or getting stuck in the mud for a while would be just about right. It wasn't just Xiao Lihyang who felt that things were going unusually well. I felt the same way. I had uncovered the people behind the attack on Tang Sowol, something I hadn't known in my previous life. As a result, I'd gained insight into the demonic cult's activities at this time, become aware of hidden restrictions on my abilities since returning, and even unexpectedly encountered and saved Xiao Lihyang. There had been difficulties, but the rewards outweighed them. Most importantly, I'd been able to let go of one of the biggest regrets of my past life. Seeing me nod in agreement, Tang Sowol pouted slightly, as if she felt left out. If things are going smoothly, isn't that something to be happy about? Why worry about problems that haven't happened yet? Come here, young hero. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Didn't we agree to hold the engagement ceremony as soon as we return to Chengdu? Since it's just an engagement, it doesn't need to be grand or involve a lot of people, but we still can't do it half-heartedly. That's true. The Tang Clan would have to maintain appearances, even for an internal event. Exactly. So, let's discuss it. We won't have much to do ourselves, but if you have any preferences, we should make a list in advance. Tang Sowol patted the seat beside her. It seemed like she was trying to change the subject a bit forcefully, but it wasn't a bad topic to focus on, so I decided to play along. I scooted over and sat right next to her. All right. So, what do we need to decide? The order of the ceremony will follow Tang Clan traditions, but we need to decide on the location and the guest list. I'm not too picky about the location, but I'd prefer somewhere outdoors rather than inside. I get uncomfortable in cramped spaces. As for guests, the first face that came to mind was the Heir Blood Hall's leader. He'd been a mentor, almost like a parent to me, ever since I met him as an orphan. He was the one who told me to look beyond the sword, taught me everything he knew about martial arts, and encouraged me to live a life for myself, not just for survival. But the Heir Blood Hall's leader I knew no longer existed. Just as Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang had become different people in this timeline, the current Heir Blood Hall leader was the same person, yet not the same. With a bitter smile, I shook my head. There's no one. I have no family, no friends. For a moment, silence filled the carriage. Then, Tang Sowol awkwardly patted my shoulder, wearing an uneasy smile. That's all right. The Tang Clan is your family now, isn't it? Yeah. I'll be your friend, too. That should be enough, right? Isn't that right, Sister Tang? I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine. And Tang Sowol, could you not pat my shoulder? It still hurts. Oh? Sorry. Is the injury from last time still bothering you? It's mostly healed. It wasn't a broken bone, just some bruising. I thought it would be better by the time we got to Chengdu, but we left sooner than I expected. I didn't think my father would decide to leave Yanja the very next day either. But we'll have to make sure you're okay before the ceremony. Can you show me your shoulder? What's the point? It'll be covered by clothes anyway. Still, let me take a look. If your shoulder hurts, your posture will be affected, and you'll flinch whenever you move. That won't do at all. It's fine. I can endure it. It's not that bad. There's no need to endure it. We can address it right now. Is there a medicine for bruises? I thought it was just a matter of circulating internal energy to speed up recovery. There's no medicine, but I can numb the pain at least. With a mischievous grin, Tang Sowol grabbed the fabric of my shirt around my shoulder and pulled it down. Swoosh! In an instant, my shoulder was exposed. I was about to ask what she was doing when she tucked her hair behind her ear and leaned in. A flash of pink as her tongue darted out. Blee! Just like before, she began licking the bruised area on my shoulder. The sensation was both ticklish and damp, and it was something I could never quite get used to. Even though it was the third time she'd done it, it still made me feel embarrassed. I turned my head slightly, avoiding her gaze, and found Seo Lihyang staring with wide eyes from behind her book. Eep! Startled, she froze in place, her face bright red, though her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Clearly, she wasn't planning on intervening. Unable to stop or even respond, I stayed stiff as a board until Tang Sowol finally pulled back, leaving my shoulder thoroughly coated in saliva. I quickly adjusted my clothes and moved my shoulder. It felt slightly numb, but it wasn't stiff, and the pain had lessened considerably. It must have been her unique application of the numbing poison she'd used before. I couldn't help but wonder if this was the only way to administer it. When I stared at her, she met my gaze with an innocent expression, as if nothing had happened. What is it? She asked. Do you really not know why I'm asking? If you're about to thank me, there's no need. It's something any fiancé should do. That's not what I meant. Why did you do that here? There are other people around. Well, I've already done it in front of the Dark Soul unit, so why be embarrassed now? Come on, be honest. You're just getting a kick out of licking me, aren't you? Maybe a little. It's fun to see your reaction, she said, sticking out her tongue playfully. I let out a half-amused, half-exasperated sigh. You're developing a strange hobby. And? Did you dislike it? Tell me honestly. I didn't say I disliked it. And if you were to be a bit more honest? It felt good, but I'd appreciate it if you chose the location more carefully. All right. I'll keep that in mind. Tang Sowol giggled and nodded. Just then, there was a sudden thud and crash. The carriage came to an abrupt stop. Instinctively, I reached out to steady Tang Sowol, but ugh. Seo Lihyang, who hadn't been close enough to grab onto anything, banged her head against the ceiling. Ow! What the heck just happened? Rubbing her head with one hand and fumbling for her dropped book with the other, Seo Lihyang looked dazed. As if in response to her question, one of the Dark Soul unit members knocked on the side of the carriage. Are you all right? One of the wheels broke. I'm afraid you'll have to step outside for a bit. Yes, we'll do that, Tang Sowol replied promptly. Then she turned to me with an intrigued expression. I can't believe the wheel actually broke. Young hero Cheon, you really called it. Yeah, that was unexpected. Still, at least now I don't have that uneasy feeling hanging over me. And it broke just as we were about to reach Chengdu. I suppose we should be grateful for that. We exchanged amused smiles before turning to Seal Lihyang. She was the only one who seemed to have been hurt by the incident. Are you okay? I asked. Yeah, I'm fine. My head hurts a bit, but at least I didn't bite my tongue or anything. I'll be all right, she said, glancing between me and Tang Sowol. Then a faint, resigned smile spread across her face. Yeah, this makes sense. My life was never going to be that easy, was it? It was a smile tinged with a bit of bitterness. I heard a lot happened in Guangdong province, so I came to check on your condition as soon as things were settled. Yet here you are, full of energy, swinging your sword as if nothing happened, junior brother. A few days after returning to the Tang Clan, I was in the training yard, using training as an excuse to escape, when Tang Chong appeared, shaking his head at me. I heard you fought until exhaustion dealing with the Haoman in Guangdong. If you're feeling inadequate because of that, there's no need to rush. You're already far stronger than one would expect for someone your age. Thank you for the concern, but that's not the reason. While I did realize my shortcomings, I know all too well that impatience can lead to ruin. This insufferable brat. Then tell me, what exactly happened that has you swinging your sword so fiercely here? Well, the thing is, I sheathed my sword and began explaining cautiously. Brother Cheon, how does this outfit look? Does it suit me? After finishing my morning training, I cleaned myself up and returned to my room, only to find Tang Sowol standing there, arms outstretched like she owned the place. As was typical of Tang Clan attire, the base color was green, but gold embroidery and flowing decorative embellishments made it quite ornate. It looked less like martial attire and more like something a noblewoman would wear, something luxurious. Of course, she looked stunning. How could Tang Sowol, wearing fine clothes, not be beautiful? I was startled by her sudden appearance, but soon nodded and spoke. It suits you. It's refreshing to see you in something fitted rather than the usual loose garments. Goodness. Are you saying you don't usually like how I dress? How did you come to that conclusion? Just answer me, do you prefer looser clothes or ones like this? I don't have a preference either way. Tang Sowol frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied, and pouted as she spoke. So, no matter what I wear or how much effort I put into dressing up, you don't care at all? That's not true. Alarm bells rang in my head, and I instinctively denied her accusation. What I meant was, even if you wore rags and went unwashed for days, you'd still look beautiful to me. But that's a separate matter. Surely you have a preference, don't you? Well, yes, I suppose so. Then, from that perspective, how does this outfit fare? Faced with her unusually persistent questioning, I paused to think before replying. I think this one's better. It feels fresh because it's different from your usual style. But why are you suddenly asking this? I'm deciding what to wear for our engagement ceremony. So, you're saying you prefer something that feels different from the usual, right? Since it's a special occasion, it's better to wear something unique. Alright, I'll try on another outfit with a similar feel. Wait, what do you mean you're going to try on another outfit here? Exactly what it sounds like. If this were a wedding, there'd be a specific outfit I'd have to wear. But since it's just an engagement ceremony, as long as it's formal, the attire is relatively flexible. Why not just settle on the one you're wearing now? Oh, come on. I've got a few more prepared. We need to compare them. Unless, am I being a bother? No, it's fine. We still have some time before the meal anyway. Great. After I decide on my outfit, let's have a meal and then pick out your outfit together. That sounds... What was that? I mean, I'm looking forward to it so much I'm speechless, I said with a strained smile. And that's how I spent the whole day either critiquing outfits or giving my thoughts on her choices while she changed. Junior brother. Are you bragging to me right now? Excuse me? Did you even listen to what I just said, senior brother? Was I wrong? Sounds to me like Sowol wants to show you her best side. She even let you help pick out her outfit. I was hoping you'd focus on the part where I was tortured all day. How's that a bad thing? Don't tell me you found our Sowol bothersome. Tang Chong's gaze sharpened slightly as he stared at me. Letting out a long sigh, I quickly shook my head. Of course not. I didn't mean it that way. Would you like to hear more? Let's hear it then. There was something vaguely prickly about his reaction. Even Tang Chong, who dotes on his youngest sister, might find what I'm about to say exhausting. This happened the next day. Brother Cheon, would you like to try this tea? What's this? It's tea brewed with crane spirit grass. Are you trying to poison me? Crane spirit grass is infamous as a highly toxic herb. Consuming it raw would melt the organs of even a seasoned martial artist. When combined with other poisons, it creates the infamous 7-step soul-chasing poison, a lethal toxin that kills within 7 steps. And now Tang Sowol was offering me tea brewed with it. Had I unknowingly done something to upset her? I stared at her face, searching for a clue. But no matter how hard I thought, I couldn't recall doing anything wrong. Just yesterday, I'd spent all day helping her pick out clothes. Catching my gaze, Tang Sowol chuckled gleefully. Haha, do you really think I'd serve you something harmful? Don't worry, it's diluted to a safe level. That's a relief, but why are you giving me poison tea in the first place? Because it's necessary. You're not planning to poison me and use the antidote as leverage to make me do things, are you? Do you think this is some kind of poison sect? Of course not. I mean, I might want to have you do a few things, but... So, there's something. Absolutely not. This is for your benefit, young hero. How can poison be beneficial? Even if some poisons can be medicinal when used correctly, crane spirit grass is notorious for being pure poison. You're very knowledgeable, young hero. Most people without poison-related training wouldn't know that. Well, my betrothed specializes in poison, so I thought I should learn a bit. I'd picked up some basic knowledge from the books I'd read at the Tang Clan's poison library, along with things I'd learned in my past life. It wouldn't directly help me with martial arts, but knowledge of poisons and medicine is always useful. Hearing this, Tang Sowol smiled approvingly and nodded. Well done. That's a great attitude to have. Shall I pat your head as a reward? No need. And stop treating me like a child. When I gave her a pointed look, Tang Sowol raised her hands in mock surrender, still smiling. Her smug grin irritated me more than usual, so I asked again, half grumbling. Fine. How exactly is diluted poison supposed to be good for me? Crane spirit grass is highly toxic, but that also means you can develop a strong resistance to it. Tang Sowol explained that by drinking increasingly concentrated crane spirit grass tea, I could eventually build complete immunity to its poison. She continued, in doing so, you'll also develop resistance to many plant-based toxins. It's incredibly versatile. Huh, that does sound impressive. But if it's so great, why doesn't everyone build immunity to it? That's simple. First, most people don't know how to properly extract and dilute the poison. A single mistake could kill you. Who would gamble their life on that? I see. And the second reason? Money, she said with a knowing smile. Money? Exactly. Crane spirit grass is extremely rare and can't be cultivated artificially. Even a single root costs a fortune. And building immunity requires a constant supply. The expense would be enormous. And yet, you're giving it to me? Impressed, are you? But don't worry too much. Tang Sowol raised her index finger, and from its tip, a dark, viscous droplet formed. Thanks to my poison spirit constitution, I can generate it myself. That explained it. With her unique constitution, once she'd absorbed the poison, she could reproduce it indefinitely without additional cost. Relieved, I looked down at the tea. Fine. I'll give it a try. Go ahead. Drink it all in one go. Under her expectant gaze, I drank the tea in one gulp. And immediately, I regretted it. Ugh. Brother Cheon? My body felt feverish, my stomach churned, and pain radiated from my core, classic symptoms of poisoning. Clenching my teeth, I used all my inner energy to suppress the toxin. Meanwhile, Tang Sowol panicked, her hands fluttering nervously. Why is this happening? I was sure the dilution was perfect. Supporting my swaying body, she mumbled incoherently. I exhaled sharply and asked, did you account for the enhanced toxicity caused by self-poisoning hybrid grass? Her dumbfounded expression was the last thing I saw before closing my eyes. Thankfully, I only ended up with a mild fever and stomach cramps. Still, I spent half the day stuck in the restroom. So, there was a slight mishap, but it was an effort to help me build me resilience to poison. That's all. Sounds like Sowol went to a lot of trouble to get you something beneficial, Tang Chong said with a sly grin. Please don't make it sound like she gave me some miraculous tonic, senior brother. Well, isn't that what it was? That might apply to Tang Clan members like him, but not to me. Suppressing my complaints, I sighed, only for Tang Chong to suddenly heave a deep sigh of his own. I came here to tell you that the Haomon offered a Gongjin pill as an apology, but instead, I've spent all this time listening to your stories. You should have led with that. The Gongjin pill was a high-grade elixir, just barely in the upper tier. The outer courtyard hall, where most of the guests resided. Among them, I headed to the place that had only recently begun to be inhabited. An unexpected scene unfolded before me. What are you doing? Can't you see? I'm training in martial arts. Seo Lihyang was trembling in a horse stance. I scanned her up and down carefully, then I was startled. Unless it's a special exception, all martial arts start from the lower body. Strengthening your lower body deepens your martial foundation and increases stamina. It's tough, but it's a win-win situation. If you understand that, then just go away already. I'm dying here, don't distract me. But with that posture, you're just making it difficult for yourself without actually training properly. What? Seo Lihyang's eyes widened. However, her limbs were still trembling so much that she didn't look particularly threatening. Your posture is a complete mess. I let out a deep sigh and placed my hands on her shoulders and elbows. Look, extend your arms straight and relax your shoulders. Don't try to lift your arms using your shoulders. And don't forget to keep your arms parallel to the ground. Huh? What? Seo Lihyang made a strange sound. I shook my head at her dumbfounded expression and pressed lightly on her legs. Your thighs should be parallel to the ground, just like your arms. If it's too hard, don't half-raise them awkwardly, spread your legs wider instead. Where do you think you're touching? Obviously, your thighs. They're bent at an angle that's putting unnecessary strain on your knees. Lower yourself more. Think of it like sitting in an invisible chair. And my butt? For a moment, Seo Lihyang's face flushed red. But she soon let out a long sigh and corrected her posture as instructed. Good. Now, hold that position and count to 100. You suddenly show up out of nowhere, and now this. Fine. I'll do it. Just stop looking at me like I'm some incomprehensible creature. Shouting, Seo Lihyang began counting. Seeing her putting in the effort was rather satisfying. As I watched with amusement, she somehow managed to count all the way to 100 before collapsing onto the ground, sprawled out in the open training area. She didn't even have the energy to shout anymore, just panting quietly. I picked her up and carried her over to a shaded area under a tree beside the training ground. That feels nice. Well, of course, it's cool. You're in the shade. As if I didn't know that? I was thanking you for moving me. Then just say thank you from the start. Thank you. Happy now? Well done. I chuckled at Seo Lihyang's exaggerated way of emphasizing each syllable and ruffled her long, sweat-drenched hair. What do you think you're doing? Wiping off the sweat I got on me from carrying a certain someone who was stupidly overexerting herself in training. I take back my thanks. I don't need it, just get lost. This is the only shaded spot around here. Besides, I came to talk to you, I can't just leave now. Seo Lihyang shot a glare at me without a word. Her gaze was sharp, but for some reason, it didn't feel threatening at all. Maybe it was because I was too used to the Seo Lihyang of my past life. Back then, she was hostile to nearly everyone except for a select few she had opened her heart to. Even for me, it took months of enduring her sharp glares before she even started to acknowledge me. It wasn't surprising that I ended up being sent to Ireblood Hall. Despite her extraordinary talent and mastery of the rare sound arts, she clashed with others far too often. Even though the Black Lotus sect belonged to the unorthodox faction, it was still an organization. Having a single outstanding individual was good, but internal discipline was far more important. Of course, I was also demoted because I had a habit of drawing my sword at the slightest provocation. Seo Lihyang, who had been glaring at me, eventually sighed in resignation and asked, So, what did you want to talk about? Shouldn't you be busy preparing for your engagement with Sister Tang? I am busy. That's why I ran away. No, I came to see you before things got even busier. Seo Lihyang tilted her head in confusion, but I ignored it and continued. Oh, but first, I have a question. What is it? I heard that while you were looking for a decent martial art to practice, a Tang family martial artist was assigned to guide you in your fundamentals. Have you always been training alone with such a terrible stance? No, my instructor teaches me well. My posture only got weird because I was practicing alone. Normally, they correct me properly. Then what was I looking at just now? Actually, today was supposed to be my rest day, so I was studying literature all morning, but... My head started hurting, so I took a little break and, well, this happened. So basically, she used training as an excuse to avoid studying. As I stared at her with mixed feelings, Seo Lihyang covered her face with her hands and shouted, "Don't look at me like that." Well, I can understand. After all, when I first started learning to read, I also made similar excuses to escape to the training grounds, only to be dragged back by the Heir Blood Hall Master multiple times. Still, when you're told to rest, you should actually rest. Make sure you follow that one rule. Fine, fine. I'll just spend the rest of the day studying properly. I'm not just saying this for nothing. I don't know who your instructor is, but the Tang Clan wouldn't assign just anyone to train you. He's probably not quite a master, but at least an experienced instructor. There's a reason why he told you to rest today. Oh, right. He's the vice captain of the Dark Soul unit. I've seen him a few times on my way here. The vice captain of the Dark Soul unit? Of all people, they assigned her a vice captain from one of the Tang Clan's 2 major combat units. I had seen him a few times while traveling to Guangdong. He was a seasoned martial artist, nearly at the peak level, and a formidable female warrior at that. Although the Dark Soul unit primarily specialized in hidden weapons, she also carried a whip at her waist, meaning she was skilled in unconventional weapons as well. The Tang Clan must have high expectations for you. Don't waste this opportunity. I know. He even volunteered to teach me. There's no way I'd take it lightly. He volunteered? Yeah. He said he had a similar past to mine. The Tang Clan gave him a new chance, and he hoped I'd get the same. Huh. That made sense. Tang Sowol once told me that the only 2 requirements to join the Dark Soul unit were skill with hidden weapons and absolute loyalty to the Tang Clan. If unmarried, members were sometimes arranged to marry into a branch family of the Tang Clan. Only highly vetted individuals could join, and at the same time, all of them had no choice but to be deeply loyal to the clan. Well, lucky you. But if you knew all this, why did you still overwork yourself today? Ugh. I won't do it again, so drop it already. I'm not scolding you. I'm just concerned. Concerned? Yes. Usually, when you're told to rest, it means they're going to push you to the brink of death soon, so you should recover while you can. Seo Lihyang's face stiffened as she realized she had dug her own grave. I chuckled at her pale expression before finally getting to my main point. By the way, after the engagement ceremony, Tang Sowol and I will be traveling to Shaanxi for a while. I'll be gone for some time, so I wanted to let you know in advance. What? Just the 2 of you? And a few days later, Tang Sowol and I held our engagement ceremony. The engagement ceremony was held in an atmosphere that was neither modest nor overly extravagant. The decorations were lavish, and Tang Sowol was dressed even more splendidly. However, the ceremony itself was brief and ended quickly. Though many people gathered, the only outsiders present were the Hao clan's emissaries, who had conveniently arrived to deliver the Gongjin pill. A modest banquet was held, and food was distributed to the nearby households of Chengdu. Yet, very few people actually knew my name. Well, that didn't mean everything went smoothly. Here, have a drink. But Elder, I still have the cup I just received from Third Elder. Then hurry up and empty that one so you can take mine. Squeezing my eyes shut, I downed the liquor in one gulp. A scorching heat burned down my throat, followed by the delayed aroma of alcohol. My vision wavered for a moment. I didn't dislike drinking, in fact, I enjoyed it occasionally. But this was my first time drinking in my new body since returning to the past, and I'd never been forced to drink this much all at once. Controlling the intoxication wasn't easy. Fuh. Haha. Well done. I'll pour a little more than that stingy Third Elder, so look forward to it. As I let out a long breath, First Elder, who was sitting beside me, roared with laughter and filled my empty cup again. Drip, drip. I had just emptied it, yet my cup was already brimming with liquor once more. The reflection on the surface revealed my face, now completely flushed red. The engagement ceremony itself went without issue. The problem was the banquet that followed. Elders I had never met before gathered one by one, offering me drinks. High-ranking members of the Tang Clan joined in as well, each pouring me a cup. From my perspective, I had already consumed dozens of drinks without pause. Even though I was discreetly using my inner energy to purge the alcohol, my body, still not fully matured, was struggling to keep up. Eventually, I swallowed my pride and spoke carefully. May I have some food before continuing? Of course. Ha ha. At least First Elder, who had just poured me a drink, still had some consideration. He laughed heartily instead of urging me to drink. I stuffed a mouthful of fatty pork into my mouth. At the very least, they wouldn't make me drink while I was eating. As I slowly chewed, First Elder chuckled and patted my back. Looks like those old geezers gave you a hard time. Sorry about that. But we had our reasons. With my mouth full, I couldn't respond, so I simply listened. His graying hair and beard, along with his slightly worn green martial robe, gave him an aged appearance. Yet his eyes gleamed with a sharp light, a textbook image of an old master. The kind they warn you about in the martial world, beware of old men and children. Judging from his presence, First Elder was indeed a martial artist of extraordinary skill. He smirked. No need to answer. Just listen. The clan head firmly instructed us elders, me included, to honor a past promise now that Sowol has brought home her fiancé. Normally, the marriage of a direct descendant is a matter of great importance for the entire clan. But Sowol had the issue of her poison spirit physique. The poison spirit physique alters the body, making it almost akin to poison itself. If one hasn't absorbed any poison yet, it's not a problem. But once serious poison arts training begins, toxic energy naturally seeps into the body. The owner of the poison spirit physique develops immunity to their own poison, so it isn't an issue for them, but for their offspring. A fragile fetus wouldn't stand a chance against the toxic energy. Once a person with the poison spirit physique reaches a certain level, having children becomes nearly impossible. Sowol is the Tang Clan's blessing. She will undoubtedly achieve greatness and further advance our martial arts. But to do so, she had to sacrifice a part of her future. Her talent was so immense that merely practicing poison arts practically guaranteed her success. Yet, training in poison arts meant forfeiting certain aspects of her life. Tang Sowol was part of the Sichuan Tang Clan. Even if it was for the good of the clan, it was unfair to force her into a one-sided sacrifice. So we, the elders, made a promise with the clan head. If Sowol ever chose to marry, it would be a matter of the Tang Clan, but one beyond our interference. We agreed to respect it without opposition. I had indeed done much for the Tang Clan. I had saved Tang Sowol's life. I had given her the purple flower poison-enhancing grass, an invaluable herb for a poison master. I had also provided a cultivation method that could mitigate the poison spirit physique's side effects. Still, even considering all of that, the speed and lack of opposition to our engagement had left me puzzled. Now, I finally understood why. You've been living in the Tang Clan for quite some time, but you only met the elders at the engagement ceremony. That was deliberate. I used to think I wouldn't be like this, but as I aged, I became a stubborn old man. Rather than risk saying something unnecessary, I chose to avoid meeting you altogether. Gulp. I swallowed my food before speaking. Then, should I take it that you're sitting here with me now because no unnecessary words will be spoken? You catch on quick. The other elders likely feel the same, but I, too, am grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to let go of one of my burdens. I feel lighter than ever. So, drink up. You've had enough time to purge the alcohol by now. You knew. Your inner energy control was subtle enough to impress even me, but you can't hide the scent. Poison cultivators tend to have highly sensitive noses. They must distinguish between various toxins by smell. I hadn't expected them to differentiate between the natural aroma of alcohol and the unnatural scent of purged liquor. Martial prowess aside, the experience these elders had honed over the years was a weapon in its own right. I let out a dry laugh and raised my cup. In that case, I'll gladly accept another drink. The next morning, I woke to the presence of Tang Sowol entering my room. I let out a deep sigh. I'm dying. I told you to drink in moderation. You kept accepting everything the elders offered, of course. Your body couldn't handle it. There were reasons. Yes. It was your first time drinking, so you misjudged your limits? I understand. I did the same. But next time, drink with me. Tang Sowol patted my back as if I were a reckless child who had wandered too close to the water. I felt strangely conflicted about how things had turned out. But I had no excuse. I really had drunk myself unconscious. Are you sure you want to leave today? We could rest for a day before setting out. I have a plan. Just watch. I stretched to clear my head, then pulled a small wooden box from my robe. As soon as I opened the lid, the distinct, Musty scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. That's Gongjin pill, isn't it? Right. The one Hao Clan sent. The Hao Clan had been put in a desperate situation thanks to the chaos caused by Red Flower Pavilion's master. In an attempt to smooth things over, they had hastily sent this as an apology. It wasn't on the level of legendary elixirs like Great Restoration Pill, Purple Heaven Pill, or 100 Poisons Pure Blood Pill, but it was still one of the best medicines available for purchase. It was their way of showing utmost sincerity. Tang Sowol looked at me in disbelief. Cheon Hwi-da, surely you're not? If I absorb it, my hangover should be gone. The elixir was processed for easy absorption, but that didn't mean all of its effects would directly convert into inner energy. Some loss was inevitable. It would either dissipate with one's breath or be absorbed into the body's meridians. Once the energy seeped into the meridians, the body would naturally regain vitality, and minor ailments like hangovers would vanish instantly. Unless I had suffered a severe internal injury, the elixir's effects wouldn't be significantly diminished by something as trivial as a hangover. Even so, most martial artists preferred to consume elixirs when their bodies were in optimal condition, for the sake of focus. In other words, as long as my concentration remained intact, there was no issue using an elixir as a hangover cure. It wasn't some priceless ancient relic, just a Gongjin pill. I could still extract its full potential in my current state. Gongjin pill was considered a high-grade elixir, but I had taken it multiple times in my past life. There was no need for concern. Of course, Tang Sowol, who was unaware of this, was understandably alarmed and hurriedly tried to stop me. Wait a moment, Hwi-da. Maybe you should take that later. But I was faster. The moment the pill touched my tongue, it melted like thick honey. A second ago, it had carried the bitter scent of medicinal herbs. Now, it exuded a crisp, refreshing fragrance. As soon as the elixir slid down my throat, I swiftly guided its energy along the raging wave death-stealing art circulation method. At the same time, I accelerated my inner energy circulation to the maximum, using the generated flow to forcefully refine the Gongjin pill's energy. The energy, which had begun to scatter, was quickly assimilated into my existing qi and rushed through my meridians. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. With each repetition, the elixir's energy gradually merged with my own, becoming completely attuned to my inner power. After several cycles, the entire energy of the Gongjin pill had become mine, except for the small portion I had lost during the initial acceleration. To finish, I ran my qi through my body 2 more times, allowing the newly acquired energy to settle in my dantian. Only after fully stabilizing my qi did I slowly open my eyes. My dantian, noticeably heavier than before, gave off the strange sense of unfamiliarity. The hangover that had been weighing me down was completely gone, and my mind was crystal clear. Smirking in satisfaction, I nodded. Not bad. Not bad. What part of this is not bad? Tang Sowol, who had been standing guard, sighed in exasperation and began furiously smacking my shoulder. I took a few hits without complaint before rising to my feet. Enough. Just watch. Watch what? Though she grumbled, she halted her assault and observed. In response, I drew my sword. Then, without hesitation, I channeled my newly increased inner energy into the blade. Wong! A faint resonance rang out as a crimson aura flared up along the sword. Unlike when I fought the demonic sound witch, I could now manifest sword energy without forcing it. It wouldn't last long, but it was more than sufficient for actual combat. Tang Sowol, still frozen in place, stared at the blazing energy coating my blade. Her rarely seen, dumbfounded expression made me grin. What do you think? Seems like I absorbed it well enough. Eh? Ahem. She quickly cleared her throat and regained her composure. I suppose I was worrying over nothing. Still, I was startled, so please at least warn me next time. I'll keep that in mind. Tang Sowol, her face still faintly flushed, hastily nodded before awkwardly changing the subject. Anyway, are you fully prepared for the trip? I plan to finish up now. But I already got most of it ready yesterday. A sturdy martial robe, a well-sharpened sword, and a moderately sized travel bag. It might seem too simple for a journey to Shaanxi, but a heavy coin pouch made all the difference. Tang Sowol seemed to have had the same thought. Her attire was nearly identical to mine. For some reason, it reminded me of when I first kidnapped her. Noticing my gaze, Tang Sowol, whose cheeks were still faintly red, giggled and spread her arms playfully. You're not going to kidnap me this time, are you? If you want, I could. Hee hee. Tempting, but perhaps next time. Besides, my father and Seo Lihyang are already waiting for us outside. Wait. Since when? Since I walked in, most likely? How long did it take for me to absorb the Gongjin pill? In about a quarter of an hour, oh. Only then did Tang Sowol realize what had just happened. Her eyes widened in shock. It was early morning. A betrothed daughter had entered her fiancé's room, and she was only leaving a long while later. Meanwhile, the fiancé, who had supposedly been drinking all night, appeared perfectly fine, if not more energetic than before. Did I just screw myself over? You? What in the world were you doing in there that took you so long? Tang Jinshin, who had been narrowing his eyes at me, suddenly paused and let out a dry chuckle. Well, this is ridiculous. I was about to say something, but now I can't even complain. Didn't you receive a Gongjin pill from the Hao clan, father-in-law? It's all thanks to that. Gongjin pill is indeed a fine elixir, but its effects are limited to boosting internal energy. When did this happen? Long ago. Of course, I couldn't say that, so I forced a wry smile and answered vaguely. Fortunately, I had already shown glimpses of sword energy before. I had already grasped the concept while crossing swords with the demonic cult. After experiencing real combat until I collapsed from exhaustion, I had no choice but to internalize it. To be honest, that's hard to believe. How many people at your age could reach this level? Even I wasn't this skilled back then. I'm still incomplete. I have the realization, and I have the internal energy, but my body hasn't caught up yet. That part can't be helped. The only solution is to take the time to train properly. Tang Jinshin let out a small laugh before gesturing toward the two people standing behind him. I was planning to assign a proper escort this time so you wouldn't come back injured again, but maybe that was unnecessary. About that. I'm joking. Whether you like it or not, I'll be assigning them to you. Don't even think about shaking them off. I'll keep that in mind. As I nodded, Seo Lihyang, who had just finished exchanging greetings with Tang Sowol, approached me. Cheon Hwi-da. That talk just now. I don't understand all of it, but you got stronger, right? That's right. Congrats. And, make sure to stay safe. Even you are saying that now? I heard you always come back injured whenever you go out. I can't deny that. Even before taking the Gongjin pill, I wasn't someone who would just get beaten up. But how could I control the way events unfolded? It was a little unfair to think about how others might perceive me, but since it was technically true, I decided to change the subject. Just make sure to keep up with your training while I'm gone. If you overdo it again like last time, you'll only end up hurting yourself. I already got scolded for that once. I won't do it again, so don't worry. Good. With a nod, I turned my gaze toward the middle-aged woman standing a bit further back. This wasn't the first time I had seen her. I had briefly exchanged greetings with her during the banquet after the engagement ceremony. I couldn't recall her name, but I was certain she was the vice captain of the blood venom unit. Don't tell me the vice captain is assigned to be our escort? With your skills, it would only be fitting for a vice captain to accompany you as a guard, don't you think? If the Dark Soul unit was composed of assassins specializing in hidden weapons, then the blood venom unit was a force made up of warriors who specialized in poison arts. Naturally, only first-rate martial artists could join, and a vice captain was someone who had reached the peak master level. Assigning such a high-level escort meant that Tang Jinshin truly valued Tang Sowol, and that he had been deeply anxious during the time he lost contact with her. This time, he must have wanted to ensure her journey through the martial world went smoothly. He likely hadn't mentioned it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he had also arranged for people to secretly report back on our movements, just like he did the first time Tang Sowol set out. Not that it mattered, since we weren't heading anywhere particularly dangerous. We departed from the Tang Clan, making our way towards Shaanxi province. This time, there was no need to rush. Since this was, in name, a continuation of Tang Sowol's unfinished journey through the martial world, we didn't take a carriage. Instead, we traveled on foot, carrying only what could fit in a single travel bag. Of course, with plenty of money on hand, it wasn't exactly an ordinary journey. As we walked and chatted, Chengdu gradually shrank into the distance. At some point, when the city had become just a small speck behind us, the vice captain moved closer and asked, "So, you're traveling to Shaanxi? Is there anything in particular you wish to see? Well, since we're going to Shaanxi, I was thinking of visiting Zhengnan Mountain and Mount Hua. The elixir I had heard about in my past life was supposedly hidden in a cave at Damang Mountain, slightly below Zhengnan Mountain. By setting our destination as Zhengnan and Mount Hua, we would naturally pass by it. The vice captain seemed to consider my words for a moment before speaking again. Before that, I'd like to ask something. Now that you are officially part of the Tang Clan, would you mind speaking more comfortably? You're casual with Lady Sowol, yet you still address us formally. If that's what you prefer. But I recall Tang Sowol using honorifics when speaking to you. She speaks formally to everyone, so it's fine. I see. Also, I'll send letters ahead to Zhengnan Sect and Mount Hua Sect. While it wouldn't be difficult to prove Lady Sowol's identity, suddenly showing up without notice might be inconvenient for both sides. Wait. I was only planning to look around the foot of the mountains. Zhengnan Mountain and Mount Hua had long been revered as sacred lands. Now, with Zhengnan Sect and Mount Hua Sect flourishing as the dominant sects of Shaanxi, countless people flocked to them. I had only intended to blend in with the crowd and take a casual look around. But the vice captain shook her head. Since I'm traveling with you, it would be better to send a letter and at least exchange greetings. The Sichuan Tang Clan was part of the 5 great families. Naturally, they maintained good relations with other orthodox sects, including Zhengnan Sect and Mount Hua Sect. If a Tang Clan heiress visited a village at the foot of their mountains without even a formal greeting, it wouldn't be rude, but it would still be seen as somewhat improper. Is that so? Yes. Of course, if you wish to quietly admire the mountains, we can simply say so. There's no need to worry about a lengthy visit. The orthodox sects are as complicated as ever. You'll get used to it soon enough. As I scratched my head, Tang Sowol, who had been giggling behind her hand, suddenly spoke as if she had remembered something. Oh, even if we only briefly greet Zhengnan Sect, could we stop by Mount Hua for a longer visit? I have a friend there that I'd like to see. I don't mind. We'll send the letters regardless. After that, just as planned, we sent letters from the next village and continued traveling toward Shaanxi, taking time to sightsee along the way. Since Tang Sowol's first martial world journey had been cut short by her kidnapping, she seemed eager to make the most of this trip. As for me, I spent my time training movement techniques, getting accustomed to my increased internal energy, and occasionally drawing out sword energy, all while watching Tang Sowol's delighted expressions up close. Of course, it wasn't all smooth sailing. But that was to be expected. One reason young martial artists were sent on journeys was to gain real combat experience. This also meant that the martial world of the Central Plains was constantly plagued with large and small incidents, forcing martial artists to gain real combat experience, whether they wanted to or not. There were scammers who specifically targeted naive young martial artists, disputes between warriors that dragged in bystanders even during a quiet meal at an inn, and bandits lurking beyond Sichuan province. Of course, most of these were swiftly handled by the vice captain escorting us, but there were times when Tang Sowol or I had to step in as well. If the danger wasn't too great, there was no reason to pass up an opportunity for practical combat experience. After traveling for quite some time, we finally arrived at a village near Damang Mountain. It was my first time seeing it in person, but the location and surrounding terrain matched exactly with the descriptions I had heard. As the sun began to set, I pointed toward the small village. Let's stay there for the night. Oh, perfect timing. Now that I think about it, we always seem to reach a village just when we're getting tired or when night is about to fall. Is it just my imagination? No, you're right. Unless a village is too remote or intentionally planned, there's usually another village within a day's travel. That's fascinating. There's nothing strange about it. People's walking pace and endurance haven't changed much over time. Naturally, settlements formed in places that fit those distances. Of course, if we used lightness techniques or road mounts, the pattern wouldn't match as precisely. Tang Sowol tilted her head in thought. Still, I expected that we'd have to camp out a few times or, if our timing was off, rush with lightness techniques before nightfall. Oh, that's because we have an excellent guide. I smirked and gestured toward the vice captain, who was still following us silently from behind. Receiving our gazes, the vice captain simply nodded without a word. I traveled through Shaanxi frequently in my younger days. Oh? So you started your martial world journey here? Now that I thought about it, Tang Sowol had originally planned to start her journey in Hubei, not Shaanxi. Her initial route was supposed to take her through Hubei, Anhui, Hunan, and then Shaanxi, before returning to Sichuan. She had intended to see nearly 70% of the orthodox martial world, only to get kidnapped right away. Considering that, it made sense why she was still excited despite having been away from the Tang Clan for quite some time now. The vice captain of the Blood Venom unit gave a nostalgic nod. Yes, at the time, I was about to join the Blood Venom unit, so I wanted to experience the world one last time before fully committing myself. Wow, what was Shaanxi like back then? The trends have changed, and there are some new buildings, but overall, not much is different. Martial artists still fight every single day, and the powerless still suffer in the chaos. We haven't seen anything that bad on our way here. Tang Sowol blinked, confused. I shook my head. That's because we didn't stay to see the aftermath. The aftermath? Yes. When martial artists start a fight at an inn, who do you think pays for the damaged furniture and buildings? The ones who broke them, of course. But what if they're already dead? I guess their sect or family would be contacted. And if their sect refuses to take responsibility? After all, their disciple wasn't the one who started a fight, they just got caught up in one. If it were me, I'd shift the blame elsewhere. Especially if my disciple was the one who died or got injured. Even if that wasn't the case, the sect might have already suffered heavy losses from another conflict, leaving them unable to pay. Or maybe they were simply too far away for the victims to seek justice. Of course, the local authorities would try to mediate, but the chances of receiving full compensation were slim. More importantly, to ordinary people, martial artists are terrifying. Just demanding compensation could be dangerous for them. Oh, for someone like Tang Sowol, who was raised in the Tang Clan, one of the top 5 most powerful forces in the martial world, this was probably a foreign concept. She stared at me, mouth slightly agape, as if she had just realized something. Raising a finger, I briefly summarized what we had encountered so far. The fact that bandits exist means someone has already been robbed. The fact that scammers are still thriving means plenty of people have already fallen for their tricks. Strength alone isn't power, is it? Tang Sowol nodded, looking slightly disheartened. Perhaps feeling sorry for her, the vice captain smiled faintly and spoke up. But not everything in the martial world is bad. For example, I met my husband during my journey. Wait, really? It's true. I once ran out of travel funds and had to take a caravan escort job. During that mission, I suffered a serious injury, and the person who treated me was. The vice captain began recounting her past in a calm voice. Watching Tang Sowol's eyes light up again, I suddenly felt a little guilty. Maybe I had focused too much on the negatives. As I silently listened to the vice captain's story alongside Tang Sowol, a thought suddenly struck me. A natural way to lead them to the cave where the elixir was hidden had just come to mind. Deep within Damang Mountain, there lies the ancient corpse of what appears to be a martial master, alongside tattered and decayed fragments of a martial manual and an extraordinary elixir. It's easy to tell others about such a discovery, but convincing them to believe it and embark on the search together is an entirely different challenge. Even to me, it sounds like a highly suspicious tale, something you'd expect to find in a cheap novel rather than reality. To make matters worse, due to a certain mental restriction imposed upon me by the nature of my regression, I cannot reveal the fact that I have returned to the past. If anyone were to ask how I knew about it or who told me, I'd have no answer, leaving me in an awkward situation. Of course, I had considered sneaking off at night to search for it alone. But honestly, trying to find a path I've only ever heard about in the pitch-black darkness? I wasn't confident. On top of that, there was no way I could completely deceive the Blood Venom unit leader, who had been assigned to guard me. I could suppress my aura enough to keep it from leaking out, but hiding my presence entirely like a seasoned assassin? That was beyond my abilities. As I was pondering how to reach the cave naturally, I happened to see the Blood Venom unit leader sharing tales of his younger days, with Tang Sowol listening intently. That's when it hit me I could do the same. Fortunately, as embarrassing as it was, I had just the right story to tell. So, at the break of dawn, as Tang Sowol was tying her hair in preparation for a light morning exercise, I approached her with a question. Shall we stay here for another day? HM? Why the sudden change of plans? I want to explore the mountains nearby. Also, there's something I'd like to share with you. I'm not sure what story you want to tell, but if that's what you wish, I suppose staying an extra day wouldn't hurt. It's not like we're in any hurry. Good. That was the first step. After breakfast, we set off on a mountain path. It wasn't particularly treacherous, so Tang Sowol and the Blood Venom unit leader climbed at a leisurely pace. Since the unit leader rarely spoke unless necessary, Tang Sowol was the first to break the silence. So, what's this story that made you drag us up a mountain? If I had to put it simply, it's about my childhood. Well, you still look like a child to me. Then, let's say it's a story from when I was even younger. Hehe. I was just teasing. It's just surprising since you never talk about yourself. Tang Sowol chuckled as she gently stroked my arm, as if soothing a sulking child. I had plenty of retorts ready, but since it was true that I was still young, I let it slide. Besides, the story I was about to tell was from my past life, when I was around my current age. I sighed lightly before continuing. Where should I start? Right. First, I should mention that I had a master. Well, that's to be expected, isn't it? With your skills at such a young age, talent alone wouldn't have been enough. But my swordsmanship and internal energy techniques didn't come from my master. I pieced them together from various martial arts I picked up along the way. What? Tang Sowol widened her eyes in disbelief, but it was the truth. The Iron Blood Hall leader had been something akin to a master to me, teaching me literature and many other things, but when it came to martial arts, she had only taught me movement techniques and basic combat strategies. Sure, she had pointed out dangerous flaws in my crude swordsmanship and internal techniques, but that was about it. She never truly passed down her martial arts to me. Even the movement technique she taught was something I developed out of necessity during my training. That was why, until the day she breathed her last, I had never openly called her my master. Because I had never inherited her true martial arts. Lost in old memories, I fell silent for a moment. Tang Sowol, patiently waiting for me to continue, blinked at me curiously. Seeing her reaction, I smirked and resumed my story. My internal technique is a modified version of Blood Wolf art, a third-rate demonic technique, refined using other internal arts I either bought or stole. As for my swordsmanship, I started with the basic 3-talent sword art, then experimented with countless styles, ultimately creating something that's neither here nor there. Did you just say you modified and created your own techniques? It's not as impressive as it sounds. I had someone to correct me when I strayed too far, and I wasn't inventing something new, I was merely adjusting existing techniques to suit myself. If someone else were to learn my martial arts, at best, they'd reach the level of a first-rate expert, maybe second-rate. The true power of Raging Wave death-stealing art depended entirely on my personal insights. Anyone lacking similar experiences or realizations would be consumed by its murderous aura and fall into deviation. No matter how powerful it was, a technique was meaningless if one couldn't wield it with a clear mind. The same applied to my swordsmanship. My style had no formal techniques. It was a patchwork of moves taken from various schools, used as needed. However, each strike was executed at the precise moment, in the precise manner, with the precise intent required. If I failed to do so, my swordsmanship would be nothing more than flailing. After hearing my story, Tang Sowol shook her head in disbelief. To me, that sounds even more impressive. So when you rejected my father's offer and spoke of your own mountain to climb, this is what you meant. That's right. Though, I wouldn't say it's particularly impressive. It's simply a matter of perspective. I don't know much about orthodox martial arts, but I've heard that each technique carries a deeper meaning. But to me, techniques, no matter how refined, were merely methods of killing. While others pursued martial arts as a way of life, passing them down through generations to elevate their lineage, I approached it differently. That's why I dismantled techniques. Even though my swordsmanship was nothing more than first-rate at best, all martial arts contained a true essence gene. The quality of a technique depended on how well it embodied that essence, but no technique was entirely devoid of meaning. Rather than trying to understand or embrace meanings that didn't resonate with me, I broke them down until nothing remained but their core movements, the smallest units of action that produced specific effects. In the end, my sword was merely an assortment of these essential movements, wielded as the situation demanded. If there was any underlying intent, it was simply to kill my enemy. So, to brag a little, I am good with a sword. I can confidently say that there aren't many in all of the Central Plains who can match me. But if you ask whether my sword has depth, the answer is no. That was why the Heir Blood Hall leader had always told me that she hoped I wouldn't live my life solely to survive. That she wanted me to see the world, experience more, and realize that there were other paths besides the one I walked. She had always tried to teach me a way to live, not just how to fight. Ironically, it was only after losing everything once that I finally understood her words. Oh, now that I think about it, I heard something similar not too long ago. I glanced playfully at Tang Sowol, and she averted her gaze, looking slightly embarrassed. Ahem. I have no idea what you're talking about. If I have spent my whole life walking this path simply because I knew no other, then someone wanted to show me that there are different roads to take, and that this one isn't so bad either. Even if you don't remember saying it, Tang Sowol, I do. That's enough. Kaya, why are you suddenly bringing that up? And in front of other people, no less. Flustered, Tang Sowol trailed off as she turned around. There stood the Blood Venom unit leader, looking away as if he hadn't heard a thing. Of course, the slight twitch at the corner of his lips suggested he had been listening quite intently. Tang Sowol shot me a glare full of resentment, but I simply chuckled and shrugged. The conversation may have veered off track a little, but the point is this: I once thought I was a genius. I don't quite follow how that's your conclusion. Why not? Even if my martial arts lack depth, I handle a sword well, don't I? Now, imagine a younger version of me, one who just picked up a sword and hadn't yet realized the importance of depth. What kind of thoughts do you think I had? At last, Tang Sowol seemed to grasp something, her lips parting slightly in realization. Now, I knew that my lack of depth was the greatest obstacle preventing me from reaching the flowering stage. I also knew that in this vast world, there existed a monster known as the Heavenly Demon. But back when I was nothing more than a frog in a well, I genuinely believed that I was a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. A genius born once in 1,000 years. A hero whose name would go down in the annals of the martial world. A grandmaster who would single-handedly build a force to rival the 5 great clans and the 9 sects. I actually thought I might be that person. That much? Tang Sowol looked at me as if I had lost my mind. But shockingly, before my regression, the 15-year-old Cheon Hwi-da had truly believed such nonsense. Do you know why I have such extensive knowledge about special physiques? Now that you mention it, that is rather strange. I knew an unusual amount about poison spirit physique and purine physique, mostly because I had heard first-hand accounts from those who possessed them. But my knowledge extended beyond just those. I understood many rare constitutions, their abilities, their drawbacks, how to overcome them, where to go, and what martial arts to learn to make full use of them. For an ordinary martial artist, such knowledge was entirely unnecessary. And the reason I knew all this was simple. I thought I had one of those rare physiques. Excuse me. To be honest, I figured that was the only explanation for my genius. Once again, I'll say it, I was utterly convinced that I was special. And why wouldn't I? I was newly enamored with martial arts, and I had reached a level where I was confident I could defeat every Red Sand Gang bastard except their leader. That kind of arrogance stuck with me for quite some time. Thinking about it now, it's so embarrassing I could dig a hole and hide in it. But back then, I was dead serious. Even when I was simply gathering firewood, I would deliberately venture deep into the mountains, looking for unusual terrain. I don't quite understand. Why would you do that? Because I figured someone like me was bound to stumble upon a great opportunity sooner or later. By now, Tang Sowol didn't even have the energy to be surprised. She just gaped at me. I fought the urge to poke her cheek and continued. This part was important. So, whenever I saw a tree with an unusual shape, I would investigate the area, wondering if something was hidden there. I casually pointed toward a tree in the distance, one that grew sideways in a shape eerily reminiscent of a snake with its mouth open. As I stepped off the trail toward it, Tang Sowol and the Blood Venom unit leader hesitated for a moment before following. Good. I just needed to repeat this a few times. We continued on, passing a toad-shaped boulder, a valley where the wind howled like wailing ghosts, and a waterfall that split into 2 streams. And eventually, hidden behind thick foliage, we found a small cave. I had heard of this place before my regression, so I had a vague idea of its location. Though I wandered a bit, it didn't take long to find. At first, Tang Sowol had been skeptical, but as the search went on, she started to enjoy herself, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. At last, we arrived at the cave entrance, and I paused before speaking. This is it. Back then, I thought this would be the final place, the one that held a true opportunity. A sacred herb of unmatched power. A slumbering mystical beast. A hidden chamber where an ancient master had left behind a martial manual and a legendary elixir. Huh, that's the classic story, isn't it? But, well, every now and then, things like that really do happen. Tang Sowol exhaled sharply, clearly enjoying the little adventure. I smirked and nodded. Well then, let's go inside. Just, don't get your hopes up too much. Heh, at this point, something has to be here. Didn't you find the purple flower poison-enhancing grass in a similar manner? I suppose you could say that. After all, I had found it based on information I remembered from my past life. Alright, that's enough talk. Stand beside me. We're going in together. Got it. With Tang Sowol standing next to me, I pushed aside the overgrown foliage covering the entrance and stepped inside. Just as expected, at the center of the cave lay a single martial manual and a wooden box emitting an ominous aura. And sitting cross-legged before them, a gaunt old man silently watched us. The moment I sensed the concealed killing intent, my body reacted instinctively. I drew my sword. I hadn't expected him to still be alive. According to the stories I had heard before my regression, this cave was supposed to contain a damaged martial manual, a precious elixir, and the remains of an ancient corpse. But right now, inside this cave, there was not only a manual and an elixir, but also a gaunt old man silently glaring in our direction. So at this point in time, he was still alive. For a moment, I hesitated. Then, as I instinctively sensed a hidden killing intent, my sword was already drawn. SRNG. Brother Cheon? Why are you suddenly drawing your weight, huh? Tang Sowol, who had been tilting her head in confusion, finally noticed the old man in the corner of the cave. She gasped in shock and immediately stepped back. Her hand had already disappeared into her wide sleeves, ready to strike at a moment's notice. At the same time, the blood venom unit leader stepped forward, adopting a similar stance as he kept a wary eye on the old man. A tense silence fell over the cave. And then, the old man was the first to speak. Let's put an end to this. It seems we have a misunderstanding. His voice was slightly cracked, but carried no hostility. In fact, the killing intent that had been directed at us had completely vanished. I maintained my stance, but eased my energy just slightly before speaking. Who exactly are you, and why are you here in this secluded cave? I could ask you the same thing. Judging by that green robe, you must be from the Tang Clan. But what business do you have in this remote mountain in Shaanxi? This place is so deep in the wilderness that even wild beasts rarely roam here. I should rephrase my question, then. Who did you mistake us for to have released such quiet, yet lethal killing intent? Oh? You noticed? That was just for an instant, yet you caught on. You have a keen sense for one so young. Or perhaps, I truly am nearing my end. He was right. I had only sensed his presence after entering the cave, when I detected his killing intent. Before that, outside the cave, I hadn't noticed even the slightest trace of him. If not for my training in Raging Wave death-stealing art, which had made me highly sensitive to murderous intent, I likely wouldn't have noticed it at all. That explained why Tang Sowol and the blood venom unit leader had reacted a little slower. This old man had concealed his presence so completely, and their focus had been on the martial manual and the elixir. The old man chuckled to himself before adjusting his posture. As he did, the faint aura surrounding him became clearer, making his figure more distinct in the shadows. White, unkempt hair, clothes stained black with dried blood, and a severed leg, roughly hacked off. I see. So that's why he deliberately left out the martial manual and elixir as bait while keeping his presence hidden. With his crippled body, fighting multiple rounds would be difficult. His plan was likely to kill his opponent in a single strike. Whoever he had been waiting for, it clearly wasn't us. Despite his frail body, so thin he looked like he couldn't even lift a spoon, his sharp gaze was still brimming with life as he spoke. Ghost Shadow Thief. It's been a long time, but that's what they used to call me. Ghost Shadow Thief. Tang Sowol widened her eyes as she repeated his name in disbelief. She hesitated for a moment before whispering to me. Brother Cheon. Have you ever heard of the name Ghost Shadow Thief before? I've learned about many renowned figures in the martial world as a daughter of the Tang Clan, but this is the first time I'm hearing this name. It's only natural that you haven't. He was already a relic of the past even among veteran masters, and he hasn't been active for decades. And he never would be again. In the future I had experienced, the name Ghost Shadow Thief had never once resurfaced. The only reason I knew about him was because the Iron Blood Hall leader had mentioned him in passing. In other words, only martial artists old enough to have reversed aging would still remember his name. Seeing our subtle reaction, the Ghost Shadow Thief slumped his shoulders, looking slightly sheepish. I suppose I really have been retired for too long. Rather, I'm surprised you even know my name, young warrior. My mentor once told me that you stole a martial art from their family when they were young. That's why I remember. You're not about to take revenge on behalf of your master, are you? No. They already buried the past. If they don't care, it would be ridiculous for me to avenge them. That's a relief. The Ghost Shadow Thief let out a long sigh. And it was the truth. The Iron Blood Hall leader, Cheon Hwi-da, had abandoned all past grudges after her clan was annihilated, choosing to focus solely on avenging her family's destruction. She had once said that she held no resentment toward a mere thief who had stolen some martial techniques when her clan was still intact. The only reason I brought up the Ghost Shadow Thief was not to denounce him, but to use him as an example, someone like myself who had mastered various martial arts through theft and adaptation. The old man smiled in relief upon hearing that his past crimes had not made him a target. However, his expression soon hardened. I see. And I can tell neither of us has any intention of fighting. I don't know why you came here, but wouldn't it be best if we simply went our separate ways? That's a bit difficult. We were just playing a game of searching for a hidden fortune, and it seems we actually found one. Why? Are you after the martial manual and the elixir? I won't deny it. Brother Cheon? Tang Sowol gasped, shocked at my blunt response. I smirked and added, of course, I'm not saying we intend to take them by force. Not that it would be easy to do so anyway. The old man scoffed. So, I refuse to hand them over, and you don't plan to rob me. Would you mind explaining in more detail? You seem to be in quite a dire situation. I'd like to put on a brave front in front of young folks, but with one leg left and nearly a month of starvation, even that's beyond me. Then allow us to help you. In return, would you be willing to share the elixir? So you're saying I should exchange my life for the elixir? That's quite reasonable. No matter how valuable an elixir may be, it can't be worth more than a life. But unfortunately, I must refuse. Why? My brow furrowed instinctively. The Ghost Shadow Thief chuckled before answering. First, because I have no lingering attachments to life. I'm over 90 years old. I've lived long enough and accomplished almost everything I wanted. Almost. Let me finish. This is actually the most important reason no one, not even you, should take that elixir. To be precise, no one should ever consume it. Why? No matter how obsessed martial artists are with their swords and their pursuit of strength, there's a line that shouldn't be crossed. How could one be born as a human and consume humans to gain power? I don't understand what you mean. The Ghost Shadow Thief's voice grew solemn. That elixir was made from human lives. I stole it from the demonic cult. And in that cult, there was only one person who could be called a monster. The Heavenly Demon. The fact that the Heavenly Demon had already ascended to the position of cult leader of the demonic cult and was preparing to invade the Central Plains was something I had learned while interrogating Yi Nunghak, the leader of the Bloodhound unit. But I hadn't expected his name to come up here. Can you tell us everything you know? The Ghost Shadow Thief looked at me for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well. I'll start from the beginning. It's a rather shameful story, but in my youth, I was a grave robber. What followed was a tale that, while hardly honorable, was certainly eventful. The Ghost Shadow Thief had once made his living by digging up graves and selling the treasures buried within. One day, while plundering the tomb of a martial artist, he happened upon an ancient martial manual. And thus, he began his path as a warrior. But old habits die hard. Even after mastering martial arts, he didn't abandon his ways. Instead of robbing the dead, he started robbing the living. Money, elixirs, martial arts manuals, rare artifacts, anything of value, he stole without hesitation. Only two things were exceptions: human lives and things as precious as life itself. After all, there's no point in stealing something you can't use or even brag about. To him, Thievery was a way to test his own skills and validate his worth. To live as a shameless thief my entire life, then to gain the title of Ghost Shadow Thief, earning both contempt and admiration, there was no greater thrill. If you loved it so much, then why did you retire? Because there was nothing left to steal. At his peak, Ghost Shadow Thief was virtually unstoppable. His combat ability was merely top tier, but his mastery of stealth and movement techniques allowed him to evade even flowering stage grandmasters, if only for a brief moment. The last thing I ever stole was the former Empress's undergarments. I see. That's quite impressive. Tang Sowol, who had been listening quietly, forced out an awkward compliment in a voice laced with disgust. The old thief merely shrugged as if pleased with himself. I had stolen from the most prestigious martial sects, slipped past imperial palaces guarded by elite warriors and formation arrays, and walked in and out as I pleased. As a thief, I had already achieved everything there was to achieve. At that moment, he realized no matter what he did from then on, he would never surpass what he had already accomplished. And so, he chose to retire. I never took a disciple. After all I had ever learned was thievery. I may have been addicted to the thrill of success, but it wasn't exactly a noble pursuit, was it? At least you were self-aware. That self-awareness is the only reason I managed to live this long. Starting with a stolen martial art from a grave, he had pieced together, adapted, and refined countless techniques, all for the sake of stealing. But he had no desire to pass down his legacy. At this point, Tang Sowol cautiously asked, You said you stole from many prestigious sections. Then, by any chance? Don't worry. True inheritance arts are more precious than life to martial artists. From the Tang Clan, I only stole a rather mediocre whip technique and a formula for anesthetic poisons. That is still highly classified information. Tang Sowol let out a dry laugh, looking exasperated. But it seemed she had no intention of holding him accountable for ancient crimes. After retiring, I lived a peaceful life with the fortune I had amassed. But as death slowly crept closer, I realized I couldn't bear to let everything I had stolen go to waste. Did you decide to distribute it among the common folk, like some kind of righteous outlaw? That would be far too boring. Since I started as a grave robber, wouldn't it be fitting to end as one? He wasn't saying he planned to rob graves again. It was the opposite. He wanted his own grave to be robbed. He planned to gather everything he had ever stolen into a single massive and elaborate tomb, then spread rumors and maps across the Central Plains, leading future treasure seekers to it. But in my old age, a new desire arose. I had already stolen from both Orthodox sects and imperial treasures. Wouldn't it be perfect if I also had treasures from the outer martial world? Thus, the Ghost Shadow Thief targeted two places: Northern Sea Ice Palace and Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. His body wasn't what it once was, so he couldn't steal anything too significant. Still, he managed to take a noteworthy Een-based internal technique from Ice Palace and a beast-hide breastplate from the Beast Palace's secret vault. And lastly, I planned to steal something from the demonic cult. Honestly, I wasn't too worried. After all, while their poisons are impressive, their martial arts are far from remarkable. His original goal? To steal something simple, perhaps even a fire poker used to maintain the sacred flames they revered. But what he saw there changed everything. He witnessed people willingly sacrificing themselves, offering up their very innate energy to be refined into an elixir. It was a horrifying sight. But the truly terrifying part? No one was forced. They volunteered. Why in the world would they do such a thing? Tang Sowol looked horrified. But I had a feeling I knew the answer. The demonic cult was a gathering of vengeful spirits, either fueled by personal grudges or raised from birth with a thirst for revenge. Many of them were powerless, unable to change their fates. But then, someone arrived. The heavenly demon. That is what the current cult leader calls himself. And he possesses power great enough to justify such arrogance. For those who had nothing, he was a savior. He could avenge them, change the world. And if offering up their own bodies and lives could help that cause, they were more than willing. That was the true horror of the demonic cult. I may have lived a life far from righteousness, but this was something I couldn't ignore. If left unchecked, the Central Plains would soon be bathed in blood. And so, the Ghost Shadow Thief stole the elixir that was meant to be presented to the heavenly demon. In return, The heavenly demon severed one of his legs, shattered his internal meridians, and left his vital energy completely disrupted. Even after barely escaping Xinjiang province, he was relentlessly pursued by assassins from Sal Valley. I ran, and in the end, I made it here. It seems they either gave up or I managed to lose them, but my injuries left me too crippled to move any further. The ghost shadow thief gave a bitter smile, still seated cross-legged. Now do you understand? This elixir must never fall into anyone's hands. It may greatly enhance internal energy, but it is guaranteed to cause deviation. Unless someone has already lost their mind, they must never consume it. His voice was firm. But suddenly, he froze. Then, he let out a long sigh. I was too careless. It seems our uninvited guests still haven't left. From outside the cave, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. The steps were unnervingly light, like those of an assassin. It seems I was too careless. Our uninvited guests haven't left yet. The ghost shadow thief let out a deep sigh. At the same time, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. They were light, too light. The unmistakable gait of assassins. Then, several small metal orbs, riddled with tiny holes, rolled into the cave, slipping through the foliage covering the entrance. Clink, clink. The dull sound of metal striking stone filled the air. From the countless holes in the orbs, a faint purple smoke began to seep out. As the smoke steadily filled the cramped cave, I calmly shifted behind Tang Sowol. Poison. Indeed. Poison. What do you want to do, young miss? These assassins are likely the same ones who have been chasing Ghost Shadow Thief, probably from Sal Valley. I've been curious about their poisons. This is a good chance to see for myself. With a composed expression, Tang Sowol crushed one of the rolling orbs underfoot. The brittle shell shattered easily, releasing its full contents. The previously faint poison smoke surged outward in an instant, only to unnaturally swirl toward Tang Sowol, as if being sucked in by her presence. Seeing this bizarre sight, the ghost shadow thief let out a dry chuckle. Well, I wasn't worried about someone from the Tang Clan getting poisoned, but this is beyond my expectations. I'm a bit of an anomaly, even among my clan. That said, this is quite a vicious poison. Her brows furrowed in mild irritation. I asked, what kind of poison is it? Normally, poisons that spread as smoke are convenient, but lack potency. It's difficult to concentrate their effects, and there are too many restrictions when blending them. As she explained, Tang Sowol pulled out 2 antidote beads from her sleeve. The smaller the bead, the higher the quality. These were nearly top grade. Something difficult to obtain even for the Tang Clan, which valued antidotes just as much as poisons. So instead of lethal toxicity, they designed it purely to inflict suffering. It's plant-based, but since you haven't built full resistance to Scholar's Weed yet, Brother Cheon, this could be dangerous for you. Keep this in your mouth at all times. You too, Ghost Shadow Thief. I understand. It's been a while since I've seen antidote beads. Much appreciated. I tucked the bead under my tongue, careful not to swallow it. Then I drew my sword once more, keeping it ready but not raised, prepared to strike at any moment. Seeing this, the ghost shadow thief panicked and tried to stop us. Wait, are you actually thinking of fighting them? I appreciate your sense of justice, but I won't allow young warriors like you to get dragged into an old man's mess and die because of it. His expression was resolute as he pushed the martial manual and the wooden box toward us. This is glacial true chi from the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Take it and go. As for the elixir, under no circumstances should you consume it. Head to the Martial Alliance and relay everything I've told you. They're after me. I'll buy you time. I accepted the manual and box, securing them in my robe. But I shook my head. We'd like to, but as you know, Sal Valley and the Tang Clan are practically sworn enemies. Even if we run, do you really think they'll just let us go? The rivalry between the Tang Clan and Sal Valley was infamous. It had all started when Sal Valley framed the Tang Clan for one of their assassinations. But after fighting for so long, their hatred had become self-sustaining. At this point, they tried to kill each other on sight. Of course, in terms of sheer power, Sal Valley was no match for the Tang Clan. If their headquarters were ever exposed, they'd have been wiped out long ago. But Sal Valley had always remained hidden, which was why this feud still continued. Since this was common knowledge, the ghost shadow thief knew it as well. He opened his mouth as if to argue. Then, seeing the futility, he simply pressed his lips together. Still, it wasn't as if we had no plan. With all the poison absorbed, Tang Sowol narrowed her eyes at the faint presences lurking beyond the foliage. Ghost Shadow Thief, even in your weakened and injured state, you are still a true top-tier master. Naturally, they would have sent assassins of equal caliber to hunt you down. Tell me, was the Reaper King among them? No. But there were 5 specters, along with several first-rate assassins. In Sal Valley, assassins were ranked by 3 tiers. Third-tier assassins could eliminate third-rate martial artists. First-tier assassins could take down first-rate warriors. Specters were skilled enough to assassinate peak masters. And above them all, the Reaper King was said to silence even flowering stage grandmasters without a sound. In other words, 5 peak-level warriors and multiple first-rate assassins. At a glance, it seemed we were outmatched. The Ghost Shadow Thief was injured and couldn't fight for long. And among us, only the Blood Venom unit leader was at pinnacle level. However, that's enough for my poison to be effective. We can handle this. Tang Sowol smiled. Her words were not a boast. They were a fact. Moreover, I had taken a strength-nurturing pill, allowing me to reach the threshold of peak level. With the Ghost Shadow Thief looking astonished behind us, Tang Sowol suddenly thrust her palm forward toward the entrance. Pong! A shockwave sent a cloud of poison surging outward. And then, cock! Ugh! 2 assassins collapsed, groaning in agony. They must have been waiting just outside the entrance, prepared to ambush us. Only to be struck first. Seizing the moment, the Blood Venom unit leader dashed out with light movement techniques. I'll clear a path ahead. That was all he said before disappearing into the chaos. Hearing the sudden clamor of battle, Tang Sowol and I quickly followed. Outside, we found the Blood Venom unit leader relentlessly scattering poison at the masked assassins. He was using his poisons liberally, filling the entire valley floor with deadly miasma. Though Sal Valley assassins had some poison resistance, their expertise paled in comparison to the Tang Clan. Unable to push through the thick poison, they hesitated, while some of them began scaling the cliff walls, trying to flank us. Predictably, the ones climbing were specters. Their presence was faint, but their movements were undeniably those of pinnacle-level warriors. I'll handle the specter on the left. Then I'll assist the Blood Venom unit leader with the first-rate assassins. Tang Sowol nodded naturally before glancing at the Ghost Shadow Thief, still standing on one leg. Elder, what about you? The Ghost Shadow Thief let out a faint chuckle before replying. In a situation like this, how could I possibly withdraw alone? I may avoid taking lives when I can, but for those who call themselves ghosts, forsaking their own humanity, I have no reason to spare them. With a single nod, we split into 3 directions, each taking our position. Just as I arrived, 2 specters landed gracefully on the ground after scaling the cliff wall. Their eyes, visible through the slits of their masks, were devoid of emotion. A lifeless, machine-like gaze, one that saw people not as humans, but as mere targets. It was a gaze I was all too familiar with. One of them, wielding a curved blade similar to a scythe, a reaper's crescent blade, spoke first. No matter how skilled a Tang Clan warrior may be, I have no interest in killing a mere young successor who isn't even our target. Step aside, and I will spare your life. I smirked. And you, if you offer your neck quietly, I'll make sure to cut it cleanly so it doesn't hurt. Are you insane? I'm not crazy enough to trust the words of an assassin. He had probably hoped to shake me with words alone, judging from my young appearance. But when he realized it wasn't working, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. No one in their right mind would believe the words of an assassin, especially one from Sal Valley. These people slaughtered women, children, and even unarmed civilians without hesitation if they interfered with their missions. The specter with the Reaper's crescent blade exchanged glances with his companion, then charged straight at me. The other assassin moved to flank me, aiming for the Ghost Shadow Thief instead. I had been suppressing my presence deliberately, but I hadn't expected them to play so perfectly into my plans. A grin curled at my lips. I lunged forward to meet the charging specter, simultaneously unleashing my internal energy through raging wave death-stealing art. At the same time, I directed all of my refined killing intent at him. What? The sudden surge of overwhelming pressure caught him off guard. He faltered mid-charge, his breath hitching. And, in that moment of hesitation, I struck. Since this fight would be short and decisive, I poured as much internal energy as my body could withstand into my sword. Unlike reinforcing my body, there was no limit to how much energy I could channel into my blade. Wung. A red aura began to coalesce around my sword. The initially faint sword energy rapidly stabilized, its color deepening with intensity. By the time it had turned into a deep, blood-like crimson, the Spectre had barely regained his composure, and hastily swung his Reaper's crescent blade to counter. King! But his hurried strike was flawed. His balance faltered. His body tilted to one side. How? His once calm eyes widened in shock. First, he had been shaken by my killing intent. Then, he had been overwhelmed by my fully formed sword energy. But I wasn't finished yet. Before the other assassin could realize what was happening and intervene, I had to end this fight completely. Though the sword energy of Raging Wave death-stealing art was as powerful as forbidden techniques, rather than pressing the attack, I swiftly withdrew my blade and prepared my next strike. I drove my sword straight into the opening exposed by his disrupted stance. He barely managed to block, leveraging the curved nature of his Reaper's crescent blade to deflect my attack. Realizing he was in danger, he muttered something under his breath, then spat. TCH. A thin needle shot toward my eyes. I hadn't expected him to be hiding something like that in his mouth, but I had already sensed the faint killing intent gathering at his lips. I tilted my head just in time. The needle grazed my ear instead of hitting its mark. At the same time, I withdrew my sword and slashed again, aiming at the even wider opening he had just exposed. King. Once again, he barely managed to block. But that was all he could do, defend. The fundamental reality hadn't changed. The moment I had awakened my sword energy, I had become capable of clashing against weapons infused with sword aura. And the difference in our skill levels was clear. 1 clash. 2 clashes. 3 clashes. At times, I overwhelmed him with the sheer explosive power of Raging Wave death-stealing art. Other times, I allowed myself to be wounded, just to pierce at his vitals in return. And sometimes, I used adaptive techniques, taking advantage of the unorthodox shape of his weapon against him. With every exchange, the Spectre fell deeper into defensive footing. His body accumulated small wounds. But it wasn't as if he had just stood there and taken it. He had fired hidden weapons from his sleeves. He had scattered poison sand. At one point, he had even launched a suicidal charge, trying to flip the battle in a desperate gambit. But every trick failed. Of course, it did. The martial arts of assassins were designed for killing. And to me, martial arts were nothing more than techniques to kill people. We viewed combat through the same lens, which meant I could read his every move before he even made it. Even his faint killing intent was enough of a warning for me. One brief moment of carelessness. One single mistake. And I relentlessly pursued that weakness. Like a wolf hunting its prey. By the 8th exchange. SCHK. The Spectre's head tumbled to the ground. His lifeless body collapsed soon after. Then, I turned to the other assassin who had been heading toward the ghost shadow thief. Only to see him suddenly change course, rushing toward me instead. I grinned. Next, a second Spectre abandoned its course toward Ghost Shadow Thief and instead dashed toward us. Was it because they had lost a comrade in an instant to an unexpected opponent? The eyes visible beneath the mask trembled uncontrollably. I smirked at the one who so plainly revealed their emotional turmoil. Next, but rather than engaging, the Spectre abruptly changed direction again, executing a swift footwork technique and rushing back toward Ghost Shadow Thief at full speed. It wasn't my first time facing assassins, but this was the first time I'd seen one turn their back and flee like this. Huh. A hollow chuckle escaped me before I swallowed it down. I had certainly regained a portion of my past strength, reaching the threshold of the peak realm. But this was a level achieved solely through internal energy. I could now parry sword energy with my own, no longer needing to evade it, and that alone gave me the confidence to defeat most opponents. However, my body had yet to reach the level befitting a peak martial artist. No matter how much internal energy I infused into myself, my physical abilities couldn't exceed a certain limit without proper external martial arts training. In other words, my speed in executing movement techniques was inevitably slower. The Spectre must have noticed this during our earlier battle, which was likely why they abandoned me and turned their attention back to Ghost Shadow Thief. It was a little frustrating, but given that their objective was never me in the first place, but rather Ghost Shadow Thief, it made sense. A martial artist who had reached a certain level would carry their pride regardless of faction, but an assassin had no such thing. The assassin's footwork carried them swiftly away. Chasing after them was impossible, so I simply called out in a loud voice. "Sir!" One of them got away. Ghost Shadow Thief, mid-battle, flicked a glance in my direction. He had no leisure to respond, but his movements subtly changed. Where he had previously thrown counterpunches when opportunities arose, he now focused entirely on dodging. Only now did I notice his body had weakened, his movements had slowed, and missing a leg made continuous motion difficult. Yet, even considering all that, his footwork was astounding. He moved across the ground as if gliding, making his trajectory unpredictable and forcing his opponent to react half a beat too late. At times, he even kicked off the cliff the specters had climbed earlier, rebounding without ever losing his stance. The rumors that, in his prime, he had plundered places guarded by flowering stage martial artists weren't lies after all. If this was his level, he could certainly hold out for a while. Feeling a little more at ease, I kicked off the ground toward him. On the way, I glanced at Tang Sowol and the vice captain. No need to worry about that side. Most of the elite assassins were already dead or dying from Tang Sowol's poison. The lone surviving specter capable of fighting was trapped in a swamp of venom, unable to escape thanks to the blood venom unit's vice captain. At this rate, they'd be finished soon. That meant I only needed to focus on my side. I turned my gaze forward again. The distance had closed considerably. 2 black-coated daggers came flying toward me, perhaps an attempt to keep me at bay. But no matter how adept an assassin might be, they were still human. They couldn't completely conceal their killing intent. Only one person had ever managed that, the heavenly demon I saw in my final moments. Predicting their trajectories, one aimed at my forehead and the other at my foot, I moved accordingly. Chong. I deflected the dagger aimed at my forehead with my sword, while the one targeting my foot I avoided by subtly shifting my step, switching the order of my left and right footfalls. The dagger embedded itself in the ground just ahead of me. Without breaking stride, I kicked it up and sent it spinning back toward the nearest specter. The dagger whirled through the air. I hadn't learned hidden weapon techniques, and kicking instead of throwing meant it lacked speed. Still, a blade was a blade. Unless they had defensive energy enveloping them, they had to react. TCH. One of the specters clicked their tongue and twisted their body. They didn't fully evade it, letting it graze their side instead. That brief hesitation was enough. White Spectre. Be careful. As I said, that bastard. One of them, having seen me cut down their comrade in an instant, shouted in alarm. But it was already too late. I exploded my internal energy through the Yangchen acupoint at the center of my soul. Pong! My foot instantly lost sensation. A dull pain followed, but in return, I gained a sudden burst of acceleration. A single leap, the only one my current body could execute. As the distance closed rapidly, the one called White Spectre widened their eyes and turned toward me instead of Ghost Shadow Thief. Since they had been fighting, their fist was already enveloped in fist chi as it shot toward me. No, upon closer inspection, their fingers were slightly loose. If necessary, they were prepared to parry my sword with the back of their hand or even seize my blade. Not a bad decision. A trained martial artist's hands were tough enough to resist ordinary blades, and a warrior's fist chi was always stronger than weapon-based attacks. And besides, outwardly, I still looked like a teenager. They probably assumed I would lose in a contest of raw power. Any experienced martial artist would make the same calculation. But I was not bound by such common sense. Who could possibly imagine that their opponent had returned from death itself? I pulled my sword arm back as if drawing a bowstring. Seeing the obvious thrusting posture, White Spectre smirked. A thrusting technique was always fast and powerful, but if it failed, it left an enormous opening. They must have thought I was an overconfident rookie, unaware of the internal energy disparity. Perfect. I took a deep breath, summoning my raging wave death-stealing arts-killing aura to my sword. A fierce and unpredictable force, yet to me, as familiar as my own limbs. Though the amount wasn't fully satisfactory, it was enough for a little trickery. A crimson vortex began swirling along my sword. White Spectre's eyes filled with shock. At the same time, my foot touched the ground. Boom! A powerful stomp and a deadly thrust. I stomped down hard, Jingak technique stabilizing my stance. My body, which had been sprinting forward, came to an abrupt halt, and the accumulated force surged upward from my ankle. It passed through my calf, knee, thigh, side, and back, climbing higher with each small rotational shift in my muscles and joints. This careful transmission not only preserved the force, but amplified it further. This was four-limbed spiral power, also known as the mystique of flexibility. It was said that the Taoist masters of Wudong could control external flows to the point of reversing waterfalls. I wasn't nearly as skilled or enlightened, but I understood the fundamentals of channeling power upward through my body. The moment that raw, full-force energy reached my shoulder, I unleashed it through my arm in an explosive thrust. Kwang! A near-explosive rupture echoed as the crimson vortex of sword energy tore through the air. The White Spectre clenched their fist, their jaw tightening as they braced for impact. Their fist chi thickened, coating their knuckles like hardened steel. They had abandoned the thought of deflecting or catching my blade this time. They were meeting my attack head-on. As expected of an elite assassin, they hadn't trained in ordinary martial arts. Mid-motion, their elbow joint extended unnaturally, twisting their fist's trajectory into an unpredictable arc. But such deviations were meaningless now. The moment our attacks neared, just before impact, the swirling vortex of my sword's energy snagged their fist's trajectory, twisting it once more. Their aim faltered. A brief but decisive clash between fist chi and sword chi ensued. And then, pyuk! My blade pierced through their fist, impaling their entire arm before skewering their throat. Their mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air, but no words came, only the faint hiss of escaping breath. Then, they collapsed. A moment to breathe. Phew. I exhaled the breath I had been holding, rolling my stiff shoulder. It had been a while since I had last wielded sword chi properly. With my limited inner energy, I had mostly fought with pure technique, but now, cutting down an opponent with such raw power felt strangely satisfying. I supposed, after all, I truly did love the sword. Of course, that strike had come at a cost. My remaining inner energy was now halved. The excessive output had caused minor internal injuries in my meridians, and despite utilizing four-limbed spiral power, I had failed to channel all the energy perfectly. My entire body ached as if I had been struck by a hammer. Still, it had been worth it. I had taken down another specter in a single strike. Now, our numbers were even 2 against 2. With the numerical disadvantage gone, raw skill would determine the victor. And when it came to skill, I prided myself on standing above the rest. Unless I was facing a flowering stage master, no ordinary assassin, no matter how infamous, could reach me. Perhaps it was because I had freely wielded sword chi at my age and slain a peak-level martial artist in a single stroke, but Ghost Shadow Thief looked at me with a mixture of awe and disbelief as he spoke. I never expected to witness 2 heaven-sent geniuses in my twilight years. One of them must be her, I said, glancing at Tang Sowol. Who's the other? I already told you. The current lord of the demonic cult. I wouldn't say I'm anywhere near that level. I responded with a wry smile, shaking my head. The wall I could never surpass. My strength didn't come from talent. It came from returning to the past, from a unique experience that no one else possessed. I would reach the level I had in my previous life quickly enough. But beyond that lay the wall of the flowering stage, an insurmountable boundary. In my previous life, I had struggled against that wall, repeatedly facing death's edge, only to ultimately meet my end without ever breaking through. But the heavenly demon had been different. He had already surpassed that wall, fending off the combined assault of multiple flowering stage masters and cutting them down instead. Ghost Shadow Thief had risked his life to steal the sacred elixir meant for the heavenly demon. But honestly, I doubted it would weaken him in the slightest. Because in my final moments from my past life, I still vividly remembered what I had seen. How Tang Sowol, who had ascended to the flowering stage as the Poison Dance Empress, was struck down within a few exchanges. How I, blinded by rage, had charged forward only to be crushed with a single flick of his hand. A vast, abyssal darkness that swallowed the world. An overwhelming pressure befitting the arrogant title of Heavenly Demon. No matter how powerful the elixir was, someone who wielded that kind of power would hardly be affected by its absence. In the end, the elixir that Ghost Shadow Thief had stolen never reached the heavenly demon. Instead, it ended up in the hands of some lucky street thugs. This time, we had left too many traces, hence the assassins had tracked us down. But in my previous life, Ghost Shadow Thief had simply hidden until his final breath, never being discovered. Being compared to a true monster like that left a bitter taste in my mouth. But no matter how impossible the task seemed, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I had my role to play. First, I had to take down the remaining specters. A desperate gamble. The moment they confirmed their comrade's death, the two remaining specters immediately retreated. They exchanged glances, then bit down hard on something hidden in their mouths, as if they were crushing a pill. And then, their auras erupted. Their skin turned an ashen black, and crimson light flared in their eyes. Their previously restrained killing intent now spread uncontrollably, lashing out in all directions. It was an overwhelming transformation. At first glance, they looked like men who had succumbed to madness-induced internal deviation. But I knew better. This wasn't some reckless loss of control. Demonic explosion pills? Why the hell do assassins have those? Demonic explosion pills were a forbidden secret of the demonic cult. Even if Sal Valley's assassins were currently working under their orders, obtaining these pills shouldn't have been so easy. Demonic explosion pills? Why would assassins have those? Since the discovery of innate energy, countless attempts have been made to harness its power. One of the most common results of such attempts was the latent energy explosion technique, frequently seen in the unorthodox martial world. It grants a temporary surge in internal energy and physical ability, but the side effects are severe at best. The user collapses from exhaustion. At worst, their meridians become twisted beyond recovery, making it impossible to use martial arts ever again. And yet, people still sought to master these techniques. Why? Because they granted power beyond one's natural reach, if only for a moment. Even when I created the Raging Wave death-stealing art, I had studied several latent energy explosion techniques. Through them, I had grasped the foundation of explosive internal energy control. But ultimately, what I created was a mere imitation, an art that mimicked the burst of innate energy, but did not actually consume it. If it had, the consequences wouldn't have been exhaustion or the loss of martial arts. It would have been instant death. After all, people only sought these desperate techniques to survive. What would be the point if it cost them their lives? The madness of the demonic cult. But the demonic cult was different. Their warriors lacked proper martial arts, forcing them to cultivate demonic techniques riddled with side effects. To them, innate energy wasn't something to be carefully preserved, it was a means to an end. The heavenly demon aside, the true terror of the cult didn't lie in their martial prowess. It lay in their burning thirst for vengeance. It was only natural, then, that they would dedicate themselves to researching ways to gain overwhelming power, even at the cost of their lives. And so, through such research, the demonic explosion pill was born, one of the demonic cult's most closely guarded secrets. At its core, it functioned similarly to latent energy explosion techniques. But its efficiency far surpassed them. Why? Because unlike other warriors, the users of this pill did not seek to survive. They sought to drag their enemies down with them, no matter the cost. This pill didn't just ignite innate energy. It deliberately induced inner deviation, allowing the user to weaponize the backlash. The user would suffer excruciating agony and face certain death. But until the pill's effects wore off, they would be unstoppable. Why do they have this? And now, before me, the two remaining specters had just swallowed demonic explosion pills. This shouldn't be possible. The pill was incredibly difficult to manufacture and even harder to obtain outside the demonic cult. Yet, for some reason, these assassins possessed them. Their auras swelled madly as their bodies began decaying, their skin blackening, their eyes burning with the crimson glow of inner deviation. Their once subtle killing intent now ran wild, slashing at the surroundings like an unrestrained beast. Even Ghost Shadow Thief, usually unshaken, looked startled as he turned to me. Did you just say? Demonic explosion pills? You recognize the pills they swallowed. They're a secret of the demonic cult. You mentioned that Sal Valley's assassins were working for them, but their connection may run deeper than we thought. Huh. Just when I thought this mess was over, it takes another turn. Ghost Shadow Thief sighed heavily, his expression weary. But despite his fatigue, I could sense a grim resolve in his clenched jaw. So, I shook my head and spoke in a flat tone. Don't do it. What do you think this old man is planning? I don't know. But people prepared to die tend to wear the same expression you're wearing right now. Huh. The things young ones notice these days. Ghost Shadow Thief let out a hollow chuckle and settled into his stance. He merely bent his knees slightly and let his arms hang loosely at his sides, yet his presence nearly vanished. Even though I could see him, it felt like looking at a boulder lying at the bottom of a valley, not a person. Ironically, his movements were far more assassin-like than those of the specters. I couldn't help but admire his skill. A deal with a thief. Come to think of it, you said you were building a tomb, didn't you? That's right. Though it seems this place might end up being my grave instead. If you make it out alive, would you mind giving me a few martial arts manuals from your collection? Huh? If I survive, sure. Anything but my own techniques. Your movement techniques are indeed impressive, but what I've learned isn't that either. So, it's a deal. Fine. You'll even get a map of the tomb itself as a bonus. That'd only be useful after you're dead, wouldn't it? Anyway, since we've settled that, please go handle the other side. I gestured toward Tang Sowol and the Blood Venom Unit's vice captain. They were struggling against a rampaging specter who had also swallowed a demonic explosion pill. Could you help them first? I'll take care of these two. Will you be all right? You saw my skills earlier, didn't you? Ghost Shadow Thief hesitated for a moment before nodding. Fine. Hold out for a little while, I'll be back soon. And with that, he glided away, his movement technique so smooth it was as if he were sliding across the ground. At the same moment, the two specters, unable to fully control their sudden surge of power, stumbled briefly, then simultaneously launched themselves forward. Boom! The impact of their footfalls was far too loud for assassins. The sheer force of their movements left craters in the ground, and their intensified killing intent burned as they closed in on me. Their speed was unmatched compared to before. I quickly stepped forward, raising my sword to intercept them. Not so fast. As if they had been waiting for this moment, one of them swung down diagonally with a willow leaf saber, while the other thrust forward with a straight sword in a deadly, linear strike. Their blades aimed directly for my throat and heart. In that instant, I understood. They had never intended to target Ghost Shadow Thief. Their real target had been me from the beginning. They must have determined that as long as I was standing, they could never take him down. I clenched my teeth and lunged forward. Before their weapons could fully unleash their power, before their momentum reached its peak, I struck upward from below. My well-forged crimson sword clashed against the murky gray energy of the willow leaf saber. Kaboom! The force within both weapons was so immense that the impact didn't even sound like clashing steel. Instead, it exploded like a thunderous detonation. A half-beat later, the backlash rippled through my blade, traveling up my arm in a violent shockwave. It was obvious, I couldn't match them in raw power anymore. Not after they had taken the demonic explosion pills. Not in strength and not in sword potency. So instead of resisting, I let the force carry me away. My body flew backward, spinning slightly in midair. Because of this sudden shift in angle, the straight sword that had been aiming for my heart only managed to graze my side instead. TCH. A chunk of flesh was torn from my side, but that was still far better than having my heart pierced. Still airborne, I swiftly applied acupressure to stop the bleeding. And the moment my feet touched the ground, I kicked off instantly, my bent knees snapping straight as I launched forward once more. A different approach. I narrowed my focus, concentrating my killing intent into a single point. The specters were leaking energy uncontrollably, their bodies unable to contain the overwhelming power they had absorbed. They were also in the midst of inner deviation, meaning they couldn't control their killing intent either. Up until now, I had sensed their killing intent to predict their attacks. But now, that method was useless. I couldn't read scattered, wild energy anymore. So instead, I changed tactics. Instead of outwardly releasing my own killing aura, I pulled it inward, condensing it. All beings were born with mind, energy, and body, the mastery of which determined their martial prowess. And killing intent was the most primitive form of intent, capable of suppressing others or even dealing internal damage just through sheer pressure. By fusing my killing aura into my internal energy, my raging wave death-stealing art had gained a lethal edge that set it apart from other techniques. The thicker the killing aura, the deadlier the technique. Of course, the side effects were just as severe. A glimpse of hell. A burnt, metallic scent mixed with the stench of blood filled the air. My eyes remained locked onto the specters as they prepared their next attack. But what I saw was something else entirely. A palace consumed by crimson flames. Corpses covering the ground, their blood flowing like rivers. A hellish landscape seeping into my very soul. The day I lost Seo Lihyang. The day I lost Seo Munwaran. The day I lost everything except the sword in my grasp. Back then, Tang Sowol had given me advice when I struggled before the wall of flowering stage. A martial artist must shape their own inner world. But my inner world had never been an ideal. It had become my personal hell. I killed to survive. I killed because I wanted to. I killed out of rage. I killed for revenge. I killed because there was nothing left but killing. I had long forgotten why I even wielded a sword. All that remained was murderous intent. And in that hell, my swordsmanship was perfected. Hugh. A breath. Barely more than a sigh. The red-stained vision in my mind faded away. And all that remained were the two specters, their bloodshot eyes locked onto me. The counterattack. The straight sword sliced toward my neck. I raised my blade. The sword chi enveloping my weapon had grown sharper, its crimson glow surging like flames. Its color had deepened, darkening to a blood-soaked red. The moment my blade struck the side of the straight sword. Crack. My blood-colored sword chi devoured the gray energy coating the blade, burning through it as it advanced. Just as it was about to completely sever the straight sword, a willow leaf saber came swinging for my waist, forcing me to retreat. TCH. Clicking my tongue, I stepped back. And in that instant, the specter wielding the straight sword flinched. It was the same one who had initially tried to escape toward Ghost Shadow Thief. Did he hesitate? Did he feel fear? An assassin of Sal Valley, renowned for erasing all emotion, especially fear, yet at this moment, he visibly hesitated after meeting my gaze. Perhaps it was the inner deviation stirring his emotions. If so, then this was an opportunity. I unleashed the full weight of my killing intent. I didn't sharpen it. I didn't focus it. I simply let it spill out unchecked. A monstrous, suffocating aura of death flooded the surroundings. The specters trembled. I smirked. What's wrong? Didn't you throw away your lives just to kill me? Monster. Who's the real specter here? One of them muttered under his breath. I swung my sword at him. He barely managed to raise his straight sword in defense. The willow leaf saber came slashing down, aiming to cleave through my shoulder. But its speed was noticeably slower than before. Still faster than before the demonic explosion pill, but now at a level I could handle. That was enough. Even if I couldn't read their killing intent anymore, I still had my eyes. The angle of their feet, the twist of their waist, the position of their shoulders, their line of sight. I had spent my life analyzing martial arts, breaking them down to their fundamentals. And now I dissected their every movement, anticipating their strikes before they could fully form. It wasn't perfect, but it was good enough to use right now. Clashing blades. Clang. Crack. Kang. 3 blades clashed in rapid succession. Each time, the specter's gray sword chi shattered like brittle sparks. This wasn't about winning every exchange. It was about dominating the crucial moment of impact. I stepped in close before their arms could fully extend, forcing our blades into a direct clash. I let our sword chi grind against each other, chipping away at theirs. And the instant it threatened to become a contest of raw strength, I withdrew. I couldn't block or dodge every attack. Their blades left wounds on me, but none were deep enough to sever muscle or bone. I was soaked in blood, but I never relented. I kept attacking, never retreating, never yielding. But there was one problem. My internal energy was draining too fast. KH. What the hell? That damn venomous bitch. The specters, who had been moving relentlessly, suddenly slowed down. It wasn't because my internal energy was running out. It wasn't because the effects of the demonic explosion pill had worn off. The real reason was above them. A soul-chasing flying butterfly flitted overhead, its wings moving with a slow, deliberate rhythm. A legendary hidden weapon, wielded only by the direct bloodline of the Sichuan Tang Clan. Unlike conventional throwing weapons, which followed predictable straight or curved trajectories, these butterflies moved erratically, making them almost impossible to predict. With each delicate flap of its wings, a faint purple mist scattered into the air. and that venomous powder had already settled onto the specters' heads. Of course, I had been exposed too. But under my tongue rested the poison resistance pill given to me by Tang Sowol. The specters, however, had no such protection. They faltered, which meant the fight was already over. The killing blow. Slash. The specter wielding the willow leaf saber lost his arm at the elbow, then collapsed as my blades severed half his throat. The specter wielding the straight sword tried to block, but his weapon shattered in the attempt. Fragments of his own sword chi-infused blade lodged into his eyes. Blinded and stunned, he was helpless. A final stroke of my sword finished him. The battle had ended in an instant. I looked up, dazed, as a wave of exhaustion and satisfaction washed over me. Above me, the soul-chasing flying butterflies still hovered, circling persistently. Like snowflakes drifting from the sky, the venomous powder continued to settle on me. A numbness began spreading through my limbs. From a distance, Tang Sowol was watching, her eyes filled with worry, on the verge of tears. And then I realized. The killing intent I had drawn forth in battle. It was still overflowing, saturating the air like a suffocating mist. From the outside, it must have looked like I had completely succumbed to inner deviation. A thick layer of poison dust piled up above me as if snow had fallen. My body was slowly going numb, and in the distance, Tang Sowol was looking this way with teary eyes, filled with worry. At the same time, I became acutely aware of the dense, oppressive killing intent surrounding me. This, to an outsider, it would look like a perfect case of deviation into demonic cultivation. So, to reassure Tang Sowol, I opened my mouth to speak. Oh, I was going to say, this is a misunderstanding. This isn't deviation, just a side effect of my martial arts. It'll settle on its own after a while. However, due to the unnecessarily potent paralytic poison, I only managed to get out the first syllable before my body froze completely. In the end, I stood still in an awkward posture, one hand loosely holding my sword, the other stretched out toward Tang Sowol. Had I neglected lower body training even slightly, I would have toppled over right then and there. As I sighed inwardly, Tang Sowol started stomping her feet in panic. What should we do? Brother Cheon has fallen into deviation. Calm yourself, young lady. It is true that brother has succumbed to deviation, but it doesn't seem to be at a severe level. What do you mean it's not severe? Can you really say that after seeing that thick killing intent, Vice Commander? That's not just mere presence, it's killing intent. He's practically pouring out his will to kill. Does that look sane to you? That's a bit much. I understood the point she was making. After all, this killing intent was indeed a result of the deviation I had swallowed whole without overcoming. But still, that doesn't mean I wasn't hurt by those words. Not in my right mind? That's going too far. Just as I was inwardly grumbling, Ghost Shadow Thief let out an exhausted sigh and sided with the Vice Commander of the Blood Venom Unit. The Vice Commander is correct. That child may be radiating a monstrous killing intent, but it's not too late. Do you remember the last thing he tried to say? He was going to say, "Don't come near." Right? Correct. And he raised an empty hand instead of his sword, as if to stop us. Even while being consumed by that overwhelming killing intent, there's still something precious to him that he refuses to forget. Tang Sowol's eyes widened as if she had been struck by a realization. But really, there was no reason for her to be so moved. That outstretched hand wasn't meant to tell her not to come closer. It was telling her to stop spreading poison. Even with an antidote pill in my mouth and my inner energy actively working to counteract the effects, the poison was still strong enough to paralyze me. Just how potent was this poison anyway? As I sighed repeatedly, the soul-chasing flying butterflies finally stopped scattering poison, whether because they had exhausted their supply or because they decided it was enough. Tang Sowol retrieved them and looked at me with a distant expression before slowly stepping closer. Even as she grew pale from coming into contact with the rampant killing intent, she didn't give up and stubbornly approached one step at a time. It was oddly admirable, even though she was choosing to suffer unnecessarily. I had long since suppressed my intent deep within myself. The killing intent spilling out now was merely residual emotion. It was the same as someone shouting when frustrated, loud and disruptive for a moment, but ultimately cathartic and soothing once it passed. Once I had let out enough, it would settle naturally. Yet, Tang Sowol insisted on pushing through. With careful hands, she reached out and gently caressed my face. "It's all right, Brother Cheon. I will definitely bring you back to your old self, no matter how many years it takes." With those words, she slowly pulled me into an embrace. The lingering tension of battle left my body hypersensitive, making her warmth even more pronounced. The softness pressing against me through her robes, her unique scent enveloping me, and the heat radiating from her skin, all of it dulled the sharp edge of my aura. Right. If my personal hell was created when I lost Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran, then the one who pulled me out of that hell was none other than Tang Sowol. This outcome was only natural. My emotions calmed faster than expected. Whether she knew this or not, Tang Sowol rested her forehead against my shoulder and whispered, "I've told you before, haven't I? That you seem like a sword without a sheath, always on edge, never at rest." Her soft hair tickled my cheek, and her faint breath brushed against my ear as she continued, "Then I will be your sheath. I will be the place you can return to. So, for now, rest in my arms." After saying this, she slowly pulled away. Then, she raised her hand, gathering inner energy into her fingertips, as if preparing to perform acupuncture for energy circulation. But by then, I had already been neutralizing the poison myself. With my strengthened raging wave death-stealing art, I could efficiently burn away the toxins within me. The high-grade antidote pill hidden under my tongue was still diligently absorbing the remaining poison. And when combined with my precise inner energy control, even the poisons enhanced with purple flower poison-enhancing grass weren't enough to keep me from moving. It wasn't as if I had actually fallen into deviation and lost control over my inner energy. With a determined motion, I bent the arm I had previously extended. Poof. Huh. Despite only using one arm, it resulted in an embrace. Caught off guard by the unexpected movement, Tang Sowol fumbled in confusion, but I simply pulled her closer. Deviation. No. Hiya. She let out a strange hiccuping noise. Hurry up. Antidote. Why yes. Still dazed, she hurriedly reversed the effects of the paralytic poison she had injected into me. I could finally breathe again. Phew. Hayek. As I let out a sigh of relief, Tang Sowol trembled for some reason. Her eyes spun dizzily as she asked in a flustered voice, "Brother Cheon, could you please explain what just happened?" "There's nothing to explain. I was never in deviation to begin with." "What?" The killing intent was just a side effect of my martial arts. I may have overexerted myself, causing it to run rampant, but I was always in full control. Then, everything I just did. I can only say that I appreciate your concern. Tang Sowol's face turned red as she realized her mistake. I chuckled at her embarrassment and teased, "Didn't you say you'd be my sheath?" Kaya. Flustered, she lightly pounded my back with her fists. When she tried to pull away, I tightened my hold and pulled her back in. "Where do you think you're going? Didn't you promise to be the place I returned to?" Forget that. Please, just forget it. No can do. You dramatically declared it and even told me to rest in your arms. How could I possibly forget such a devoted fiancé? Caillou ia. Tang Sowol let out a near scream, trembling with sheer embarrassment. I smirked. I see. So if I ever really fall into deviation, this is how you'd react. Seems like I must never let myself be consumed by it. Enough. And it's not just me who misunderstood. Even the Vice Commander and Ghost Shadow Thief. True, they were mistaken too. But unlike you, they didn't recklessly charge into my killing intent just to hug me. Eek. Yeet. Tang Sowol let out a sound, not just from embarrassment, but mixed with a bit of frustration as well. No, she wasn't just making noises. She had buried her face against my neck and was now biting it. Not hard enough to draw blood, but firm enough to sting as she gnawed at my skin. With an exasperated chuckle, I lightly patted her back. All right, enough with the bite marks. Let go. The fight is over, we need to wrap things up. I won't forget this, brother. One day, I will get my revenge. Oh, how terrifying. But don't forget, I'm part of the Tang Clan now too. You think I'll forget the grudge of having paralytic poison dumped on my head? I'll remember this forever. Every time I'm feeling down, I'll think about it and laugh. Can't you just lose once? Just once. I am 5 years older than you know. If I did, I wouldn't have a reason to be holding you like this now, would I? I smirked. Besides, even though it was a misunderstanding, the way you stepped up for me was quite impressive. Ugh. Tang Sowol swallowed hard, her face reddening for an entirely different reason now. I found myself unable to look away. But, of course, we couldn't stay like this forever. The oppressive killing intent I had been exuding had completely faded by now, and at some point, the vice commander of the blood venom unit had approached. Her expression was as calm as ever, but the slight upward curve of her lips gave away a mix of relief and satisfaction. I'm glad you're safe. While you rest with the young lady, I'll finish searching the bodies. That would be helpful, thanks. You're not injured, are you? I used up most of the poison I brought, but I have no serious wounds. I appreciate your concern, brother. She bowed slightly before stepping away to inspect the corpses of the assassins. Tang Sowol, perhaps still too embarrassed to meet my eyes, had lowered her head. I reached out and lightly tapped the back of her head with my fingertips. I told you to rest. You're actually exhausted, so sit down for a bit. Without a word, Tang Sowol nodded and stepped back. This time, I let her go. She wasn't the only one who needed to take a break. I finally sheathed my sword and let myself sink to the ground. A little farther away, Ghost Shadow Thief had completely sprawled out, lying flat on his back. He was covered in bloodstains here and there, but none of it seemed to be his own. Still, given how weakened he was, I couldn't help but be a little concerned. I pulled out a bundle of jerky from my robe and tossed it toward him. Wyack thup. Without getting up, he reached out and snatched it from the air, glanced at me briefly, then nodded in thanks. I nodded back before shifting my attention to Tang Sowol, who was sitting beside me, sighing heavily. I worked up an appetite. Would you like some pork jerky? If you're offering, I won't refuse. Tang Sowol pulled out another portion of jerky and handed it to me. She also set aside a share for the vice commander. As we quietly chewed, she spoke first. Well, we managed to put out the immediate fire, but things are getting complicated. Yeah, it would be nice if this was the end of it, but Sal Valley isn't the kind of group to just back off. I heard that even among them, Soul Reapers are considered valuable assets, which means they'll be even more determined to hunt us down. There's a huge difference between losing 5 Soul Reapers and failing a mission, versus sacrificing 5 Soul Reapers but still succeeding in their mission. If we're unlucky, the King of Assassins might come after us himself. A mission must always be completed, that's the pride of Sal Valley after all. And those Soul Reapers had swallowed demonic explosive pills at the end. That was a secret technique of the demonic cult. That meant there was a chance they weren't just working for the cult on a hired mission. Thinking back, just a few months before the demonic cult's invasion, several renowned experts from the Muram Alliance had been assassinated by the King of Assassins himself. The final victim managed to kill the assassin in a mutual death blow, bringing an end to the incident, but the event had caused an uproar big enough that even in distant Guangdong province, the news had spread. At the time, I had thought, so Assassin King must have taken on a mission that was too much for him and died in the process. But now I wondered, what if the demonic cult had been the one who issued that mission? Or worse, what if Sal Valley had already sworn allegiance to them? Either way, it was an extremely bad situation. But at least this time, I knew about it in advance. In my past life, I had been ignorant and caught completely off guard. And that was what led to, well, that ending. But this time is different. Ghost Shadow Thief could serve as a witness, and the Soul Reapers we killed were solid proof. Things were about to get busy. We'll have to move quickly. Yes, we need to act before they send another wave of assassins. Though I had meant something different, she wasn't wrong. If we were constantly on the run, unable to rest properly, we would gradually wear down. And if things got any worse, we might end up unintentionally contributing to Sal Valley's infamy. After a brief moment of thought, I spoke. We'll stick to the plan. We're heading to Zhongnan Mountain. It was the closest place with the power to protect us from Sal Valley, and the only group that might be willing to help us. The Wudong Sect. The Blood Venom Unit's vice commander rummaged through the corpses and retrieved 2 unused demonic explosive pills. They weren't just from any assassins, but specifically from the Soul Reapers I had slain in an instant. That alone showed how valuable they were. In addition to that, she collected black-coated throwing daggers and poison-filled incense beads. Unfortunately, there was no command scroll or a map indicating the location of their base. After inspecting the items she handed over, I divided them between my robe and satchel. Just in case I lost one, I wouldn't lose everything. This should be enough. Honestly, this alone wasn't enough to irrefutably prove they were from Sal Valley. But then again, those bastards were never foolish enough to carry incriminating evidence. The reason Sal Valley's infamy was so great came down to one thing: their martial arts were exceptionally strong for an assassin organization. Typically, martial arts develop over generations, steadily improving over time. That's why old and prestigious sects tend to be powerful. But assassins? The moment they get even slightly stronger, they're sent out on missions, where they die like flies. Structurally, it's impossible for an assassin group to develop powerful martial arts. That's what made Sal Valley so terrifying. They had somehow broken that norm. With a light sigh, I checked my own condition. I had minor injuries, but nothing serious. However, my chi pathways were still unstable from the strain of my raging wave death-stealing art. I could circulate my inner energy just fine, but I wouldn't be able to exert full strength for a while. Tang Sowol, are you alright? Yes. I'm a bit drained from overusing my inner energy, but it's nothing serious. The vice commander said she had no injuries either. That's a relief. As for you, Elder, my legs are still gone, if that's what you're asking. Weren't they always? I meant there's barely anything left intact to begin with. But I suppose I feel a bit better now. Eating something helped. Ghost Shadow Thief chuckled and tossed me his now empty jerky pouch. There hadn't been much inside, but given that he had been starving before, it must have been a satisfying meal. He even struck a ridiculous pose, flexing his arms as if to show off newfound strength. Shaking my head with an amused sigh, I continued. We're heading to Zhongnan Mountain to seek help from the Wudong Sect. Elder, will you still be heading to the Muram Alliance? Why even ask? Of course, I'm going with you. Besides, you're the one carrying all the evidence. What am I supposed to do, walk into the Muram Alliance empty-handed? Now that I thought about it, the North Sea Ice Palace's cultivation technique and the elixirs made from human lives were still in my possession, the very things Ghost Shadow Thief had entrusted to me when he thought he was dying. I should return these to you. Forget it. Better that you keep them. Honestly, it seems like they're safer with you than with this old man. Ghost Shadow Thief waved me off, looking oddly relieved. Understood. I'll hold on to them then. Good. I'm counting on you. Most likely, he was telling me to deliver them to the Muram Alliance on his behalf if necessary. I briefly considered handing them back, but settled for patting the wooden case lightly. Then, glancing at the others, I spoke again. Since our course is set, let's head to Zhongnan Mountain. Vice Commander, I know you haven't had much time to rest, but could you guide us immediately? That's my job. With a brief nod, the Blood Venom Unit's Vice Commander turned and retraced our path. This time, we erased our tracks as we moved, per Ghost Shadow Thief's advice. After 3 days of near-constant movement, taking only minimal breaks, the once-distant mountains had drawn much closer. We even began seeing lines of commoners making their way toward Wudong. Most importantly, there had been no further ambushes along the way. Brother Cheon, can we finally take a breather? Yeah. From here on, we're basically at Wudong's front yard. We should be safe. Phew. The moment I nodded, Tang Sowol let out an exaggerated sigh, as if she were expelling every last bit of air from her lungs. People passing by gave us brief glances before shaking their heads in pity and hurrying along. Noticing their looks, Tang Sowol blinked in confusion, but honestly, I couldn't blame them. We looked horrible. We had been using Lightfoot techniques constantly, with no time to rest or wash. Everyone was covered in dirt, looking utterly disheveled. And to top it off, one of us had a missing leg. From an outsider's perspective, it must have looked like we were desperate refugees, barely holding on as we dragged ourselves to Zhongnan Mountain. Tang Sowol finally seemed to realize this, letting out a helpless chuckle. But Ghost Shadow Thief paid no attention to the stairs. Instead, he gazed at the stairway leading up to Wudong, a nostalgic look in his eyes. It's been a long time. Tang Sowol's expression stiffened. Elder, don't tell me you've stolen something from here before, too? Ghost Shadow Thief puffed up his chest and proudly declared, I once borrowed the scabbard of Yoon's sword from the headmaster's room. A fine sword should have a fine scabbard. And it did. Haha. Tang Sowol's mouth hung open in shock. I was probably making a similar expression. The Yoon sword was the symbol of the Wudong Sect, its name taken from the Yoon sword style, a technique only the sect leader and their successor were allowed to learn. And this man had stolen its scabbard, which meant he could have stolen the sword itself if he had wanted to. Maybe this was what it took to earn the title of Ghost Shadow Thief. I couldn't help but admire him. At the same time, I wondered, what if he didn't have that self-imposed rule about never stealing things as valuable as a person's life or dignity? If he hadn't, he might not just be a legend known only to a few, but a figure recorded in the history of Muram itself. If he had chosen to pass down his martial arts, the title of Ghost Shadow Thief could have been as renowned as Sword King or Poison King. But he had chosen neither path. In my past life, he had died alone in a cave, leaving behind only a ruined martial arts manual from the North Sea Ice Palace and discarded elixirs. I never knew why he had torn up his own martial arts manual, but I could guess it was probably to prevent his true techniques from being passed down. Most martial artists, when facing death, loosen their grip on their knowledge, wanting to leave behind a legacy rather than let it vanish. That's how clans are born. That's how sects are founded. But Ghost Shadow Thief rejected that idea entirely. He took pride in his thievery, but he didn't see it as something worth passing down. I never asked why. But to be honest, his footwork intrigued me. I already had a footwork technique personally designed for me by the Heir Blood Hall leader, one that perfectly complemented my Raging Wave death-stealing art. Still, that didn't mean there was no room for improvement. What intrigued me most was that despite their vastly different intents, his footwork and mine shared a certain profound principle. If I could combine them. Why are you staring at this old man instead of your fiancé? Nothing important. Che. How dull. His voice yanked me out of my thoughts. Despite his casual chuckling, his gaze was firm, like he had drawn a line. As if he already knew what I was thinking and was shutting it down in advance. With a bitter smile, I spoke. There may not be many left who remember you, Elder, but just in case, it would be best to keep a low profile in Wudong. Don't worry. I don't have a habit of robbing the same place twice. What an absurd yet oddly reassuring statement. As we ascended the stairs to Wudong, I finally voiced something that had been on my mind. By the way, about the martial arts you promised me. You mean the deal we made, you saved my life, and I let you take one martial art from my grave? I remember. Ghost Shadow Thief nodded nonchalantly. Tang Sowol, however, widened her eyes. Wait. You made that deal during a fight. Brother Cheon? Well, if I'm going to risk my life, I might as well get something out of it. But that's... Tang Sowol fidgeted, clearly unsure how to phrase her next words. Before she could speak, Ghost Shadow Thief waved her off. It's fine. Chivalry is admirable, but to me it would have been a burden. I don't have much time left, how could I ever repay such a debt? I didn't do it expecting repayment. We were in danger as well. And yet, because of you two, I survived. If you hadn't been there, I would have either starved to death in that cave or died fighting assassins. Ghost Shadow Thief let out a chuckle, as if speaking of his own death was amusing. Then, he turned to me. So, what martial art do you want? Ideally, I'd take you to my grave and let you choose, but that would expose its location. If you tell me what you need, I'll retrieve it for you later. Before that, I have a question. Where does Glacial True Chi stand among the martial arts of the North Sea Ice Palace? Are you looking for a yin-based cultivation technique? I wouldn't recommend it. It's considered a superior art, but it's more of a double-edged sword. A double-edged sword? Yes. Glacial True Chi is the oldest technique of the North Sea Ice Palace. But that also makes it the most unrefined. Humans are meant to live in balance between yin and yang. Men naturally lean toward yang, and women toward yin, but that balance must be maintained. If the balance is broken, the body collapses. But Glacial True Chi ignores that entirely, it only focuses on accumulating the purest form of extreme yin energy. Without the freezing conditions of the North Sea, it can't be properly cultivated. And even if one somehow manages to learn it, the more their inner energy grows, the weaker their body becomes. You could cultivate the purest form of yin energy, but unless you're born with a special constitution like the extreme yin pulse, you'll start wasting away once you reach the level of a top-class expert. Pure yin energy? A special constitution? Tang Sowol and I exchanged a very meaningful look. Seal Li Hyang. Ghost Shadow Thief, unaware of our thoughts, continued explaining. On top of that, Glacial True Chi uses pure yin energy itself as a weapon. Think of it like a hard energy technique. Not just anyone can handle it, it's already a dangerous energy to wield, and this technique manipulates it in large quantities. That was why, despite being a symbol of tradition and power in the North Sea Ice Palace, glacial true chi was gradually fading into obscurity. Several generations ago, the Palace Lord created glacial white divine art, a new and improved yin cultivation technique. That completely overshadowed glacial true chi, reducing it to little more than a historical relic. That meant glacial white divine art had become the Palace Lord's secret art, while glacial true chi was dismissed as obsolete. However, if Seo Lihyang were to learn it, none of that would matter. No matter how pure glacial true chi's yin energy was, it wouldn't compare to her pure yin physique. The only real problem was, if the North Sea Ice Palace finds out someone is cultivating glacial true chi, won't that cause trouble? Well, it's rare for someone strong enough to recognize it to leave the North Sea. But even if they did find out, I doubt it would be a problem. The Ice Palace is slowly declining. Declining? Yes. They've been using a technique that absorbs extreme yin energy from one location for centuries. No matter how abundant nature's energy is, it was bound to run dry eventually. I see. They're trying to come up with solutions, but who knows if it'll work. Either way, if someone outside learns glacial true chi, they'd probably recruit them rather than attack them. That made sense. If a martial sect was struggling to preserve its legacy, they wouldn't be picky about who carried it on. In that case, there was no reason not to give it to Seo Lihyang. I didn't sneak into their vault and steal it for nothing. If you want a yin cultivation technique, there are other. I'll take glacial true chi. Did you even listen to a word I just said? There's no need to consider alternatives. Glacial true chi it is. After my second firm declaration, Ghost Shadow Thief sighed. Fine, fine. But don't come complaining if it causes problems later, got it? Understood. As his grumbling continued, we climbed the final steps. The Wudong Sect's plaque loomed before us. Catch that damn thief. Oh. I wasn't expecting them to recognize him instantly. The Wudong Sect. The large signboard, bearing its name in elegantly bold calligraphy, loomed over the long line of visitors waiting to enter. There was an odd sense of pressure emanating from the sect's grand entrance. Yet, no matter how much I scrutinized it, I couldn't find anything specific that caused this feeling. It wasn't particularly large, perhaps due to being built on the mid-slopes of Jiangnan Mountain. It wasn't extravagantly decorated, likely because Wudong was a Taoist sect. Even the disciples standing by the gate, serving as both guards and greeters, weren't particularly imposing. So what was it? What was creating this overwhelming presence? As I pondered this, I realized something. My gaze had been fixed on the signboard this entire time. More precisely, I couldn't look away from it. That signboard. HM? What about it, Brother Cheon? Do you see something unusual? It contains a sword technique. Yes. The bold, flowing strokes weren't merely written, they had been wielded like a sword. At first glance, the brushwork appeared soft and unrestricted, as if it could move freely in any direction. But if one were to reach out and touch it, they would surely be cut. Soft outside, steel within. A concept often seen in Taoist martial arts, but the depth within this inscription was on another level. It felt akin to the weight of a legendary martial art, one refined by countless generations of geniuses. An accumulation of centuries of knowledge and philosophy. The kind of history that my martial arts, something crafted solely for myself, could never possess. I found myself standing still, staring blankly at the signboard. Beside me, Ghost Shadow Thief chuckled while using a thick tree branch as a makeshift cane. Heh, completely entranced, aren't you? I don't really see anything unusual, but do you, Ghost Shadow Thief? Tang Sowol asked, tilting her head. Oh, I see it. Not as well as your fiancé, but I do. Something like this relies more on sword talent than on insight or enlightenment. Sword talent. Tang Sowol muttered absently. Hearing that, I snapped out of my thoughts and shrugged. Well, I'd prefer not to look at it too deeply. Otherwise, I might start mistakenly thinking I'm some kind of genius. Haha, but weren't you one? Just listening to the stories about your past makes it sound like you were truly remarkable. Tang Sowol smirked and nodded, recalling the embarrassing tales I had shared before. After chuckling for a moment, she lowered her voice and asked, So, what exactly did you see in that signboard, Brother Cheon? Flow. And an endless cascade of transformations. But more importantly, it's not about what principles it contains. Continuity. That was the true essence of what I saw. The softness, the variations, and the countless paths the strokes could take, those were merely means to an end. Whether it manifested as a sword, as martial arts, or something entirely different, it was all in service of this continuous flow. The sword technique inscribed in the signboard is likely just a fragment of a greater art, so I can't say for certain, but if someone were to wield it properly, I imagine it would feel like an endless chain of movements, seamlessly connecting from one to the next. Thinking back, all Taoist sword arts had a similar sensation. In my past life, during the final battles when the righteous and demonic factions clashed, the 9 great sects and the 5 supreme clans had already suffered immense losses. But not everyone had died. The survivors had joined forces, and as a result, I had fought alongside them, witnessing their martial arts firsthand. Even though hatred and killing intent had tainted their swordsmanship, their techniques all shared one key characteristic. Their movements flowed together in perfect harmony. The Tai Chi sword of Wudong, the Plum Blossom sword of Mount Hua. All of them ensured that no matter what techniques were used or in what order, their effectiveness was never diminished. Hearing my thoughts, Ghost Shadow Thief laughed and nodded. You're exactly right. If you notice a commonality in Taoist martial arts, it's because they all pursue the same Tao. The same Tao? That's interesting, but I don't quite understand. Neither do I. I'm a thief, not a Taoist. But according to an old friend of mine, most Taoist sects descended from a single origin, the Chuanjin sect. The Chuanjin sect. It was the first sect that sought to attain the Tao through martial arts. Long ago, it had fallen apart, splintering into many factions before being wiped out entirely. However, its teachings had spread, eventually forming the foundation of many modern Taoist sects. This mountain, Zhongnan Mountain, has great historical significance. It's where Laozi, the founder of Taoism, once taught his disciples. And it's also where the Chuanjin sect was first established. That's significant? That's right. And that signboard you've been staring at? It's part of that history. In the past, when Wudong wasn't yet as renowned as it was today, their sect leader had inscribed part of his martial insights into that signboard. He had done this in order to find a worthy successor, someone who could decipher the sword technique from the inscription. However, as the sect grew in power and disciples became plentiful, the tradition had faded. Now, the signboard remained not as a test, but as a declaration of confidence. A show of pride. Wudong is this great, they can afford to display something like this openly. Well, I've certainly gained something from it. I should be thankful. In my past life, I had never understood why those from the 9 great sects clung so tightly to their lost traditions. But now, after witnessing the Tang Clan's pride and Wudong's dignity, I was starting to understand. As I silently nodded to myself, Tang Sowol suddenly tugged on my sleeve. Brother Cheon, stop daydreaming and hurry up. It's almost our turn. All right, I'm coming. With a chuckle, I followed her and rejoined the line. Everything went smoothly after that. We looked disheveled, but proving our Tang Clan affiliation was easy. Once we explained our situation, we were escorted inside to meet with the sect leader. Since Sichuan and Shaanxi were neighboring regions, Wudong and the Tang Clan had long maintained close ties. Now, all that remained was to explain our circumstances to Wudong's leader and send a letter to the Tang Clan for assistance. As we passed through the inner quarters of the Wudong sect, our eyes unexpectedly met with those of an elderly man. His white beard stretched down to his navel, his Taoist robes were immaculate, his posture was upright, and his presence, though gentle, was undeniably formidable. Perhaps he found it unusual that outsiders like us had made it so deep into the sect. His eyes widened in surprise. It didn't take long for the face of this dignified old Taoist, as if drawn in a painting, to twist into an expression of sheer fury. You bastard! No matter how old you've gotten, that shameless face of yours remains the same. Huh? What? Tang Sowol flinched in surprise, momentarily shaken. But the old man's gaze wasn't directed at me, at her, or even at the commander of the Blood Venom unit. It was locked onto Ghost Shadow Thief, who was subtly trying to hide behind us. The old man's face turned red and blue in fury as he bellowed. Disciples of Zhongnan, hear me. Seize that thief at once. That was when it clicked. This old man had lived in the same era as Ghost Shadow Thief, and he even remembered his face. I had considered the possibility that someone might recognize him, but I hadn't expected to run into someone who would recognize him instantly. For a brief moment, both we and the Wudong disciples hesitated, caught off guard by the sudden order. Seeing their indecisiveness, the old man clutched his chest in exasperation. "Ack, this is too frustrating. You fools. Fine. I'll handle it myself, just stand there and watch." And with that, he lunged forward. He barely seemed to take a step, yet in an instant, he closed the distance. I had already sensed his imposing presence, and sure enough, he was an expert. He had undoubtedly reached the peak of transcendence long ago, but had never managed to break through the final wall of the flowering stage. Living this long has finally paid off. To think I'd get this opportunity before I die. Hey, is that any way to treat an old friend after so long? From that day forward, you were no friend of mine. His explosive movements belied his aged body, making it impossible to believe he was so old. Ghost Shadow Thief tried to evade with his signature elusive footwork, but given his accumulated exhaustion and the fact that he was missing a leg, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. As the old man reached for the sword at his waist, I instinctively gripped my own hilt in alarm. But instead of drawing his blade, he lifted the entire sheathed sword and swung it like a club. The tension drained from me instantly. Since you love sword sheaths so much, why don't you take a good beating with one? Af. Are you seriously doing this? Would you really torment a poor old man who's lost a leg? You dare call yourself my friend? And where the hell did you leave your other leg? Despite his words, the old man showed no hesitation in continuing his relentless assault. Ghost Shadow Thief swung his makeshift cane, trying to deflect the attacks, but it was useless. The sheathed sword traced smooth, flowing arcs before abruptly shifting at sharp angles, evading the cane and striking Ghost Shadow Thief's body again and again. Fast, unpredictable, and fluid swordplay. To an outsider, it might have looked like Ghost Shadow Thief was getting utterly overwhelmed. But I had fought alongside him before, I could tell. He was letting himself get hit. Judging from their conversation, Ghost Shadow Thief must have done something to wrong this old man in the past. It was almost certainly theft-related, so he was getting exactly what he deserved. Still, I couldn't just stand by and watch. Not only was Ghost Shadow Thief a member of our party, but he was also the key witness we needed to explain our situation. So, I stepped forward and clasped my hands respectfully toward the elderly man. "Sir, may I have a word with you?" And who might you be?" Children of the Tang Clan, I see. I am Cheon Hwi-da, recently engaged to the Tang Clan. I am Tang Sowol." Tang Sowol, slightly behind me, belatedly followed suit in offering a formal greeting. The old man's eyes gleamed with interest. To think that child has grown so much already. Time truly flies. "You know me? I once visited the Tang Clan as a representative of the Wudong Sect to celebrate the birth of their youngest daughter. I caught a brief glimpse of you then." "That? I don't remember at all. Just consider it the ramblings of an old man and let it pass." "I am John Ilbai, the third elder of the Wudong Sect." "So you're the third elder. Ho ho. I must have made a terrible first impression. I got too excited after encountering an unexpected acquaintance." The third elder, who had been going wild just moments ago, awkwardly smiled as he discreetly hid his sword behind his back and turned to face me again. "So, you were asking me to let this thief go?" "Yes. I can tell there's a complicated history between you two, but could you grant us a moment? Ghost Shadow Thief is crucial to explaining our current situation to the Wudong Sect's leader. Once that is settled, we will return him to you properly." "What? After all these years together, how can you be so heartless?" Ghost Shadow Thief cried out in protest, but no one paid him any mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, the third elder nodded. "Very well. However, knowing this rascal, he might slip away unnoticed again, so I shall accompany you." "That would be most welcome." Finally, the third elder returned his sword to his waist, let out a long sigh, and seeing that Ghost Shadow Thief's makeshift cane had broken, offered his own arm to support him. "Let's go for now. We can settle the rest of our stories later." Indeed. I have plenty to say to you as well." Watching the two men walk side by side, bickering as if nothing had happened, Tang Sowol murmured quietly. "Good thing he only stole the sheath." Agreed. Had he stolen the actual sword, he wouldn't have just been beaten with the sheath, he would have been cut down on the spot. The impression of the Wudong Sect's leader was quite different from what I had expected. The current sect leader was known by the title Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal and was one of the few flowering stage martial artists in all of the Central Plains. Though he would eventually meet his end at the hands of the Heavenly Demon, until that day, he was an undisputed master whom few could stand against. I had expected someone with an aura befitting such a title. Yet, Third Elder. Have you brought me more trouble to deal with? Haha. This time, I did nothing at all. If anything, trouble has rolled in on its own. Huh. A deep sigh escaped from a man who looked to be somewhere between middle-aged and elderly. His hair was half gray, and dark shadows rested beneath his eyes, contrasting sharply against it. For someone leading the Great Wudong sect, his appearance was far too worn and exhausted. He seemed more like a weary scholar than a warrior, one who had been assigned to the wrong department by mistake. Encountering a flowering stage master in this vast Central Plains was a rare feat. Yet, whether due to luck or misfortune, I had met quite a few absolute masters. Tang Sowol in my past life, once called the venomous Dance Empress, Poison King Tang Jinshin, Heir Bloodhall Master Seo Munwaran, and even the Black Lotus Sect Master. Each of them, regardless of how close I was to them, had always seemed impossibly distant. Their every movement carried traces of the martial arts they had perfected over a lifetime. So seeing the Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal in this state was even more surprising. Just how much had they overworked a master capable of fighting for days without rest to reduce him to such a state? Even Tang Sowol, who had grown up witnessing flowering stage masters firsthand, seemed slightly taken aback, her eyes widening. The Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal, however, merely smiled faintly, as if used to such scrutiny, and spoke. My apologies. I've had a lot on my mind lately, so I must look rather unsightly. Though, I imagine it's the same for all of us. It's an honor to meet you, Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal. I am Tang Sowol of the Tang Clan. I know. I was informed in advance, and besides, you bear a striking resemblance to your mother in her younger days. You knew my mother? A long time ago. Back when that brat Jinshin was still called the Dark Dragon, I traveled the martial world alongside him. I met her a few times back then. Tang Sowol's expression turned blank for a moment, likely stunned by the unexpected mention of her parents. The Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal smiled warmly at her and nodded. I heard there was trouble on your first journey into the martial world. I'm glad to see you've resolved it and returned safely. I'll arrange a fine room for you, so take your time to rest and explore at your leisure. I appreciate the offer, but we stand before you today for another reason. Another reason? Tang Sowol gestured to our group before continuing. First, this is my fiancé and our escort, the commander of the Blood Venom Unit. I am Cheon Hwi-da. It is an honor to meet the leader of Wudong. An escort, I understand given recent events, but a fiancé? The Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal looked surprised, but Tang Sowol was not finished. And this here is a grandmaster from the previous generation, Ghost Shadow Thief. What did you just say? You mean that Ghost Shadow Thief? The Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal widened his eyes in shock and turned to look at Third Elder John Ilbai, who was either restraining or supporting Ghost Shadow Thief. John Ilbai nodded. That's right. You were probably too young back then to remember, but this is the very thief who stole the scabbard of Flowing Cloud Sword. I don't recall the exact details, but I do remember the commotion. Later, when I became sect leader, I read about it in the records. But wasn't that matter settled long ago? Indeed. Because he only stole the scabbard, not the blade itself, and in return left behind the lost martial arts of Wudong's advanced step swordplay, the previous sect leader chose not to hold him accountable. Then bringing him in now would go against the principles of righteousness, wouldn't it? Of course. I am only holding on to him for old time's sake. The real matter at hand is what these children have to say. Letting out a sigh that was somewhere between exhaustion and resignation, the Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal turned his attention back to us. Tang Sowol spoke first. Allow me to explain from the beginning. In a calm voice, she detailed the attack orchestrated by Haoman, our unexpected discovery of Ghost Shadow Thief's hideout at Daemang Mountain, and what we learned from him. Finally, she explained the demonic elixirs consumed by the Soul Reapers and presented both the demonic explosive pills and the medicine Ghost Shadow Thief had stolen from the demonic cult. At first, the Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal looked somewhat indifferent, but as the explanation continued, his expression grew increasingly rigid. The pressure in the room mounted. The once faint presence he had concealed swelled like a rising storm. Of course, his killing intent wasn't directed at us. His expression only darkened after hearing about the demonic cult's use of human bodies to refine their elixirs. It became clear he was not weaker than other flowering stage martial artists, nor was he deliberately concealing his abilities. He was like a drifting cloud, harmless when at peace, but capable of unleashing a storm at any moment. That very ability was the essence of his enlightenment, the very martial path that Wudong had cultivated through generations. In that instant, I recalled the sword scripture engraved on the Sect's entrance plaque. If those words had taken human form, they would be the flowing cloud sword immortal himself. What kind of swordsmanship would someone like him wield? How far could my own swordsmanship measure up against it? I tried to envision it, drawing from what I had seen of Wudong's survivors in my past life. But I couldn't grasp it. It wasn't about arrogance or competitiveness. It was pure curiosity. Wasn't it natural to be intrigued by a sword I had never seen before? Initially, I had planned to visit Wudong and Mount Hua purely to obtain elixirs and restore my past strength. I hadn't expected much from the visit itself. After all, in my previous life, the only Wudong and Mount Hua warriors I saw were those barely clinging to survival after their sects had been destroyed. But now, seeing the sect in its full glory, my thoughts had changed. Even in the Tang Clan, I had often been impressed. But this was different. Wudong was a sect devoted to the sword, something far more familiar to me. There was so much more to see. If I had never read the scripture on the plaque, I would have merely thought the flowing cloud sword immortal had remarkable control over his presence, and left it at that. My thoughts were interrupted by an awkward silence, as I realized the room's attention had shifted toward me. Ghost Shadow Thief chuckled. See, Ilbai? Didn't I tell you? That kid read the plaque's sword scripture. That and this are different. How many people do you think could link them together through presence alone? Well, we have at least one standing right here. I now understood how I must have looked. Turning to the flowing cloud sword immortal, I bowed slightly. My apologies. HM? It's fine. The plaque is there for all to read, and my presence was exposed simply because I failed to fully suppress my anger. Whatever you gain from the two is entirely your own ability. I have no right to interfere. However, I am curious. Did you realize something? It's nothing profound. I merely reaffirmed how many swords I have yet to understand. Recognizing the unknown is often the first step to true understanding. My previous offer still stands. Wudong will protect you from the Soul Reapers until the Tang Clan's envoys arrive, so take your time, rest, and explore at your leisure. Expanding your horizons and growing from experience, that is a privilege of youth. Thank you. No need for thanks. It is simply my duty as a senior in the martial world. In fact, I have a request of my own. A request, you say? The flowing cloud sword immortal cleared his throat before continuing. If Wudong's martial arts were something new to you, then the same must be true for my disciples. Would you be willing to engage in some friendly sparring during your stay? That would be no trouble at all. In fact, I would welcome it. Excellent. Take a few days to rest, and when you're ready, come to the training grounds. I will inform my disciples in advance, so you may come at any time. I shall do so. Thank you for the consideration. I feel as though I've detained you for too long. I'll have someone escort you to your quarters. But Ghost Shadow Thief, would you mind staying for a moment? I'm tired too, you know. And I'm old. It won't take long. I simply wish to hear a little about your encounter with the demonic cult leader. Well, I can't really refuse that, can I? Though grumbling, Ghost Shadow Thief nodded in agreement. With a heavy sigh, Third Elder John Ilbai dragged over a chair and carefully seated him. They seemed busy with their own matters. That meant it was time for us to focus on ours. I confidently turned to the nameless Wudong disciple leading the way and asked, Does Wudong serve meat dishes? Though Taoism does not forbid meat consumption as strictly as Buddhism, I knew they tended to avoid excessive indulgence in rich foods. That was why I asked, yet for some reason, Tang Sowol sighed and covered her face as if embarrassed. Where did the person who once claimed bigger pills were enough for sustenance go? Who was it that introduced me to the joy of eating in the first place? None other than you, Tang Sowol. Besides, my body is still growing, I need to eat well. If I couldn't obtain any miraculous elixirs, then at the very least, I had to eat and rest properly. Over the past 2 days, I had eaten well, washed up properly, and slept soundly. Tang Sowol had sent a letter to the Tang Clan, but considering the distance, even at the fastest pace, it would still take a few more days for a response to arrive. So, I had woken up early with the intention of exploring the Wudong Sect's grounds and taking care of the friendly sparring match that had been proposed earlier. "Are you awake, brother?" Tang Sowol, who should have her own room, was standing in mine as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Even though we were engaged, this was still an unmarried man's room. Was it really okay for her to just barge in like this? "What are your plans for today? If you're planning to laze around like you did the past 2 days, I've found something fun we could." "No. I plan to look around the area and then visit the training grounds. I have an agreement with the Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal, remember?" Tang Sowol, who had been about to pull out a set of game tiles from her sleeve, quietly tucked them back in at my words. Her disappointed expression made me chuckle. "But there will be time left in the evening, right? Can you spare a moment to play then?" "Yes, as much as you'd like." Tang Sowol's face brightened instantly, and she even began humming a little tune. She was so easy to read. Stretching out my arms to loosen my stiff body from the night's rest, I got out of bed. Tang Sowol, still looking pleased, stood there watching me. When I tilted my head at her in question, she just cocked her head in response. So, I loosened my robe halfway. "I'm about to change now. Are you planning to stay there?" Cheek. I was just about to leave. With her face turning bright red, Tang Sowol bolted out of the room. Chuckling at her flustered retreat, I changed into fresh clothes. After tidying up my bedding, I finally stepped outside to find the Blood Venom Unit's leader standing as stoic as ever while Tang Sowol peeked out from behind her. No matter how slender Tang Sowol was, an adult hiding behind someone else wasn't exactly effective. Ignoring the strands of hair and the puffed-up fabric of her robes sticking out from behind the Blood Venom Unit's leader, I greeted her. "Good morning, Unit Leader. Was there any trouble last night?" "No, sir." Although the young lady stayed up late practicing how to cheat at tile games, there was nothing else of note. What? When she had said she found something fun, I had assumed she meant playing tiles together, not secretly practicing to cheat on her own. As I narrowed my eyes at her, Tang Sowol, startled, began patting the unit leader's back in protest. "Why would you tell him that? And how did you even know? We have separate rooms. We're right next door. I could hear you mumbling to yourself all night. Did I talk that much to myself?" "You usually don't, but last night was an exception. It seems you were quite excited. You even practiced how you would tease him after winning." "Kaya, you didn't have to say that much." Tang Sowol was now outright smacking the unit leader's shoulders in an attempt to silence her. But by now, her embarrassment had already betrayed the truth. I shrugged and asked, "Did you really want to beat me that badly?" "Well, yes, I suppose so." "That works out then. If the category doesn't matter, there's actually something you'll always beat me at." "Oh? And what would that be?" Tang Sowol peeked out from behind the unit leader, curious. I extended a hand toward her. "You know, if I hold hands with someone, I get so embarrassed I can't handle it. I'm about to walk around the Wudong Sect's grounds. If someone were to grab my hand, I don't know what I'd do." Tang Sowol looked between my hand and my face before she suddenly grinned. Then, she placed her hand on mine, and even interlaced our fingers so I couldn't escape. "Wait. Now that we're actually walking around like this, it's really embarrassing." "That's the point. So, do I finally seem like the older one here?" "A little." At my nod, Tang Sowol beamed with satisfaction and pulled me forward. "Then let's get going. I met a few Wudong disciples when I was young, but this is my first time inside the Sect's grounds. I'm looking forward to it. I was thinking of starting with the route the pilgrims take. What do you think?" Seems like a safe and reasonable choice. As one of Taoism's sacred sites for centuries, Zhengnan Mountain had many famous landmarks. The Wudong sect had absorbed these into its territory and used them as a source of income. Thanks to that, there were many rare sights to see. Among them, the most striking was the ritual offerings. Lighting candles, burning talismans, it all resembled the long-forgotten art of talismanic magic. If it were an ordinary Taoist performing this, I would have dismissed it as a charlatan trying to make money. But this was a ritual hosted by none other than the Wudong sect. As a direct successor to the Chuanjin sect alongside Mount Hua, Wudong was renowned for its strict adherence to orthodox Taoist traditions. So maybe, just maybe, these rituals really did have some effect. However, it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Yes, That's how it looks to me too. There was no visible change in the flow of energy. No discernible effect of any kind. Of course, it was possible that our eyes simply couldn't perceive the ritual's deeper mysteries. But from what I could see, there was nothing happening at all. As we tilted our heads in confusion, a familiar voice came from behind us. It can't be helped. The Wudong sect, no, many Taoist sects have strived to preserve the true teachings of Taoism, but in the end, only martial arts have remained. Third Elder. I'm here too, you brat. Turning around, I saw the third elder shaking his head while Ghost Shadow Thief stood beside him, this time with an actual staff instead of some stolen object. You two seem to be getting along well. Getting along? Huh. I still have plenty of grievances against this thief. This guy has so many grudges, he won't be able to let them all go before he dies, so I told him to just forget about it. I don't recall saying that. These were two of the oldest people in the Wudong sect, yet they bickered like children. Well, at least they seem to have made peace. That was a good thing. Suppressing the urge to laugh, I asked, Third Elder, what do you mean by saying that only martial arts remain in Taoist sects? It's exactly as I said. Have you heard of the Mosin sect? I've heard of them. Weren't they a sect that specialized in talismanic magic? Then do you know why they were wiped out? Because talismanic magic was weaker than martial arts? No. It wasn't that the magic was weak, it was that there were no longer any practitioners skilled enough to use it. For similar reasons, the Jinjiu clan also lost its mastery of corpse arts and was left with only martial techniques, barely maintaining its lineage as a martial family. According to the Third Elder, there were once grandmasters in the Mosin sect who could overturn the earth with a single talisman, summon rain, and conjure massive flames. However, the number of such masters steadily declined, and eventually, there came a time when no one could be called a true grandmaster. Thus, despite possessing extraordinary sorcery, the sect withered away, for there was no one left who could wield its techniques. There was even a time when the Mosin sect's name was listed among the 9 great sects. Of course, this is merely a tale I heard from my master. I never witnessed that era myself. But the important thing is that this phenomenon wasn't unique to the Mosin sect. The Third Elder explained that the Mosin sect was merely the last to survive. Before it, many other sects that had focused on mystical arts had declined and vanished into history. In other words, there was once a time when talismanic arts and sorcery were the foundation of Taoist sects, more so than martial arts. This is precisely why the Chuanjin sect was founded. Even though the divine arts of ancient Taoist sages had deteriorated into mere sorcery and formations, there were those who could not give up on the pursuit of immortality. They turned their attention to Lu Dongbin, the last recorded immortal to ascend. He had cultivated the Tao through a single sword, reaching the realm of the sword immortal. Thus, the Chuanjin sect abandoned the traditional Taoist arts that their predecessors had clung to, discarding spellcraft and incantations in favor of martial arts. Of course, seeing as Lu Dongbin remains the last recorded immortal to this day, it seems they ultimately failed. This is also why most Taoist martial arts originate from the Chuanjin sect. They were the first to attempt embedding the Tao into martial techniques, so it was only natural that their influence spread. What I find hard to believe is the idea that ascending to immortality actually means becoming a true immortal. Until now, I had thought it was merely a poetic way of saying someone passed away peacefully. Haha, I won't deny that possibility. After all, this story goes so far back that even my master's master's master wouldn't have lived to see it. Whether it's true or not, no one in this era can say for certain. Perhaps that's why so many Taoist sects have grown closer to the secular world. As he spoke, the Third Elder, John Ilbai, gazed up at the sky with narrowed eyes. But still, I want to believe it's true. Otherwise, wouldn't a lifetime spent as a Taoist feel too empty and meaningless? Perhaps because he was one of the oldest surviving Taoists, his words carried a profound weight. I ended up rambling. This happens when you get old. Whenever I get the chance to talk to a younger person, I get carried away and start saying all sorts of unnecessary things. Then, he turned to me. So, what were we talking about again? We were discussing whether these ritual offerings actually have any real effect. Right. Here's what I wanted to say. Perhaps in the past, they had a genuine effect, but in this era, their power may have faded. That said, that doesn't mean they're entirely meaningless. Why not? Because they still bring comfort to those who seek them. The elder shrugged playfully before adding. And more importantly, they're quite beneficial to the Wudong sect's finances. He was probably referring to the donations given by worshippers. No matter how secularized they became, Taoists were still Taoists. Like the noble families, they couldn't establish full-scale trading businesses, nor could they extort protection fees like the heretical sects. Thus, the offering fees, disguised as donations, were crucial for their sustenance. For a sect that prided itself as a sword-bearing order, Wudong still upheld these rituals, likely in no small part due to financial reasons. Afterward, the third elder, claiming he was bored, led us on a tour of the inner quarters where the Wudong disciples lived and trained. But my mind remained clouded by a single, persistent doubt. If there had once been powerful sorcery in the distant past, if individuals had truly reached a state of ascension, then wouldn't reversing time also be within the realm of possibility? Perhaps my regression wasn't a mere accident. Perhaps someone had orchestrated it. As I turned these unanswerable questions over in my mind, we wandered the sect's grounds for some time. Eventually, we arrived at the training grounds. The moment I stepped inside, the complicated thoughts weighing on my mind cleared away. No matter what the truth of my regression was. In the end, the only thing I could do was wield my sword. And before me stood warriors, one after another, wielding swords I had never seen before. The third elder paused his training session to announce the upcoming duels. He turned to us with a slightly awkward expression. I feel a bit bad saying this, but during the duels, we'll hold back accordingly. As long as we don't use poison, right? That would be greatly appreciated. That should be more than enough. It was about what I expected. If we fought at full strength, it wouldn't be a proper match. The third-generation disciples were still young and, at best, at a second-rate level. Even most of the second-generation disciples, their instructors, were only first-rate warriors, with only a handful of the older ones having reached the peak realm. Of course, victory and defeat weren't determined by martial prowess alone. But I retained the enlightenment I had gained before my regression. It would be strange for me to struggle against a warrior at my level. The same went for Tang Sowol. Though it had taken some effort, she had once managed to briefly paralyze me, even when I was using the Raging Wave death-stealing art at full force. Not to mention, she had fought against a berserk soul reaper who had consumed a demonic explosive pill and lived to tell the tale. It wasn't that Wudong's disciples were weak. They carried the dignity befitting a sect of the 9 great sects. It was just that Tang Sowol and I were far too strong for our age. The third elder, having observed our aura and heard from the ghost shadow thief, was clearly aware of this. It was unfortunate that I wouldn't get to test my full strength, but the purpose of this duel was to witness the pure, untainted swordsmanship of Wudong. And for that, my current opponent was not a bad choice. More importantly, the condition of this arrangement was that I could study anything I wished from Wudong's techniques in exchange for sparring with their disciples. At the very least, I needed to confirm the insight I had grasped yesterday. As I nodded to myself, the third elder gestured toward the training grounds, where the disciples had stepped aside, leaving the center open. Then, let's begin. How shall we decide the order? I'll go first, Tang Sowol volunteered. I know Sir Cheon is looking forward to this match quite a bit, but it's fine. You've been just as eager, haven't you? Was it that obvious? No. I just assumed as much. It seemed Tang Sowol would be returning to the Tang Clan soon without getting to experience much of the martial world. Though the encounters she had during this journey were far more intense than what most young martial artists ever faced, the duration had been far too short. So now, with the opportunity to engage in friendly duels with the Wudong disciples, a proper martial experience, she was bound to be excited. Smiling sheepishly, she adjusted her hidden weapons and stepped onto the training grounds. Watching her, the third elder turned to the gathered disciples and called out, "Well then, who among you will be the first to showcase Wudong's sword?" The disciples had been watching eagerly, exchanging glances with excitement. After a brief moment, a young woman confidently raised her hand and stepped forward. "I will go first." She seemed a little older than Tang Sowol, with an aura indicating a solid mid-first-rate level. Judging by the slightly worn grip of her sword, she was someone who diligently trained every day. For her age, that was quite impressive. And judging by the confident and expectant expression on her face, she knew it, too. She reminded me of how Tang Sowol had been when she first left the Tang Clan, before I kidnapped her, that is. And even I had once been just as confident. Well, unless one was born with heavenly martial physique, any martial artist would inevitably experience failure at some point. If she could face that setback in a spar rather than a real battle, it would be a fortunate experience. As I nodded in understanding, the two women faced each other and exchanged respectful salutes. I am Tang Sowol of the Tang Clan. Please take care of me. I am Cheon Hwi-da, a second-generation disciple of Wudong. It is an honor to witness the renowned martial arts of the Tang Clan. At the call of the third elder, who had taken the role of referee, the duel began. Tang Sowol immediately pulled back to widen the distance, while Cheon Hwi-da quickly closed in. Though Tang Sowol primarily specialized in poison arts, that didn't mean she lacked proficiency in hidden weapons. Especially recently, after absorbing the self-replenishing venomous herb, she had been training extensively in her throwing techniques as a contingency for situations where she couldn't use poison. Thanks to that, their duel was exceptionally dynamic, offering valuable lessons for both the participants and the spectators. Tang Sowol's footwork, characteristic of the Tang Clan, made it seem like she was barely moving her feet, yet the distance between them rapidly shifted. At the same time, a flurry of throwing weapons rained down, twisting midair in unpredictable arcs toward Cheon Hwi-da. From her perspective, it must have felt like an assault from all directions. The bladed projectiles streaked toward her at high speed, while the blunt ones ricocheted unpredictably to create irregular trajectories. Against an ordinary opponent, such an attack would have left them skewered like a porcupine. But Wudong's martial arts were on an entirely different level. Hup! Cheon Hwi-da took a deep breath and swung her sword in rapid succession. At first glance, her swordplay seemed disorderly, as if she were striking at random. But each swing served as the foundation for the next attack, forming an unbroken sequence. Of course, she was occasionally forced into awkward stances while deflecting the projectiles, and sometimes her judgment was a little slow, causing her to miss a few. But she compensated for those weaknesses with her footwork. Much like her swordsmanship, her movements allowed her to shift directions freely, enabling her to evade the weapons she couldn't block. And so, the exchange continued, Tang Sowol maintaining distance while attacking with hidden weapons, and Cheon Hwi-da deflecting or dodging them as she advanced. Yet, surprisingly, Cheon Hwi-da was gradually gaining the upper hand. It was a matter of compatibility. Tang Sowol was trying to pressure her opponent with a relentless barrage to set up a decisive strike. But Cheon Hwi-da's Wudong swordsmanship seamlessly wove every movement, whether swinging her sword or hesitating after blocking, into the flow of her next move. She showed no hesitation, no openings. She simply continued her pursuit of Tang Sowol with steady determination. Tang Sowol's footwork was excellent, so she wasn't easily caught. But if she made even a single mistake, the balance would collapse instantly. Meanwhile, even if Cheon Hwi-da made a mistake, she could simply incorporate it into her next movement. In a prolonged war of attrition, Tang Sowol was at a disadvantage. As a swordsman, I couldn't help but notice Cheon Hwi-da's minor imperfections, but I could also see the deeper truth within her technique. Most martial arts focus on minimizing mistakes through rigorous training. But this was different. It didn't matter if a mistake was made. No, mistakes didn't exist in the first place. Everything was simply part of the flow, seamlessly linked to the next move. That technique. That isn't a sword meant to kill an enemy. It's a sword meant to perfect oneself. Indeed. What does it matter how one swings the sword? In the end, it is the swordsman, not the technique, that wields the blade. Thus, one must neither despair nor become overly elated. One must simply continue refining oneself. I agree that techniques shouldn't be overly fixated upon, though my conclusions lead elsewhere. What is the name of this martial art? It is called Nine Palaces Divine Traversing Sword and Nine Palaces Step. I had heard of both techniques before, but I had never actually seen them in practice. After Wudong's downfall, the survivors I encountered were all too preoccupied with mastering techniques that would make them stronger as quickly as possible. In that sense, a technique like the Nine Palaces Divine Traversing Sword, which required years of dedication for the practitioner to grow stronger rather than granting immediate power, had naturally fallen out of use. So this was how it was originally meant to feel. I agreed with the idea that the swordsman, rather than the technique, should be the one to grow stronger. But the reason for that growth, the ultimate goal, was vastly different from my own martial path. For me, the sword had always been a tool to kill my enemies, never a means of self-cultivation. Even if two martial arts originated from a similar concept, focusing on the self rather than the opponent, the end result could be entirely different. My sword was like a starving wolf, piercing into the enemy's space, breaking their stance, exploiting their openings, and relentlessly closing in until their last breath was snuffed out. But the Nine Palaces' divine traversing sword that Jin Yurian wielded did not concern itself with the opponent's actions. It began and ended with the swordsman alone. That was why it remained unaffected by external pressure, unwavering in its path, just as Jin Yurian continued to close the distance despite Tang Sowol's relentless barrage of throwing weapons. No warrior, no matter how strong, could always control the flow of battle. Any martial art that relied on dictating the opponent's movements would become exceedingly vulnerable in such situations. I wasn't sure exactly how yet, but I could already see that this philosophy could be quite useful in refining my own techniques. Instead of merely following the sword's trajectory, I focused on the intent behind each movement, repeating the process over and over. Meanwhile, Tang Sowol, realizing that she would eventually lose at this rate, took a desperate gamble. She abandoned her previous strategy of maintaining distance and using hidden weapons for suppression. Instead, she dashed forward, swinging her wide sleeves dramatically. Flutter. A grand motion. The flowing fabric of her robe painted elegant curves in the air, almost like a dance. And from within those billowing sleeves, a torrential downpour of deadly projectiles erupted. There was no precise targeting, no calculations. She simply focused on unleashing as many as possible. Many of them missed completely, flying off in random directions. Yet, paradoxically, that randomness worked in her favor. Jin Yurian, who had thus far been focused on deflecting each projectile one by one while maintaining pursuit, suddenly found herself unable to block or evade the overwhelming flood of weapons. A careful observer might have noticed that most of the projectiles were meaningless, scattered without aim. But caught off guard by the abrupt shift, Jin Yurian instinctively did what she had been doing all along. She prepared to deflect them. Ah, good grief. The third elder let out a weary sigh, rubbing his temples. At that moment, Jin Yurian's sword moved. Unbeknownst to her, hidden among the scattered projectiles was a feather needle, aimed precisely at one of her acupoints. Since internal energy use was minimized in this duel, it wasn't life-threatening. But if it struck, it could still cause a serious injury. This was exactly why a senior expert was acting as the referee. Before the needle could land, the third elder had already drawn his sword and stepped between them. Whoosh! With a single swing, the sheer force of his internal energy sent out a powerful gust. The thrown weapons, rather than being sent flying wildly, simply fell harmlessly to the ground as if pressed down by an invisible hand. Both combatants, stunned by the overwhelming display of martial prowess, flinched. Then, the third elder calmly declared, "That's enough. The winner is Tang Sowol of the Tang Clan. I trust you understand why." Yes. Jin Yurian, now noticing the feather needle gleaming on the ground, nodded with a sullen expression. She sheathed her sword and offered a respectful salute. It was an excellent match. I had the privilege of experiencing firsthand just how formidable the Tang Clan's hidden weapon techniques are. I feel the same. The swordsmanship of Wudong is truly remarkable. A proper exchange of martial arts, a fierce yet respectful battle, and a conclusion where both sides smiled in mutual appreciation. This was the ideal form of a friendly duel. Of course, after that, Tang Sowol, the blood venom unit leader, and I had to crouch down and gather up all the scattered projectiles. But overall, the atmosphere was warm and lively. Which was why I wasn't expecting what came next. I am Jean Beck, a third-generation disciple of Wudong. It is an honor to duel you, young master. I had anticipated facing someone of similar martial prowess. What I didn't expect was that my next opponent would be someone my age. And, even more surprising, it was a face I recognized. A duel isn't necessarily limited to warriors of similar strength. If there is a significant difference in skill, it can also serve as an instructional match, where the stronger fighter guides the weaker one through direct combat. Of course, in a friendly duel meant to showcase each other's martial arts and foster camaraderie, it makes sense to pit opponents of comparable levels against one another. That said, it wasn't unreasonable for them to misjudge my abilities. I didn't normally exude my aura recklessly, so they could have easily underestimated me. The third elder had warned them in advance that I was far stronger than I appeared, but considering my unimposing presence and young age, they must have assumed I was at best at the early first-rate level. As for my opponent, Jean Beck, he was at the peak of the second-rate level.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.